Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 13. Such combat power was in no way inferior to Sumyubai when he had just broken through to the upper god realm. However, the sisters Lingyu and Yulan had only been at the mid-stage of the median god realm before their fusion. Previously, while their fusion could bring about a leap in strength, it could never have reached such an exaggerated degree. This was simply heaven-defying. Could a Chaos Angel really possess such immense energy? A trace of doubt couldn't help but arise in Sumyubai's heart. Lord Bai, how is it? I wasn't wrong, was I? I knew you would be surprised. Lan Yu looked at Sumyubai with a radiant smile, her chaos wings swaying gently behind her. Her appearance, temperament, and voice all possessed the characteristics of both Lingyu and Yulan, perfectly blending everything about the two into one. Beyond that, there was an inexplicable aura of leadership about Lan Yu, as if she were born to be an empress. Yet, in front of Sumyubai, Lan Yu was like a docile kitten, waiting for her master's praise. The extent of your strength increase is indeed very surprising to me. Sumyubai nodded slightly, expressing his affirmation, though he did not withdraw his gaze, because what truly surprised him was the final description on Lan Yu's status window. The only Chaos Angel in the myriad worlds, possessing the ability to mobilize level 1 Chaos Authority, naturally possessing extreme affinity for the great path of Chaos rules. She is the successor to the Chaos Sovereign. Successor to the Chaos Sovereign. This was the second time Sumyubai had seen the term successor. The last time was when he received the final advancement quest before reaching the Lord of Lo's realm. At that time, the final advancement quest opened by the Death Canon, Experiencing Death Final Chapter, had contained a similar description. Please do everything in your power to complete the challenge as quickly as possible. Break through your current limits. Fully fuse your professional powers, and become the successor to the Death Sovereign. So, in a sense, Lan Yu now held the same status as Sumyubai. As long as she could grow smoothly, it was highly likely she would become the new Chaos Sovereign. Once I become the Chaos Sovereign, I will surely be able to help you, right, my lord? Lan Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. It seemed that being able to help Lord Bai was her obsession. This was understandable, as she possessed everything of both Lingyu and Yulan, including their memories and thoughts. The Chaos Fusion had perfectly merged the two sisters into one. Back when they were hunting the Emperor of Myriad Skeletons Kaleo at the Cold Abyss Star, the two sisters had overestimated their strength and fallen into a life or death crisis. At that moment, the figure that descended from the sky like a god had been deeply imprinted into the depths of their souls. Therefore, Lan Yu, formed by the fusion of the two, had always wanted to be of help to Sumyubai. She had had enough of these long, secluded years of cultivation. Of course you will. Sumyubai smiled and ruffled Lan Yu's hair. But you must break through quickly. These words caused a flash of disappointment to cross Lan Yu's eyes, as she suddenly realized that Lord Bai's strength was increasing far too rapidly. She feared that by the time she broke through, her strength at the Rule Sovereign realm would no longer be of any help. But this trace of disappointment was quickly replaced by determination. She gently flapped her 10 shimmering chaos wings and said earnestly, I will work even harder. I will definitely break through as soon as possible and become a true asset to you. My lord, watching her earnest expression, Sumyubai smiled and switched to a more practical question. How long can you maintain your current fused state at most? This was the key. If the duration of the fusion didn't increase significantly, then Lan Yu's peak upper god combat power would be greatly discounted. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu wore a confident smile, carrying a hint of pride. Reporting to you, my lord, ever since we broke through to the median god realm, there is no longer a time limit on our fusion. As long as our minds are in sync, we can complete the fusion or separation at any time. The process is very fast, and there is almost no loss or interval. Infinite duration. Can fuse and separate at any time. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. This was even better than he had expected. That saves quite a bit of trouble. In this way, Lan Yu was equivalent to a permanent peak upper god combat force, and due to her unique nature, her practical combat ability was likely even more troublesome than an average peak upper god. Filled with delight, Sumyubai's divine sense stirred slightly. A faint golden glow welled up in his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened, its yin-yang fish-shaped iris spinning rapidly. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil activate. He wanted to take a deeper look at Lanyu's current state, especially the peculiar chaos authority and the essence of her fusion. However, just as his gaze focused on the chaotic aura swirling around Lanyu, attempting to decipher its mysteries, a sudden, drastic change occurred. The vertical pupil at the center of Sumyubai's forehead suddenly flared with intense light, and its yin-yang fish-shaped iris began to spin with unprecedented, frantic speed. The scene before his eyes instantly became blurred and distorted. Lanyu's elegant figure vanished, and everything within the small world inside her body quickly faded away. Replacing them were countless fine, brilliant, yet incredibly fragile threads. Each one looked somewhat similar to a thread of causality, yet they were far more complex. These were the strings of fate. A dense aura of destiny rushed toward him, signifying that these strings of fate were currently woven into a vast, boundless web of fate. And Sumyubai's gaze, like a butterfly that had inadvertently wandered in, gently flapped its wings. No, it was more like he had merely exhaled. Yet he had touched one of the most critical strings of fate, one that connected to the future. Ding, a faint, trembling sound, as if originating from the very source of the universe, resonated deep within Sumyubai's soul. The next moment, a fragmented yet clear vision flooded directly into his mind. It was a vast, boundless, glorious divine kingdom that radiated a light interwoven with both holiness and darkness. At the center of the divine kingdom, seated upon a towering throne that seemed constructed from the pure essence of light and darkness, sat a figure. She wore a crown embedded with chaotic gemstones, and behind her, 12 massive wings were spread wide. The 6 wings on the left were a solid dark gold, while the 6 on the right were a brilliant purple. These 2 powers of light and darkness were perfectly fused within her, emitting a terrifying pressure that transcended all realms. No, it was not just light and darkness. What she wielded was the power of chaos. Beneath the crown, that stunningly beautiful and familiar face, who else could it be but Lanyu? However, the Lanyu in the vision was more mature, majestic, and noble. Her eyes were calm, yet they seemed to contain the power to judge all living beings. At this moment, she formed a sharp contrast to the obedient, docile appearance she usually displayed before Sumyubai. Below the throne were countless figures, stretching as far as the eye could see. Among them were holy light angels clad in brilliant sacred armor, radiating pure light. There were also fallen angels, shrouded in deep shadows with sharp, piercing gazes. And there were many others similar to Lanyu, light dark angels who possessed both light and dark traits. Their auras even more formidable. These light dark angels seemed to have mastered the powers, laws, and rules of both light and darkness. Their angel wings were half jet black and half pristine white. At this moment, regardless of which branch they originally belonged to, all the angels knelt piously on the ground, gazing up at the figure on the throne with fanatical eyes. They shouted in unison, their voices shaking the entire divine kingdom, "Greetings, Empress! May glory and shadow forever follow your majesty. We are willing to fight to the death for Her Majesty the Empress and never retreat. Your Majesty, give the order. Let us fight them to the end." The vision ended abruptly there. Sumyubai snapped back to reality. The Zhuanshan divine pupil closed automatically, and the golden light in his eyes faded away. He gasped slightly, a trace of shock still lingering in his eyes. The Empress of the angel race, the supreme ruler of the angel race who had unified the holy light and fallen branches and created the light-dark fusion branch. Was this Lanyu's future? But why did this scene look like a pre-battle mobilization? Fight to the death. Fight them to the end. From these 2 shouts, it was clear that the angel race of that time seemed to have encountered some terrifying enemy. Was it the void? At this thought, Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. The expressions of those angels, who looked as if they were ready to face death without fear, indicated that the future situation did not seem very optimistic. What exactly happened? Sumyubai couldn't help but activate the Zhuanshan divine pupil once more, attempting to pluck the strings of fate again to continue viewing the future. But with his current pupil power and the level of his fusion with the rules, it was clearly impossible to do so again in such a short time. Sumyubai shook his head helplessly. The Zhuanshan divine pupil closed silently, and a flash of disappointment crossed his eyes. "My lord, what is wrong?" Lan Yu, standing to the side, noticed Sumyubai's abnormality and asked with concern. She had just felt an indescribable gaze, one that seemed capable of seeing through the very essence of her soul, sweep over her. And then her lord had seemed momentarily lost in thought. Sumyubai took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He looked at Lan Yu with a complex expression and spoke slowly. "I just inadvertently caught a glimpse of a fragment of the future." "The future?" Lan Yu blinked curiously and pointed at herself. "Is it about me?" "Yes." Sumyubai nodded. "I saw you seated upon a throne in a divine kingdom where glory and shadow are interwoven, having become the Empress who unified the entire angel race. Both the holy light angels and the fallen angels were under your command. And you had even created the branch of light dark angels." Sumyubai did not mention the crisis, because he was not certain if the enemy the angel race encountered at that time was truly the void. "Your overworked author is rushing to finish the manuscript. The 2 chapters for today will be updated shortly." Chapter 979, Lan Yu's Request and Worry. Warm reminder. What was owed yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Dear patrons, you can read the previous chapter first. It is a combined 4-0 long chapter. Main text below. What? Lan Yu's delicate body trembled violently. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, filled with extreme shock and a trace of an indescribable, surging emotion. Empress, unifying the angel race. Was this not the dream she had always held deep in her heart, yet felt was forever out of reach? To be precise, this was the dream of Lingyu and Yule and in the past. They had suffered too much pain and rejection because of their identities, and had even been hunted down. Back then, when they encountered the fallen angel Cavillo in the life dream, he had said he would capture them and take them back. Therefore, the greatest wish the 2 women had always held was that one day, the angel race would no longer be divided, and all angels could coexist in peace. "My lord are you telling the truth?" Lan Yu's voice trembled as she excitedly gripped Sumyubai's arm. "It is absolutely true. If you break through to the ruler of Rule's realm, you will become the new chaos ruler, a supreme god, fully capable of suppressing all the current main gods of the angel race," Sumyubai affirmed. With his current understanding of the rules of fate, combined with the power of the Zhuanshan divine eyes, the credibility of such significant visions directly concerning a protagonist of fate was extremely high. However, just as In had said, the future is not set in stone. Sumyubai could not be certain whether everything in the vision would actually come to pass, but he did not voice these thoughts. After hearing this, Lan Yu was overcome with uncontrollable excitement, her 10 wings glowing brilliantly due to her emotional fluctuations. But soon, as if she had thought of something, her eyes dimmed, and she whispered, "But wanting to unify the angel race is simply too difficult. This is not something that can be achieved with strength alone. Not long ago, I received news that the light ruler of the Holy Light Angel clan does indeed intend to reunify the angel race, but his methods have met with strong resistance from the fallen angel clan, the light ruler. He actually wants to integrate the Holy Light Angel clan and the fallen angel clan." Hearing this name, Sumyubai immediately became interested. Back when he killed the symbiosis ruler, Heidi, in the ruins of the Star Sector, he had a brief encounter with this light ruler. At that time, the other party seemed to be a helper invited by the monster and machine races, coming to kill him. If I remember correctly, the light ruler's name is Huozhou, right? A flash of killing intent flickered deep in Sumyubai's eyes. He would not let those who wanted to kill him go. His strength was simply not enough for now. Once he advanced further, none of the rulers of rules who had participated in the siege against him would be able to escape. Now that Huozhou had suddenly taken action, attempting to reunify the long-divided angel race, it was clearly to deal with the rapidly growing strength of Sumyubai. Lan Yu gathered her thoughts and spoke slowly. Although the light ruler is powerful, it is almost impossible for him to complete the integration. His methods are, in fact, highly likely to intensify the conflict between the fallen angels and the Holy Light Angels. Just now, news arrived that the fallen angel clan, under the leadership of the Shadow Ruler, is resisting strongly, and there are constant border frictions between the 2 clans. The Shadow Ruler, while slightly weaker than the light ruler, was not someone Huozhou could easily conquer. Moreover, the Holy Light Angel clan and the Fallen Angel clan were not limited to just these two rulers of rules. For Huozhou to complete the integration would be no easy task. Lan Yu sighed, her tone filled with deep helplessness and a trace of sorrow. It is precisely because of this opposition that I was once viewed as a heretic and a disgrace by both sides, and was hunted down. How could integration be easy? At this point, Lan Yu suddenly raised her head, looking at Sumyu with burning eyes, carrying a hint of pleading. My lord, can you help the angel race? Help the angel race achieve true unity, end the tragedy of the light and dark opposition that has lasted for countless years. This is Lingyu and Yulin's, and also my greatest wish. Looking at the pure longing and firm belief in Lan Yu's eyes, and connecting it to the vision of the future he had just seen, Sumyu nodded almost without hesitation. Very well, I promise you. Helping the angel race unify was not only fulfilling Lan Yu's wish but also securing a powerful ally for the future of the human race. It was a move with multiple benefits. There was no reason to refuse. Upon hearing this, Lan Yu wept with joy, and in her excitement, she moved to kneel. Thank you, my lord, thank you. Sumyu reached out to support her. There is no need for that. However, this matter must be planned carefully. We cannot be too hasty. The methods of the light ruler, Huozhou, are clearly flawed. Forced unification will only sow deeper hidden dangers. We need a better opportunity and approach. He paused, his gaze falling upon Lan Yu, becoming profound. And you, as a chaos angel, are the key to ending the division of the angel race. But the prerequisite for all of this is, you need to possess sufficient power and prestige. Being a peak upper god is not enough to convince the masses, let alone suppress the other rulers of rules of the two clans. Most importantly, Sumyu was not yet confident in dealing with Huozhou. The strength of this light ruler was far greater than Heidi's, placing him almost on the same level as Kang Li, Xinghang, and Yu Mu. Even summoning the projection of the death ruler would not be enough to suppress these main gods. They were the elite among the main gods, standing in the first tier of power. Compared to them, Heidi was significantly weaker. The symbiosis rule she mastered was not actually suited for one-on-one combat. Therefore, if Sumyu wanted revenge, he still needed time to improve his strength. Likewise, Lan Yu also needed time to improve her strength and her prestige within the angel race. After all, to integrate the Holy Light Angel clan and the Fallen Angel clan, strength alone was not enough. Therefore, from now on, Lan Yu needed to return to the angel race in the identity of a chaos angel. After listening to Sumyu words, Lan Yu nodded vigorously. My lord, I understand. I will do my utmost to improve my strength. Just doing your utmost is not enough. A curve appeared at the corner of Sumyu mouth. Have you forgotten what I promised you? My lord promised. Lan Yu's eyes lit up. As long as I reach the upper god realm, you can directly allow me to begin fusing the rules of the great Tao. If anyone else had said such a thing, Lan Yu would certainly have scoffed at it. But coming from Lord Bai, it was different. She would unconditionally believe anything he said. Moreover, she had witnessed Lord Bai's heaven-defying methods more than once. Therefore, Lan Yu felt a faint sense of excitement in her heart. Once she began to merge with the great Tao of rules, given her extremely high affinity for the chaos rules, she would certainly be able to rapidly increase her degree of fusion. At that time, her combat power would also advance by leaps and bounds. However, this excitement lasted only for a fleeting moment before Lan Yu asked with some concern, "But, my lord, can I also improve while in my fused state? After separating, we are currently only at the level of median gods. We don't even have our godheads." Chapter 980. WOW. It's so big. It was no wonder Lan Yu was worried, as her situation was indeed very special. She was a fused entity, but in essence, she was also an independent individual possessing a complete divine soul and divine body. Even the godhead was something she possessed after fusion. And it was a top-tier godhead at that. In theory, it should be possible. Sumyu looked at Lan Yu and smiled. Don't worry. Why not just give it a try and see? It doesn't take much effort anyway. Action followed thought. Sumyu signaled for Lan Yu to relax her mind and directly moved his divine sense. Catastrophe. Target. Fusion law. This path of law was a major branch of the chaos rules, something Lingyu and Yulan had comprehended after breaking through to the realm of law lords. Since Lanyu mastered all the paths of law that the two women had comprehended, she naturally possessed this one as well. Using the fusion law to freeload a promotion into the great Tao of chaos rules was the best choice. Looking at the information appearing on the light screen, Sumyubai immediately smiled slightly. It really worked. Prompt: please select the promotion tier, Tier 1, Tier 2, or attach a catastrophe characteristic to it. Click to view details. Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Sumyubai did not start the promotion immediately. Instead, after giving a brief instruction, he turned and disappeared from this small internal world. My lord is truly an impatient one. Lanyu looked at the spot where Sumyubai had vanished and rolled her eyes helplessly. The commotion caused by freeloading a promotion to a great Tao of rules was still immense. Although he was currently in the dark space, it was not enough. Outside the headquarters of the Death Domain Bank, as soon as Sumyubai's figure appeared, he waved his hand to open a portal and stepped inside. Returning to the previous private room, golden light flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. However, this time it was not to activate the Zhuanshan divine pupils, but to prepare to set up the Zhuanshan Great Array capable of masking the fluctuations of the rules. After receiving guidance from Si Qingyu, although not much time had passed, Sumyubai's understanding and application of the Zhuanshan Great Array had become far stronger than before. Countless inscriptions shimmering with eerie light flowed from Sumyubai's fingertips like living stars. They were no longer the rigid structures of the past that required meticulous carving and strenuous maintenance. Instead, they seemed to contain the fundamental truths of heaven and earth. Flying nimbly and precisely into every corner of the private room, each inscription landed, silently merging into the most subtle nodes of space. It was not a forced ceiling, but rather like water droplets merging into the ocean, naturally resonating and harmonizing with the existing space in the room and even the deeper origins of the death realm. The eye of the ray is not fixed at a single point, but lies in the flow of momentum. Recalling Si Qingyu's teachings, Sumyubai pressed his hands into the void. His divine power was no longer poured out in broad, sweeping strokes, but transformed into a trickling stream, guiding the newly placed inscriptions at a unique frequency. In an instant, all the inscriptions were connected by an invisible force, forming an extremely complex yet naturally integrated three-dimensional network. The space of the entire private room rippled slightly, as if covered by an invisible barrier. This barrier appeared weak, yet it exuded an extremely profound aura. It did not forcibly block external probing or prevent internal fluctuations from leaking out. Rather, it cleverly distorted, refracted, and even assimilated all energy and rule fluctuations that attempted to penetrate it, dissipating them into nothingness, merging the ray into the rules. So that's how it is. A look of realization flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. He could feel that the concealment effect of this newly deployed Zhuanshan Great Array was several times stronger than before. Moreover, it operated more smoothly and naturally, consuming even less divine power. With a thought, the array stabilized completely. Everything in the room remained as usual. But even if the divine sense of a rule sovereign were to sweep over it, they would not detect the specific existence of the array. Not bad. There will be absolutely no problems now. Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction. Divine power surged across his body, and he instantly entered the dark space. The next moment, the Samsara divine realm unfolded, and Sumyubai entered his internal world once again. Sensing his aura, a figure broke through the water and emerged. The wings behind Lanyu swayed gently as she looked at Sumyubai with a resentful expression. My lord, you were gone for a whole week. A week? Sumyubai was slightly stunned. He had only set up an array, which at most took 10 minutes. Where did a week come from? Wait. He almost forgot. The time flow in this small world was 1,000 times faster than in the myriad worlds. In that case, Lanyu really had waited for him for a week. Slap. Sumyubai patted his forehead and gave an apologetic smile. It was my oversight. It's fine. Lanyu just wants to improve her strength as quickly as possible so I can be of help to you. My lord. Lanyu smiled slightly, putting away her resentful gaze. Then let's begin. Sumyubai nodded and brought Lanyu out of this small world. He still remembered how the great Tao of rules had nearly caused the small world to collapse when Yui completed her transformation. Therefore, To help Lanyu promote, he had to be in his main internal world. Well, my lord's world is so big. Looking at the surging and roaring sea of death below and the world tree that blotted out the sky ahead, Lanyu covered her red lips lightly, her eyes filled with astonishment. At this moment, she looked more like Lingyu. There will be plenty of opportunities to see it later. Let's begin. Sumyubai smiled and moved his divine sense directly. Catastrophe. Target. Fusion law. Promote to Tier 1. Rumble. The moment the catastrophe talent took effect, the previously calm inner world instantly boiled over. The world's tree trembled slightly, and the sea of death surged with rolling waves. A vast force, seemingly capable of encompassing all things while simultaneously annihilating them, descended from thin air. This aura was not overbearing, yet it was omnipresent, as if it contained everything within itself. This was the supreme rule that encompassed the 9 common rules of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. The great Tao of Chaos rules, however, even its descent could hardly shake Sumyubai's inner world. The power of the great Tao of Chaos rules was forcibly extracted by the catastrophe talent and began to pour madly into Lanyu's body. Lanyu let out a comfortable moan, her entire form enveloped in dense chaos chi, her figure becoming blurred. The 10 wings of chaos behind her unfolded of their own accord, greedily absorbing the power of the great Tao of Chaos rules. The dark gold and bright purple stripes on her wings flowed and merged at an unprecedented speed, becoming more harmonious and profound. Chapter 981, Crazy Advancement, a double-sized chapter. A long time later, the great Tao of Chaos rules faded away, and Lanyu opened her eyes. A powerful ripple of rules erupted from within her. At this moment, she could finally be considered a complete peak high god, although the 0.1% fusion rate of the great Tao of Chaos rules could not bring her any immediate boost. There was a world of difference between having begun to fuse with a great Tao and not having started at all. The most fundamental change was that the laws Lanyu now mastered were no longer the mere few from the past. She had completely comprehended all the paths of law beneath the great Tao of Chaos rules. As a result, her various methods were countless times richer than before. My lord, you truly are an existence capable of anything. Feeling the immense progress she had made in the rules of chaos, Lanyu looked at Sumyubai with a face full of adoration, stars practically sparkling in her beautiful eyes. When in front of Sumyubai, her personality was more like the playful and cute Lingyu. But if she were to engage in battle, she would lean toward the cold and elegant Yulan. Capable of anything is an exaggeration. Sumyubai smiled and waved his hand. There are still many things I cannot do. As he said this, Sumyubai suddenly paused slightly, because he noticed at this moment that on Lanyu's information panel, the fusion degree of the chaos rule under the great Tao of rules column was not 0.1%, but had directly broken through to 1% the moment she comprehended it. This number might not seem high, but this was the fusion degree of a great Tao of rules. Even for Sumyubai, without the rewards from the Myriad Worlds game, a great Tao of rules promoted through freeloading would only have a 0.1% fusion degree. This was the difference between 0 and 1. From this point alone, it was evident just how high Lanyu's this Chaos Angel's aptitude for the great Tao of Chaos rules truly was. The effect of this extremely high affinity is simply too astonishing. Sumyubai couldn't help but murmur. Hearing this, Lanyu proudly lifted her chin, her eyes filled with joy. How long had it been since she was praised by Lord Bai? Thinking of this, Lanyu immediately made a military pledge in front of Sumyubai. Rest assured, my lord, I will definitely give it my all and strive to fully fuse with the great Tao of Chaos rules as soon as possible to break through and become a Chaos Sovereign. I believe you can do it. Sumyubai habitually ruffled Lanyu's hair, then changed the subject. But don't be in a hurry, this advancement isn't over yet. As his voice fell, he once again moved his divine sense. Catastrophe, target, law of causality. Hint: please select the promotion grade, first grade to second grade, or attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Lanyu's law of causality, like the Signal Light Brothers, was something Sumyubai had first taught her via his self-created SSS rank skill Star Shift, and then promoted through freeloading. This law was a major branch of the great Tao of Fate rules. If it were sublimated to the second grade, it would allow Lanyu to directly begin comprehending the rules of fate. becoming a dual-path Pikai god. Moreover, what she would be comprehending and fusing with was one of the 10 supreme rules. Of course, there were conditions for beginning to fuse with a second great Tao of rules. That was, one must reach the realm of a Pikai god, and one's godhead must also transform into a top-tier godhead. Lan Yu met both of these requirements. As for the cost of sublimation to the second grade, was that even an issue in front of the current Sumubai? With the Death Domain Bank and the God of Wealth, Fujiaqiangxia, the resources consumed by the sublimation were simply not worth mentioning. Thinking of Fujiaqiangxia, a flash of doubt couldn't help but cross Sumubai's eyes. It had been so long, why was the information regarding the God of Wealth profession's promotion still a question mark? There was another point. Which great Tao of rules was the God of Wealth talent actually related to? At first, Sumubai guessed that the God of Wealth talent should be closely related to the great Tao of Fortune rules. But after obtaining the rules of creation, he leaned more toward the latter. However, if it really were the rules of creation, there was a problem. Before he obtained the Sword of Creation and subsequently comprehended the rules of creation, this great Tao of rules did not exist in the Myriad Worlds game database. If that were the case, how could Fujiaqiangxia's God of Wealth talent be related to the rules of creation? Even with Sumubai's current strength and vision, he still had many doubts regarding the Myriad Worlds and the Myriad Worlds game. The issues regarding Fujiaqiangxia's profession and talent could only be known once his new profession's data was finalized. For now, the priority was to improve Lan Yu's strength. Thinking of this, Sumubai couldn't help but shake his head. Looking at the virtual light screen before him. Option 1. Overwrite the previous promotion effect and re-promote to the path of law causality. No cost. Option 2. Sublime it to the great Tao of rules of fate. Cost to 10 billion soul crystals. Option 3. Catastrophize to rules of destruction fate. Cost 1 trillion soul power. Option 4. Individually apply the catastrophe trait to it, consuming 9,000 soul power. Sumubai vaguely remembered that when he used the catastrophe talent to upgrade the SSS rank skill soul control, the cost of sublimation was only 1 billion soul crystals, yet now it had increased to 10 billion. However, as the law of fate was one of the 10 supreme laws, it was only natural that the cost for sublimation and catastrophe would be 10 times higher than that of ordinary laws like the law of soul. 10 billion soul crystals was nothing, converted into divine crystals. It was merely 1 million. For the now wealthy Sumubai, it was just a drop in the bucket. Although he didn't currently have that many soul crystals or divine crystals on him, that was not a problem at all. My lord, what is it? Seeing Sumubai remain motionless for a long time, Lan Yu couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. It's nothing. Wait a moment. Sumubai waved his hand. Hearing this, Lan Yu's expression immediately stiffened. We don't have to wait another week, do we? No, it will be ready right away this time. Sumubai's mouth twitched. He raised his arm and directly dialed the communication channel of Fujiaqiangxia. Boss, what are your orders? Fujiaqiangxia answered immediately, his voice brimming with vigor. It was evident that he had been thriving at the Dead Realm Bank recently. After all, he was the God of Wealth handpicked by the Death Sovereign to hold the financial power of the Dead Realm Bank. If not for the Death Sovereign as his backer, given his God of Wealth talent and meager strength, he would have been discovered by that bank, his soul controlled, and he would have been reduced to a mere tool. But now, under Sumubai's orchestration, Fujiaqiangxia had become a figure in the Dead Realm Bank who was below only one person but above trillions. No one dared to offend him. Sumubai didn't bother with pleasantries and went straight to the point. I need 1 million divine crystals right now. As he spoke, he directly opened a remote trade with Fujiaqiangxia. Is 1 million enough? Would you like some more? Fujiaqiangxia was slightly stunned. For someone who controlled all the assets of the entire Dead Realm Bank, this number was truly too small. That's enough. I'll find you if I need more. Sumubai shook his head. The God of Wealth contract possessed the ability to trade across realms, so Fujiaqiangxia was Sumubai's personal purse, available for withdrawal at any time. All right. Fujiaqiangxia nodded and quickly completed the transaction. The moment the trade was completed, the space in front of Sumubai suddenly rippled. Following that, a tiny teleportation vortex condensed. and a super large spatial ring floated out from within. Sumyubai reached out to catch it and probed it with his divine sense. It was exactly 1,000,000 divine crystals. Not one more, not one less. Ending the communication, he looked up at Lanyu and moved his divine sense. Catastrophe, target, law of causality. Sublimation Tier 2 prompt. Confirm consumption of 1,000,000 divine crystals to overwrite the previous promotion effect and upgrade it to Sublimation Tier 2. Confirm. Prompt. You have lost 1,000,000 divine crystals. In an instant, all the divine crystals inside the spatial ring were absorbed by the catastrophe talent, leaving nothing behind. The next moment, the great Tao of Law descended once again into Sumyubai's inner world. However, what descended this time was the exceptionally profound and ethereal great Tao of the Law of Fate. But even the great Tao of the Law of Fate could not escape the destiny of having its power extracted by Sumyubai's catastrophe talent. Divine light flickered in Lanyu's eyes as she entered that state of sudden enlightenment once again. Only this time, she was enveloped by the power of the great Tao of the Law of Fate. The 10 chaos wings behind her swayed slowly, emitting wisps of the profound aura of fate. After a long while, the great Tao of the Law of Fate receded, and the divine light in Lanyu's eyes slowly dissipated. She had officially become a peak upper god who had simultaneously fused with the supreme great Taos of Law. This time, Lanyu's Law of Fate had only just entered the threshold. Fused to a degree of 0, she was a Chaos Angel, possessing extremely high affinity for the great Tao of the Law of Chaos. But she had nothing particularly outstanding regarding the great Tao of the Law of Fate. The reason she was able to start fusing with the great Tao of the Law of Fate now was entirely due to the cheat Sumyubai had provided her. My lord, I will certainly not let you down. Lanyu clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Next, I should return to the realm controlled by the angel race. Although she was reluctant to part with Sumyubai, Lanyu understood what she needed to do now. If she wanted to unify the Holy Light Angel race and the Fallen Angel race, she had to start building her prestige from now on, making the name of the Chaos Angel resound throughout both angel races, and even the entire myriad realms. Just like the names by and calamity of the myriad races before, she would make all the races of the myriad realms know of the existence of the Chaos Angel Lanyu. Look at you, in such a hurry again. Sumyubai smiled slightly. I never said the improvements were over. As soon as these words were spoken, Lanyu was stunned. My lord, do you mean that my strength can still be improved? Naturally. Sumyubai nodded slightly. Your current strength can at most deal with a peak upper god at the 7 or 8 stripe level. It's still lacking a bit of heat. Having said that, Sumyubai paused, then added, however, this time, you are not the only one improving. As he spoke, he moved his divine sense, and a portal opened in front of him. Immediately after, a figure holding a gray-black hook scythe stepped out from within. The person's figure was completely hidden within a wide black cloak, and only a pair of hollow pupils were visible beneath the shadows of the hood. Inside the pupils, 2 gray-white soul flames flickered slowly, seemingly devoid of much vitality, but the killing intent and death or emanating from him made Lanyu's gaze sharpen. This person looked as if he had just walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Although she could sense that the other party's strength was inferior to her own, Lanyu still looked at the gray-black hook scythe in his hand with wariness. This weapon brought her a profound sense of crisis. My lord, your subordinate has made all the arrangements. The newcomer bowed to Sumyubai immediately, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Seeing Sumyubai nod in acknowledgement, he turned to look at Lanyu. He reached out a withered hand to lower the hood covering his head, revealing a terrifying, ghastly smiling face. Lanyu, it hasn't been that long. Have you already forgotten me? Looking at that incredibly familiar face, Lanyu's expression froze, and she asked in surprise, Brian? How have you changed so much? It's a long story. All of this is the grace of my lord. Brian raised the scythe of the death god in his hand. This high-level law-grade treasure, imbued with the cataclysm trait, had elevated his strength significantly. By borrowing the power of the death god, even when facing the current Lanyu, he was not without the strength to put up a fight. Lanyu could naturally sense the powerful aura radiating from the scythe of the death god. Her gaze remained fixed on the weapon in Brian's hand, her heart filled with envy. For a long time, She had only used weapons manifested from her divine power, mainly because she truly lacked a suitable one. Furthermore, having been in seclusion for such a long time, there had been no need for a weapon, and after her seclusion ended, ordinary low-grade treasures no longer held much significance for her. With her strength at its current level, only high-level low-grade treasures, or fragments of high-level low-grade treasures like the Mark of the God Slayer, could provide her with any improvement. Watching Lan Yu's envious expression, Brian grinned, but his smile suddenly faltered. The next moment, the roles of the envious were reversed, shifting from Lan Yu to Brian. All of this was because Sumyu had flipped his hand to produce a strangely shaped treasure and tossed it casually to Lan Yu. Stop envying others. Although this thing isn't a perfect fit for you, it shouldn't be a problem to use it for the time being. Lan Yu instinctively caught the item Sumyu threw. The moment it touched her palm, an indescribable tremor surged from her hand deep into the depths of her soul. The texture was as warm and smooth as jade, yet it contained an extreme, icy chill that felt as if it could freeze a divine soul. She looked down to see an object, pitch black and bizarrely shaped, lying quietly in her palm. It seemed to have been forged from the purest darkness in the universe, its surface flowing with a cold, metallic luster. Its core was a complex polyhedral structure, with 12 energy interfaces extending from its edges, as if waiting to be connected. Merely by holding it, the surrounding light seemed to be swallowed by it, and the heart-stopping power of the law of darkness breathed within it like a slumbering dragon. Chapter 982. Embrace of the Eternal Night. Friendly reminder: the chapter ode from yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Dear patrons, you can read the previous chapter first, as it is a combined 4,000-word-long chapter. Main text below this. This fluctuation, Lan Yu's breathing suddenly stopped, her beautiful eyes widened, and her pupils reflected the treasure, filled with extreme disbelief and ecstasy. A rule-level supreme treasure, my lord, this is too precious. Her voice trembled with excitement. She felt as if the object in her hand was as light as nothing, yet as heavy as if it were supporting the entire sea of stars. A rule-level supreme treasure. This was a treasure that even many rule sovereigns did not possess. Lord Bai had actually just handed it to her so casually. A massive sense of happiness struck Lan Yu's mind like a tsunami, making her almost dizzy. This treasure was originally the high-level low-grade treasure left behind after the fall of the Zerg symbiotic sovereign, Heidi the Eight Spider Lances. Because the symbiotic rule was not strong in terms of offense, this treasure was originally of the darkness element, compensating for some of Heidi's weaknesses. After Sumyu used his Cataclysm talent to upgrade it for free, it became the current darkness element rule-level supreme treasure Embrace of the Eternal Night. It perfectly inherited the core characteristics of the Eight Spider Lances and elevated its effects by several levels. What was even more terrifying was that it greatly enhanced the user's attack power and their control and amplification of the Law of Darkness. Its attacks carried the Eternal Night Erosion effect, which could accelerate the disintegration of an enemy's divine body and the collapse of their divine power like a maggot on a bone, while plundering it with higher efficiency to be used as one's own. Try it out. Although it isn't the most suitable for you, the effects should still be quite good. Sumyu watched as Lan Yu looked like she was about to cry from excitement, and he said with a smile. Lan Yu fought back the moisture threatening to spill from her eyes and nodded vigorously. Following his instructions, she carefully injected her own chaos divine power into the Embrace of the Eternal Night. The core of the Embrace of the Eternal Night suddenly erupted with a deep, abyssal dark light. As if a miniature black hole had been instantly activated, it transformed into a streak of living black light and, with a whoosh, actively merged into Lan Yu's body. In an instant, an astonishing transformation began. The dark golden energy stripes that originally flowed on the 5 chaos wings on Lan Yu's left side suddenly solidified, as if they had turned into countless fine, sharp dark gold blade scales, tightly embedded and covering the edges and surfaces of the wings. Every blade scale shimmered with a cold light that could cut through souls. With a gentle flap, the surrounding space emitted the sound of being torn under unbearable pressure, and an aura of extreme sharpness that could cut through anything permeated the air. As for the 5 chaos wings on her right side, the bright purple energy stripes danced wildly like awakened lightning snakes, bursting with destructive dark electric arcs that crackled and coiled around every pure white feather. The holy wings intertwined with the destructive dark thunder, radiating a contradictory yet perfectly coordinated terrifying annihilation fluctuation, as if it could purify all foreign energy. This was far from the end. The majestic power at the core of the embrace of the eternal night had not fully merged into the 10 wings. The remaining portion surged and erupted violently beneath the shoulder blades on both sides of Lan Yu's back, to slender spear blades, condensed entirely from the purest power of the Dark Rule, suddenly tore through the void like the fangs of an ancient, slumbering beast bared in an instant. The most miraculous part was that once these 2 blades were fully formed, their bases were naturally enveloped and shaped by the dense dark energy, evolving into the contours of soft, magnificent energy wings at their ends, the fluid arcs, the swirling halos of energy, and the faint pressure they exuded echoed perfectly with Lan Yu's other chaos wings. Pseudo 12-wing Chaos Angel. At this moment, Lan Yu stood atop the sea of death, her 6 pairs of wings fully unfurled, a terrifying pressure approaching the level of a world master sweeping out like a storm. Such powerful strength. Lan Yu felt the brand new power surging and roaring within her, nearly overflowing, and she trembled slightly with excitement. She tentatively swung one of her dark golden-bladed wings toward a giant floating mountain in the distance. Swish! A dark thread, so fine it was almost invisible, flashed and vanished. The next moment, that giant mountain, along with the surrounding space, slid silently and diagonally downward as if sliced through by an invisible, massive blade. The cross-section was as smooth as a mirror, and it remained coated in a dark, erosive force that constantly writhed, devouring the surrounding light and energy. This power, this sense of control. Lan Yu clenched her fists tightly, a surge of immense joy and confidence filling her heart. A smile, like a blooming orchid, appeared on her face. Radiant and bright, her previous envy had long since been replaced by overwhelming happiness and fighting spirit. Possessing such a rule-level treasure, the path to unifying the angel race seemed to have been illuminated in an instant. Brian watched as Lan Yu transformed into a terrifying existence with an aura approaching that of a world master, the soul fire in his eye sockets flickering violently with envy. Subconsciously, he tightened his grip on the gray-black hook sickle that had accompanied him for so long. Although the scythe of the death god was touted as the strongest high-level low-grade treasure, it was, after all, only a high-level low-grade treasure. Compared to a genuine rule-level treasure, the gap was like that between a firefly and the bright moon. Sumyubai took in his subtle thoughts, finding it somewhat amusing, and spoke up. "What? Are you jealous?" Brian snapped back to reality, hurriedly reining in his thoughts and bowing his head respectfully. This subordinate would not dare. Lady Lan Yu's great increase in strength is a tremendous boon to your grand cause. My lord, this subordinate feels only sincere joy. Even so, that faint, lingering trace of envy was keenly captured by Sumyubai. That may be so, but as long as you follow me, you will never be short of good things. Sumyubai turned his gaze to the scythe of the death god in Brian's hand. It is time for it to step onto a new level alongside you. As his voice fell, the catastrophe talent was activated silently once more. Catastrophe target. Scythe of the death god, promote by 1 tier. As Sumyubai's divine sense stirred, a pure and majestic power of the rule, originating from the source of death, appeared out of thin air. This power, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, instantly enveloped the scythe of the death god completely. At the same time, the death rule great Tao descended once again into Sumyubai's internal world. In just a short while, this was already the 3rd rule great Tao to descend. The scythe of the death god emitted an unprecedented, violent humming sound, filled with joy and longing, as if a dragon long trapped in a shallow shoal had finally encountered the lightning tribulation to ascend. The gray-black blade, like a starving giant beast, greedily devoured this gift of death, under the gaze of Brian, who was so excited he had nearly frozen in place. The scythe of the death god began its ultimate transformation. Chapter 983. Scythe of Eternal Silence. The blade of the scythe of the death god, shaped like a crescent moon and symbolizing the reaping of life, gradually became as thin as a cicada's wing. Its color deepened until it resembled a rift leading to the underworld. Staring at it for too long felt as if one's soul would be sucked inside. The ancient and twisted death runes on the blade seemed to be injected with life, each one lighting up with a gray-white glow, like the flowing death aura of billions of perished souls, exuding a chill that could freeze the spirit. The texture of the cold, long handle also became deeper and more profound. The moment he held it, Brian felt his soul fire resonate with the weapon on a deeper level. A familiar yet incomparably powerful rhythm of death coursed through his entire body, as if he were not wielding a weapon, but a part of the death rule itself. Because it was a supreme rule level treasure, this free promotion took over an hour longer than the previous promotion of the Embrace of Eternal Night. However, this amount of time meant nothing to Sumyubai and his group. When the death rule Great Tao receded and the light dissipated, a brand new death-type rule level treasure, exuding a suffocating pressure, hovered quietly before Brian, Scythe of Eternal Silence, to extinguish all things and return them to eternal slumber. What a magnificent name! Brian reached out with his slightly trembling bone hand and gripped the handle of the Scythe of Eternal Silence tightly. The moment they made contact, a feeling of perfect harmony flooded his entire being. He could clearly sense that the terrifying power contained within the Scythe of Eternal Silence was more than 10, or even 100 times stronger than the previous Scythe of the Death God. Of course, with Brian's current strength, he could not yet unleash its full power. However, the catastrophe trait that originally belonged to the Scythe of the Death God had not disappeared. With the aid of its power, Brian had absolute confidence that even if he were to face an existence at the World Master level, he would have the strength to fight. He dropped to one knee abruptly, bowing his head deeply, his soul fire transmitting waves of incomparable piety and fanaticism. This subordinate shall use this scythe to clear away all obstacles for you, my lord. My will is the direction in which your blade points. This was not just the excitement of obtaining a powerful weapon, but a sense of belonging and honor from being valued and recognized, causing his soul fire to surge. Sumyubai raised his hand slightly, a gentle force lifting him up. Rise. This is only the beginning. The road ahead is still long. There were two main reasons why Sumyubai had not previously taken advantage of the free promotion for the Scythe of the Reaper. First, Sumyubai still wanted to unravel the secrets left behind by the Reaper Bach within the Scythe of the Reaper. Second, it was because of the principle that an innocent man is guilty of a crime by possessing a treasure. But now, Sumyubai's concerns had diminished significantly. He had already memorized all the coordinates and information contained within the Scythe of the Reaper. Once he finished his upcoming tasks, he would personally head to the bottom of the abyss of the underworld to investigate the secrets behind the fall of the Reaper. At the same time, the coordinates contained within the Gate of Death and the secrets left at the bottom of the abyss by the previous Overlord of Death, Mengtu, were also things he had to uncover. As for the second point, after this round of advancement, Sumyubai was confident he would possess the strength to confront a main god entirely on his own. These two rule-level treasures were merely the beginning. 1 or 2 rule-level treasures would indeed attract the covetous eyes of main gods. But what if there were 8 or 10, by then? With the human race's powerhouses each possessing 1 or even 2 rule-level treasures, combined with the 4 powerhouses comparable to main god Sumyubai, Yumu, Huijian, and Yiyuan along with allies from several top-tier races, who would dare to covet them? Sumyubai was different from Xingchen. The latter led the rise of the human race by relying on his own overwhelming personal strength. But Sumyubai was capable of making the strength of the entire human race skyrocket. What were the once strongest upper gods, the Reaper Bach and the God of Slaughter Ashes, compared to this? Did they have rule-level treasures with the catastrophe talent? The top world lords of the human race, each equipped with 1 or 2 rule-level treasures, might very well have the potential to rival or even surpass those two. This was what it truly meant to lead the entire human race in a powerful rise. Of course, to begin this plan, Sumyubai's strength needed to advance further, to the point where he could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the powerful existences within the main god realm, rather than being like he was now, barely able to contend with main gods like Heidi who were not specialized in combat. To reach this level, it would not take long for Sumyubai to be precise. It would only take a few days. Glancing at Lanyu and Brian, who were still trembling with excitement from obtaining the supreme divine artifacts, Sumyubai knew it was time for the next step. He spoke slowly, Rule-level treasures can indeed greatly enhance your current combat power, but the fusion of rule DOS is the foundation for reaching the Supreme Realm. This is the most important thing. Do not put the cart before the horse. Rest assured, my lord, we will not get carried away. The two nodded heavily, their hearts, which had been somewhat inflated due to their sudden surge in power, calming down significantly. Next, I will take you to a place. Sumyubai nodded slightly. That place can increase your speed of rule fusion by 1,000, 10,000 times, or even more, in just a few days. The effect will be stronger than countless epochs of bitter cultivation, where the two spoke in unison, their hearts surging with excitement while simultaneously filled with immense doubt. Did such a place really exist? You all know about the power of origin, right? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, and without waiting for them to answer, he said, where we are going next is the place where the power of origin is born, and it is also the source of all laws and rules in the myriad worlds, the origin land. The origin land. Lanyu and Brian both shuddered, their eyes erupting with an expression of disbelief. The power of origin was a reward granted by the myriad worlds game after triggering a worldwide announcement. Whether it was a baptism or an infusion, it was a rare opportunity for any living being. There was almost no one like Lord Bai, who triggered worldwide announcements every few days and received such rewards. Now, suddenly hearing that a place like the origin land existed, the two were deeply shocked. Just receiving a baptism or infusion of the power of origin would be of immense benefit to them. If they were to bathe directly in an ocean of the power of origin, wouldn't their degree of rule fusion advance by leaps and bounds? No wonder Lord Bai said that staying in the origin land for just a few days would be more effective than countless epochs of bitter cultivation. For a moment, both were filled with anticipation for the journey ahead. My lord, when do we set off? Brian asked impatiently. Now, Sumyubai smiled slightly, and his figure vanished on the spot. Inside his internal world, only Brian and Lanyu were left, staring at each other. The latter rolled his eyes and spread his hands, saying, just get used to it. Chapter 984, A Deadlock, a double-length chapter. Dead Zone Bank headquarters, inside a private room. Sumyubai's figure suddenly appeared, and the Zhuanshanuri covering the entire room continued to operate silently. Even the nearby rule overlords had not detected any of the previous fluctuations. If it had been in the past, at such a close distance, rule overlords like Xing'an would certainly have sensed some fluctuations from the descent of the rule Daos. It was evident that after the guidance from Si Qingyu's divine sense projection, Sumyubai's comprehension and application of the Zhuanshanuri were completely incomparable to before. The timing is just about right. Sumyubai sat down on the sofa and reached out, causing the teacup on the table to float slowly toward him. After smelling the tea's aroma, he drank it in one gulp and then gently set the cup down. The teacup vanished from his hand, crossing space to reappear on the table. During this process, the space within the room rippled slightly. Time, space, creation. This time, upon entering the origin land, the most basic goal is to fuse these 3 rule Daos to the 9 pattern limit. Sumyubai whispered to himself, slowly extending his right hand and curling his fingers into a void grip. The sword of creation was held silently in his palm, but before that, I still need to see if I can find the answer. As his voice fell, Sumyubai connected his divine sense to the void rift and lightly slashed his sword in front of him. A gap tore open in the space before him, and a portal quickly condensed. This was the portal to the void rift, which Sumyubai could now open at any time, as he possessed the overlord authority of a supreme god. Furthermore, from now on, Kang Li and the other rule sovereigns will no longer be able to track Sumyubai's location through their sovereign permissions, because their sovereign permissions are only at the main god level, while Sumyubai's supreme god level sovereign permission is far above theirs. The former is at most equivalent to having administrator permissions, while the latter is equivalent to developer permissions. Sumyubai has not yet fully mastered his supreme god level sovereign permission. Otherwise, he could even alter some of the content within the Myriad Worlds game. Of course, this alteration cannot transcend the Myriad Worlds themselves, because the Myriad Worlds game exists as an attachment to the Myriad Worlds. I hope I can find the answer. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Sumyubai's eyes. He stood up slowly, took a step forward, and his figure vanished into the portal. Notification. You have entered the Void Rift. There is nothing here, nor is there any sense of direction. Although he does not feel like his feet are touching solid ground. He does not fall either, however, and like in the past, Sumyubai is now able to freely view all the information within this database. Notification. Respected owner of the Supreme God level sovereign permission. Please state the information you wish to view. Even the tone and wording of the system notification are extremely respectful. Sumyubai spoke slowly. Is there a way to obtain additional opportunities to break through from the Law Lord stage to the Rule Sovereign stage within the Origin Land? This is the purpose of Sumyubai entering this place. Fusing the laws of time, space, and creation to the 9 pattern limit is merely a basic goal. His true objective is to obtain more opportunities for breakthroughs. Notification. Respected owner of the Supreme God level sovereign permission. Searching for information for you. As his voice fell, the system notification sounded immediately. In an instant, countless visible streams of data emerged from the Void Rift, and the entire space transformed into an ocean of data. Rumble. At the same time, the entire Void Rift began to tremble. Such a massive commotion. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. This is his first time seeing the Void Rift undergo such a change. It seems that the additional opportunities to break through to the Rule Sovereign stage hold significant weight in the Myriad Worlds game database. However, this also confirms that the Void Rift definitely contains the relevant information. Otherwise, it shouldn't have caused such a massive disturbance. Just before Sumyubai entered the Void Rift, in another area of this space, 4 figures were suspended in the empty, void expanse. Those who can enter this place are naturally beings who possess sovereign permissions. Except for those like Sumyubai, who obtained sovereign permissions once or twice by sheer coincidence. Those who can normally reach the Void Rift are all Rule Sovereigns. If Sumyubai were to see them, he would surely recognize them at a glance. These people are the sovereigns of various races who wish to nip him in the bud. They are the ancestor of the demon race, the slaughter sovereign Kangli, the first true lord of the mechanical race, the destruction sovereign Lingshang, the matriarch of the Zerg race, the procreation sovereign Nydia, the patriarch of the holy light angel race, the light sovereign Huazhou. These 4 are the strongest individuals of their respective races. Their strength, among all the Rule Sovereigns at the main god level in the Myriad Worlds, is also in the top tier. Huazhou's presence here means that he has already made his decision to join forces with the demon, mechanical, and Zerg races to completely eradicate the threat that is Baiyi. As for the purpose of these main gods entering the Void Rift, it is naturally to find Baiyi's whereabouts once again. However, it is evident from the expressions of the 4 that using their sovereign permissions to check information on Baiyi this time has not gone smoothly. To be precise, it was a failure. What exactly has Baiyi done? Kangli's expression was as gloomy as water. Even with our sovereign permissions used in unison, we still cannot find his location. It's not just his location. Lingshang shook his head, countless streams of data flowing through his eyes. Now, even the basic information we could view before is no longer accessible. Last time, when the 2 of them brought several main gods from their respective races here, they were still able to view information related to Baiyi. But now, that information seems to have vanished. And no matter how they utilize their sovereign permissions, they cannot find a single trace. There is only one possibility for such a situation to occur. Huazhou's brows were tightly locked. After a pause, he continued. That is that Baiyi's current sovereign permission is even higher than ours. Nydia, standing to the side, frowned deeply and added, in other words, our permissions are simply insufficient to view information related to him. I know. Killing intent flared in Kangli's eyes as his gaze swept across the surrounding data streams. But I don't understand how Baiyi could possibly possess a higher sovereign permission than us. According to calculations, this matter is related to the law of creation. Lingshang was in the middle of calculating, but his voice stopped abruptly. Rumble. Because the entire Void Rift suddenly began to shake. What is going on? How could the Void Rift suddenly have such a massive disturbance? Someone is viewing the most core information in the database. That is content that even we don't have the permission to view. In an instant, the expressions of the 4 main gods changed simultaneously, but the next moment, the 4 of them suddenly exchanged glances and spoke a name in unison. Baiyi. Looking across the entire Myriad Worlds, There was originally only one person whose sovereign permission was higher than theirs, the Fortune Sovereign Liu Yin. But the fact that they couldn't find any information about Bai Yi earlier forced them to admit that Bai Yi's sovereign permission is now higher than theirs as well. Therefore, the person causing the Void Rift to tremble at this moment is highly likely to be Bai Yi. After all, for the Fortune Sovereign, there is simply no content in the Myriad Worlds game database worth her time to view. Ha 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 ha. Kang Li suddenly looked up and laughed wildly. His previously gloomy expression instantly turned incredibly excited. It really didn't take any effort at all. Bai. Let's see how you break out of this predicament this time. As he spoke, he flipped his wrist, and a phantom seal appeared in his palm. It was precisely the space-time treasure that had previously sealed the entrance to the tributary of the River of Time. Seeing this seal, a flash of realization flickered deep in Ling Shang's eyes. Search. We must eliminate this major threat, Bai Yi, this time, otherwise, our race's future will be bleak. As the words fell, the four of them transformed into four streaks of light, flying off in different directions. To avoid alerting the enemy, they suppressed their auras to the absolute limit from the very beginning, and even their flight speed was not fast. In this way, whoever discovered Bai Yi could notify Kang Li to rush over and use that space-time treasure to seal the area where he was located. By then, even if Bai Yi wanted to exit the Void Rift, he wouldn't be able to. Little brat Bai Yi, the Void Rift is destined to become your grave. A fierce look flashed in Kang Li's eyes as he flew, searching for Bai Yi's presence. Sumyu Bai was immersed in the deluge of massive information, attempting to find clues regarding additional breakthrough opportunities from the complex core data. This appeared to be the core data of the Myriad Worlds game, which was not something that could be accessed instantly. Just then, his mind stirred slightly. The Supreme God-level sovereign authority granted him absolute perception of this space, allowing Sumyu Bai to capture a trace of an extremely subtle yet malicious prying. Can I run into acquaintances even here? A cold arc curled at the corner of his mouth. This aura, it really is like a lingering ghost. Almost the instant Sumyu Bai noticed it, that prying aura suddenly became clear, carrying a hint of undisguised astonishment, as if it hadn't expected his perception to be so keen. At the same time, through the aura, Sumyu Bai identified the other party, the Zirg matriarch, the sovereign of procreation Nydia. She was the first to lock onto Sumyu Bai's general location by relying on the Zirg's unique, keen perception of life and soul, and she had quickly tracked him down. It could be said that apart from the main gods of the demon race and the mechanical race, Nydia was the one who wanted Sumyu Bai dead the most. Because in that previous battle, only their Zirg race had suffered the most grievous losses, with one rule sovereign falling. As the matriarch of the Zirg, Nydia's strength was far greater than Heidi's. Although Sumyu Bai knew clearly that he was by no means a match for Nydia right now, he had no intention of fleeing at all, continuing to examine the information of the Void Rift as if no one else was there, far away. Although Nydia wished she could kill Bai Yi right now, she was not blinded by hatred. She knew very well that although her strength was much stronger than Heidi's, if she were alone, she could at most defeat Bai Yi. Wanting to trap or kill him was impossible. Therefore, upon realizing that she had been discovered, she did not hesitate in the slightest and immediately transmitted the information to the other three sovereigns via divine sense. Bai Yi's perception is much stronger than we imagined. I have been discovered. Hurry over. Found him, over there. Kang Li received the message, a fierce light flaring in his eyes. He immediately changed direction and simultaneously activated the phantom seal in his hand. Ling Shang and Huazhou also instantly moved to flank him. Since Nydia had already been discovered by Bai Yi, there was no need for them to hide anymore. In an instant, the speed of the three reached its limit. In just a few breaths, four figures radiating terrifying sovereign pressure surrounded Sumyu Bai from four directions. Their powerful auras intertwined into an invisible net, sealing off all paths of retreat. Bai Yi, I want to see who can come to save you this time. Kang Li hadn't arrived yet, but his rampant, ferocious laughter had already sounded. The phantom seal in his hand had already floated up, beginning to emit intense space-time fluctuations. It looked as if it were about to completely seal this area. Once space-time was locked, even if Sumyu Bai possessed supreme authority, it would take time to forcibly exit the Void Rift. and this short amount of time was enough for the Four Sovereigns to blast him into dust. At the same time, Lingshang, Huozhou, and Nydia also struck simultaneously. The power of the main gods surged on the surfaces of their bodies, and the power of rules and authority were instantly mobilized. They went all out from the very first move, especially Nydia, whose killing intent towards Sumiyubai had long since reached its peak. Now that she had the chance, she naturally wouldn't hold anything back. Lingshang's great Tao of destruction, Huozhou's great Tao of light, and Nydia's great Tao of procreation descended simultaneously, with tangible phantoms of the rules manifesting as rule sovereigns. They were all incarnations of their respective great Taos of rules. For powerful main god-level existences joined forces, with the sole intention of putting Sumiyubai to death, in such a death trap. Let alone the fact that Sumiyubai was only comparable to a rule sovereign. Even if Yumu came, it was not certain he could survive. However, facing this absolute kill, there was not a hint of panic on Sumiyubai's face. Instead, there was a trace of mockery. HMPH, still putting on a show when death is at hand, King Li snorted coldly, and the power of the main god poured madly into that small phantom seal. Even if you want to exit the Void Rift now, it's too late. Bai Yi, just surrender. I've calculated it. You can't escape. Being able to die in the Void Rift can be considered an honor for you. Bai Yi, I said I wouldn't let you go. Lingshang, Huozhou, and Nydia stared fixedly at Sumiyubai, cold sneers on their lips. In their view, Bai Yi was already a dead man. If he could survive such a kill, then it would truly be hellish. Your hardworking author is rushing to finish the manuscript. There will be updates later. Dear patrons, please read this first. Also, wishing everyone a happy National Day. Chapter 985 The Powerless, Furious Main God. All of this happened in an instant. At this moment, the Four Sovereigns had just formed their encirclement, and their attacks had yet to be unleashed. Kang Li's illusory seal was currently radiating terrifying ripples of space-time, beginning to lock down this sector of the void. Sumiyubai, however, was not the least bit flustered. He merely glanced at them casually, the corners of his mouth curling upward as he uttered a sentence that left Kang Li and the other sovereigns completely bewildered. Gentlemen, you are not welcome here. His calm tone was as if he were stating an established fact. As he spoke, Sumiyubai's thoughts stirred, and he exercised his supreme god-level sovereign authority. Target: Sovereign of Slaughter Kang Li, Sovereign of Ruin Zero Entropy, Sovereign of Nativity Nydia, Sovereign of Light Huozhou. Exercising supreme god-level sovereign authority, forced expulsion. Furthermore, freezing their sovereign authority for a duration of 1 year in the myriad worlds. There was no earth-shattering radiance, nor any roar of colliding laws. There was only an irresistible force of repulsion, seemingly originating from the very essence of the Void Rift itself, acting like an invisible giant hand that instantly descended upon the Four Sovereigns of Rules. What? No, how is this possible? What did you do? The savage grin on Kang Li's face froze instantly, replaced by extreme horror and disbelief. He felt his connection to the Void Rift being forcibly severed. That vast, majestic power acted upon him, leaving him unable to even muster a single thought of resistance. The data streams in Zero Entropy's eyes turned into garbled code. The holy light surrounding Huozhou flickered violently, and Nydia's beautiful face turned deathly pale. Get lost. We'll settle the final score when we meet again. Sumiyubai waved his hand as if shooing away flies. Kang Li and the other three sovereigns wanted to kill him, but did he not want to kill them just as much? If his strength were not currently insufficient, would he have needed to use his supreme god-level sovereign authority to expel them? The four figures, like portraits being erased by a rubber, blurred and turned transparent under Sumiyubai's calm gaze, accompanied by distorted spatial ripples, until they finally vanished completely from the Void Rift. Only Kang Li's illusory seal, which had been activated but failed to fully deploy its containment, lost its master's control. Its light dimmed, and it hung there, solitary and abandoned in the void. At the same time, in different realms, four disheveled figures were spat out by the Void Rift almost simultaneously. Their auras were in chaos, and it took them great effort to stabilize their forms. They were none other than the four sovereigns Kang Li, Zero Entropy, Nydia, and Huozhou, who had been forcibly expelled by Sumiyubai's authority. They were in a state of complete bewilderment. clearly having experienced such treatment for the very first time. In the myriad demon realm, Bai Yi, you little beast, how dare you? As soon as Kang Li steadied himself, he let out a hysterical roar. The sound waves shattering several dead stars in the vicinity. His face was ferocious, and he trembled with rage. How many years had it been? When had he ever suffered such a humiliating insult? To be thrown out of the void rift like a common fly. The most critical point was, why had a situation that was clearly a death trap for Bai Yi just a moment ago suddenly turned into this? By what right could Bai Yi command the laws with his words, expelling them with a single sentence? Kang Li's expression shifted between shades of dark and light, unable to fathom how this could have happened, but the next moment, his already unsightly face became even worse. And he roared hysterically once more. My space-time forbidden seal. This was the definition of stealing a chicken only to lose the rice. Not only had he failed to kill Bai Yi, but he had also lost a powerful treasure for nothing. This grudge is irreconcilable. Kang Li roared at the sky, the power of the sovereign of slaughter overflowing uncontrollably, turning the star sector upside down. In the destruction realm, Zero Entropy's cold electronic eyes flickered frantically, and a humming sound like an overload emanated from within its body. Clearly, its core logic had suffered a massive shock. Authority frozen for 1 year. How could he possibly possess such power? No matter how it calculated, it could not figure out how Bai Yi had achieved this. Having their sovereign authority frozen for a year meant that they would be unable to enter the Void Rift for the next year. Although there was little point in entering the Void Rift now that they could no longer track Bai Yi's information. The implications behind this power pointed to a much more serious problem. Just how strong had Bai Yi's sovereign authority become? In the light realm, Huo Zhou's face was livid, his holy light becoming unstable due to his extreme fury. He clenched his fists tightly, squeezing a few words through his teeth. Supreme God-level sovereign authority. To think it could even expel us. Just like last time. Huo Zhou regretted his actions. Yet, he also understood that regret was meaningless now. This was already the second time he had moved against Bai Yi. It was impossible for Bai Yi to simply let it go as if nothing had happened. Especially the words Bai Yi had spoken before they were expelled, which filled Huo Zhou with a dark premonition. In the life realm, Nydia was both shocked and enraged, her delicate body trembling at the thought of that completely irresistible power, and the fact that she would be unable to enter the Void Rift to check for information for the next year. She felt a wave of palpitations and stifled frustration. Failed again, damn you, Bai Yi. I will surely grind your bones to dust next time. Incompetent rage, utterly incompetent rage. For sovereigns of rules, standing at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds, had joined forces to surround and kill him, only to be kicked out of the Void Rift without even touching the corner of his clothes. And they were even gifted a package of frozen authority for a year. This sense of frustration made Nydia want to cough up 3 liters of blood. Although they had guessed that Bai Yi now possessed superior sovereign authority, they did not know exactly what powers the supreme god-level sovereign authority entailed. After all, everyone who had possessed supreme god-level sovereign authority in the past had been a supreme god, and a supreme god was an existence they could not afford to provoke, leaving them no opportunity to see such authority used against them. It was precisely because of this that Kang Li and the other 3 sovereigns were so shocked and bewildered. Inside the Void Rift, Sumyu Bai raised his hand with composure, drawing the illusory seal that had lost control into his palm. The seal felt cool to the touch, its surface covered in fine, dense cracks. It was clear that sealing the tributary of the river of time and space had consumed a massive amount of its energy. The time-space forbidden seal, a fine treasure indeed. Though it is severely damaged, it can be used at most 2 more times. He read the information contained within the seal, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. I didn't expect such an unexpected windfall. Kang Li, that old immortal, was actually quite generous, casually putting away this time-space related treasure. Sumyu Bai refocused his attention on the surging ocean of data. The interlude was over. It was time to get back to business. Chapter 986. Rule Dao Seed. With the assistance of his supreme authority, he quickly obtained the information he desired. Deep within the land of origin, there exists the origin sea. The sea contains the primordial origin chi, the fundamental energy present at the birth of the rules of the myriad worlds. Absorbing primordial origin chi can cleanse the foundation of one's rules, with an extremely slim chance of condensing a rule Dao seed deep within the origin of the soul. For every additional rule Dao seed one possesses, one gains an extra opportunity to break through to the rule sovereign realm. Please note, the location of the origin sea is erratic, and its duration upon appearing is also uncertain. Furthermore, the pressure within the sea is terrifying. It is difficult for anyone below the rule sovereign realm to withstand it, and forcing an approach carries the risk of damaging one's foundation. Origin sea. Primordial origin chi rule Dao seed. A brilliant, piercing light erupted in Sumyubai's eyes. There was a way after all. Although the probability of condensing a rule Dao seed by absorbing primordial origin chi was not high, it was, at the very least, a path forward. Moreover, the restriction that made it difficult for non-rule sovereigns to remain for long was not insurmountable for Sumyubai, who possessed numerous trump cards and a formidable divine body. Ever since his vitality surpassed the limits of the Lawmaster realm, Sumyubai's divine body had become increasingly powerful under the dual nourishment of the World Tree and the incomplete heart of reincarnation. Now, his vitality had unknowingly exceeded 200 worlds. If he continued to improve at this rate, Sumyubai felt that one day, he would be able to contend with the main god of the rule sovereign realm based on his physical body alone. Is this what it means to become a saint through the flesh? Sumyubai clenched his fist and took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. His figure slowly faded as he voluntarily exited the void rift. Inside the private room of the Death Domain Bank, Sumyubai's figure reappeared. Because the flow of time within the void rift was 1,000 times slower than in the myriad worlds. Although he had only spent a few minutes inside, 3 days had already passed in the outside world. He did not delay, communicating with his internal world with a thought. The next moment, Brian, Lanyu, and the 3 Signal Light brothers who had just been fished out from the depths of the Sea of Death and were still carrying a thick aura of deathly silence appeared in the room. Simultaneously, my lord boss. The 5 of them saluted in unison, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. The 3 Signal Light brothers already knew where they were about to go. Even though more than 3 days had passed since Lord White Knight said they would depart immediately, the excitement in their hearts had not diminished in the slightest. Are you all ready? Sumyubai scanned the 5 of them. Brian's soul fire was steady. The pseudo-12 wings behind Lanyu were slightly retracted, and the 3 brothers of Amon were rubbing their hands together, nodding vigorously. Very well. Sumyubai said no more and directly took out the ancient Death Domain Master token. The cataclysmic property of this special treasure had finished cooling down, and Sumyubai could use it to enter the land of origin once again at any time. Moreover, as his strength increased, the cataclysmic property of the Domain Master token had also improved significantly. First was the last time Sumyubai entered the land of origin. He could only stay there for 3 days, but this time, it had been increased to a full week. Most importantly, he could bring 5 people with him this time. Aoshin and Beng Shuang had entered the ruins of the ancestral dragon, while Longzi, Sanchi Qingfeng, and the others were currently within the human race's rule-level treasure, the Tower of Time and Space. Bloomer was already a top-tier world master and had reached the maximum bottleneck of the 9-pattern limit on the Great Tao of Rules. So going in would be of no use. Fujia, Qiangxia, and Vivian were business talents, and their combat strength was not the priority. As for Yui and the others, Sumyubai did not intend to bring them this time. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. It wouldn't be too late to bring them along once all 10 god-level nether beings were born. In any case, as his strength increased, the cooldown time for the cataclysmic property of the Death Domain Master token would become shorter and shorter. The most critical point was that Sumyubai was not certain if the land of origin could quickly improve the fusion degree of the inverted rule Great Tao before Yui and the others transformed into complete god-level nether beings. The myriad worlds did not possess such a rule Great Tao. Therefore, Sumyubai ultimately decided to take Brian, Lanyu, and the 3 Signal Light brothers inside. Furthermore, when he had previously triggered the myriad worlds announcement, he had obtained a chance to enter the land of origin openly, which meant he could open his internal world when entering this time. Thus, the countless human beings living within his internal world would also benefit from it, although the effect would be far less than entering the land of origin directly. It would be enough for them to benefit immensely and greatly increase their potential. Your souls will be subjected to intense tearing in a moment, so don't be nervous. Sumyubai gave the 5 of them a word of caution, injecting divine power into the Domain Master token to activate the cataclysmic property of this special treasure. A force far more majestic and profound than before surged out from the token, enveloping Sumyubai and the 5 others, including Brian. Space Twisted, and a passage radiating endless rule brilliance, as if leading to the origin of all things, slowly opened before them. The next moment, their figures completely vanished from the private room. An indescribable, intense sensation of tearing washed over them, as if their souls were being dismantled into their most basic particles, and then forcibly shoved into a cold, rigid pipe to travel at high speed. All around them were bizarre, kaleidoscopic colors and twisted lines that were completely impossible to comprehend. Although this was not his first time here, Sumyubai still felt extremely uncomfortable. This was because his soul strength was not yet sufficient. Only when one's soul truly reached the level of a rule sovereign could they ignore this kind of tearing sensation. As for Brian and the others, they had already fallen into a state of unconsciousness. If it weren't for the light radiating from the Death Realm Domain Lord token protecting them, they would have been torn to shreds the moment they entered. The surface of the token was bone-chillingly cold and permeated with death energy, but the catastrophe trait added to it by the catastrophe talent became the only coordinate and anchor point within this violent teleportation. The catastrophe trait operated frantically, forcibly tearing a path through the chaotic dimensional turbulence toward that legendary land. Time passed, though it was impossible to tell if it had been an instant or 10,000 years. All the noise and the sensation of being torn apart vanished abruptly, and the 5 unconscious individuals woke up. The scene before them shifted, and as their vision cleared, they found themselves in a magnificent world that defied description. This was the core of the myriad worlds, the Origin Land. My lord, is this the Origin Land? Brian looked at the scene before him in shock, the soul fire within his pupils flickering violently, at a loss for words. He didn't know how to describe his current feelings. He only felt that he had never seen such a dreamlike and illusory scene. The wings behind Lanyu remained frozen, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, his heart filled with immense excitement. Only the Signal Light brothers looked miserable. They turned their heads with great difficulty to look at Sumyubai and stammered, "Boss, help." The suppression here is too strong. Chapter 987. A different kind of divine descent. Notification. You have entered the Origin Land of the myriad worlds. Notification. The Origin Land is the root source from which the myriad worlds and myriad races were born. Notification. Your current status is that of a stowaway, and you will be expelled by the origin of rules. Notification. Your stowaway aura has been masked by unknown energy. This energy will be exhausted in 7 days. The system notification, which Sumyubai had heard once before, rang in the ears of Brian and the other 4. However, this time, the effect of the catastrophe trait could last for a full 7 days. Boss, help! The suppression here is too strong. Listening to the stammering pleas for help from the Signal Light brothers, Sumyubai finally remembered that the Origin Land would assimilate and suppress foreign entities. It wasn't just the Signal Light brothers, even Brian and Lanyu, 2 genuine peak upper gods, were unable to move at this moment. This was perfectly normal. After all, even Sumyubai had almost failed to endure it when he first arrived here. If not for the effect of the Death Realm Domain Lord token-esque catastrophe trait, they would have been expelled by the Origin Land immediately. However, the catastrophe trait of the Domain Lord token could only mask their aura as stowaways. It had no effect in resisting the suppression and assimilation power of the Origin Land. Therefore, although Sumyubai had brought them in, the 5 of them were still unable to take a single step here. The reason Sumyubai hadn't thought of this problem immediately was that his status this time was not that of a stowaway. The opportunity to enter the Origin Land, rewarded by the Myriad Worlds game, had been consumed the moment Sumyubai appeared here. Therefore, the system notification that rang in his ears was different from that of Brian and the others. Notification. You have entered the Origin Land of the myriad worlds. Notification. The Origin Land is the root source from which the myriad worlds and myriad races were born. Notification. Your current status is that of an origin traveler, and you will not be expelled or suppressed by the origin of rules. Notification. Your traveler status will expire in 10 days. Please leave immediately at that time, otherwise, you will be expelled and suppressed by the origin of rules. The status of an origin traveler was clearly incomparable to that of a stowaway. Now, Sumyubai could roam the origin land at will without feeling any suppression. And he could stay for 3 days longer than the current effect of the Death Realm Domain Lord token. Of course, as Sumyubai's strength continued to improve, the duration of the Domain Lord token's catastrophe trait would soon exceed 10 days. However, now was not the time to study this issue. Sumyubai looked at the Signal Light brothers, whose faces were twisted in extreme pain, and quickly said, "Use Divine Descent." Upon hearing this, the 3 brothers immediately closed their eyes and used their souls to communicate with the deity they worshipped, the White Knight standing before them. Although the situation of Brian and Lanyu was slightly better, they were also unable to move, without the slightest hesitation. The 2 also closed their eyes and began to pray to the deity they worshipped. All 5 were Sumyubai's fanatical believers. As long as Sumyubai wished, he could clearly hear the prayers from the depths of their hearts. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved his divine sense, consuming his soul power to the maximum extent to bring the power of the great Tao of rules down upon Brian and the other 4. Moreover, this divine descent was different from the past. The fire of faith within Sumyubai's godhood flickered violently, and within the swaying light, it stored thousands of strands of the purest power of faith that had been refined over this period. The flow of time within his internal small world was now 1,000 times faster. The human members living in the small world had long since awakened from their dreams and become his believers. Although the scale of Sumyubai's believers had temporarily stopped at level for 10 trillion, with these believers providing a steady stream of faith, the power of faith refined by Sumyubai's fire of faith would only continue to grow. The difference in this divine descent was that while performing it, Sumyubai channeled a portion of the power of faith to descend upon the 5 of them as well. Golden radiance suddenly flashed in the eyes of Brian and the others, and their aura surged accordingly. In the state of divine descent, they borrowed Sumyubai's power, and their strength increased significantly. But most importantly, it was the power of faith that descended along with the divine descent. Nourished by this power of faith, the 5 of them finally gained some ability to move within the origin land. Although it was far inferior to Sumyubai, as long as they could move, that was enough for them. Moreover, after absorbing these powers of faith, the divine souls of Brian and the others had undergone an essential transformation, especially in terms of the comprehension and fusion of laws and rules. Many areas that were previously confusing or only half understood now suddenly became crystal clear. Finally, I feel alive again. Amon let out a heavy breath of stale air and, with somewhat stiff movements, bowed to Sumyubai. Boss, this origin land is just too terrifying. Enough. Now that you have regained your mobility, hurry up and comprehend the laws and rules. Every single second here is precious. Sumyubai pointed to the bizarre and surreal origin laws and origin rules surrounding them, reminding them, find the origin you need and meditate on it. Remember, you only have 1 week. Once the time is up, return to my internal world immediately. As he spoke, he flicked his finger, and 5 rays of world power shot out, leaving a world mark on the palms of Brian and the others. With this world mark, as long as the space-time they were in was not sealed, they could teleport into Sumyubai's internal world at any time. Because Sumyubai himself was also in the origin land, they could instantly enter even from this location through this world mark. Yes, my lord. Boss, go do your thing. We will work hard. The 5 of them nodded in agreement and immediately began to search for the laws and rules they were comprehending and fusing. Although the effect is slightly weaker, 1 week is enough for them to improve by a significant margin. Sumyubai watched the 5 of them disappear from his sight and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The origin land could not only accelerate the comprehension and fusion of laws and rules, but also rapidly enhance divine souls and divine bodies. Therefore, the primary task for the Signal Light brothers this time was to first break through to the High God realm. By then, they would directly possess the combat power of a peak High God. However, their gains in the origin land would certainly not compare to Sumyubai's, because they lacked the mystic heaven divine pupils. They could not directly see the essence of the origin rules, and thus could not snatch the origin power that escaped when new laws fractured and dissipated. However, in the origin land, even if one could not snatch the origin power, one could still passively absorb the energy here. After all, this place was filled with origin power. Just being able to enter here was already a tremendous stroke of fortune. And fortunately, there were very few people in all the myriad worlds who could enter this place. Even Sumubai, who had obtained the supreme god-level sovereign authority, had not yet found a way to enter here through that authority. Chapter 988. The harvest brought by the Aura of Origin. After Brian and the others left, Sumubai did not immediately start snatching the origin power. Instead, with a thought, he opened his internal world. Boom. As if a floodgate had been opened, the aura belonging to the origin land, as if having found a vent, surged madly into Sumubai's internal world. The human race living in the various small worlds, whether they were cultivating or not, felt a sudden flash of inspiration at this moment, sensing the call and baptism originating from the source of all things. Although this was not the power of origin, but merely the aura of origin, most of them were at a very low level of cultivation, and for them, this aura of origin was already a supreme opportunity. In an instant, countless people fell into a state of epiphany, and their cultivation bottlenecks loosened. What they had originally lost due to being kept in captivity for generations was gradually being restored. This was a change in the essence of the soul, something that even Sumubai using the Phantom Dream Divine Record to make them dream could not compensate for. The potential and foundation of these human members were undergoing a silent yet earth-shattering transformation. In addition, the two great foundations of Sumubai's internal world, the Sea of Death and the World Tree, were like a long parched land meeting sweet rain, greedily absorbing this aura of origin that had descended from the sky. These two rule-level creations were already in a growth stage and would become stronger over time as Sumubai's strength increased. After Sumubai opened his internal world, the frantically surging aura of origin acted like a super fertilizer with amazing effects, directly accelerating their growth. The Sea of Death became deeper and more vast, its boundaries expanding rapidly, turning more void areas into part of Sumubai's internal world. The World Tree grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye, its branches and leaves becoming increasingly lush and crystalline, emitting an ever more pure and majestic life force. If they could continue to absorb the aura of origin, it would surely save them countless epochs of natural growth time. If the aura of origin can have such an effect, wouldn't the effect of the power of origin be even stronger? A sharp light flashed in Sumubai's eyes. It seems that even after all the rules are fused, I will still need a massive amount of origin power. The power of origin was an absolute treasure. He could never have too much of it. After finishing all this, Sumubai moved his divine sense and quickly absorbed the remaining thousands of strands of faith power within his godhead. As a large amount of the purest faith power merged into Sumubai's divine soul, he could not help but let out a soft groan. This ultimate pleasure, akin to the ascension of a divine soul, was incomparable to any other sensation. Although Sumubai did not feel like he had broken through a bottleneck this time, he could clearly feel that his divine soul had become much clearer. The efficiency this time should be even higher. Sumubai's lips curled slightly as he immediately began to search for the rule origin he needed. In 1 week, he wanted to fuse the 3 rule pots of time, space, and creation to the 9 pattern limit as quickly as possible, and then use the remaining time to try his luck. Although the location of the source sea was elusive, Sumubai was very confident in his level luck stat. What's more, he also possessed a portion of the authority over luck. Before long, Sumubai arrived in front of a dreamlike mass of rule origin. It looked like a bubble, but inside it were countless other bubbles. The bubbles were layered and intertwined, as if countless layers of space were woven and fused together. This was a mass of space rule origin. Found it. Sumubai's eyes lit up, and as his gaze shifted, he was overcome with great joy. This saves me quite a bit of trouble. Not far from that dreamlike, illusory bubble, a phantom clock tower was floating. Above the clock tower, countless indicators of varying lengths were distributed. Some of these indicators were rotating, while others remained perfectly still, motionless. The speed of the rotating indicators also varied. Some were extremely fast, others very slow. and many were even rotating counterclockwise. Clearly, this clock tower was the manifested form of the origin of the time rule. Sumyubai flashed to the center between the two masses of rule origins and sat cross-legged. Golden light suddenly erupted in his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead instantly opened, its young fish-shaped iris spinning rapidly. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil activate. Following Wo Wun's guidance, Sumyubai had made significant progress in his comprehension and application of the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. Furthermore, his Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil had originally evolved by absorbing the power of the Space-Time Divine Pupil. Therefore, when using the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil to observe the origins of the Time Rule and the Space Rule, he achieved twice the result with half the effort. In an instant, the two masses of rule origins changed appearance in Sumyubai's eyes. Their manifested exteriors gradually faded away, and the essence of the great Tao of rules was laid bare before him. Snap, crack, almost simultaneously, two nascent laws fractured and shattered. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. Now, a web of rules condensed in an instant, shrouding the escaping power of the origin. Having had the experience from last time, Sumyubai was well versed in the process and snatched the power away before the rule origin could reabsorb it. For strands of origin power, great start. Sumyubai retracted the web of rules, the joy on his face self-evident. Possessing the status of an origin traveler, he was already able to summon his treasures here. Though he could not yet utilize the power of those treasures within this space, however, contemplating the great Tao of rules within the treasures was not a problem at all. Therefore, without the slightest hesitation, Sumyubai absorbed all four strands of origin power he had snatched, then moved his divine sense. The space-time wheel instantly appeared before him. Sumyubai sent a wisp of divine sense into it, observing the great Tao of the time rule and the space rule that Zhu Xingchen had left behind within. The moment the space-time wheel appeared, the two masses of rule origins not far away suddenly vibrated slightly. They seemed to have sensed the presence of a power of the same origin. However, after the vibration, the two masses of rule origins did not undergo any further changes. Seeing this, Sumyubai shook his head in disappointment, collected his thoughts, and began to contemplate the rule origins before him and the two great Taos of rules within the space-time wheel simultaneously. For a long time, he had relied on the space-time wheel to mobilize the time rule and the space rule. His own level of fusion with the great Tao of rules, however, had remained stuck at 0. Now, with the reinforcement of the origin power, Sumyubai's fusion and comprehension of these two great Taos of rules suddenly began to advance by leaps and bounds. Chapter 989. Rule Origins Delivered to the Door. Simultaneously contemplating the two great Taos of rules left by Zhu Xingchen in the space-time wheel and the two masses of rule origins in the origin land, coupled with the reinforcement of origin power and faith power. Even though Sumyubai was multitasking, the fusion progress of the two great Taos of rules did not increase slowly at all. After digesting the four strands of origin power, Sumyubai exited his state of epiphany and suddenly opened his eyes. In this instant, his eyes seemed to contain a slowly flowing river. It was a phantom of the river of space-time. At the same time, two system notification sounds rang out in Sumyubai's ears one after another. Notification. Congratulations on advancing your fusion level with the great Tao of the time rule. Current fusion level, 16.32%. Notification. Congratulations on advancing your fusion level with the great Tao of the space rule. Current fusion level, 18.57%. The difficulty of fusing the time rule was clearly higher than that of the space rule. However, in a place like the origin land, where the origin power was nearly infinite, this small gap was not worth mentioning. Time, space. When Zhu Xingchen fused these two great Taos of rules, could his progress have been this fast? The river of space-time reflected in Sumyubai's eyes gradually faded, and he was very satisfied with his speed in fusing these two great Taos of rules. The space-time wheel before him vibrated gently, the wheel emitting a faint black and white light. You fellow, are you complaining that I haven't started fusing the two great Taos of time and space until now? Sumyubai looked at the space-time wheel and smiled. Don't worry, this time I will fuse them all the way to the 9-pattern ultimate realm in one go. As his voice fell, he continued to operate the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil, looking at the two masses of rule origins not far away. Before long, another nascent law fractured and shattered. Sumyubai seized the opportunity and instantly unleashed the web of rules. It was just a pity that the nascent law that fractured this time was significantly weaker, and the escaping origin power was not much. Even though Sumyubai was already well versed in the process, he only managed to snatch one strand of origin power. My luck was a bit worse this time, but even a mosquito's leg is meat. I'll absorb it first. Sumyubai raised his hand in a beckoning gesture. The web of rules returned to his palm in an instant and dissipated, leaving only the snatched strand of origin power. He moved his divine sense, absorbed it into his body, and then once again began to contemplate the two great Taos of time and space. While Sumyubai was contemplating the great Taos of rules, Brian and the others were not idle either. They were all following the method he had described, searching for the rule origins they needed. All 5 of them were entering the origin land for the first time. Despite the god descent state and the reinforcement of the faith power bestowed by Sumyubai, their movements in the origin land remained arduous. Especially the 3 Signal Light brothers. Their cultivation levels were simply too low. They had only just managed to break through to the level of median gods. If it weren't for the cataclysmic protection of the Death Realm Domain Lord's command, the 3 brothers wouldn't just be unable to enter the origin land. The terrifying pressure of the teleportation channel alone would have been enough to annihilate them instantly. Now, through their god descent state and the power of faith, the 3 brothers had managed to regain the ability to move. Though their speed was agonizingly slow, barely any faster than before they had broken through to the Lawmaster realm. Fortunately, their primary goal in coming here was not to fuse with the rules of the Great Tao, but to first break through to the upper god realm. Therefore, Amon and his brothers did not need to seek out the origin of the destruction rules. They only needed to find a relatively safe place to continuously absorb the origin ore here, thereby elevating their divine souls and divine bodies. Big brother, staying in this place is truly unbearable. Huangguo's hideous demon face looked even more miserable than if he were crying. As a genius among the 3 royal families of the demon race, when had he ever suffered like this? Previously, while in seclusion within their boss's internal world, constantly enduring the soul-shattering impact of the Sea of Death, he had already considered that to be the most painful experience in the world. He never expected that after finally changing locations, things would be even more terrifying. Compared to the horrific pressure here, the soul impact of the Sea of Death was simply child's play. Bang! Amon glared at Huangguo and habitually slammed his fist onto his head, admonishing him. If you find it unbearable, then hurry up and improve your strength. Since the boss brought us in here, we absolutely cannot let him down. Huangguo, big brother is right. The origin land is a heaven-sent opportunity. Lu Mao suppressed his laughter and nodded with a straight face. For once, he wasn't the one getting hammered along with him. Big brother, I know. I was just saying it casually. Huangguo rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. He only said it was uncomfortable. He didn't say he wanted to give up. Did he really have to get hammered for that? Are you even being reasonable? But then he thought about it. When had his big brother ever been reasonable? Thinking of this, Huangguo sighed helplessly and avoided Amon's gaze, only to freeze in place a moment later. You brat. Are you still feeling aggrieved? Amon, looking at him with a sense of iron failing to become steel, was about to continue when he was interrupted by Huangguo. Big brother, look. Huangguo pointed in the direction behind Amon with a look of surprise, as if he had discovered something incredible. Don't try that trick on me. Look at what, you better just. Before Amon could finish his sentence, he was interrupted again by Lu Mao beside him. Big brother, it's true. Look, we are so lucky. Hearing Lu Mao say the same thing, Amon turned his head, half doubting. The next moment, he was overjoyed. This works too. Not far away, a massive rule origin had appeared out of nowhere. It was a palm descending from the sky. On its palm, intricate lines were fully visible, radiating a terrifying aura. Those lines were individual pots of laws, coalescing to form this massive palm that looked as if it could destroy the world. We haven't even started looking, and the destruction rule origin just delivered itself to our doorstep. Amon was overjoyed, for the palm before them was exactly the destruction rule of the Great Tao that was most compatible with the 3 brothers. The rule origins in the origin land did not stay in one place. They could move at any time, or even appear out of thin air in another location. And this bomb had just appeared suddenly. The elusive nature of luck was perfectly embodied in the traffic light brothers. Why worry about it? Since we've encountered it, let's start comprehending. Huangguo grinned, instantly forgetting his previous grievances. Lu Mao immediately began his comprehension. Amon stopped overthinking it as well, while absorbing the origin or here. He began to comprehend the destruction rule of the Great Tao. Of course, given their current cultivation level, they could only start by slowly comprehending the lines on the palm, grasping more of the law paths beneath the destruction rule. However, with the aid of the rule origin, the origin or, and the power of faith, their speed in comprehending the law paths would undoubtedly far exceed anything from the past. Chapter 990, Brian's Realization, Land Use Crisis. The situation of the traffic light brothers, while not as impressive as the sister duo of Lingyu and Yulan, was still extremely unique within the myriad worlds. If they were separated, each of them would be nothing more than an unremarkable genius of the demon race. But even among geniuses, there are tiers. Geniuses like Amon, Huangguo, and Lu Mao, without any special encounters, would at most be considered ordinary geniuses. Breaking through to the Lawmaster realm would likely be their limit. But when the three brothers were together, it was a different story. The power of the authority of luck was enough to grant them one opportunity after another, allowing them to advance further and even rival the top-tier geniuses. After all, even many domain lord-level powerhouses could not grasp the power of a Tier 1 authority. Not to mention that the Traffic Light brothers possessed the authority of luck, a power that triggered passively and consumed none of their own energy. Back then, meeting Sumyubai on Hanyuan Star, who was tainted with the aura of the demon royal family, was that not a stroke of luck. Moreover, under normal circumstances, they were hostile towards Sumyubai at the time, and their ultimate fate would have been death. But as it happened, Haiti, whom the three brothers had summoned, possessed the remnant soul of En within his body. Through a series of coincidences, the three brothers began following Sumyubai from then on. To be able to follow such a cheat user, isn't that the luckiest thing of all? If they hadn't been favored by the luck rule of the Great Tao, how could everything have gone so smoothly? The reason it was called the luck rule of the Great Tao, rather than Liu Yin, the master of luck, was because the authority of luck they possessed did not belong to Liu Yin. Before the palm-shaped destruction rule origin, the eyes of the Traffic Light brothers shimmered with light. Each of them activated their pupil techniques, focusing their entire being on comprehension. Although their pupil techniques were far inferior to Sumyubai's Mystic Heaven divine pupils, with the foundation of the demon royal family, they were still able to play a role in their comprehension. At the same time, the origin chi that permeated the land of origin was being continuously absorbed into the bodies of the three, elevating their divine bodies and the realms of their divine souls. On the other side, Brian, who was at the peak of the upper god realm, moved much faster than the three Signal Light brothers. Although he lacked the authority of luck, it did not take him long to find a cluster of the origin of death rules here. Looking at the grinning skull before him, Brian could not help but feel a moment of distraction. Is this the origin of death rules? Such a familiar feeling. The undead race was the most compatible race with the Great Tao of death rules, bar none. As a top-tier undead creature who had already begun to merge with the Great Tao of death rules, Brian naturally felt a sense of kinship. The soul fire within his pupils surged upward, instantly breaking through his eyes and burning fiercely in the outside world. Undead soul pupils activate. This was a high-level low-grade ocular technique he had obtained by chance years ago. Its effects were a cut above the demonic royal ocular techniques of the three Signal Light brothers. However, it was precisely to obtain this technique that he had been unluckily annihilated by a suddenly tearing space-time. Once, Brian had felt as if the sky had collapsed, and sure if he could ever return to his peak. The moment before his soul was controlled by Bai, he even felt that his life was completely over. But now, Brian was grateful that he had been controlled by Lord Bai back then. Otherwise, how would he have had the opportunity to enter the land of origin? Such a fortuitous encounter, let alone recovering his peak and regaining control of the Frost Prison God Kingdom, was something he could never have obtained even if he became the Lord of the Undead Realm. It was not just the opportunity, even his soul had long since been voluntarily released from control by Lord Bai. Now, Brian only wished to be Lord Bai's vanguard general. charging into battle for him. As for those races on the death list, he would lead the army of the dead and wash them away in blood. However, to wash those races on the death list in blood, the prerequisite was to possess greater strength. Therefore, Brian sat cross-legged directly in front of the skull-shaped origin of death rules and began to comprehend it frantically. The only regret was that, as a stowaway, he could not summon the Scythe of Eternal Silence here. Otherwise, by borrowing the power of the death god Bach, his efficiency in comprehending the origin of rules would certainly be higher. Fortunately, after the Scythe of Eternal Silence became a rule treasure, it had also harbored a great Tao of death rules within it. Although Brian could not summon the Scythe of Eternal Silence here, he could still comprehend the projection of the great Tao of rules in his mind. With both methods working in tandem, the progress of his fusion with the great Tao of death rules immediately began to break through repeatedly. 1%, 1.5%. At the same time, Lan Yu, with 10 wings swaying behind her, arrived before a surging, rolling mass of chaotic mist. She was also a stowaway, and able to even manifest the 6th pair of wings transformed from the embrace of eternal night here. However, this did not have much of an impact on her. Inside the mist ahead, it was filled with various colors: gold, green, blue, red, brown, and so on. As the mist rolled, these colors were constantly changing, and even blending together. In reality, this cluster of the origin of rules was the furthest from the place where they had separated. Yet, Lan Yu acted as if she had known all along that the origin of chaos rules was here. Throughout the journey, aside from avoiding other origins of rules, she had not even taken a single turn before arriving directly here. Is this the source of the calling? Lan Yu's eyes were somewhat unfocused at this moment. Her red lips parted slightly as she whispered, after entering this place, she had felt a sense of being called within her divine soul. Therefore, after Sum Yubai told them to act individually, she had come here at the first opportunity. Sure enough, what was calling her was precisely a cluster of the origin of chaos rules. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Upon approaching the origin of chaos rules, Lan Yu suddenly felt her heart beating violently. At the same time, the 10 chaotic wings behind her suddenly erupted with dazzling light. The dark golden stripes and bright purple stripes glowed intensely, blending into the color of chaos. Even Lan Yu's entire body was illuminated by the chaotic colored light. Just then, that cluster of the origin of chaos rules also suddenly began to expand rapidly. The various colors within it accelerated their fusion, instantly blending into the color of chaos as well. Oh no! Lan Yu was instantly jolted awake, the 10 chaotic wings behind her flapping frantically as she attempted to flee, because she remembered Lord Bai once saying that one must never touch the origin of rules. Otherwise the power of assimilation and suppression would soar to a terrifying degree. But it was already too late. The expansion speed of that mist was astonishingly fast. Before Lan Yu could even turn around, she was enveloped by the expanded mist. In an instant, her pupils also turned the color of chaos. Chapter 991. Truly comparable to a rule sovereign. Somewhere in the land of origin, a surging, rolling mass of chaotic mist expanded rapidly, instantly enveloping Lan Yu entirely. In a flash, Lan Yu's pupils turned directly into the color of chaos, and her divine soul lost consciousness. But strangely, despite coming into such contact with the origin of chaos rules, she was not suppressed or expelled. After enveloping Lan Yu, this cluster of the origin of chaos rules stopped expanding and shrank back to its original size, as if nothing had happened before. Lan Yu's body followed the shrinking origin of chaos rules into its central position. At this moment, the 5 pairs of chaotic wings behind her had retracted without her knowing, and her entire body was curled up, much like a fetus in the womb. The chaotic divine light within the origin of chaos rules was slowly, bit by bit, merging into Lan Yu's body. The dark golden stripes on the 5 wings on the left seemed to be flowing faster than before, and their surface area was growing larger and larger. The wings on the right underwent the same change, with the bright purple stripes flowing rapidly as if they had come to life. At this rate, Lan Yu's 5 pairs of strange wings would sooner or later turn completely into a dark gold and bright purple hue. This was exactly the same color as the wings Sum Yubai had seen when he plucked the strings of fate. In other words, Lan Yu was not facing a crisis. On the contrary, she had encountered a stroke of fortune. The reason Lan Yu was born in the first place was that the twin sisters, Ling Yu and Yulan, had been attracted by a certain force while Sumyu Bai was being infused with the power of the origin. Unconsciously coming into contact with this power, they were enveloped by the cocoon of light and darkness. This meant that even without Sumyu Bai, as long as the sisters could come into contact with the power of the origin, they would have obtained such an opportunity. Of course, obtaining an infusion of the power of the origin, a reward from the Myriad Worlds game, was not such an easy task. Without following Sumyu Bai, a player who was essentially a walking cheat code, the two sisters would not have known when they might have encountered such a thing. Moreover, according to the normal script, after coming into contact with the power of the origin, they should have merged into an angel of light and darkness, but with Sumyu Bai, the ultimate bug maker, present, a single thought from his divine sense had freeloaded the cocoon of light and darkness that enveloped them and promoted it into the higher tier cocoon of chaos. It was precisely because of this that Lan Yu, the one and only chaos angel in the Myriad Worlds, was born. Now, Lan Yu had clearly obtained another immense stroke of fortune. And all of this was, once again, brought about by Sumyu Bai. Without Sumyu Bai, she could never have come to a place like the Land of Origin. Nor could she have touched the origin of the laws of chaos. Ever since it enveloped Lan Yu, that mass of the origin of the laws of chaos had stopped churning, and its chaotic divine light had become restrained down inside. Above the head of the curled-up Lan Yu, a godhead faintly emerged, and the low runes on its surface, representing the degree of fusion with the laws of chaos, were constantly growing. Before long, the first low rune had grown to its limit. This also meant that her degree of fusion with the laws of chaos had already reached the realm of the first rune. But Lan Yu's fortune was not limited to just this, as second low rune soon condensed and emerged, its growth speed not much slower than the first. Merging with the great Tao of laws in the Land of Origin was an ultimate pleasure, one that easily made people lose themselves in it, and knowingly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Sumyu Bai opened his eyes again, the phantom of the river of time and space flowing within them had already become as substantial as reality. The yin-yang fish-shaped pupil in the vertical eye at the center of his brow also held a bit more vicissitude and detachment, as if it had been baptized by endless years and space. At the same time, a series of system notifications arrived right on cue. Notification: congratulations. Your degree of fusion with the great Tao of space laws has advanced further. Current fusion degree: 99.99%. Notification: congratulations to player Bai for successfully fusing the great Tao of space laws to the ultimate realm of the 9 runes. Notification: congratulations. Your degree of fusion with the great Tao of time laws has advanced further. Current fusion degree: 99.99%. Notification: congratulations to player Bai for successfully fusing the great Tao of time laws to the ultimate realm of the 9 runes. For great Tao of supreme laws at the ultimate 9 rune realm. Sumyu Bai stood up, exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a mysterious light flickered in his eyes. He clenched his fists, feeling the power he possessed at this moment, and a smile could not help but curl the corners of his lips. Right now, my strength should be on par with the Law Sovereign of Heidi's level. The reason he was able to successfully slay Heidi, the symbiotic sovereign, last time was only because of the help from Hui Jian and the projection of the Death Sovereign. At that time, although Sumyu Bai could destroy Heidi's symbiotic projection, he was still no match for her true body. But at this moment, he was very certain that his strength had fully reached the Law Sovereign realm. Theoretically speaking, adding to more great Tao of laws at the ultimate 9 rune realm, even if they were supreme laws like time and space, should never have brought about such a massive improvement. Just like the Reaper, Bach, who had simultaneously fused the supreme great Tao of death and time to the ultimate 9 rune realm, even with a series of other fortunes, he could only manage to escape from the projection of a Law Sovereign. But when had things happening to Sumyu Bai ever followed logic? The reason he was able to improve so much was entirely due to the heart beating within his chest, the incomplete heart of reincarnation. Is this the way to restore you to completeness? Feeling the beating of the heart of reincarnation, Sumyu Bai couldn't help but touch his chest, his divine sense probing into his body. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. The heart of reincarnation was now beating with increasing vigor and strength. seemingly more active than it had been in the past. On this incomplete heart, there were 20 more low runes than before. The pitch-black low runes of time and the pure white low runes of space. Into other areas, there still existed the gray-white low runes of death and the golden low runes of fate, which Sumubai had previously fused to the ultimate 9-rune realm. These 40 shimmering low runes were like threads, stitching up some of the gaps on the incomplete heart of reincarnation. It was just that it seemed to still lack a little something, unable to fully heal the gaps. As for the low runes of creation, there were only 5, which were not enough to mend a single gap. However, the existence of these low runes had allowed the incomplete heart of reincarnation to recover a portion of itself. After the heart of reincarnation recovered a part of its power, it fed back into Sumubai. Strands of power that transcended supreme divine power surged out from the heart of reincarnation, continuously nourishing his divine body, divine soul, and even his inner world and Godhead. This was the reason for Sumubai's skyrocketing strength. After fusing the great Tao of time and space to the ultimate 9-rune realm, Sumubai's vitality had also suddenly soared to 408 worlds. Even Sumubai himself felt shocked by that immense vitality. There wasn't even anything to compare it to. After all, throughout the countless epochs of the myriad worlds, a monster like him had never appeared at the Lawmaster Realm. Chapter 992. Strange Beasts of the Land of Origin. It seems that only by fully mastering a rule Great Tao is it possible to restore one of the gaps in the heart of reincarnation. Sumubai withdrew his divine sense and voiced the speculation in his heart. It was just a pity that before he began to integrate a new rule Great Tao, he did not know exactly how many gaps the incomplete heart of reincarnation had. Just like the 5 gaps present now, they only appeared after he had entrusted a rule Great Tao to it. Then, the next one will be the creation rule Great Tao. Sumubai took a deep breath. With a thought, he put away the wheel of time and space while the sword of creation instantly condensed in his palm. He intended to use this rule supreme treasure to quickly locate the origin of the creation rule. Although the past Myriad Worlds game did not have data on the creation rule Great Tao, that was merely the Myriad Worlds game. This supreme rule had existed within the Myriad Worlds from the very beginning. It was just that, for some unknown reason, it had been forgotten by the entire Myriad Worlds. Sumubai believed that, no matter what, the origin land would certainly contain the source of the creation rule. His gaze sharpened as he injected his divine power into the sword of creation. Clang! A sword hum rang out. This rule supreme treasure grade longs word instantly transformed into a streak of light, changed direction, and plunged into the origin land. As expected, Sumubai's expression brightened. He followed closely behind the streak of light, his heart surging with excitement. He could feel that the sword of creation was pointing in a very clear direction. This meant that the source of the creation rule truly existed. He was currently in the status of an origin traveler, so he would not be expelled or suppressed by the origin land. Thus, his flight speed here was not a bit slower than in the outside world. However, the place where the source of the creation rule existed seemed to be extremely far away. Even at Sumubai's speed, he had flown for nearly half a day and still had not seen it. It was not until he passed through a brilliant belt of laws that the scene ahead suddenly opened up. A ball of light containing an endless aura of creation was floating quietly there. It seemed to be the starting point of everything, constantly changing its appearance at every moment. The familiar aura, which shared the same origin as the sword of creation, was clearly the source of the creation rule. Clang! The sword of creation let out another sword hum, and after the blade trembled slightly for a moment, it returned to Sumubai's palm, as if it were greeting the source of the creation rule before them. Just at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. A roar erupted, pulling Sumubai's attention away from the source of the creation rule. Only then did he realize with a start that there was a strange-looking exotic beast in the distance. There are actually living creatures in the origin land. Sumubai's pupils constricted. His eyes filled with shock. The aura of this thing was identical to the entire origin land. If it hadn't suddenly let out that roar just now, Sumubai would not have detected its existence at all. The exotic beast had a peculiar shape, possessing 8 legs, 5 eyes, and 3 long, sharp horns growing from the top of its head. It looked like something not to be trifled with. However, there was no fur or scales on its body, and it looked exceptionally smooth. Its entire body was a somewhat transparent gold, and one could see everything inside it at a glance, but within its body, there were no organs, only flowing origin power. This exotic beast seemed to be entirely condensed from origin power. Roar! Seeing someone staring straight at it, the exotic beast was instantly enraged. It opened its blood-red maw, let out another roar, and transformed into a streak of light, lunging directly at Sumyubai. Every move it made seemed to contain natural, inherent rule fluctuations. I want to see exactly what you are. Sumyubai's eyes turned cold. Golden light flashed in his pupils, and the vertical eye at the center of his forehead opened. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil activate. In an instant, the information panel of the exotic beast appeared before his eyes. Origin Beast Combat Power. Main God. An origin beast condensed from excess origin power. They are extremely rare. It possesses no intelligence and will attack any creature that enters the origin land. The origin beast's panel information was simple to the extreme, other than a combat power column. There was nothing else, but this was enough. Sumyubai, whose strength had greatly increased, was just looking for an opponent of the same level to test himself. Now that he had suddenly encountered an origin beast, it was exactly what he wanted. An origin beast, is it? A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. You've come at the right time. I wonder how much origin power I can absorb after slaying you, Clang. Without him even needing to act personally, the Sword of Creation sensed the threat and emitted a clear, resonant sword hum on its own. The blade vibrated, and a pure sword chi of creation instantly burst forth. Sumyubai gripped the Sword of Creation, simultaneously mobilizing the time rule and space rule that he had just integrated to the 9-pattern ultimate realm. The next moment, that sword chi instantly transformed into hundreds of streaks, directly crossing space and striking the oncoming origin beast. These were not sword chi phantoms, but hundreds of solid, real sword chi strikes, unleashed by Sumyubai in an instant under the enhancement of the time rule. With Sumyubai's current strength, this strike was enough to instantly annihilate a main god's projection avatar. However, what happened next made him frown. He saw that the hundreds of sword chi strikes had indeed hit the origin beast precisely, even passing through its body, but they seemed to have caused no damage at all. The origin beast's attack was not affected in the slightest. Its speed did not diminish, and it crashed straight toward Sumyubai. The 3 long, sharp horns on its head shimmered with a cold light, tearing through space as they arrived, aimed directly at Sumyubai's head. Its attack was a simple collision, yet it felt perfectly natural, containing several types of rule great douse. It seems you are a troublesome fellow. Sumyubai raised his sword and slashed over, intending to test the strength of the origin beast. But what happened next left him horrified, because the Sword of Creation felt as if it hadn't touched any solid object at all, passing straight through the origin beast's head. However, the 3 sharp horns of the source beast suddenly pierced into Sumyubai's skull. Boom! The power of the origin erupted with terrifying force, instantly annihilating Sumyubai's divine body. Despite both possessing the combat power of the main god realm, he had been destroyed in a single strike. Roar! The source beast let out a triumphant roar toward the sky, but immediately afterward, it suddenly turned its head to look behind itself. There, Sumyubai's figure condensed once more. He stretched his neck, his eyes filled with undisguised killing intent, and his voice turned incomparably cold. At its core, it is still the power of the origin. Interesting. Chapter 993. The weakness of the source beast. Sumyubai's divine body reformed, his gaze turning completely cold, immune to conventional attacks. The characteristics of the source beast made him feel that it was quite troublesome. This thing was not a true living creature. At its core, it was still just the power of the origin, the sword chi he had just unleashed, as well as the Sword of Creation itself, were unable to inflict effective damage on the power of the origin. Fortunately, ever since he had gained enough believers, Sumyubai had kept Authority of Death's Descent active at all times. As long as the enemy did not possess an authority stronger than his own, it was impossible for them to kill him. And all of the source beast's attacks were merely instinctual, although they contained natural laws and great paths. They lacked the reinforcement of authority. In other words, the current situation was that Sumyubai could not hurt the source beast, and the source beast had no way to deal with him either. He stared at the source beast as it charged at him again. a dangerous curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Then try this. With a thought, an aura of deathly silence and finality suddenly descended. Authority of death, death's harvest. With Sumyubai as the center, a grayish-white ripple of death instantly expanded, and the brilliant ribbons of laws surrounding them seemed to dim for a brief moment. Behind him, a phantom manifestation of the law of death condensed instantly, its right palm clutching the scripture of death. This time, the attack was effective. Sizzle, the source beast's body, composed of the power of the origin, clashed violently with the law of death, knitting a harsh, dissolving sound. It let out a painful roar, its momentum coming to an abrupt halt. The parts of its body eroded by the law of death turned gray and dull, temporarily losing their flowing luster. Effective. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. Death is the end of all things. Even if you are composed of the power of the origin, you cannot escape the erosion of death. The source beast was clearly enraged. It locked its 5 eyes onto Sumyubai and kicked off with its 8 legs. Swish! Its massive body transformed into a golden stream of light once again, moving even faster than before. At the same time, the creature opened its maw, and a torrent of pure power of the origin blasted towards Sumyubai like a cannonball. The terrifying intensity of this attack made Sumyubai narrow his eyes. Space shattered around the torrent of the power of the origin. Its overwhelming might was far stronger than Heidi's attacks. Can't dodge it. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. The torrent of origin power spat out by the source beast was astonishingly fast, and it disrupted the surrounding space-time, making it impossible for him to use teleportation easily. Almost in an instant, the torrent of origin power was upon him, but Sumyubai was completely unafraid. With the power of the authority of death surrounding his body, he took the attack head-on, with death's descent active. He was the embodiment of the great path of the law of death. Boom! The torrent of origin power collided violently with the power of the authority of death on his body, causing energy to dissipate wildly. Before long, his divine body was annihilated once again by this terrifying torrent. However, this meant nothing to him. The next moment, a new divine body condensed, his combat power completely unaffected. If it were anyone else, even with a divine skill like Death's Descent, they would have been injured. But Sumyubai was different. Within his internal world, he possessed the world tree and the sea of death. Minor injuries like having his divine body shattered could be instantly healed by the former, while the latter could endlessly replenish his consumed divine power and soul. As long as the sea of death did not run dry, Sumyubai's soul would be immortal, coupled with the existence of the cataclysm trait. Even if the myriad worlds were destroyed, the energy within the sea of death would remain inexhaustible. Sumyubai didn't even know how he could possibly kill himself. With these 2 law-level creations, plus the Death's Descent state, he was truly an unkillable cockroach. Is the damage caused by the power of authority also ineffective? Sumyubai frowned. He realized that although this source beast was powerful, its attack methods were very singular. It relied entirely on instinct, using the power of the origin to ram and blast. The troublesome part was its body, which ignored divine power and was nearly indestructible. Although the power of authority could hurt it, it could not completely annihilate it. The parts eroded by Death's harvest soon recovered to their original state as the power of the origin flowed through them. There is no point in dragging this out, Sumyubai thought calmly while dodging the source beast's frantic lunges. Senior Luo Wun once said that the Zhuanshan divine pupils can trace the origin through subtle energy fluctuations. The vertical pupil between his brows glowed, and the Zhuanshan divine pupils were pushed to their limit. Golden light swirled, and the yin-yang fish-shaped pupils spun madly, attempting to see through the essence of the source beast. At first, all he could see was the ceaselessly flowing power of the origin, a seamless whole. The source beast seemed to sense it was being watched, and its attacks became even more violent. But Sumyubai was extremely patient, his figure flickering constantly within the land of origin to avoid the attacks. I refuse to believe that you have absolutely no weaknesses. All of Sumyubai's attention was focused on the Zhuanshan divine pupils, his mind constantly recalling Luo Wun's guidance. Inside his internal world, his soul projection clone had been receiving Luo Wun's teachings under the acceleration of 1,000 times the flow of time. Therefore, even though the current Zhuanshan divine pupils had not yet transformed into a true law-level ocular technique, their effects were already far superior to before. Time passed bit by bit. Finally, at the very moment the source beast condensed its energy once more, preparing to unleash a blast, Sumyubai keenly captured a fluctuation so faint it was almost imperceptible. Within the vast, sea-like expanse of the source power inside its body, a tiny speck of light was darting about at an incredible speed. That speck of light was 10 million times smaller than a grain of dust. Furthermore, its movement trajectory was completely erratic. It flickered unpredictably, appearing now at the head, now at the tail. Had the mystic heaven divine pupils not been sufficiently heaven-defying, it would have been impossible to detect. Found it, the life core. Sumyubai's spirit surged. This was the very thing supporting the source beast's every action, and the source of all its power. Only by shattering the life core could he truly kill the source beast before him. However, large-scale attacks were completely ineffective against the life core. Only a precise strike with the sharpest of attacks could possibly shatter it. The source beast let out a roar and charged again, its 3 sharp horns tearing through space. Sumyubai no longer dodged. The wheel of time and space instantly manifested, and the laws of time and space were activated simultaneously. Law of time, time stop. Law of space, space freeze. It was a pity that in terms of pure laws, Sumyubai was merely a master of laws at the 9-pattern ultimate realm. Moreover, there was no power of authority within the wheel of time and space. Therefore, his time stop and space freeze failed to affect the source beast at all, being shattered instantly by the source power surrounding its body. The next moment, Sumyubai's divine body was once again annihilated by the erupting source power. Pure law power is far from enough. Having condensed his divine body once more, Sumyubai furrowed his brows, his 3 eyes fixed intently on the source beast as it turned to charge again. Pupil techniques can interfere with reality, and can even briefly stabilize laws. Wowun's words echoed continuously in his mind. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and the vertical pupil in the center of his forehead suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light. If it can stabilize laws, then the source power might not be an exception. The surrounding space instantly became like a quagmire, and the source beast's speed plummeted. The movement trajectory of the life core within its body also became clearly visible. Chapter 994. Destroyed with a single sword. Now is the time. Sumyubai held the sword of creation and poured the full power of his death authority into the blade. The phantom of the death law behind him merged completely with his own body. At this moment, Sumyubai was the master who held dominion over death. At the same time, dozens of wisps of faith power, just refined by the fire of faith within his godhead, also merged into the blade. The power of faith had infinite wonders. One of its functions was to enhance the power of laws and authorities. A thin, grayish-white line intermingled with a faint golden glow shot out from the tip of the sword. That dense power of death authority, bolstered by the power of faith, heralded the arrival of death. This sword strike condensed his entire understanding of the laws. It was fast to the extreme and precise to the extreme. It crossed space, ignored defenses, and pointed straight at that frantically flickering life core. The source beast seemed to foresee its own future. Its 5 eyes widened simultaneously as it tried to manipulate the life core to evade the attack. But under the influence of the mystic heaven divine pupils, its thoughts were as if frozen, and it was completely unable to control the life core. Although with Sumyubai's current mystic heaven divine pupils, he could only influence it for a very short time. But that was already enough. Puff, a soft sound, so faint it could almost be ignored. Immediately following, a cracking sound rang out. Crack, that tiny life core, under the impact of the grayish-white sword energy, shattered instantly. Roar. The source beast let out a final roar filled with unwillingness and bewilderment. Following that, its massive body, composed of pure source power, stiffened abruptly, and then, like a punctured bubble, it collapsed with a boom. There was no gore, only the purest, most primordial source power, which exploded like golden mist and permeated the surroundings. The dense, ultimate aura of the source was refreshing, making one involuntarily intoxicated by it. Normally, a source beast was very difficult to kill. The speed at which its life core moved was exaggerated to the extreme. Even a powerful main god like Yumu, even if he could detect the existence of the life core, would find it hard to hit it precisely. And without shattering the life core, it was impossible to kill it. But today, it happened to encounter a player like Sumyubai, who was fully equipped with cheats. Not only was he harder to kill than the Source Beast, but he also happened to possess the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupils that countered it. Running into me, consider yourself unlucky, with a thought. Sumyubai retracted the Wheel of Time and Space, the Death Scripture, and the Sword of Creation. The vertical pupil on his forehead also instantly vanished, leaving only the golden light in his eyes, which had not yet dissipated. Keeping the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupils running at their limit was extremely taxing on his divine soul. Even for someone like Sumyubai, who possessed many cheats, it was a burden. Just at this moment, the source of the creation law nearby trembled gently and immediately began to devour the escaping source power. I haven't even started taking my share, and you're already snatching from me. That's simply defying the natural order. It had always been Sumyubai snatching from others, now that his spoils were being intercepted by a massive law source. He naturally wouldn't stand for it and immediately waved his hand. A net of laws, woven from the power of the four supreme laws, instantly lunged toward the source power. In the blink of an eye, dozens of wisps of highly condensed source power, shimmering with golden light, were firmly grasped in his palm. Each wisp contained immense energy and fragments of laws. You've certainly become the biggest winner. Feeling the purity of the source power in his hand, Sumyubai glanced at the source of the creation law not far away. After the source beast's life core was shattered, the vast majority of the source power had been devoured by this massive law source. What he had snatched was only a very small portion, but it can still be considered a bumper harvest. Sumyubai shook his head, feeling no great regret in his heart. The one thing there was no shortage of here was source power. Dozens of wisps of source power, that's more than enough. He no longer delayed, sitting cross-legged in the void and absorbing the power of origin within his palms to the fullest. Part of his divine soul sank into the sword of creation, contemplating the laws of creation entrusted within it, while the other part carefully observed the mass of the origin of the laws of creation. The two complemented each other, and with a massive amount of origin power acting as a catalyst, Sumyubai's comprehension of the laws of creation progressed at an astonishing speed. Countless mysteries regarding creation and evolution were unraveled for him, layer by layer, as he continuously gained enlightenment. Bottlenecks simply did not exist. He felt as if he were witnessing the birth of stars, the sprouting of life, and the evolution of worlds. This unfamiliar path of laws was rapidly taking root and sprouting within his heart. On the heart of samsara beating within his chest, the Tao patterns belonging to the laws of creation were growing at a rapid pace. 5 patterns, 6 patterns, 7 patterns. With sufficient origin power, Sumyubai had no need to stop and fight for more. His entire being was devoted to the fusion of the laws of creation. Although this path of laws was the most unfamiliar, his fusion speed was not much slower than that of the previous few paths. A day passed in the blink of an eye. When Sumyubai awoke from his state of epiphany, the system notification arrived right on schedule. However, this time, there was one more notification than before. Notification: congratulations. Your fusion level with the laws of creation has advanced further. Current fusion level, 99.99%. Notification: congratulations to player Bai for successfully fusing the laws of creation to the 9-pattern ultimate realm. Notification: congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 5 paths of laws to the 9-pattern ultimate realm. Reward: the system notification cut off abruptly at this point, and Sumyubai's heart suddenly stirred. In the dark, he sensed a mysterious fluctuation of power flash and vanish. The authority of luck has been triggered again. Sumyubai's lips curled slightly. This time, the sensation was clearer than ever before. Although he did not know what level of authority the portion of the authority of luck he possessed was, the harvest after every triggering left him very satisfied. There is only one supreme god left in the myriad worlds, Lian. What exactly is she busy with? The image of that figure who loved eating lollipops involuntarily appeared in Sumyubai's mind again, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. However, the system notification that continued immediately afterward pulled his thoughts back. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival to all my foster fathers. Chapter 995, Not Even Pretending Anymore. Notification: Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 5 pots of laws to the 9-pattern ultimate realm. Reward. Special Treasure Divine Talisman of Origin C Guidance X1. Notification. A Myriad Worlds announcement is about to be made. This time, the Myriad Worlds game system notification did not cut off abruptly. It finally clarified the content of the reward. Good grief. It's not even pretending anymore. Sumyubai couldn't help but rub his nose. What was the difference between the authority of luck and a cheat? He had just fused the 5th path of laws to the 9-pattern ultimate realm, and his next goal was to find the Origin C. As it turned out, the reward happened to be the Divine Talisman of Origin C Guidance. Who would believe this if he told them? The moment the system notification ended, a small vortex appeared in the space in front of Sumyubai. Immediately afterward, strands of origin power gathered together, condensing into a golden divine talisman. Origin power is the source of all matter, power, and even laws and rules in the myriad worlds. Therefore, in theory, it could transform into anything. A moment later, the divine talisman of Origin C Guidance slowly descended, and Sumyubai reached out to catch it. Notification. You have obtained the special treasure Divine Talisman of Origin C Guidance. Divine Talisman of Origin C Guidance Special Treasure. By injecting divine power and soul power to mobilize the origin power within the talisman, you can obtain guidance to find the current location of the Origin C. Must be in a place of origin when used. Usable charges. Note: the duration of the Origin C's appearance varies each time, and the pressure within the sea is terrifying. It is difficult for anyone below the Rule Sovereign realm to withstand it. Forcing an approach carries the risk of damaging one's foundation. A single talisman can be used 3 times. The Myriad Worlds game is quite generous this time. Looking at the specific effects of the Divine Talisman of Origin C Guidance, Sumyubai couldn't help but smile slightly. However, he also understood that this was entirely the credit of the authority of luck. Otherwise, the Myriad Worlds game's reward definitely wouldn't have been this. What level is the authority of luck that I possess, anyway? A look of doubt flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. The authority of luck was completely different from the authority of other supreme laws. Not only could this thing only be triggered passively, but he also couldn't sense how much of it he actually possessed. Normally, with the power of authority he could currently wield, it would be absolutely impossible for him to change the content of the Myriad Worlds game's rewards. Thinking of this, Sumyubai's expression turned strange, and he couldn't help but mutter. Could it be that Lian made a move just now? At the same time, in the Lut domain, Prayer Realm, City of Dreams, inside the Supreme God Palace, Lian sat on the edge of the bed, her fair and smooth feet swinging gently, seemingly in a very good mood. Little thief Bai, you owe me quite a few favors now. Lian wrinkled her delicate nose. A colorful lollipop suddenly appeared in her hand, and she stuck out her tongue to lick it. While licking, she was calculating how many times she had helped that guy, the little thief Bai, previously, just after she woke up from a deep sleep. She sensed that the authority of luck on the little thief Bai had been mobilized. Sumyubai did not know the function and usage of the heart-to-heart contract, but Lian, the sovereign of luck, knew it very well. Through close as the horizon, she took the opportunity to call upon her own authority power and secretly gave Sumyubai a hand. It was the same authority of luck, but while it could only be triggered passively on Sumyubai, it could be actively called upon at will by Lian. In fact, ever since she signed the heart-to-heart contract with Sumyubai, this was not the first time Lian had helped him in secret. It was only now that Sumyubai had begun to perceive a slight clue. HMPH, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Lian let out a soft huff, popping the lollipop she was holding into her mouth. Her silver teeth clamped down with sudden force, shattering it instantly. The way she did it, it was as if she were biting Sumyubai himself. What angered her was that it had been so long since the Heart-Link contract was signed. Yet that thief, Bai, had never once studied the significance of this contract. In truth, this couldn't entirely be blamed on Sumyubai. He possessed far too many treasures. He didn't even have the time to properly comprehend the inheritance of the Zhuanshan lineage. So where would he find the spare time to study the Heart-Link contract? Do not be fooled by his rapid rise in strength. He was still a long way from creating a cycle of reincarnation. There were only 999 years left for the myriad worlds, and Sumyu-bai was in desperate need of even greater power. The rule sovereign realm was merely the beginning. Even the rule-breaking realm was not enough, because Zhu Xingchen, the sovereign of time and space, had already verified this. If the rule-breaking realm were enough to solve this problem, she wouldn't have needed to wait specifically for Sumyu-bai. 9,999 years was indeed a very long time for Sumyu-bai. After all, under the influence of his catastrophe talent, it had taken him less than a year in total to reach his current level of strength. But for the time ahead, Sumyu-bai did not have absolute certainty that he could reach a realm that no one in the myriad worlds had ever attained before. Therefore, he had never stopped improving his strength. From the moment he was pulled from Blue Star into the myriad worlds game, Sumyu-bai hadn't even had a proper rest. He had been working non-stop. In Sumyu-bai's view, studying the Heart Link contract was not urgent. At present, only increasing his strength was of the utmost importance. One day, I'll make that guy pay it back double. Li Ying gritted her teeth, raised her hand to tear through space, and stepped inside. During her previous deep slumber, she had learned a bit more information regarding what lay beyond the myriad worlds. Now, in the entire myriad worlds, the only ones qualified for her to share this information with were the two ferrymen within the river of time and space. As for Bai Yi, in Li Yin's view, it was not yet the time to tell him. Although she said with her lips that she wanted to make Bai Yi pay it back double, in reality, she had never even thought about letting him know that she had helped him. Just like the last time she helped Bai Yi cross the threshold of life and death to break through to the Lost Sovereign Realm. Before leaving, she had specifically instructed Yumu not to mention that she had been there. The origin land. Sumyu-bai withdrew his thoughts and looked at the golden divine talisman in his palm. His divine sense stirring, catastrophe target, origin sea guidance talisman, 2 others. This divine talisman could only be used 3 times, but who was he? So Sumyu-bai. No matter what fell into his hands, as long as it did not exceed the limits of the myriad worlds, it could be further improved. Moreover, he was currently not lacking in divine crystals or soul power, as long as this talisman could withstand it. Sumyu-bai could elevate it to the 3rd tier of catastrophe. However, this depended on how much this item could be improved, as its panel only displayed it as a special treasure without a specific grade. Prompt: please choose to promote it by 1 tier, or to attach a catastrophe characteristic to it. Click to view details. Can it only be promoted by 1 tier? Sumyu-bai frowned, not expecting this item to have such a high grade. However, as long as it could be improved, it meant that he would be able to find the origin sea more than 3 times. 1 tier it is, then? Sumyu-bai's divine sense moved. Promote by 1 tier, my foster fathers. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. I really don't have the time. So there is only 1 chapter. I am truly sorry. Chapter 996. Let's settle this first. What are you eating? Just as Sumyu-bai was freeloading the promotion of the Origin Sea Guidance Talisman, the myriad worlds were once again in an uproar due to a suddenly sounding system announcement. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the player Bai Yi for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 5 rule great Daos to the 9 pattern ultimate state. This is hereby announced, and all players of the myriad races are encouraged to learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Once this announcement was made, the entire myriad worlds exploded. 5 rule great Daos, and all of them at the 9 pattern ultimate state. Is this guy even human? My god, Bai Yi is simply unreasonable. It's only been a few days since he started fusing the 5th rule great Dao, and he's already fused it to the 9 pattern ultimate state. Is Bai Yi cheating? Can fusing rule great Daos really be this fast? 9 pattern ultimate. This is the dream of countless peak upper gods throughout their entire lives. Yet for Bai Yi, it's as common as eating and drinking. Is this right? Hey, I was just excited about my rule great Dao fusion level increasing by a whole 1%. It's too exaggerated. This is simply too exaggerated. How on earth did Bai Yi manage to do it? The Myriad Worlds game really thinks highly of me, actually telling me to learn from that freak Bai Yi. I just want to ask, how is one supposed to learn this? The rule great Daos that Bai Yi fused. They couldn't all be supreme rules, could they? Impossible. Absolutely impossible, even if his comprehension is strong. His godhead couldn't possibly bear so many supreme rule great douse at the same time. Exactly. I'll put it on the line today. If the 5 rule great douse by Yi fused are all supreme rules, I'll livestream myself eating a ton. Let's settle this first. What are you eating? Don't try to scam a free meal, regardless of whether they are supreme rules or not. Bai's strength is no longer something we law sovereigns can fathom. He was able to join forces with that Hui Jian to kill the symbiotic sovereign before. Now that he's had another breakthrough, I don't know to what extent his strength will rise. In every world, countless players of the myriad races were frantically discussing this announcement, with envy, jealousy, and shock all intertwined. A large number of players looked up at the sky, their moods complex. This guy simply wasn't giving anyone else a way to live. Compared to Bai, all the myriad races of the myriad worlds seemed like trash. Compared to the existences at the law sovereign realm, many rule sovereigns did not have much of a reaction after hearing this announcement. They all possessed sovereign authority and had naturally checked in the void gaps on how to bear more rule great douse. But what they understood even more clearly was that there is a world of difference between the 9-pattern ultimate realm and the state of having achieved 100% fusion, truly and completely mastering a rule great Dao, let alone fusing 5 rule great Daos. Even if Baiyu were to fuse all 10 supreme rules to the 9-pattern ultimate realm, it would still not be enough to place him on par with a rule sovereign. What these rule sovereigns wanted to know more than anything was what kind of method Baiyu had relied on to join forces with Hui Jian and slay Heidi. Relying solely on rule great Daos at the 9-pattern ultimate realm, no matter how many one possessed, it would be impossible. The land of origin. Sumyu Bai looked at the Source Sea Guidance Talisman in his palm and moved his divine sense. Upgrade by 1 tier, in an instant. The vortex that had previously vanished reappeared, and a massive amount of origin power surged out from within, rapidly merging into the talisman. Good fellow, you're just taking resources right on the spot, aren't you? Sumyu Bai raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping across his surroundings, wanting to see if the land of origin would undergo any changes. A moment later, he finally set his mind at ease. Whether it was because the amount of origin power required to upgrade the Source Sea Guidance Talisman was minimal, or because the methods of the catastrophe talent were unfathomable, the land of origin showed no reaction to this whatsoever. It was as if it were completely unaware that it was being robbed. Before long, all the origin power snatched by the catastrophe talent had been injected into the Source Sea Guidance Talisman. The talisman suddenly flashed with a blinding golden light, becoming significantly larger than before. Sumyu Bai reached out to catch the slowly descending talisman, and the system notification sounded in his ears. Notification. You have obtained the special treasure Source Sea Teleportation Talisman. Teleportation. Sumyu Bai's eyes lit up. Although he hadn't checked the panel information for this item yet, he could tell from the name alone that the biggest change to the talisman was that it had shifted from guidance to direct teleportation. The land of origin was vast and boundless. Sumyu Bai had no idea just how large it truly was. Being able to teleport there directly would save him a great deal of trouble. I wonder if the number of uses has increased, Sumyu Bai muttered to himself, lowering his head to look at the talisman in his hand. Source Sea Teleportation Talisman. Special treasure. By injecting divine power and soul power to mobilize the origin power within the talisman, one can teleport directly to the current location of the Source Sea. Must be within the land of origin to use. Available uses. Note, each time the Source Sea appears, its duration is uncertain, and the pressure within the sea is terrifying. It is difficult for anyone below the rule sovereign realm to withstand it. Forcing an approach carries the risk of damaging one's foundation. It's a pity it can still only be used 3 times. Sumyu Bai shook his head, though his tone did not carry much disappointment, because this item could still have a catastrophe trait added to it. The catastrophe trait had never let him down. Glancing at his soul power, Sumyu Bai moved his divine sense once again. Catastrophe target. Source Sea Teleportation Talisman. Notification. Please choose to upgrade by 1 tier, or add a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Add catastrophe traits separately. Notification. Confirm consuming 100 million soul power to separately add a catastrophe trait to it. The cost is certainly high enough. Sumyu Bai was somewhat surprised. To put it bluntly, This thing was just a teleportation talisman. If the destination wasn't the source sea, it would have no value at all. Yet, the cost to separately add a catastrophe trait to it was actually the same as that for a rule supreme treasure. Fortunately, in the small world within his body, Sumyubai's soul projection avatar had been continuously absorbing soul spirits. The soul power that had previously been depleted to just over 20 million was now back up to over 200 million. Confirm. Sumyubai moved his divine sense, and the catastrophe talent was immediately activated. This time, the catastrophe talent did not need to snatch power from the land of origin. 100 million soul power was consumed, transforming into a strange energy that was injected into the source sea teleportation talisman. Notification. You have lost 100 million soul power. Current soul power, 138 million. 138 million notification. You have successfully added a catastrophe trait to the source sea teleportation talisman separately. With such a high cost, I'd better see if it's worth it. Sumyubai immediately checked the catastrophe trait of the source sea teleportation talisman. The next moment, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The catastrophe trait of the source sea teleportation talisman was very simple, consisting of only a single sentence. But the effect exceeded Sumyubai's expectations. Chapter 997. Entering the source sea. Catastrophe trait. The number of available uses is increased to infinite. Sumyubai stared at the catastrophe trait of the source sea teleportation talisman. His eyes wide as saucers. Infinite. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and read it several more times. That's right. The catastrophe trait had truly increased the number of uses to infinity. This surprise was simply too great. Sumyubai had originally thought that the number of uses might increase tenfold, or perhaps even 100-fold, but he never expected it to become usable an infinite number of times. This 100 million soul power was spent very worthily. He happily stroked the golden source sea teleportation talisman, the corners of his mouth unable to stop curling upward. With the blessing of the catastrophe trait, the value of this item was absolutely comparable to a rule supreme treasure. No, it might even exceed the value of a rule supreme treasure. This solved a major problem for him, because the location and duration of the source sea changed at any time. It wasn't something one could find just by wanting to. Even if one successfully found the source sea and absorbed the primordial chi to cleanse their rule foundation, there was only a minuscule chance of condensing a rule Dao seed deep within the soul's origin. The combined probability of both was about the same as winning the lottery. Furthermore, the rule Dao seeds Sumyubai needed were not as simple as just one or two. As of now, he had already successfully fused 5 Supreme Rule Great Daos to the 9 Pattern Ultimate Realm. The next ones he definitely needed to comprehend were the Chaos Rule Great Dao and the Life Rule Great Dao. The incomplete Heart of Reincarnation had evolved from the Heart of Chaos. So if he wanted to establish reincarnation, the Chaos Rule Great Dao was naturally indispensable. The same holds true for the Great Dao of Life rules. It was precisely because the Heart of Chaos absorbed the powers of the Sea of Death and the World Tree that it transformed into the incomplete Heart of Reincarnation. Moreover, Sumyubai also needs to master the Great Dao of Life rules to mobilize the power of the World Tree at a deeper level. His current utilization of the World Tree is far too crude. This alone already requires 7 Rule Dao seeds. And Sumyubai is not yet certain if more Supreme Rule Great Daos will be needed. Perhaps the Great Dao of Reversal rules mastered by the God-level Netherworld also needs to be comprehended. Even with the breakthrough opportunity from the previous Myriad Worlds game reward, he currently only possesses 2 Rule Dao seeds, which is far from enough. Now that he has this Source Sea Teleportation Divine Talisman that can be used an infinite number of times, he can teleport directly to the Source Sea whenever he enters the Origin Land in the future. He can come and go as he pleases, and stay for as long as he likes, condensing Dao seeds. That will be as natural as water flowing into a channel. This settles everything perfectly. Zhu Xingchen is already the strongest in the Myriad Worlds by mastering the 2 Supreme Rule Great Daos of Time and Space. Once I truly break through to the Rule Sovereign Realm, how strong will I be? The more Sumyubai thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help but clench his fists, a divine light flickering in his eyes. His confidence in creating reincarnation growing even further. A moment later, he calmed down and carefully sensed the changes within his body. Now that the great Tao of creation rules has also merged to the 9-pattern ultimate stage, the beating of the heart of reincarnation has become increasingly powerful and vigorous. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat sounded like the striking of a drum. With the current strength of my divine body, I should be able to withstand the terrifying pressure within the source sea, right? Sumyubai subconsciously touched his chest, where the incomplete heart of reincarnation was beating powerfully within his chest cavity. The gap on the heart of reincarnation has now been almost entirely repaired by the 10 Tao patterns of the creation rules. The energy it feeds back, which transcends supreme divine power, has become even purer, constantly nourishing his entire body. The feeling was beyond comfortable. Sumyubai clenched his fist, feeling as though he could punch through a great world right now. I should be able to withstand the pressure of the source sea now, right? Of course. This was merely an illusion brought about by a sudden surge in strength. Even a true rule sovereign would need to exert significant effort to completely destroy a great world. Sumyubai took a deep breath and opened his information panel, wanting to see exactly how much he had improved. One look, and he was startled himself. Player, by race, human stateless freelance bounty hunter title. Human prodigy vitality, 526 worlds. 526 worlds, he gasped. How much time had passed? It was just 408 worlds a moment ago, and now it has increased by over 100. If other Lords of Lows were to find out about this, wouldn't they scream that it's impossible? Absolutely impossible. One must know that the vitality limit for the Lord of Lows realm is only 99 worlds. It must be said that the benefits brought by the recovery of the heart of reincarnation are truly immense. Without this unknown great supreme treasure, it would have been impossible for Sumyubai to possess his current strength. Just as those rule sovereigns believe, even with many more 9-pattern ultimate rule great Taos, it would be absolutely impossible for a Lord of Lows to possess the combat power of a rule sovereign. Even using rule treasures wouldn't work, because beings at the Lord of Lows realm simply cannot fully mobilize the power of rule treasures. Sumyubai continued to look down while savoring his surging vitality. Realm. 11th tier Lord of Lows realm peak high level God divine soul. Half step main God divine body. Half step main God Godhead. Top tier Godhead. Combat power. Half step main God panel combat power. Excluding extra means. Seeing this, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. Under the triple nourishment of the heart of reincarnation, the world tree, and the sea of death, his divine soul and body have completely surpassed the peak high level God realm, reaching an unprecedented half-step main God realm. Even his panel combat power has changed to half-step main God, rather than the previous top-tier world lord. However, does the half-step main God realm even exist in the myriad worlds? One must know that the projection avatars of main gods are only at the pseudo-main God level, clearly a significant distance behind his half-step main God status. Regardless of whether this realm exists or not, the stronger, the better. Sumyubai grinned. Now, in terms of panel combat power alone, he has already far surpassed the projection avatars of main gods. Coupled with the massive amount of supreme divine power and the blessing of numerous supreme treasures, he is now completely unafraid of a battle with an ordinary main god. If he were to face an ambush like the last one again, he would be able to force his way out with his powerful strength and then find opportunities to defeat them one by one. Finally, I truly possess the power to protect myself. Sumyubai nodded with satisfaction and turned his gaze to the rule panel. Rules. 1. Death Rule Fusion Degree 99.99%, 9-pattern ultimate. 2. Fate Rule Fusion Degree 99.99%, 9-pattern ultimate. 3. Time Rule Fusion Degree 99.99%, 9-pattern ultimate. 4. Space Rule Fusion Degree 99.99%, 9-pattern ultimate. 5. Creation Rule Fusion Degree 99.99%, 9-pattern ultimate. A full 5 rules. All at the 9-pattern ultimate stage. But this is not Sumyubai's limit. In the future, he is destined to merge even more rule great DOS. Closing the panel, Sumyubai let out a long breath. With his strength increased once more, he felt much more at ease. He turned to look at the massive creation rule origin. It was still floating there quietly, and changed. It is time to go and see the source sea. Sumyubai rubbed his chin. Although he still doesn't know when he will be able to break through to the 12th tier Rule Sovereign Realm. The matter of condensing Rule Dao seeds must begin in advance. After all, the number of Rule Dao seeds he requires is not small. Sumyu took a deep breath. He did not immediately activate the Source Sea Teleportation Talisman, but instead flipped his hand to retrieve 50 drops of Supreme Divine Power. There were 10 drops for each of the 5 Rule Daos. Better safe than sorry. When entering the Source Sea for the first time, one could never be too cautious. Although his strength had surged and he was very confident in himself, he would never act recklessly when caution was required. In any case, he was already capable of perfectly controlling the power of the Supreme Divine Power, so there would be no waste. Even if he couldn't use that much this time, he could preserve the power and call upon it at any time in the future. Adding this to what I had left over, it should be enough. After absorbing all 50 drops of Supreme Divine Power, Sumyu directly activated the power of the Supreme Divine Power to bolster his own body, and only then did he inject his divine power and soul energy into the Source Sea Teleportation Talisman in his hand. The divine talisman immediately lit up with a soft glow. The next moment, the space around Sumyu suddenly rippled, quickly forming a vortex that sucked him in. The moment he was teleported into the Source Sea, Sumyu was stunned. He had no time to observe his surroundings because the terrifying pressure of the Source Sea far exceeded his imagination. His soul and divine body were instantly subjected to immense pressure, leaving him completely unable to move. Even the world within his body was shaking violently. It's a good thing I absorbed the Supreme Divine Power beforehand. Sumyu gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to circulate the Supreme Divine Power within him. The 5 types of Supreme Divine Power were mobilized, greatly alleviating the pressure he was under. But this was not enough. Although Sumyu could barely withstand the pressure here without damaging his foundation, he was like he had been when he first entered the Origin Land, unable to take a single step. The surroundings were filled with transparent mist, each wisp as heavy as 1,000 jun. This ubiquitous mist was the primordial Source Chi. The entire Source Sea was formed entirely from this primordial Source Chi. If one were to ignore the terrifying pressure of the Source Sea, the sensation of being enveloped by the extremely dense primordial Source Chi was very warm and comfortable, as if returning to the womb. Unfortunately, the existence of the pressure left Sumyu with no time to experience the warmth of the primordial Source Chi. At this moment, he couldn't even absorb the primordial Source Chi, whether it was divine power or soul energy. The moment it left his body, it would be instantly annihilated by the pressure, being teleported directly here. It seems it really was a bit too much. Sumyu sighed. If he had found the Source Sea through guidance, he certainly wouldn't have been able to withstand such immense pressure. After all, one did not need to enter the depths of the Source Sea to absorb primordial Source Chi. Now that he had been teleported directly into the Source Sea, the pressure was certainly much stronger than at the edges of the Source Sea. This was the reason he was unable to move. However, Sumyu was not without options. Enduring the terrifying pressure, he moved his divine sense. The fire of faith within his godhead burned fiercely, and he instantly absorbed several dozen wisps of newly refined faith power into his body. Although this faith power was not much, it allowed Sumyu to feel a slight improvement. If he could absorb a large amount of faith power, he would definitely have the ability to move freely within the Source Sea. Unfortunately, this required a vast amount of time and was by no means something that could be achieved overnight. Being in the Origin Land, Sumyu had no way to use the time rule to influence the flow of time, let alone within the Source Sea. Here, what he lacked most was time. After all, he could only stay for 10 days this time, and 3 days had already passed. Still not enough. Sumyu took a deep breath and moved his divine sense. Time-space wheel, appear. The void above his head suddenly twisted. A light wheel interwoven with black and white colors emerged from thin air, rotating slowly and casting down endless clear radiance. The left side flowed with white light, as if freezing time. The right side flickered with golden light, as if stabilizing space. The moment the time-space wheel rotated, the pressure around Sumyu plummeted, as if it had propped up an independent space-time for him. His hands were not idle either. His left hand gripped the void, and the Death Codex was summoned. The thick, gray-white tome unfolded quietly. its pages turning without wind and emitting a heart-stopping rustling sound as a dense aura of death permeated the area. Countless wailing phantom souls floated between the pages, staining the encroaching pressure of the source sea with a hint of deathly silence. Sumyubai raised his right hand, and the sword of creation instantly condensed in his palm. Clang! A crisp sword hum resounded through the source sea. The sword body erupted with the light of creation, and wherever the sword light shone, countless phantoms appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, brilliant light erupted from behind him as the illusionary dream divine record unfolded, and a dazzling purple divine radiance shot into the sky. Countless dream bubbles emerged and vanished within the radiance, reflecting the sea area in a bizarre and surreal light, as if to transform the real sense of oppression into an illusory dream. And it wasn't over yet. Thump thump, thump thump, within his chest. The heart of reincarnation sensed the external pressure and began to beat with increasing power. The power gestated within it continuously nourished Sumyubai's soul and body. At the same time, the sea area beneath his feet churned violently. Rumble! The phantom of the sea of death descended fiercely into the source sea. The gray-black seawater rolled and roared as countless phantom giant bone hands reached out from the sea, supporting Sumyubai's feet. They resisted a portion of the terrifying pressure from the source sea for him. Finally, the world tree descended. A phantom of an incomparably majestic giant tree rose from within Sumyubai's body. Its emerald canopy blotted out the sky, and its billions of leaves rustled. It shed thousands of streams of life-giving light, firmly protecting him in the center. Now, even without activating the reincarnation divine realm, he was already able to mobilize the powers of the Sea of Death and the World Tree in the outside world. At this moment, Sumyubai looked solemn and majestic, his divine presence awe-inspiring, with numerous supreme treasures upon him and various phenomena manifesting, and bolstered by these treasures and to rule level creations. Sumyubai finally gained the ability to move freely within the source sea. Just at this moment, the surrounding environment suddenly underwent earth-shattering change. My dear foster fathers, yesterday was an accident. Something came up unexpectedly, and I truly couldn't find the time. Updates will continue as normal today. Chapter 998, Rule Dao Seed and the Flower of Great Dao. Under the reinforcement of numerous supreme treasures and to rule level creations, Sumyubai had just managed to withstand the terrifying pressure within the source sea when the surrounding environment suddenly underwent an earth-shattering change. The previously calm source sea suddenly churned violently, and millions of strands of transparent primordial source chi formed a massive vortex, crazily tearing at his body. What is happening? Sumyubai's expression changed, and he pushed all his supreme treasures to their limits. 5 types of supreme divine power circulated around his body, reinforcing the rule-level treasures to protect himself at all costs. This turn of events was too sudden. It was as if he had triggered some kind of taboo, and the pressure instantly surged several times over. Crack, vaguely. He even heard the sound of his divine body being pushed to its breaking point. Hold on. Sumyubai gritted his teeth, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The light of his supreme divine power and the many treasures also began to twist crazily and fade at this moment. Rumble! The sea of death surged with rolling waves, filled with deathly aura. Rustle, rustle. The world tree shook violently, its branches swaying. Thump, 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 thump. The heart of reincarnation beat frantically, pumping out massive amounts of power. Just as Sumyubai was about to reach his limit, a ball of indescribable light suddenly rose from the center of the churning source sea. That light was incomparably pure, as if it were the origin of all things. It drifted slowly toward Sumyubai. Within the light, a peculiar rune could be vaguely seen floating. Is this the recognition of the source sea? Sumyubai's heart trembled. Without needing to activate the Zhuanshan divine pupils, the moment he saw this rune, he felt a flash of inspiration, and an instant realization dawned upon him. He did not hesitate in the slightest. He decisively relaxed his defenses a fraction and reached out to touch the rune. The rune instantly merged into his body, and a warm torrent swept through him. The previously terrifying pressure vanished without a trace in an instant. No, it didn't disappear. It was that this source sea no longer repelled him. He now felt as relaxed and comfortable as if he were home, no longer needing to mobilize his supreme divine power or his many treasures. I didn't expect such a good thing to happen. Sumyubai was overjoyed, though a trace of doubt flashed in his eyes. Strange. Why wasn't the luck authority triggered this time? Could it be that this was a fortuitous encounter that belonged to me all along? He rubbed his nose, somewhat confused as to why he had been inexplicably recognized by the Source Sea. He also didn't know if there were any other benefits besides no longer being repelled. Sumyubai's knowledge of the Source Sea was limited to knowing that absorbing the primordial Source Chi here gave one a chance to condense a Rule Dao seed. Therefore, these questions would obviously have to wait until he left the land of origin and could search for answers in the Void Rift. But it does solve a major problem. Sumyubai smiled slightly. He had originally been wondering how to deal with the terrifying pressure of the Source Sea the next time he entered the land of origin. The reason he could withstand it this time was due to the reinforcement of his many treasures and the 2 rule level creations. But the reason he could summon these treasures here was because he held the status of a Source Traveler. The next time he came in, he wouldn't have the opportunity provided by the Myriad Worlds game rewards. At that time, his status would revert to that of a stowaway. He wouldn't be able to summon his treasures in the land of origin and certainly wouldn't be able to move freely within the Source Sea. There were only 2 ways to solve this problem. The first way was to find a way to trigger a Myriad Worlds announcement and see if he could obtain another chance to enter the land of origin, maintaining his status as a Source Traveler. The second way was to improve his strength as much as possible until he could move freely in the Source Sea without relying on the power of treasures and rule level creations. However, now that Sumyubai had obtained the recognition of the Source Sea and the terrifying pressure had completely vanished, this problem had solved itself. Finally, I can absorb the primordial Source Chi. Sumyubai looked around, about to start absorbing the primordial Source Chi, but he suddenly froze in place. He saw that the primordial Source Chi that had just filled the surroundings had vanished without a trace in an instant. No, it should be said that the entire Source Sea had vanished into thin air. There were no spatial fluctuations, no warning signs. It had just disappeared in an instant. The surrounding environment changed abruptly. The aura of the origin began to fill the space, and the rule origins from far away gradually began to converge toward this area. This was their original place, but it had been occupied by the suddenly appearing Source Sea. Now that the Source Sea had shifted its position, these origin auras and rule origins naturally had to return. It really just leaves whenever it wants, without giving me any preparation time. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Good thing I have a cheat. As he spoke, he flipped his hand to take out the Source Sea Teleportation Divine Talisman, injecting both his divine power and soul power into it simultaneously. The divine talisman immediately lit up with a soft glow. The next moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the space around Sumyubai, quickly forming a vortex that sucked him in once again. With the Source Sea Teleportation Divine Talisman and his catastrophe trait, no matter where the Source Sea ran off to, Sumyubai could immediately give chase. Thinking you can just run away after moving house? Impossible. In the blink of an eye, Sumyubai returned to the Source Sea. Having already gained its recognition, he naturally no longer felt that terrifying pressure. Only then did Sumyubai have the chance to carefully examine this strange place called the Source Sea. However, there wasn't much to see. Everywhere he looked, there were only strands of primordial Source Chi, with absolutely nothing else. I still have 7 days left. I wonder if I can condense a new Rule Dao seed. Sumyubai took a deep breath and tried to absorb a strand of primordial Source Chi. This time, there was no obstruction. The pure energy instantly merged into his limbs and bones, feeling so comfortable that he almost groaned aloud. This feeling was simply magnificent. It was countless times more comfortable than the transformation of his soul, although his strength had not improved in the slightest. It gave Sumyubai the feeling that his entire being had been sublimated. He no longer hesitated, immediately sitting cross-legged and operating the 5 great rules with all his might, frantically absorbing the origin chi, even if he failed to condense a 3rd Rule Dao seed. Sumyubai was determined to take this opportunity to lay his foundation firmly. Thus, while attempting to condense a Dao seed with the help of the origin chi, he split his focus, using the origin chi to cleanse the 2 Dao seeds he already possessed. With his soul entering his body, he looked inward. Within his own soul, Sumyubai saw 2 illusory and tiny seeds. These were the Rule Dao seeds. Each one represented a chance to break through to the Rule Sovereign realm. When the seeds took root, sprouted, blossomed, and bore fruit, it would signify a successful breakthrough to the Rule Sovereign realm. That was the flower of the Great Tao, extremely brilliant, requiring irrigation by the Rule Great Tao one had mastered, taking root, sprouting, blossoming, and bearing fruit. All of this happened in a single instant. That was the very moment Allah Lord elevated their Rule Great Tao from a 99% fusion level to 100%. And the purpose of the origin chi cleansing was to allow the Rule Tao seed to bloom into a more brilliant flower of the Great Tao, thereby allowing the Rule Sovereign after the breakthrough to possess even greater power and potential. My foster fathers, I am truly sorry about yesterday. Something came up unexpectedly, and I couldn't update. Today's update is on schedule, and there will be another chapter later. Chapter 999, Harvest. These two Rule Tao seeds had been infused by Sumyu with the Rule Great Taos of Death and Fate respectively, transforming them into the Death Tao seed and the Fate Tao seed. When they took root, sprouted, blossomed, and bore fruit, Sumyu would be the new Sovereign of Death and Sovereign of Fate. It was a pity that the Rule Tao seeds were not tangible objects. They were merely imprints carved into Sumyu soul by the origin chi. Otherwise, why would Sumyu need to go through so much trouble? He could just use a single catastrophe and have everything he needed. The Death Tao seed and the Fate Tao seed were nourished by the origin chi, becoming more solid, and the rule patterns densely covering their surfaces became increasingly clear. This represented an increase in potential. Sumyu knew that there were realms beyond the 12th tier Rule Sovereign realm, and more than one at that. The reason he was able to walk from being an ordinary person to this point was, naturally, due to the unique forbidden level talent, catastrophe. But beyond that, it was inseparable from the 3 steps of breaking limits and the potential increase brought about by multiple infusions of origin power. Therefore, he was very clear about the importance of potential. Now, the cleansing and tempering of the origin chi were improving the quality of his Rule Tao seeds. In this way, once he broke through to the Rule Sovereign realm in the future, he would inevitably be able to go even further. Days passed one by one, and Sumyu remained completely immersed in his cultivation. However, the 3rd Rule Tao seed he had been expecting was slow to condense. There are only 3 days left. If I still can't condense the 3rd Rule Tao seed, I'll have to wait until the next time I enter to try again. Sumyu opened his eyes and sighed. The reason he had suddenly woken up from his meditative state was that the catastrophe effect of the Death Domain Lord Order had ended. He was an origin traveler and could stay in the origin land for 10 days this time, but Brian and the others could only stay for 7, just moments ago. All 5 of them, at the very last second before being expelled from the origin land, had activated the world imprint left by Sumyu and returned to his internal world. Back then, it had only taken Sumyu 3 days to elevate the Rule Great Taos of Death and Fate to the 9 pattern limit. However, this was because his comprehension was already heaven-defying, and he possessed a powerful skill like the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil, which allowed him to see through the essence of the Rule origin and snatch the origin power that escaped the moment a new law fractured. Although Brian and the others had stayed for a full 7 days, they had failed to successfully master their respective rules to the 9 pattern limit. Nevertheless, their harvest from entering the origin land this time was enough to rival countless epochs of bitter cultivation in the outside world. What surprised Sumyu slightly was that the one with the least harvest was not the Signal Light brothers, but this fellow, Brian. Even so, compared to before he entered, his strength had improved significantly. Brian had contemplated the origin of the Death Rule, and under the blessing of the origin land, he had not only greatly increased his potential but also directly fused the Death Rule Great Tao to a level of 98%, just 1 step away from the 9 pattern limit. Of course, it was precisely this step that had stumped countless peak upper gods. If there were no other opportunities in the future, Brian would also be stuck at this step for countless epochs. But with Lord Baiyu present, Brian was not worried at all about being unable to break through. Moreover, even if his current combat power on the status window did not reach the World Lord level, with the blessing of the Scythe of Eternal Silence, Brian would not be weaker than a top-tier World Lord level powerhouse. This was only because he was not as strong as Sumyubai and could not mobilize more of the Scythe of Eternal Silence's power. Brian was very certain that as long as he could enter the Origin Land one more time, he would definitely be able to fuse the Death Rule Great Tao to the 9-pattern limit. By then, holding the Rule Supreme Treasure Scythe of Eternal Silence, even without mastering the power of authority, his strength might not be able to rival or even surpass the original Death God Bach. Thinking that his goal would soon be realized, Brian couldn't help but tremble with excitement, and even the soul fire within his pupils flickered incessantly. He looked up at the sky of the small world, his soul reflecting that majestic figure. Brian knew very well that everything he possessed now was bestowed upon him by Lord Bai. He took a deep breath and submerged himself into the sea of death, wanting to seize every moment to comprehend the profound power of death authority through his own talent. And at this moment, the Signal Light brothers were even more excited than Brian. Amon, Green Hair, and Cucumber, the 3 demon royalty, had already broken through to the peak of the High God stage. All 3 had comprehended the Great Tao of the Destruction Rule. Although their level of fusion was not as high as Brian's, they had still reached 95%, stepping into the 9-pattern realm. This was the same level of rule fusion as Calvin and Ferdinand, who had entered the fusion secret realm with the intent to kill Sumyubai. However, the current strength of the Traffic Light brothers was far superior to those 2. This was because what they had fused with was the Destruction Rule, one of the supreme rules. Yet, compared to Brian, the 3 brothers were still not quite on the same level. Do not be fooled by the mere 4.98% gap. In reality, the difference was as vast as heaven and earth. In the 9-pattern realm, every 1% increase represented a massive leap in power. Even without using the Scythe of Eternal Silence, Brian could easily suppress the 3 brothers, but such an improvement was already incredibly exaggerated. One must remember that before entering, they were merely at the mid-god stage. It is easy to imagine what kind of place the Origin Land truly is. It is certain that when Patey sees them again, his jaw will surely drop in shock. The most critical point was that their Great Tao of the Destruction Rule had been comprehended and fused by them personally through studying the origin of the Destruction Rule. In other words, as long as Sumyubai met Sushingshan again and resolved the issue of being rejected by the myriad worlds, he could help them freeload and upgrade to the Destruction Rule at any time. Meanwhile, Brian and Lanyu would need to consume a massive amount of God crystals to undergo sublimation. This was the advantage that Amon and his brothers held. Of course, the reason the 3 brothers could achieve such great gains was inseparable from their absurd luck. That portion of the authority of luck that did not belong to the Master of Luck allowed them to occasionally absorb a wisp of origin power for no apparent reason. However, compared to Lanyu, the gains of Amon and the others were like a drop in the bucket. Lanyu's gains from this trip were so shocking that even Sumyubai, a player accustomed to using cheats, felt deeply astonished. Chapter 1000, Lanyu's Gains. Anomalies in the Origin Sea. Lanyu 10 Wing Chaos Angel Law Master Stage Vitality. 99 Realms Divine Soul Pseudo Main God Divine Body. Peak High God Rules Chaos Rule. Fate Rule. Rule Great Tao Fusion Degree. 99.99%. 0.01% 9 Pattern Ultimate. 0 Pattern Authority. Level 3 Chaos Authority. Combat Power. Pseudo Main God Panel Combat Power, excluding additional means. This was Lanyu's brand new status window. Although her Fate Rule had not progressed at all, her Chaos Rule had been fused directly to the 9-pattern Ultimate Realm. Most importantly, the Chaos Authority she grasped had jumped from level 1 to level 3 in one go. Sumyubai had only seen such a level of authority in the Death Canon and the projection avatars of main gods. Lanyu's Divine Soul had even reached the realm of a pseudo-main god. Compared to the projection avatars of main gods, all she lacked now were the Divine Body and Vitality. But if one were to include Embrace of Eternal Night, the Treasure of the Darkness Rule, Lanyu's combat power would definitely be no weaker than a main god's projection avatar. As she was now, her strength had clearly surpassed the former number 1 high god of the myriad worlds, the Death God Bach, and the later Slaughter God Ash. Such an exaggerated increase in power made even Sumyubai, the cheater, feel that it was truly too absurd. Although the Origin Land had amazing effects, it could never be amazing to this extent. Clearly, Lanyu must have obtained some kind of special fortuitous encounter. Just as Sumyubai was about to use Divine Soul Transmission to ask her about it, he suddenly frowned. He immediately withdrew his divine sense from his internal world and abruptly turned his head to look into the depths of the Origin Sea. Ever since he had gained the recognition of the Origin Sea, Sumyubai had become more sensitive to the changes here. Even the slightest shift could be detected by him instantly. Just a moment ago, he clearly felt an inexplicable fluctuation coming from the depths of the Origin Sea. Apart from the Origin Primordial Chi, are there other things existing here? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Divine light flickering within them, however. Due to the obstruction of the Origin Primordial Chi, he could not see what was happening in the depths of the Origin Sea at all. But the fluctuations coming from there gave him a familiar feeling. Thump thump, thump thump. At this moment, Sumyubai suddenly felt the heart of reincarnation in his chest beating more violently. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Could it be related to the heart of reincarnation? Thinking of this, Sumyubai could no longer hold back. He transformed into a streak of light and headed toward the depths of the Origin Sea. If it were truly related to the heart of reincarnation, that would be wonderful. Even if it were not, it would not matter. Since he was already here, he would certainly regret it if he did not go and investigate it personally. In any case, there were only 3 days left. The possibility of condensing a third Rule Dao seed in such a short time was not high. So it was better to go and explore the depths of the Origin Sea. Now that he had obtained the recognition of the Origin Sea, he no longer needed to endure that terrifying pressure. He could move freely within the Origin Sea with great speed. Even so, Sumyubai flew for a full half-day before arriving at the place where the strange fluctuations were strongest. It is easy to imagine just how vast the Origin Sea truly was. This was a strange area where the Origin Primordial Chi within the entire range seemed to have been drained, forming a vacuum zone. Only after entering did Sumyubai discover that at the center of this area, there was a mass of airflow condensed from a large amount of Origin Primordial Chi. The strange fluctuation that made him feel familiar was coming from within this mass of airflow. There seems to be something inside. A hint of curiosity flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. His pupils instantly glowed with golden light, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened. The yin-yang fish-shaped pupil spinning rapidly. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupils activate. The current of air did not seem to have a very strong blocking effect. The moment Sumyubai activated the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupils, he saw what was inside. The next moment, Sumyubai's pupils constricted sharply, and he stood frozen in place. He saw that in the center of the air current, which was condensed from a massive amount of primordial origin chi, there was, shockingly, a phantom image of a heart. The reason Sumyubai was so shocked was that the appearance of this phantom was 7 or 8 parts similar to the incomplete heart of reincarnation. At the same time, the heart of reincarnation within his body began to beat more violently, conveying a sense of longing. Could this be the complete form of the heart of reincarnation? Sumyubai whispered to himself and cautiously approached it. But the moment he reached out to touch the phantom, a sudden change occurred. Rumble! The entire Origin Sea suddenly began to shake. Sumyubai jerked his head up, his golden glinting gaze scanning the surroundings. He could sense dozens of powerful ores rapidly approaching. Not good. It's a pack of origin beasts. Sumyubai's expression changed. Ordinary rulers of rules did not have the ability to enter the land of origin, let alone dozens of powerful ores at once. Here, besides origin beasts, what else could it be? It seems the commotion just now attracted these guys, and the number is staggering. Sumyubai glanced at the massive primordial origin air in the center, his expression more serious than ever before. In an instant, numerous rule treasures and to-rule level creations appeared above his head. The wheel of time and space rotated, casting down black and white divine light. In his left hand, he held the Codex of Death, from which a deathly silence permeated. The sword of creation was held in his right palm, radiating a chilling killing intent. The phantom dream scripture floated behind him, its purple soul light illuminating the surroundings. His feet stood upon the rolling and roaring sea of death, and his divine body stood tall within the illusory world tree. The 5 supreme divine powers within his body surged, emitting a powerful and terrifying aura. In just a single instant, Sumyubai had prepared himself for battle. Although the attack methods of origin beasts were singular, They could pose an effective threat to rulers of rules, and they were notoriously difficult to kill. He had experienced firsthand just how troublesome they were only a few days ago. So, he would never let his guard down. If the phantom in the primordial origin air had been something else, Sumyubai might have chosen to retreat directly rather than tangle with this pack of origin beasts. But that was the phantom of the heart of reincarnation. If he left without trying, he would not be able to reconcile himself to it. The next moment, the first origin beasts had already charged into this vacuum zone. Roar! The origin beast's eyes flashed with ferocity as it let out a heaven-shaking roar at Sumyubai. Roar! 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 Following that, one origin beast after another charged into this vacuum area from all directions, their overlapping roars resounding throughout the entire origin sea. Even the primordial origin chi behind them began to churn violently, celebrating 1,000 chapters. Thank you to all the foster fathers who have accompanied me, Xiaxiang, up to this point, especially the old readers who have followed me from the very first book. My growth is inseparable from your support. The first book did indeed have a rushed ending, but that was due to the pressures of life. If I had continued writing it, I would have starved to death. I guarantee that this book will be written steadily, so please rest assured. My dear readers, Chapter 1001. Fierce battle with the origin beast pack, racing against time. Every single one of them looked as if they had been carved from the same mold. The same 8 legs, 5 eyes, and 3 sharp horns. From their appearance, there was absolutely no difference to be found. Even the aura they exuded was exactly the same as the one Sumyubai had slain a few days ago. So many! Sumyubai's heart tightened as his divine sense swept over them. He realized there were a full 37 origin beasts that had charged into this vacuum zone. In an instant, Sumyubai was trapped within the encirclement of the origin beast pack. 37 origin beasts glared at him with ferocious eyes, watching him like tigers stalking their prey. Even if he wanted to retreat now, it would not be an easy task. After all, teleportation could not be used here, and the Origin Sea teleportation talisman could only be used to enter, not to leave. To leave, he would have to break through the encirclement of the Origin Beast pack. However, Sumyubai had no intention of fleeing to begin with. No matter how strong the Origin Beasts were, as long as they could not suppress his authority of death, they could not kill him. At most, they would only consume some of his divine power and soul energy. With the Sea of Death and the World Tree, would he ever be short of those? Even if it came to a war of attrition, he could exhaust this pack of origin beasts to death. Today, I want to see who is harder to kill, you or me. A fierce glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced, taking the initiative to charge toward the pack of origin beasts. The pack of origin beasts also closed in from all directions. Hundreds of pupils locked firmly onto Sumyubai, the intruder. To be precise, they were locked onto the mass of primordial origin air behind him that contained the phantom of the heart of reincarnation. Clearly, this object held a fatal attraction for them. Want to snatch something from my hands? He would strike first. With a thought from Sumyubai, the wheel of time and space above his head suddenly accelerated its rotation. Rule of time, time acceleration. Rule of space, multiple spaces. Black and white light surged violently, but it did not affect the origin beast pack. Instead, it was applied to Sumyubai himself. His great Tao of rules was incomplete, and relying solely on the power of rules was almost impossible to affect origin beasts with main god-level combat power. But applying it to himself to boost his own combat power was still somewhat useful. The effect of time acceleration was self-evident, and the significance of multiple spaces laying constantly overlapping the space around him, with the goal of segmenting the battlefield. Over the same distance. Under the effect of multiple spaces, the distance between each origin beast and Sumyubai changed drastically. This did not affect them, it simply altered the spatial distance. Although this distance meant little to the origin beasts, it could still buy him a little bit of time. Roar! The power of the source beasts was too immense. Their speed too swift. In just a fleeting moment, the multiple layers of space shattered rapidly. However, this brief window of time was enough for Sumyubai. His left hand flipped through the Codex of Death. Authority of Death, Death Harvest. This time, the grayish-white ripples of death did not spread outward. Instead, The phantom of the death rule merged directly into Sumyubai's body. On the sword of creation, a grayish-white line surged from the tip of the blade in an instant, revealing its sharp edge. Sumyubai activated the mystic heaven divine pupils, his golden gaze scanning the area, attempting to locate the life cores of these source beasts. Found you. He quickly locked onto a life core inside one of the source beasts, a speck smaller than a grain of dust, darting about frantically. No sooner said than done. Sumyubai transformed into a streak of sword light, shooting toward that source beast. Golden light flared brilliantly from between his brows as he pushed the mystic heaven divine pupils to their absolute limit, briefly influencing the very origin of the space. The surrounding space instantly turned into a quagmire, and the speed of that source beast plummeted. The trajectory of the life core within its body also became clearly visible. It wasn't just that 7 or 8 other source beasts within Sumyubai's line of sight were similarly affected. Their thoughts seemed to freeze, rendering them unable to continue manipulating their life cores at high speeds. Clang! A crisp sound of a sword ringing echoed throughout the source sea, followed immediately by a faint, brittle snap. Puff! The life core of the first source beast targeted by Sumyubai shattered instantly. Roar! The source beast let out a final roar filled with unwillingness and confusion. Immediately afterward, its massive body, composed of pure origin power, stiffened abruptly before collapsing with a boom, like a bubble being pricked. There was no gore or flying flesh, only the purest, most primal origin power exploded like golden mist, permeating the surroundings. The scent of the origin, rich to the extreme, was intoxicating, making one feel refreshed and unconsciously lost in it. However, Sumyubai had no time to indulge in it now. He didn't even have the time to condense a web of rules. His figure had already charged toward the next source beast affected by the mystic heaven divine pupils. Fast, fast. This was only the first one. There were still 36 left. Puff! Another crisp sound rang out. The second one. Sumyubai spat out the 3 words coldly, his figure once again transforming into sword light. However, the time bought by the multiple layers of space had been exhausted, except for the few suppressed by the mystic heaven divine pupils. The remaining 20+ source beasts had already pounced from the flanks and the rear. The sharp horns atop their heads flickered, and they gathered torrents of origin power in their maws. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the entire source sea to tremble. Troublesome. Sumyubai's pupils constricted, his thoughts racing. If he were to take all these attacks head-on, his divine body would be annihilated in an instant. While this wouldn't kill him, it would cause the effects of the mystic heaven divine pupils to vanish. Although he had undergone training under Wowuan, Sumyubai could not push the mystic heaven divine pupils to their limit too many times in a short period. The toll on his mental state was simply too great. Therefore, he absolutely could not take it head-on, at the very least. Before the origin freezing effect of the mystic heaven divine pupils ended, his divine body could not be annihilated. Thinking of this, Sumyubai immediately moved his divine sense. He couldn't dodge, so he had to find another way. Divine Talisman of Illusory Dreams Reality Illusion Shift. The divine talisman behind him flared with purple light, and countless dream-like bubbles enveloped him. The next moment, dozens of destructive beams of origin power pierced through his body. But it was as if they had struck a phantom. They passed straight through and slammed into the distant source sea, stirring up monstrous waves. Sumyubai's figure slowly condensed elsewhere, his face slightly pale. Executing such a large-scale reality illusion shift consumed a massive amount of energy. Even with the Sea of Death and the Tree of the World, it would still take some time to recover. What he lacked most right now was time. He had to race against every second. The phantom of the Sea of Death roared and churned, constantly crashing into the pack of source beasts to block their advance. At the same time, the myriad branches of the Tree of the World, like emerald divine whips, rapidly coiled around the approaching source beasts. Both great rule-level creations exerted their power simultaneously, all for the sake of stalling for time. Puff, puff, Sumyubai, wielding the sword of creation, seized the opportunity to shatter the life cores up to more soul beasts. The third one, the fourth one, Chapter 1002, Soul Annihilation, an unprecedented experience. Just as Sumyubai shouted the fourth one, a sudden change occurred. The source beast he had just defeated emitted a strange energy fluctuation before dissipating. This fluctuation acted like a signal, instantly stimulating all the surrounding source beasts. Roar. The remaining 4 source beasts affected by the mystic heaven divine pupils erupted with immense energy from within, and the pupil technique's freezing effect, which was already at its limit, shattered in an instant. They have this kind of ability too. The vertical pupil between Sumyubai's brows constricted sharply, sending a piercing pain through his mind. This was the backlash from the freezing effect being broken. Fortunately, it was already nearing its end, so the backlash was not too severe. However, this was merely the signal for the source beast pack's counterattack to begin. Roar. 33. The 33 surviving source beasts roared in unison, the terrifying sound waves causing the source sea to churn violently. At this moment, they no longer fought as individuals. Their auras were subtly linked, and their movements became synchronized. In their murderous pupils, a fiercer light burned as they simultaneously locked onto Sumyubai, who was trapped in their encirclement. Are they enraged? Sumyubai's heart sank, and a strong sense of crisis welled up within him. He wanted to activate the divine talisman of illusory dreams to dodge again. But this time, the source beasts changed their method of attack. They did not fire torrents of energy. Instead, the 3 sharp horns atop their heads lit up simultaneously. 99 invisible force fields overlapped instantly, forming a massive, restrictive domain. Within the domain, space was completely solidified, and the flow of time became extremely sluggish. Sumyubai felt as if his entire being had sunk into a quagmire, making even the movement of a single finger incredibly difficult. The purple light of the phantom god record flickered violently, attempting to initiate a shift between reality and illusion. However, under the overlapping suppression of multiple force fields, the dream bubbles shattered as soon as they were generated. The sea of death roared and churned, attempting to resist the influence of the source beast's domain, but it proved entirely futile. The world tree shot out tens of thousands of emerald green vines, launching them toward all the source beasts. Yet, its attacks passed directly through the bodies of the source beasts. Aside from causing slight ripples in the origin power within them, it could not inflict any effective damage. The wheel of time and space, the sword of creation, the scripture of death. At this moment, all these rule-level treasures paled in comparison. 33 source beasts were equivalent to 33 rule sovereigns with main god-level combat power joining forces, and they were perfectly in sync. Sumyubai felt that even a supreme god would likely struggle to fare well against such an attack. I can't dodge it. No sooner had this thought flashed through his mind than the destructive attack descended. The 33 source beasts opened their massive maws in unison, and the long condensed orbs of origin power fused into a single beam of origin light over 100 meters in diameter. Wherever the beam passed, it carried world-shattering power, instantly engulfing Sumyubai. Rumble, terrifying explosion occurred, and the blinding light made this vacuum region as bright as day. In the face of this indescribable power, Sumyubai's divine body could not even hold on for a 10,000th of a second before it completely disintegrated and was annihilated. It was not just the divine body. The source beast's attack also targeted the divine soul. Sumyubai's half-step main god-level divine soul could not withstand such an assault either. And in an instant, it shattered within the beam of origin light, turning into nothingness. His inner world was also severely affected, yet it did not collapse or perish as a result. Rumble. The sea of death raised monstrous waves, continuously absorbing the terrifying energy that was tearing through the world barrier and entering his inner world. Rustle, rustle. The world tree shook violently, its emerald green divine light illuminating the entire inner world, acting like a pillar supporting the heavens and preventing Sumyubai's inner world from collapsing. Even so, dense cracks continued to appear throughout his inner world, as if it were on the verge of falling apart at any moment. Fortunately, those vast numbers of small worlds were under the protection of the world tree and had not yet been affected. The power of the world tree and the sea of death was constantly repairing these cracks, wrestling against that world-destroying force. If not for the existence of these 2 rule-level creations, even if Sumyubai had not died, his inner world would have collapsed in an instant, becoming a wasteland. His consciousness went blank for a fleeting moment, but the next instant, a cold, majestic voice resonated as if from the depths of the 9 netherworlds, or perhaps from the very core of his soul. I govern death. I am eternal and indestructible. Death Authority Death's rival had always been present, although the combined attack of the Source Beast Pack was indeed powerful to the extreme. It could not suppress the power of Sumyubai's authority. Therefore, it could not truly kill him. The rule of death vibrated violently, transcending all logic. The divine soul that had been completely annihilated instantly recondensed within the sea of death. However, although Sumyubai did not die, his divine soul, divine body, and divine power had suffered an unprecedented blow from that last strike. If not for the existence of the sea of death, even if he hadn't fallen, his divine soul would have fallen into a deep slumber, requiring a vast amount of time to recover. At this moment, he was weak to the extreme. Outside, the Source Beast's attack did not cease because of his disappearance. They seemed to know that their enemy had not perished. The three sharp horns atop their heads continued to glow, and the beams of origin light spewing from their mouths were maintained. The world barrier continued to be torn apart. These Source Beasts seemed intent on completely destroying Sumyubai's inner world. Quite ruthless, aren't you? Seeing this, Sumyubai did not rush to recondense his divine body, but instead carefully experienced his current state. This was the first time he had encountered such a state. At this moment, Sumyubai felt as if he had completely merged into one with the sea of death. He could even clearly sense the tiny golden patterns on every single skeleton within the Golden Calamity Legion deep beneath the sea. Every drop of seawater seemed to have become a part of him, and every soul shockwave felt as if it were released by him personally. What a marvelous feeling! Sumyubai's divine soul was completely integrated into the sea of death, and he moved his curious divine sensed out. Boom! A gray-white water dragon, hundreds of kilometers wide, roared and soared into the sky, its edges shimmering with a faint golden light. But the next moment, the water dragon turned into a torrential downpour, returning to the sea of death. Sumyubai had not consumed any power to mobilize this, he had merely moved the thought. It was as if the sea of death had become his own body. The next moment, an unprecedented system notification sounded within his divine soul. Chapter 1003. If this isn't cheating, what is? Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully achieving perfect compatibility with the rule level creation sea of death. Perfect compatibility. What does that mean? A flash of confusion crossed Sumyubai's mind. He still remembered that when he first obtained the sea of death, this rule level creation had two special effects. Special 1. The sea of death has merged with your inner small world. Its existence will cause your inner small world to be in a constant state of improvement. 2. Your divine soul has merged with the sea of death. As long as the sea of death does not dry up, your divine soul will not perish. It is precisely because of this second special effect, combined with the existence of the cataclysm trait, that he is able to achieve an indestructible soul. Just like now, the source light beams from the Source Beast swarm have been wreaking havoc within his internal world. But no matter how the Source Beast swarm attacks, it is impossible for them to drain the sea of death, and thereby destroy Sumyubai's internal world. The very first step is something they could never accomplish, no matter what, because the sea of death, having been imbued with the cataclysm trait by Sumyubai, possesses infinite energy. However, the sudden prompt from the Myriad Worlds game regarding perfect synchronization left Sumyubai feeling a bit puzzled for a moment. Does perfect synchronization mean that he can now command the sea of death as easily as moving his own arm? In the past, mobilizing the power of the sea of death required the consumption of soul power and divine power, allowing its projection to descend into the divine domain, the divine realm, or the outside world. All required a continuous strain on Sumyubai's own strength. But now, things are different. Sumyubai has a feeling that he only needs a single thought to make the power of the sea of death descend directly. He could even make a portion of the sea of death itself appear within the Myriad Worlds. And none of this requires the consumption of even a shred of his own power. It is as easy and comfortable as simply opening a door and letting the sea of death flow through. But is this really all there is to gain after achieving perfect synchronization? It certainly can't be that simple. Sumyubai pondered for a moment, and suddenly, his mind stirred. That's right, that place. The sea of death has a core, the golden vortex, at its center. Sumyubai's soul is already perfectly synchronized with the sea of death. With just a shift of his divine sense, his soul arrived at the center of the golden vortex. This is where the eye of the Sea of Death lies. All its power originates from here. The World Tree is also rooted here, though it seems to exist in a different space from the Sea of Death, with the two not interfering with each other. At this moment, Sumyubai had no intention of examining the World Tree. His soul reached directly into the rapidly spinning golden vortex. The next moment, he felt as if his soul were plummeting at high speed, and the velocity was only increasing. During the descent, Sumyubai's soul vaguely sensed the presence of countless departed spirits. These are the phantasms manifested by the power of the Sea of Death. Not only that, but the soul energy within the Sea of Death was also pouring into his soul in an endless stream. This soul energy is the source of the soul-shattering impacts, yet at this moment, they have become the nourishment for Sumyubai to restore his soul. Although his soul is indestructible, it had been weakened to the extreme due to the previous attacks. Now, under the supply of this nourishment, it began to recover at a terrifying speed. 10%, 20%, 30%. In just a few breaths, Sumyubai's soul had already recovered a small portion. This feeling was incredibly wondrous. It was as if his soul were bathing in a hot spring. Before the Source Beast Swarm's attacks had even ceased, Sumyubai's soul had already fully recovered to its original state. Is this the benefit of complete synchronization? Sumyubai was ecstatic. Such a recovery speed is practically cheating. From now on, not only is his soul indestructible, but his soul power will also become infinite, because the Sea of Death, possessing the Cataclysm trait, has an inexhaustible supply of energy. Even if the myriad worlds were to be destroyed, it would never run dry. At this time, the attacks from the Source Beast Swarm also came to a halt. After releasing their previous combined force field, the three sharp horns atop their heads were visibly dimmed. Just as Sumyubai was preparing to recondense his divine body and continue slaughtering the remaining Source Beasts, he suddenly froze. It's still increasing. What shocked him was that even after his soul had fully recovered, the soul energy within the Sea of Death was still continuously merging into his soul. But now, it was no longer about recovery, it was about advancement. To think there would be such an unexpected windfall. Sumyubai could clearly feel his soul growing stronger rapidly, and the speed of this improvement was beyond imagination. This sensation made him involuntarily lose himself in it. His soul merged completely into the golden vortex, and his soul power, following the rotation of the vortex, spread throughout the entire Sea of Death. At this moment, Sumyubai felt that he was the Sea of Death, and the Sea of Death was him. It is unknown how much time passed before Sumyubai finally regained full clarity. When he sensed how powerful his soul had become, he was utterly shocked. Is it this strong? If his soul had previously been a pool of spring water, then his current soul was a towering divine peak. This was not just an increase in quantity, but a qualitative leap. At the same time, a series of system prompts echoed through Sumyubai's soul. Prompt: your soul has advanced to the peak of the main god realm. Prompt: congratulations to player White Knight for becoming the first Law Lord to raise their soul to the peak of the main god realm. Reward: one additional opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the Rule Sovereign Realm. Prompt: a myriad worlds announcement will be made shortly. Main god realm peak. Although Sumyubai had some mental preparation, he had not expected such a massive surprise. Is the after effect of perfect synchronization with the Sea of Death really this significant? Before the synchronization, although his soul far exceeded the limits of the Law Lord realm, it was only at the half-step main god realm. Now, not only did he break through to the main god realm, but he reached the peak in one go. If this isn't cheating, what is? If I had known that this was how to achieve perfect synchronization, I would have gone to fight a main god to the death long ago. Sumyubai's divine sense rippled. Though he was only thinking about it, he knew very well that simply having his soul annihilated and then recondensing it from the Sea of Death would not have been enough to achieve perfect synchronization. There must have been some specific catalyst required for this to happen. It was just that he did not yet know what it was. However, there was one thing Sumyubai knew. When he had previously reconsolidated his divine soul, the authority of luck had been triggered once again in the mysterious depths of the void. It had to be said that although this thing could not be triggered actively, it was truly useful. Every time it was activated, it brought him immense gains. After Sumyubai digested the harvest, he still hadn't managed to reconsolidate his divine body. because a series of system notifications that followed immediately left him completely stunned. Chapter 1004. The Human Race, Why Fear a Battle? Only 4 days had passed since Sumubai last triggered the world announcement. Players of all races across the myriad worlds were still immersed in the shock of him simultaneously fusing 5 rule DOS to the 9-pattern ultimate realm. For the past few days, discussions had never ceased. After all, the speed at which Bai Yi fused rule DOS was simply too astonishing. And that was not to mention the inclusion of a supreme rule Dao like the rule of creation. Coupled with the exposure of his two identities Bai Yi and the calamity of the myriad races, countless people were heatedly debating the matter in the bounty hunter guilds across every world. Especially those powerhouses and races that had become targets of the calamity of the myriad races. They had been living in constant fear and anxiety during this period, terrified that they might not live to see the next day's sun. Furthermore, those races that had been targeting the human race ever since its decline felt a sense of despair deepen every time they heard a world announcement triggered by Bai Yi. They were the ones who most hoped for Bai Yi to fall midway, for only then would their races have a path to survival. If Bai Yi did not die, he would inevitably lead the human race to rise again and become a top-tier race once more. When that time came, it would be the end for them. Just as players of all races were discussing and despairing, the world announcement suddenly resounded through every world once again. World announcement. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for becoming the first Lord of Laws to elevate his divine soul to the peak of the main god realm. This is your Bai announced. Nay, players of all races learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Silence, a deathly silence. The moment the announcement rang out, the entire myriad worlds fell into a state of stillness. After a long while, exclamations finally erupted across the various worlds. Peak of the main god realm. Are you kidding me? Is this a divine soul that a Lord of Laws can possess? A divine soul at the peak of the main god realm. What kind of monster is this? Did I hear that wrong? Lord of Laws realm. But a divine soul at the peak of the main god realm. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. Did the world game glitch? Yes. I admit that Bai Yi is a monster the likes of which the myriad worlds have never seen. But isn't this just too perverted? Can someone do something about him? This guy isn't even hiding his cheating anymore. Is Bai Yi wholesaling these announcements? Ever since he appeared, world announcements have been popping up like they're free. As long as he doesn't fall, who can stop the rise of the human race again? Even if the demon race, machine race, and insect race join forces now, I reckon it would be hard to kill Bai Yi. A divine soul at the peak of the main god realm has already surpassed the vast majority of main gods. Right, the betting is open. The betting is open. Let's bet on how many days it will take for Bai Yi to trigger the next world announcement. I'll throw out a number. Within 10 days, 10 days. Who are you looking down on? I bet within 7 days, 5 days. If it takes longer than 5 days, he isn't worthy of the name Bai Yi. Since we're playing, let's play big. Take a risk, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. If you win, you go to the club. If you lose, you go to work at the docks. I bet within 3 days, the Flame Domain. This was the territory of the Lord of Fire, and also one of the domains of the demon race, because Huang Qian, the Lord of Fire, was the main god of the demon race inside the Flame Temple. As Huang Qian listened to the world announcement ringing in his ears, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Peak of the main god realm. How is this possible? The last time he went to the ruined star domain to surround and kill Bai Yi, he had originally intended to take care of that old schemer Yi Yuan along the way, to avenge the mockery he had endured for so many epochs. As it turned out, not only did he fail to get his revenge, but he had once again become a laughingstock. At that time, he had come to hate Bai Yi as well. If it weren't for Bai Yi, how could he have been humiliated by Yi Yuan once again after returning? The more Huang Qian thought about it, the angrier he became, and he had been waiting for Kang Li's summons to continue the siege on Bai Yi. The announcement from a few days ago about Bai Yi fusing 5 rule DOS to the 9-pattern ultimate realm hadn't seemed like much to him, but this time was different. This was a divine soul at the peak of the main god realm. It was a realm that even he had not yet reached. Bai Yi was merely at the Lord of Laws realm. How could his divine soul possibly be this strong? For a moment, Huang Qian began to doubt his existence as a demon. Was he, the Lord of Fire, perhaps a bit too useless. At the same time, the powerful main gods, the Lord of Slaughter, Kang Li, the Lord of Destruction, Ling Shang, the Lord of Birth, Nydia, and the Lord of Light, who all had extremely grim expressions. Not long ago, they had been expelled from the Void Rift by Bai Yi, and even their sovereign authority had been frozen by him for a year. Now, hearing such news, how could their expressions be anything but ugly? The last siege had failed, and attempting another was already fraught with difficulties. As Bai Yi's strength grew, the probability of a successful siege would only become lower and lower. This was the last thing they wanted to see, but was the growth speed of this freak, Bai Yi, not a bit too excessive? Was the world game created specifically for him? We cannot wait any longer, otherwise there will never be another chance. In the myriad demon domain, Kang Li stood alone in the endless starry sky, a flicker of anxiety deep within his eyes. This demon ancestor was finally, truly desperate. A divine soul at the peak of the main god realm was already on par with his own. Bai Yi's growth speed was simply too terrifying. If he were allowed to continue growing, who knew if he would break through to the rule sovereign realm in a short while? One had to know that Bai Yi had fused 5 rule Daos. If any one of those supreme rules broke through, that would be the supreme god realm. When that time comes, it will not just be the end for him. The demon ancestor, the entire demon race will fall into decline, suffering a fate even more miserable than that of the human race over these past 10 epochs. Since we cannot find Bai Yi, we have no choice but to force him to show himself. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Kang Li's eyes. He raised his hand, tore through the space before him, and vanished into the vast, boundless starry sky. Ling Shang, Nydia, and Huozhou also wore expressions of extreme grimness. Their thoughts at this moment were identical to those of Kang Li. They absolutely could not wait any longer, no matter what. Bai Yi had to die. Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom. At the center of the far North Star domain, within a small secret realm, Q stood with his hands behind his back on a stone platform, his gaze fixed upon the towering tower of time and space. A flicker of worry crossing his eyes. Those fellows. I fear they are about to be driven to desperate measures. Although he was not a ruler of rules, he understood very well what this world announcement signified. The faster Bai Yi's strength increased, the more frantic the demon race and the mechanical race would become, and this time, perhaps the Zerg race would be added to the mix as well. After all, the Zerg's symbiotic ruler, Heidi, had just fallen at the hands of the human race. If the human race wished to rise, this brutal battle was unavoidable regardless of the cost. Yet, compared to the top-tier races, the current foundation of the human race was still far too lacking. What is meant to come will come. It is merely happening a little earlier than expected. A figure suddenly appeared beside Q and gently patted his shoulder. The person who arrived was Yumo. His gaze was also fixed upon the tower of time and space, divine light flowing within his eyes. The human race, why fear a battle? Chapter 1005. A brutal way to play. Origin land, origin sea. Within his internal world, Sumyu Bai had not yet managed to reconsolidate his divine body when he suddenly froze. This was because a series of unexpected system notifications had once again rung out within his divine soul. Notification: your divine soul has completely merged with the rule level creation, the Sea of Death. Notification: congratulations. You have obtained a clone, the Sea of Death. Notification: a clone interface has been added to your status window. A clone. Sumyu Bai was somewhat bewildered, completely unable to grasp what was happening. A rule-level creation like the Sea of Death had inexplicably become his clone. No wonder it felt like an extension of my own arm. No wonder my divine soul jumped directly to the peak of the main god realm. At this moment, Sumyu Bai finally understood why his divine soul had experienced such a massive improvement. The Sea of Death was a supreme rule-level creation. If it were not still in a state of growth, Sumyu Bai's divine soul would not have merely risen to the peak of the main god realm. However, Sumyu Bai did not understand what conditions he had met to cause the Sea of Death to become his clone. Since the Sea of Death can become a clone, then ... Thinking of this, Sumyu Bai's divine soul could not help but sweep across the towering giant tree, another layer of space within the golden vortex. A wild idea rising in his heart. Could the world tree also work? However, He currently had no clue about this matter. He didn't even know how to achieve complete synchronization with the world tree. But with the experience of synchronizing with the Sea of Death, Sumyubai felt that one day he would be able to make the world tree one of his clones as well. At the very least, I must fuse the life rule to the 9 pattern limit before researching this problem. Sumyubai moved his divine sense and opened his status window. Sure enough, there was an additional clone panel. He immediately chose to view it. Clone. The clone and the main body share the same divine soul. When in the same world, power can be borrowed from one another. Current clone Sea of Death. Power can be borrowed from one another. Seeing this description, Sumyubai's divine soul shook. The Sea of Death possessed the cataclysm characteristic. Did this not mean that his divine soul power and divine power had become inexhaustible? He immediately moved his divine sense and reconsolidated a new divine body. Normally, having endured that terrifying strike from the herd of origin beasts, while he would not have perished, his consumption of divine power would certainly have been immense. Even with the world tree for rapid recovery, the newly formed divine body would definitely not compare to his peak state. But the divine body he had just formed was identical in both power and aura to his state at his absolute zenith. This cheat is way too overpowered. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. He was already difficult enough to kill as it was. Now, with the Sea of Death as a clone with infinite energy, it was practically impossible for him to die. And, could it be played like this? A wild thought flashed through his mind. Sumyubai immediately moved his divine sense and vanished from his internal world. Within the Origin Sea, the remaining 33 origin beasts were surrounding the massive primordial airflow at the center of the vacuum zone. During the time Sumyubai was completely merging with the Sea of Death, they had not made any unnecessary moves. Clearly, the phantom of the heart of reincarnation within the primordial airflow had not yet reached the time for its emergence. Otherwise, they would have swarmed it long ago. The moment Sumyubai appeared, the herd of origin beasts sensed his aura. Seeing that their previous enemy was still alive, the group of origin beasts immediately revealed fierce glares, and the 3 sharp horns atop their heads lit up simultaneously. 99 invisible force fields instantly overlapped, forming a massive containment domain. Within the domain, space was completely solidified, and the flow of time became extremely sluggish. It can be used again so quickly. Sumyubai frowned, then realized with a start that nearly 3 days had passed since his divine soul awakened within the Sea of Death. In other words, the time he could remain in the origin land had entered its final countdown. Since that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. A cold light flashed in Sumyubai's eyes, facing the torrent of origin energy spewed simultaneously by the 33 origin beasts. He actually spread his arms and actively charged toward them. Even the pack of source beasts felt a flicker of confusion in their eyes as they watched his actions. Had this guy's brain been smashed to pieces, the very next moment, the pupils of the source beast suddenly constricted violently. A terrifying, extreme surge of energy erupted abruptly in the center of the encirclement. Boom! A massive roar instantly resounded throughout the entire source sea, and a terrifying shockwave surged toward them at an unimaginable speed. Sumyubai had actually chosen to self-destruct. Moreover, his self-destruction was different from a normal one. Even after detonating, his divine soul remained clear and conscious, allowing him to even constrain the terrifying energy generated by the blast. One could see that the world-ending energy of the self-destruction did not affect the cluster of primordial airflow in the center in the slightest. Instead, it slammed entirely into the pack of source beasts. Sumyubai's divine body had reached the half-step main god realm. While his self-destruction could not possibly kill the source beasts, it was more than capable of causing them some trouble. Roar! Painful howls immediately echoed through the source sea, and the bodies of all the source beasts thinned significantly. The flow of the source power within them also slowed down considerably. However, the eyes of the source beasts were filled with bewilderment. What exactly was this strange-looking fellow trying to do? Did he actually think he could kill us with a self-destruction? How laughably naive. But immediately afterward, all the source beasts froze, because the guy who had just self-destructed had appeared before them once again. Completely unscathed. It's time to send you on your way. Sumyubai spoke calmly, as if he were stating a fact that had already occurred. Golden light flared brilliantly in his eyes. The vertical pupil at the center of his forehead snapped open, and the yin-yang fish-shaped iris spun frantically. Zhuanshan Divine Pupil activate. With this activation, he pushed it directly to its ultimate state. Pupil technique freeze. Pushing the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil to its limit consumed an immense amount of divine soul power. But Sumyubai's divine soul had now ascended to the peak of the main god realm, making it incomparable to what it once was 3 days ago. Even when he gave his all, the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil could only affect 7 or 8 source beasts. This time, however, it froze every single one of the remaining source beasts. The speed of the life cores circulating within them instantly slowed to a crawl, becoming clearly visible. Dear patrons, traffic has been dropping lately, and I want to do a cover test. Could you please recommend some images suitable for this book's cover? Chapter 1006, Total Annihilation. Resonance. The divine soul at the peak of the main god realm elevated the effects of Sumyubai's Zhuanshan Divine Pupil to a terrifying degree. In an instant, all 33 remaining source beasts were completely frozen by the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil. The situation on the battlefield underwent a polar reversal. A moment ago, the source beast pack had joined forces to release a force field to suppress Sumyubai, but now they were affected by his pupil technique. Their source power frozen. Clang! A crisp sword hum rang out. Sumyubai raised his hand to summon the Sword of Creation, his entire being transforming into a streak of sword light as he shot toward the life core of the nearest source beast. The wheel of time and space cast its clear radiance, accelerating him to avoid wasting the time bought by his pupil technique. Sumyubai merged with his sword, becoming a beam of light woven from death and creation, weaving through the 33 source beasts. Puff, puff, puff. Light, crisp sounds rang out in rapid succession. The massive bodies of the source beasts collapsed with a boom one after another. The 5th, the 6th, the 7th. Sumyubai did not pause, and while the effects of the pupil technique still held, his sword light flashed again, lunging toward the rest of the affected source beasts. Puff, puff. The 8th, the 9th. By the time Sumyubai felt exhausted and had to temporarily deactivate the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil, there was no longer a single source beast to be seen in this vacuum zone. The remaining 33 source beasts had been completely wiped out before he had fully synchronized with the Sea of Death and refined it into a clone. Sumyubai had exhausted all his strength just to kill 4 source beasts before his divine body was annihilated. Yet now, he had easily slaughtered the remaining 33 in the span of a few breaths. Of course, this was also related to the fact that the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil was simply too much of a hard counter to the source beasts. Creatures like the source beasts, while possessing the destructive power of the main god realm, had methods that were too singular in a true one-on-one fight. They were by no means a match for any rule sovereign. The troublesome part about them was that as long as their life cores remained intact, they could never be killed. It just so happened that Sumyubai possessed a divine skill like the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil, which could even briefly freeze their source. One could only say that running into a freak like Sumyubai was their fate. Otherwise, if any other main god realm entity had come here and faced a pack of 37 source beasts, they would have had no choice but to flee in terror. So much source power. This really is a bountiful harvest. Sumyubai put away the Sword of Creation, his gaze sweeping over the clusters of source power left behind by the fallen source beasts, a look of joy appearing on his face. This was the core area of the source sea, where even the primordial chi was gathered entirely in the center, leaving behind a large vacuum zone devoid of any rule source. This meant that the source power left behind by the fallen source beasts would not be snatched away. It all belonged to Sumyubai. At this moment, those clusters of golden source power, appearing almost tangible, permeated the surroundings without drifting away. Even the source power from the 4 source beasts he had killed 3 days ago was still there. Just how many strands of source power must this be? Sumyubai's eyes shone. Last time, after killing the source beasts, the rule source had snatched away the majority of the source power, yet he had still gained dozens of strands. Now, with 37 massive clusters, a conservative estimate would put it at over 10,000 strands of source power. Even with Sumyubai's extensive experience, he couldn't help but feel his breath hitch at the sight of such a massive resource. If he were to absorb all of this source power, however, The scene that followed caused his expression to freeze. Just as Sumyubai prepared to condense a net of rules to collect his spoils of war, the dense, primordial mist that permeated the entire vacuum region seemed to be drawn by some invisible force. Like 100 rivers returning to the sea, it surged frantically toward the center of the area, the primordial airflow that enveloped the phantom of the heart of reincarnation. The primordial airflow acted like a bottomless pit, greedily devouring all the primordial power. Its rotation speed grew faster and faster, and its color became increasingly profound. At the center of the airflow, that phantom of a heart became solid and clear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. Sumyubai could even vaguely hear a strong, powerful heartbeat, resonating with the incomplete heart of reincarnation within his own chest. At this moment, the heart of reincarnation inside his body beat more violently than ever before, faintly conveying an emotion of immense longing and joy. Is this the complete heart of reincarnation? Sumyubai realized it in an instant. He abandoned his plan to use the web of rules to collect this primordial power, held his breath, and stood still, watching everything quietly. He tried to find some inspiration for restoring his own incomplete heart of reincarnation from the process of the phantom heart of reincarnation within the primordial airflow becoming whole, because he wasn't sure if fully comprehending a supreme rule path would truly be enough to perfectly repair a gap. The primordial airflow absorbed the energy very quickly. Before long, the last trace of primordial power was completely devoured. At this moment, the primordial airflow had turned into something resembling liquid and slowly ceased its rotation. The heart of reincarnation phantom at the center was now as solid as if it truly existed, its surface interwoven with patterns of various colors, ruled out patterns. But they are slightly different. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. These patterns were very similar to ruled out patterns, yet they gave him a feeling of being more complete. Yes, complete. It didn't refer to the whole, but rather that each individual pattern was more complete than the ruled out patterns on the incomplete heart of reincarnation within his body. Could it be the normal rule combined with the inversion rule? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, a guess forming in his mind. The heart of reincarnation phantom within the primordial airflow pulsed slightly, radiating an ancient, supreme aura. The next moment, it gave a gentle tremor. A multicolored stream of light, as if possessing a life of its own, flew out proactively and submerged into the center of Sumyubai's brow. Boom! Sumyubai's entire body shook violently, and his consciousness was pulled into a wondrous realm. He felt as if he had transformed into a giant creating the world, witnessing with his own eyes the primordial airflow gathering into a source sea, the birth of primordial power from within it, the condensation of rule origins, and the gradual formation of the myriad worlds. In this instant, he gained an unprecedented, brand new understanding and perception of the essence of the rule Great Tao and the myriad worlds, the rule of death, the rule of fate, the rule of time, the rule of space, the rule of creation, and even the rules of life and chaos that he had not yet comprehended. Brand new understandings and perceptions of several supreme rules flowed, collided, and merged within his heart, within Sumyubai's soul. The three rule Tao seeds spun and solidified frantically under the infusion of this massive insight and energy. Although he hadn't been able to condense a third rule Tao seed in the source sea, the previous triggering of the myriad worlds announcement had granted him an extra one. Chapter 1007, A Great Harvest. Returning. The first two rule Tao seeds were nourished by the rule of death and the rule of fate, respectively. The third one was the rule of time. Vaguely, Sumyubai even felt that there were slight cracks on these three rule Tao seeds. It seemed that as long as he took one step further in the fusion of the rules of death, fate, and time, they would immediately take root and sprout, blooming into brilliant Tao flowers in an instant. At that time, he would successfully break through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm. But this final step was as difficult as ascending to heaven, even for Sumyubai. He did not yet have the certainty to make the breakthrough. However, this sudden stroke of fortune had caused his path to breakthrough to take a massive leap forward. Yet, his focus at this moment was not on when he could break through, but was fixed intently on the heart of reincarnation phantom within the primordial airflow. To be precise, he was staring at the more complete rule Tao patterns on that phantom. As expected, I must master the inversion rule Great Tao. Sumyubai took a deep breath his mind now clear. To truly repair a gap in the heart of reincarnation, relying on a single supreme rule path was not enough. He had to fully comprehend the inversion rule Great Tao corresponding to that supreme rule to complete the repair of a single gap. It seems the path to establishing reincarnation is much harder than I imagined. Sumyubai couldn't help but sigh. Right now, let alone the inversion rule Great Tao, he didn't even have a clue how to comprehend the inversion laws. I still have to find the answer from Yi and the others. A look of contemplation flashed in his eyes. Currently, only the god-level netherworld could comprehend and begin to fuse the inversion rule Great Tao. Fortunately, Sumyubai had his strongest cheat, the catastrophe talent. As long as he could comprehend a certain inversion law through Yi and the others, he could directly freeload and promote it into that inversion rule Great Tao. Coupled with the ability to enter the land of origin multiple times, Sumyubai could quickly fuse the inversion rule Great Tao to the limit of 9 patterns. He only needed to complete the final breakthrough. Therefore, what he lacked most right now was still rule Tao seeds. Thinking of this, Sumyubai was about to continue absorbing the primordial chi to see if he could condense another rule Tao seed. Just at this moment, the heart of reincarnation within the primordial airflow suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. That light shone directly onto Sumyubai's soul, and even the sea of death within his internal world was illuminated, shimmering brilliantly. Finally, all the light converged, transforming into a plain and unassuming, yet profoundly mysterious rule Tao seed that emerged within Sumyubai's soul. The 4th rule Tao seed complete. This sudden change left Sumyubai feeling overjoyed. A few days ago, he had absorbed a massive amount of primordial chi, yet he had failed to successfully condense it. He never expected that it would succeed so inexplicably just like this. This meant that he now possessed a 4th opportunity to the rule sovereign realm. Sumyubai slowly opened his eyes, sensing the newly condensed rule Tao seed. With a flicker of his divine sense, he directly channeled the great Tao of space rules into it. Soon, this rule Tao seed was tinged with a pure white hue, transforming into a space Tao seed. After completing all of this, Sumyubai calmed his mind and looked ahead. That cluster of primordial airflow and the phantom of the heart within it had become much dimmer after sending out that stream of light. It slowly faded and eventually vanished completely. It was as if its existence had been solely to wait for this moment to fulfill him. Thank you, Sumyubai said softly toward the empty center of the vacuum. Although he did not know its origin, he would remember this gift. Perhaps this was the self-preservation of the myriad worlds. For if Sumyubai could not create reincarnation, the myriad worlds would surely fall into an abyss of eternal doom. Do the myriad worlds also have their own consciousness? Sumyubai looked up at the sky, whispering to himself involuntarily. If the myriad worlds truly possessed consciousness, was it the heavenly Tao described in the novels of Blue Star? This question could not be answered for the time being. However, Sumyubai had a feeling that he was not far from the answer, because his strength was already approaching the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Notification. Your status as a primordial traveler will expire in 1 minute. Please leave the primordial land voluntarily before the countdown ends, or you will be expelled and suppressed by the primordial rules. Just as the countdown began, the environment around Sumyubai underwent earth-shattering change in an instant. The vacuum zone ceased to exist, and the primordial chi on the periphery also vanished without a trace in a blink. Silently and soundlessly, the entire Sea of Origin completed its transfer once again, leaving this place and appearing in another area of the primordial land. There was still not the slightest spatial fluctuation, nor did it give Sumyubai any time to prepare. Replacing it was the slowly emerging aura of the origin, along with those rule origins that had been pushed aside by the sudden appearance of the Sea of Origin earlier. However, this time, Sumyubai did not take out the Sea of Origin teleportation scroll to chase after the relocated Sea of Origin, because with only 50-some seconds left, going over there would be meaningless. Most importantly, the goal of his trip had been overfulfilled. The 3 great Taos of time, space, and creation had all been fused to the 9-pattern ultimate realm, and his strength had truly reached the level of a main god. Even the rule Tao seeds he had only intended to attempt to condense had increased by 2. Coupled with the significant improvements of Brian, the Signal Light brothers, and Lanyu, this trip could be called a bumper harvest. Thinking of Lan Yu's current pseudo-main god-level combat power, a curve immediately appeared at the corner of Sumyubai's mouth. The plan that had previously felt somewhat aggressive now seemed a bit conservative. It seems I need to make some slight changes. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow with a thought. He chose to leave the primordial land voluntarily before the countdown ended. It was not easy to enter this place, but leaving was far too simple. Dead Zone Bank. Inside the private room, Sumyubai's figure emerged, and the Zhuanshan grandeur rippled faintly before gradually fading away. He sat on the sofa and flipped his wrist. 4 exquisite, small tokens appeared in his palm. These were the World Master tokens from top-tier World Masters like the Golden Winged Venerable. The next moment, Sumyubai opened his internal world, and Brian and Lan Yu were released. My lord, what are your orders? Both of them had eager looks in their eyes, staring fixedly at the World Master tokens in Sumyubai's palm. Having greatly increased their strength, they couldn't wait to announce their existence to the myriad worlds. Sumyubai smiled slightly. Each of you choose a great world. Complete the World Master Challenge, and then come back to find me. I will have a surprise for you then. Chapter 1008. The layout begins. Although more than 10 days had passed since the fall of the Golden Winged Venerable and the other World Masters, no one had yet completed the World Master challenges for those for great worlds. It was not because the difficulty was too high, but because they were afraid. The news that the calamity of the myriad races was the work of Bai Yi had spread throughout the entire myriad worlds, and no one dared to touch this hot potato. After all, the World Master tokens for these for great worlds were in Bai Yi's hands. Even if they passed the World Master challenge, they would still need to defeat Bai Yi to become the new World Master. And defeating Bai Yi was no different from a pipe dream. That freak Bai Yi had even killed the symbiotic sovereign of the Zerg for a World Master at the Law Lord level to challenge him. Wasn't that just throwing their life away? Therefore, even though the demon race and the mechanical race were both top-tier races, no powerhouse at the World Master level within their ranks dared to covet these for great worlds. Even the top-tier World Masters did not have the guts. Precisely because of this, even though Sumyubai and his group had been delayed in the primordial land for so long, no powerhouse had emerged to complete the World Master challenges for these for great worlds. Originally, Sumyubai had intended for the Signal Light brothers to become the World Masters of the Great World in the Destruction domain, as they happened to be fusing the Great Tao of Destruction rules. But their strength was still lacking a bit of seasoning. The gap between the 95% 9-pattern realm and the 9-pattern ultimate realm was immense. Sumyubai did not have any rule supreme treasures suitable for them at the moment, so the only ones sent out this time were Brian and Lan Yu. Although Brian's fusion degree of the Great Tao of Death rules was still a step away from the 9-pattern ultimate, and his panel combat power had not yet reached the World Master level, he held the Death-type rule supreme treasure Scythe of Eternal Silence. His true combat power was not the least bit inferior to any top-tier World Master. Even when facing the strongest World Lord of the Destruction Realm, Doramide, Brian was fully capable of putting up a fight. To him, the World Lord challenges of the Great Worlds posed absolutely no difficulty. As for Lan Yu, it went without saying, her combat power had already reached the level of a pseudo-main god. Aside from Sumyubai, she could rightfully be called the strongest upper god among all the myriad realms. Of course, this excluded Haijin and Yuan, two existences that could not be measured by conventional logic. The former had fully mastered a rule Dao that did not belong to the myriad realms, although he could not break through to the rule sovereign realm because the myriad realms did not recognize it. In reality, he was no longer at the level of a law lord. Haijin's strength was not something the current Lan Yu could compare to. Lan Yu could only temporarily rival the projection avatars of main gods, whereas Haijin was capable of trading blows back and forth with the true bodies of main gods. As for Yuan, it depended on how much preparation he had made. In a sudden encounter, Yuan would naturally be no match for Lan Yu, but if given sufficient time to prepare, Lan Yu might not even have the chance to escape. Was the Fire Sovereign, Huangqian, who had repeatedly suffered at his hands, not the best proof of this, my lord? I will choose the great world of the myriad demon realm. The soul fire within Brian's pupils surged as his gaze fixed upon the two World Lord tokens belonging to the myriad demon realm in Sumyubai's palm. The death list was something he had compiled himself, and all along, the task Sumubai had given him was to purge the races on that list. It was just that his strength had been limited back then, so he could only slowly begin operations from the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. But things were different now. As long as a rule sovereign did not take action personally, Brian was confident in facing any powerhouse of the demon race. He knew very well that the relationship between the demon race and the human race was one of life and death. Therefore, he decisively chose the great world of the myriad demon realm, preparing to ignite the flames of the great purge from there. The great world of the myriad demon realm that works to Sumubai nodded, and after a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. You shall complete the World Lord challenges for both of these great worlds. No problem. Although Brian did not understand why, he nodded and agreed immediately. One was not limited to completing only one World Lord challenge for a great world. As long as one had the ability, one could even become the World Lord of multiple great worlds. It was just that there was no real benefit to doing so, and under normal circumstances, no powerhouse would do such a thing. After all, the territories controlled by each race were determined by strength. Invading a great world of one's own race within the territory belonging to that race was not permitted. The reason Sumubai wanted Brian to complete both World Lord challenges was that the success rate of freeloading to upgrade a World Lord token was not 100%. What he wanted was not merely a single great world, but to get his hands on the entire myriad demon realm. By then, with Brian possessing a portion of the Domain Lord's authority, it would be much more convenient for the Nether Army to operate within the myriad demon realm. As for the great world of the destruction realm, Sumubai glanced at the other two World Lord tokens, thought for a moment, and then looked up at Lanyu. Never mind. You go to the Chaos Realm, slaughter those fellows, and come back to find me after you become the World Lord. As he spoke, his divine sense stirred, transmitting the information of the three Chaos Realm World Lords to Lanyu. Understood, my lord. Lanyu blinked, her dark gold and bright purple wings swaying slowly behind her. At the very bottom, there was also a pair of pitch black wings. Those were manifested from the dark type rule supreme treasure, embrace of eternal night. Without the suppression of the origin land, Lanyu had once again become a 12-winged angel. She was now the successor to the Chaos Sovereign, so naturally, the Chaos Realm was the most suitable place for her to govern. By then, with the Chaos Realm Domain Lord token and the augmentation of the Domain Lord's authority, Lanyu would be able to escape even when facing the true body of a main god, provided she remained within the Chaos Realm. The three World Lord profiles Sumubai gave to Lanyu were all targets of bounty hunting missions. They had once coveted the Rule Supreme treasures in Sumubai's possession. However, they were not particularly strong, being merely ordinary World Lords. Upon learning that Otis had died at the hands of the calamity of myriad races, they had been so frightened that they immediately left the Death Continent and returned to the Chaos Realm. For Lanyu, hunting these three would be a simple task. Take this and go. Sumubai flipped his hand to put away the 4 World Lord tokens and tossed a spatial ring to Lanyu. Inside this ring was the Star Dome, the small private space vessel he had used in the past. With this sovereign-level vessel, Lanyu's efficiency in handling matters would be greatly improved. As for Brian, he had originally been gifted one by Sumubai. Although he had lent it to the human race previously, it had been returned to him after Yachu obtained 25 sovereign-level vessels. Brian bowed to Sumubai in unison before turning to leave the private room. Soon, the two arrived at the cross-realm teleportation hall of the City of Silence. After exchanging a glance and nodding, their figures vanished within it. Sumubai, however, was in no rush to leave the room. Instead, he opened his internal world once more and released a figure from within. Chapter 1009. 10 million possibilities. The internal world opened, and a burly, imposing figure stepped out into the private room. He stood nearly 3 meters tall, resembling a moving, dark red mountain. His muscles were knotted and bulging, filled with explosive power. His skin was a deep, dark red, and his wild, crimson hair stood on end like burning flames. It was none other than the strongest World Lord of the Destruction Realm, the world-ending Titan Duoromid. Not long ago, he had come to the City of Silence with the Golden Winged Sovereign. aiming to find clues regarding the disappearance of the god-slaying mark and, incidentally, to meet the recently rising calamity of myriad races. But he never expected that the calamity of myriad races would be that monster. Bai Yi. With a single strike, merely a casual strike, Bai Yi had crushed for top-tier world lords and left him severely wounded. If he hadn't been cowardly enough to flee quickly, Dormide would have died in that battle where the combat power was completely lopsided. At the time, although he had become a follower and fanatic believer of Sumyu, he had remained within Sumyu's internal world due to the severity of his injuries. Normally, injuries capable of plunging a top-tier world lord into a deep slumber would not be easy to recover from. However, it was different within Sumyu's internal world, with a small world possessing 1,000-fold time dilation, coupled with the endless supply of life force provided by the branches of the world tree. Dolomide's injuries recovered at an astonishing speed. Of course, if it were merely that, it would still have taken him some time to fully recover, but as of now, Dolomite had completely returned to his peak state. All of this was because a massive amount of origin energy had surged into the internal world when Sumyu entered the land of origin. "Greetings, Master." The moment Dolomite emerged, he knelt on one knee before Sumyu, his booming voice full of vigor. Sumyu nodded slightly. "Wise." Hearing this, Dolomite stood up and remained standing before Sumyu with a respectful expression. Compared to Brian, the follower, Dolomite appeared much more reserved. This was because he had not grown alongside Sumyu from the beginning, but was instead a defeated general who had surrendered, having been severely wounded by a single strike the first time he met Sumyu. Dolomite was filled with awe and reverence. "Take out your World Lord token." Sumyu glanced at Dolomite and spoke indifferently. The latter immediately flipped his wrist, and a small, exquisite token appeared in his palm. The World Lord token was already quite small in Sumyu's hand, but in the palm of Dolomite, a little giant, it appeared even more minuscule. Sumyu looked at this star-shattering Sea World Lord token, his gaze sharpening. Golden light suddenly erupted from his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil activate. Following the guidance provided by Wo Wun over this period, Sumyu no longer needed to separately mobilize the laws of fate and time when using the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil to foresee the future of a certain object. Everything was now integrated into the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil, no longer causing the massive disturbances of the past. The golden light of the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil shone upon the star-shattering Sea World Lord token, and a phantom image immediately emerged above the token. This was a glimpse of one of its possible futures. The next moment, countless phantom images appeared. All of them belonged to the future of this token, and had once told Sumyu that the Master of Time and Space had said that the future is not set in stone. In the past, Sumyu's application of the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil had been too superficial, which was why he could only see a single future. Now that he had gained a deeper understanding, he was able to see more possibilities. The future resulting from using catastrophe immediately versus waiting 1 second to use catastrophe were both different. Any subtle change would have an impact on the future. Soon, a dense sound of shattering echoed as the tens of thousands of phantom images of the star-shattering Sea World Lord token all shattered. This meant that all 136,509 possible futures had ended in failure. What a pity! Sumyu sighed and was about to withdraw his gaze when a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. The next moment, he took out the 2 World Lord tokens belonging to the Destruction Realm that had been left behind by the top-tier mechanical race World Lords earlier, and the golden light from his vertical pupils shone upon them. This time, Sumyu was not examining the future of a single token, but was comprehensively examining the shared future of all 3 World Lord tokens. Had he not received the inheritance from Wo Wun, he would never have been able to accomplish such a feat, even with the same level of 9-pattern ultimate fusion. The effects produced by different individuals varied. Sumyu's Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil was the ultimate method for utilizing the laws of fate, space, and time. After Wo Wun's meticulous teaching, his mastery and application of the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil were already several times stronger than before. With the variables increasing from 1 World Lord token to 3, the number of phantom images representing the future did not simply increase threefold. Countless phantom images of the World Lord tokens flashed by, each representing a possibility of the future. Previously, when foreseeing the future of the star-shattering Sea World Lord token alone, there had been a total of over 130,000 possibilities, but now, foreseeing the future of all 3 World Lord tokens simultaneously, there were millions of possibilities. It was easy to imagine that adding any single variable would have a massive impact on the future. It was precisely because of this that Zhu Xingchen had told An that ever since the variable known as Baiyi appeared, the future of the myriad worlds could no longer be clearly seen. This was because Sumyu Bai's weight in the river of time far exceeded that of any other living being. Every move he made, every decision he reached, would profoundly influence the future of the myriad worlds. Therefore, even Zhu Xingchen, an existence who had surpassed the Rule Master realm, could not clearly see the future of the myriad worlds. Golden light blazed in Sumyu Bai's eyes, and the yin-yang fish-shaped pupil at the center of his forehead spun frantically, attempting to find that one successful possibility. Furthermore, it had to be a possibility where the star-shattering Sea World Lord token successfully upgraded for free. This way, there would be no need to trouble Dolomite to make another trip to the Destruction Realm. Found it. After a long while, Sumyu Bai finally found it, and a curve immediately tugged at the corners of his mouth. After closing the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil, Sumyu Bai took a deep breath and waited silently for 6 seconds. Then, with a movement of his divine sense, he locked his gaze onto one of the World Lord tokens. Catastrophe target: 0 Void Realm World Lord token. Hint: please choose to upgrade by 1 tier, or to attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Upgrade by 1 tier. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumyu Bai made his choice at the precise moment. The next instant, the catastrophe talent took effect. Crack. Following that, the 0 Void Realm World Lord token shattered. Just as expected, Sumyu Bai waited silently for another 3.8 seconds, then precisely activated the catastrophe talent once more. Catastrophe target: Silver Bone Realm World Lord token. Chapter 1010. Dolomite's worldview reshaped. 3.8 seconds later, Sumyu Bai's gaze sharpened as he activated his talent once again. Catastrophe target: Silver Skeleton Realm Master token. Prompt: please choose to promote by 1 tier, or attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Promote by 1 tier. As Sumyu Bai's divine sense stirred, the catastrophe talent immediately snatched a massive amount of origin power from the myriad worlds, pouring it frantically into the Silver Skeleton Realm Master token. With the influx of vast origin power, the token hovered in midair and began to tremble violently. However, a moment later, the sound of shattering rang out. Crack. The Silver Skeleton Realm Master token followed in the footsteps of the 0 Void Realm Master token. First, a multitude of cracks appeared. Then it shattered with a boom, dissipating completely into the air without even leaving a trace of debris behind. Sumyu Bai was not the least bit surprised by this, because this was a future he had foreseen using his Mystic Heaven Divine Pupils, and it was one of the futures that would allow the star-shattering Sea Realm Master token to successfully promote. Anyone who had played the game knew that the 2 Realm Master tokens left behind by the Silver Skeleton King and 0 were, to put it bluntly, merely acting as stepping stones. By sacrificing them, the probability of the star-shattering Sea Realm Master token successfully promoting increased significantly. However, simply shattering these 2 Realm Master tokens was not enough. Any variable could affect the outcome of the promotion. After all, something like a Domain Master token was an object that did not exist in the myriad worlds. It allowed a Master of Laws to grasp a portion of the authority belonging to a rule sovereign ahead of time. Under normal circumstances, a Realm Master token could not withstand the immense energy required to promote into a Domain Master token. Therefore, Sumyu Bai needed to wait for the right opportunity. After the Silver Skeleton Realm Master token shattered and dissipated, he did not rush to use the catastrophe talent again. Standing to the side, Dolomite had witnessed the destruction of the 2 Realm Master tokens with his own eyes. Listening to the system announcements ringing in his ears, he couldn't help but hold his breath. Although he was currently in the Death Realm, as the Realm Master of the Destruction Realm, he could naturally hear the announcements of the Destruction Realm. He had previously heard rumors that the Realm Master tokens of the Flame Prison Realm and the Spirit Realm had ceased to exist for unknown reasons. As the first Realm Master of the Destruction Realm and a high-ranking member of the Titan race, DeLoneMind had a certain understanding of the Void. At the time, like many top powerhouses of the myriad worlds, he believed that the power of the Void had destroyed the Realm Master tokens of those two realms. Now, witnessing it with his own eyes, he realized that all of this was the work of Lord Baiyi. For a moment, DeLoneMind saw towards Sumyu deep and even further. What kind of heaven-defying existence was the Sovereign's talent, to be able to so easily destroy Realm Master tokens that even supreme gods could not destroy? Sumyu naturally took in the changes in DeLoneMind's expression. However, he merely smiled and said nothing more. The most important thing now was to successfully freeload the promotion of the Star-Shattering Sea Realm Master token, timing it perfectly. 5.29 seconds after the Silver Skeleton Realm Master token had shattered and dissipated, Sumyu decisively moved his Divine Sense. Catastrophe target. Star-Shattering Sea Realm Master token. Prompt. Please choose to promote by 1 tier, or attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Promote by 1 tier. The moment the catastrophe talent took effect, a curve appeared on the corner of Sumyu's mouth, because just in that instant, he sensed that the authority of luck had been mobilized in the dark once again. In an instant, a massive amount of origin power appeared out of thin air, pouring frantically into the Star-Shattering Sea Realm Master token. To successfully promote into a Domain Master token, it really does require the power of the authority of luck. Sumyu sighed softly, feeling fortunate that he had obtained this portion of the authority of luck. Otherwise, the journey certainly wouldn't have been this smooth. All of this was thanks to the unity contract he had signed with Lion. Thinking of this, the image of Lion couldn't help but surface in Sumyu's mind. Ever since they parted ways at the tributary of the River of Time, he hadn't seen Lion again. Unaccountably, Sumyu even felt a bit of longing for this sweet, naive girl who loved lollipops. It was just a pity that unless Lion appeared on her own, he had no idea how to find her. No matter how naive she seemed, Lion was now the only supreme god of the myriad worlds. Even the current Sumyu was far from being a match for Lion. While Sumyu was lost in thought, the catastrophe talent did not stop its plundering. A vast amount of origin power continuously poured into the Star-Shattering Sea Realm Master token, causing the token to hover in midair as its aura became increasingly powerful. DeLoneMind, standing respectfully to the side, had his eyes widened, looking at this scene in disbelief. As the Realm Master of the Star-Shattering Sea, he could clearly feel that this Realm Master token that belonged to him was undergoing a terrifying transformation. What exactly was the Sovereign doing? DeLoneMind watched the Star-Shattering Sea Realm Master token without blinking, not daring to make a single sound for fear of interfering with the Sovereign's operation. After a long while, the token finally absorbed all the origin power. Its light became restrained, and its design grew increasingly exquisite. The 3 characters for Star-Shattering Sea on the token were slowly erased by the laws of destruction, and the ruled out patterns ray condensed into the 2 characters for destruction. Immediately afterward, a profound light of destruction shot into the sky, but all its fluctuations were masked by the mystic heaven granary set up by Sumyu. At the same time, a system prompt rang in DeLoneMind's ears. Prompt. You have obtained the Destruction Realm Domain Master token. Destruction Realm, a Domain Master token. DeLoneMind's pupils dilated to the size of copper bells, and his breathing became ragged. Such a thing actually existed. How on earth did the Sovereign manage to do this? The Destruction Domain, that is something only a Destruction Overlord can control. To think that the Overlord could actually upgrade a Domain Master token into a Region Master token. This is simply inconceivable. DeLoneMind, who had only just begun to follow Sumyu, felt his worldview being completely reshaped. Before he could even recover from his shock, another series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification. Congratulations to player DeLoneMind for becoming the 2nd player in the myriad worlds to obtain a Region Master token. When you successfully ascend to the position of Region Master of the Destruction Domain, a myriad worlds announcement will be triggered. Friendly reminder, before that, you may also use the Region Master token to exercise a small portion of Region Master authority within the Destruction Domain. Please note, until you successfully ascend to the position of Region Master, the authority you can exercise is extremely limited. Overlord, this. Dolomite gripped the Destruction Domain Region Master token tightly, his voice stuttering. There was no need to guess. The first player to obtain a Region Master token was undoubtedly the Overlord himself. No need to be surprised. Sumyubai smiled and waved his hand. Let's first see how to become the successor to the Destruction Overlord. Chapter 10-11. Bai Yi is finished. Sumyubai had seen a Region Master token before, so his expression remained calm. But the situation in the Destruction Domain was different. The 2 consecutive system announcements caused this domain, filled with destruction, to completely explode into chaos. Destruction Domain announcement. Due to unknown reasons, the Lincoln Realm Master token no longer exists. Until a new Realm Master token is born, the position of Lincoln Realm Master will remain temporarily vacant. Destruction Domain announcement. Due to unknown reasons, the Yunhai Realm Master token no longer exists. Until a new Realm Master token is born, the position of Yunhai Realm Master will remain temporarily vacant. The entire Destruction Domain fell into a momentary silence because of these 2 scrolling announcements. Immediately afterward, intense discussions erupted across every major world, minor world, secret realm, and planet. It's happening again. 2 more Realm Master tokens destroyed. How could this be? Every time it's after tribulation of myriad races obtains a Realm Master token that it gets destroyed shortly after. How exactly is he doing it? HMPH, only the Void possesses such power. Tribulation of myriad races must be colluding with the Void. Tribulation of myriad races is Bai Yi. Does that mean the human race has actually turned to the Void? No, that's impossible. The human race suffered the heaviest losses back then to resist the Void. How could they possibly defect to them? What's impossible about it? Perhaps it is precisely because of those heavy losses that the human race chose to rely on the Void in exchange for survival. That's entirely possible. If that's the case, everything makes sense. The reason Bai Yi is so monstrous is entirely because he has colluded with the Void. Bai Yi is a traitor to the myriad worlds. We absolutely cannot let him grow, rest assured. The God race will definitely not sit idly by. The successive occurrence of such incidents led many powerhouses of the myriad worlds to almost conclude that Bai Yi had colluded with the Void. Now, it had even escalated to the level of the entire human race. Many powerhouses from various races had finally found an excuse. The reason Bai Yi was so strong was all because of what the Void had provided. If not for the Void, how could a mere Bai Yi surpass them so quickly? After these 2 announcements rang out, many people were gloating. So what if Bai Yi is a monster, daring to collude with the Void so openly? He is finished. Destruction Domain. Mechanical Arc Fortress 0. The moment the Destruction Domain announcement rang out, the Ruin Overlord Zero Entropy saw a massive stream of data flash through its eyes. For countless epochs, apart from the Void, no other power has been able to destroy a Realm Master token. According to current data analysis, the probability of Bai Yi colluding with the Void is 98. Following this, the corners of its mouth, which possessed a distinct metallic texture, curled into an arc. Bai Yi is finished, and the human race is finished too. The data stream in Zero Entropy's eyes faded, replaced by intense killing intent. Then, 2 mechanical arms suddenly extended, tearing through the space in front of it, and its entire form vanished from the spot. At the same time, the content of the 2 announcements was transmitted by it to the Rule Overlords located in other domains. The Holy Light Angel race's Light Overlord Huajo, and the Zerg race's Procreation Overlord Nydia. Both were smiles on their faces. They had just made contact with Kangli and were preparing to burn their bridges to deal with the human race and Bai Yi. They hadn't expected to receive such good news so suddenly. Light Domain Temple of Light. Bai Yi, you are simply seeking your own death. Huajo's lips curled into a cold sneer, a flash of mockery in its eyes. In its view, Bai Yi was truly too stupid. Since he had defected to the Void, he should have been keeping a low profile to improve his strength. Instead, Bai Yi did the exact opposite. Not only was he acting with extreme high profile, but he also dared to destroy things like Realm Master tokens one after another. Did he not know that only the power of the Void could destroy a Realm Master token? This time, Bai Yi was dead for sure. Even the God race would not let him off. Thinking of this, Huajo felt great confidence in the upcoming operation. Holding its sword of holy flame, Its 12 pure white wings swayed gently behind it as it tore through space and vanished from the spot. At the center of the procreation domain lay a Zerg hive as vast as a galaxy. Inside this massive Zerg hive lived a multitude of Zerg creatures, clad in armor with ferocious visages. This was the dwelling of the procreation overlord Nydia. These Zerg creatures were all birthed by it, filling the entire Zerg hive in countless numbers, like the undead race. The Zerg were known for their numbers, but in reality, the number of actual Zerg players was very small. The Zerg creatures within this hive did not possess player identities, nor did they have independent souls. They were more like summoned entities. What controlled their actions was Nydia's psychic network. Therefore, these Zerg organisms share a unified consciousness and fear neither life nor death, making them one of the most terrifying armies in the myriad worlds. In a non-combat state, Nydia did not reveal her colossal insectoid form. At this moment, she appeared full of allure. However, those cold eyes, devoid of any emotion, were enough to make anyone tremble in fear. Daring not to covet her beauty, HMTH, by ye, it is time to repay the debt for Heidi's fall. Nydia let out a cold snort, and the space in front of her was instantly torn apart. If any existence at the Rule Sovereign stage were present, they would have discovered that it was countless tiny, invisible insects tearing the space. By ye, Huijian, and the entire human race, you are destined to become this sovereign's rations. As her voice fell, Nydia's figure had already vanished from the spot. Nereid demon realm, great desolate world. Ha 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 ha. Heaven truly helps me. The Kumpang ancestor laughed toward the sky, and a terrifying demonic aura instantly permeated the entire great desolate world. This time, this sovereign will surely tear Yuan into 10,000 pieces to wash away the humiliation of the past several epochs. Killing intent flashed in Huanchan's eyes. He seemed to have already envisioned the moment he would kill Yuan in one strike, restoring the dignity of the sovereign of fire. Hasn't Yiran come out of seclusion yet? Why hasn't she arrived? Another demon race rule sovereign frowned. He had also participated in the previous siege against Baiyi. She is here. The ancestor of myriad demons Canli suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, a bewitching figure appeared within the divine palace. The newcomer was none other than Niran. Her aura was faintly even above that of Huangchan. She was yet another main god at the Rule Sovereign stage. During the last siege of Baiyi, the demon race had not exerted their full strength. Now, with all 5 main gods gathered here, they were determined to force Baiyi out and execute him. The secret realm where the human high-level officials are hiding has been found. Canli stood up, a cold and sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he waved his hand and said, "They have arrived as well. Let us go. This time, Baiyi will not be able to escape even with wings." Chapter 10-12. The conditions to become a sovereign successor. In addition to the demon race, Zerg race, mechanical race, and the Holy Light Angel race, the rule sovereigns of the remaining top-tier races also initiated emergency meetings due to this news. The content of these meetings was, naturally, Baiyi, the human race, and the Void. When it concerned the Void, every race had to take it seriously, as it related to the survival of the entire myriad worlds. How strong the Void was, they had witnessed with their own eyes more than 9 epochs ago. If it hadn't been for the emergence of many human powerhouses, coupled with the sovereign of time and space leading numerous supreme gods in a desperate struggle, the myriad worlds might have long since ceased to exist. However, in the end, even a powerful existence like the sovereign of time and space could not defeat the Void. They had only managed to delay the inevitable by 10 epochs. Over these epochs, every race had made many preparations to cope with the return of the Void. When Baiyi first emerged, apart from the races with blood feuds against the humans, the rule sovereigns of the other top-tier races even felt a sense of relief, because the monstrous level of Baiyi's talent gave them hope for resisting the Void. But now that Baiyi and the human race were highly likely to have colluded with the Void, the nature of the situation had changed. Only the dragon race seemed completely indifferent to this. Death Realm, Death Continent, City of Extinction. Inside a private box at the Death Realm Bank headquarters. No need to be surprised. Sumyubai smiled and waved his hand. Let's first look at how to become a successor to the Sovereign of Destruction. Promoting the Realm Master token was only the first step. To gain advanced control over a portion of a realm's authority, One still needed to become a sovereign successor first. This was not a problem for Sumyubai, as he was already a successor to the sovereign of death. This was an identity brought about by the death scripture. Len Yu also had no such worries, because in her fused state, she was already a successor to the sovereign of chaos. But it was different for Duo Longmide and Brian. Although both were strong now, they were not sovereign successors. The former needed to become a successor to the sovereign of destruction before he could gain advanced control over a portion of the realm's authority. As for the latter, the myriad demon realm was quite special. It was not a realm controlled by a supreme god, nor did it belong solely to any one lineage of main gods. Therefore, how Brian could gain advanced control over a portion of the realm's authority would only be known after Sumyubai promoted the myriad demon realm master token. Hearing Sumyubai's words, Duo Longmide immediately displayed the panel information for the Destruction Realm Master Token. Destruction Realm Master Token not activated and tradable, indestructible, and droppable. This is a symbol of the Realm Master identity in the Myriad Worlds game. Possessing it, you will have a great chance of becoming the Realm Master of the Destruction Realm. Only after fully activating this Realm Master Token can you become the Realm Master of the Destruction Realm. When a Realm Master is within the realm they control, they will gain a large amount of authority. Click to view details. A Realm Master token born due to unknown reasons, except for the absence of the phrase, has never appeared in the Myriad Worlds before and the name in the final description. The panel for the Destruction Realm Master token was identical to that of the Death Realm Master token. Sumyubai directly checked the details. He was also very curious about how to become a sovereign successor. View details 1. Full activation condition. Become the Sovereign of Destruction. If a Sovereign of Destruction already exists in the Myriad Worlds, you can use this token to challenge them. During the challenge, all of the opponent's authority within the Destruction Realm will be temporarily frozen. 2. Partial activation condition. Become a successor to the Sovereign of Destruction. Communicate with the Realm Master token to travel to the Origin Land. Pass the trial of the Origin of Destruction rules, and after gaining recognition, you can become a successor to the Sovereign of Destruction, activate partial authority, and temporarily become the acting Realm Master of the Destruction Realm. The stronger your strength, the more authority you can master. The Origin Land. Duo Longmide's pupils shrank, and he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He had long since heard the legends regarding the Origin Land, but he had never imagined that one day he would be able to set foot within it. As far as he knew, that place was saturated with the power of Origin and the origin of laws. It was the root from which all worlds and all races were born, a sacred ground that even beings at the main god realm could not enter. Now that he suddenly had the opportunity to enter and come into close contact with the origin of the destruction rule, how could Duo Longmide not be excited? So that's how it is. Sumyubai, however, had a sudden realization. He finally understood why the cataclysmic trait of the Domain Master token was the ability to travel back and forth to the Origin Land. It turned out the root of it lay here. Looking at the visibly excited Duo Longmide, he smiled slightly and said, "There is no need to be so excited. In fact, you have already been to the Origin Land." "I have been to the Origin Land." Duo Longmide was stunned. He pointed at himself, his face full of confusion, and couldn't help but mutter, "When?" But immediately after, he reacted with a jolt, his eyes widening as he stared at Sumyubai. "Lord Sovereign, could it be that the aura from before was correct? That was the aura of Origin. If it weren't for that, you wouldn't have been able to recover to your peak state so quickly." Sumyubai nodded slightly, confirming Duo Longmide's guess. The latter couldn't help but gasp. As expected of Lord Sovereign, to be able to enter and exit such a sacred place as the Origin Land at will, it was simply inconceivable. "How about it? Do you have the confidence to gain the recognition of the destruction rule's origin?" Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. He himself was not clear on what the trial of the destruction rule's origin entailed. But clearly, if Duo Longmide wanted to become the successor to the Sovereign, it certainly wouldn't be as simple as it had been for him and Long Yu. "Lord Sovereign, to be honest, I do not have much confidence." Duo Longmide pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. Although he was the first realm master of the destruction domain, he understood deeply that becoming the sovereign successor was by no means an easy task. However, the heart of a powerhouse would not easily admit defeat. Therefore, After taking a deep breath, Delongmide looked at Sumubai with a determined gaze, his tone shifting. "But I want to try." As he spoke, a powerful battle intent surged forth, and the roiling divine power instantly filled his entire divine body, causing his already knotted muscles to bulge even further. "Very good." Sumubai nodded with satisfaction, then slowly said, "Before you go, I will help you improve." Improve? Delongmide was slightly taken aback. How to improve? He knew his own strength very well. To supreme rules at the 9 extreme, combined with second-tier authority and high-level low-grade treasures theoretically, he had already reached the limit of the Law Master realm. Even compared to the former Death God Bok and the Slaughter God Ash, he was not far behind. How he could take another step forward, even he himself did not know. Hearing Lord Sovereign say he could still improve, Delongmide was filled with confusion. Chapter 1013, World-Destroying Battle Axe. "Follow me and you will understand." Sumubai smiled. With a flicker of his divine sense, he brought the bewildered Delongmide directly into his internal world. Previously, he had always stayed in Sumubai's small internal world, and this was his first time seeing the main world, looking at the surging, boundless sea of death and the world tree that blocked out the sky like a wall reaching the heavens. Delongmide was instantly frozen in place. What kind of godlike internal world is this? Why could such dense, extreme power of death and power of life coexist here without conflict? And those countless fruits hanging from the giant tree, they were actually individual small worlds. Even the internal world of a rule sovereign wouldn't be this exaggerated, right? What kind of existence is Lord Sovereign? Could his internal world become a new universe of all worlds? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Delongmide's mind. The more he knew, the greater his shock upon entering Sumubai's internal world. He completely failed to understand how such an exaggerated internal world could exist. To this, Sumubai just smiled slightly and got straight to the point. "Take out all your high-level low-grade treasures." Although he didn't understand why, Delongmide summoned his treasures at the first opportunity. In an instant, a giant silver axe filled with the aura of destruction, a set of black-red full-body battle armor, and a purple heart-protecting mirror appeared between the two. As a high-ranking member of the Titan race and the first realm master of the destruction domain, Delongmide naturally possessed many good things. He owned 3 high-level low-grade treasures, which were things countless realm masters dreamed of. The symbiotic sovereign who had fallen previously, Heidi, had only possessed 1. Of course, this was also because ordinary high-level low-grade treasures didn't have much significance for Heidi. Only the 8 spider lances, which had been nurtured for many years using the power of a main god, had any use for her. "Lord Sovereign, these 3 treasures are yours to dispose of." Delongmide offered the 3 high-level low-grade treasures with both hands, without a hint of hesitation. Clearly, he mistakenly believed that Sumubai wanted these 3 treasures. "I'm not so desperate as to take your things." Sumubai rolled his eyes. Golden light flared in his eyes, and the vertical pupil in the center of his forehead opened, its yin-yang fish-shaped iris spinning crazily. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil activate. As the golden light from the vertical pupil fell, in an instant, all the future possibilities of the 3 high-level low-grade treasures appeared in Sumubai's eyes. Although Delongmide could not see the phantoms representing those future possibilities, he had just seen Sumubai open his Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil in this manner. Could it be? Thinking of how Lord Sovereign had previously done this and then upgraded the Realm Master token into the unprecedented Domain Master token, Delongmide's breathing suddenly became rapid. High-level low-grade treasures were already the pinnacle of low-grade treasures. If they were to be upgraded again, what would they become? There could only be one answer. Thinking of this, a flash of excitement immediately crossed Delongmide's eyes. Was he actually about to possess a rule-level supreme treasure? This was something even the main gods coveted. Could Lord Sovereign actually upgrade such things? As his contact with Sumubai deepened, Delongmide felt as if the countless epochs he had lived through were simply a waste, compared to the heaven-defying methods of Lord Sovereign. What difference was there between himself, the first realm lord of the destruction realm, and a piece of trash? But the words that followed immediately made Delongmide's heart tighten. "It's a pity." Sumubai shook his head and sighed softly, saying it was a pity. A look of disappointment instantly flashed in Delongmide's eyes. The scene of the two previous Realm Lord tokens shattering one after another was still fresh in his memory. For Lord Sovereign to say this clearly meant that none of his 3 high-level low-grade treasures could be successfully upgraded. He spoke up immediately, "Lord Sovereign, if it really isn't possible, then let it be." But before he could finish his sentence, he heard Sumubai continue, "It's a pity that only this world-ending battle axe can be successfully promoted. Lord Sovereign, could you not pose so dramatically when you speak next time?" Dolomide's mood went on a roller coaster, plummeting from heaven to hell in a second, and then soaring from hell back to heaven. A rule-level supreme treasure was a fortuitous encounter that one could only hope for but never seek. Other main gods would be envious beyond measure. So what reason did he, Allah Lord, have to be dissatisfied? All right, I won't tease you anymore. Sumubai smiled and looked at the world-ending battle axe, his divine sense stirring. Catastrophe target, world-ending battle axe. Prompt. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1 Tier 2, or add a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Promote to Tier 1. As Sumubai's catastrophe talent was activated, the world-ending battle axe began to tremble violently, erupting with a dazzling light of destruction. Seeing this, Dolomite hurriedly put away the other two high-level low-grade treasures, staring fixedly at the world-ending battle axe. His mood tense to the extreme. "Don't be nervous, it won't break." Sumubai comforted him with a smile. Prompt. The estimated time required for this promotion is 15 minutes. During this period, please do not use the catastrophe talent, otherwise, the promotion will fail. Compared to last time, the time required for the promotion had decreased by another 5 minutes. This was within expectations, as Sumubai's strength had improved again after entering the origin land for the second time. In time, upgrading high-level low-grade treasures into rule-level supreme treasures would be as instantaneous as upgrading ordinary objects. Soon, the great Tao of Destruction rules descended into his internal main world with boundless pressure. Whoosh! The Sea of Death immediately surged with towering waves. Rustle! The World Tree also swayed. These two rule-level creations were clearly very dissatisfied with the rival of the great Tao of Destruction rules. Sumubai's divine sense stirred, and the waves of the Sea of Death immediately calmed down. He could now control this avatar as he pleased. As for the instinctive reaction of the World Tree, there was nothing he could do about it for the time being. Boom! The rules of destruction descended from the sky, pouring madly into the world-ending battle axe. Dense destruction inscriptions began to appear on the surface of the battle axe, its overall appearance becoming increasingly ferocious and terrifying. And the aura of destruction it emitted was also rising rapidly. Dolomite couldn't even bear to blink, staring dead set at the world-ending battle axe. Although he felt that time had become infinitely long at this moment, the 15 minutes passed in a flash. As the great Tao of Destruction rules dissipated and all the light retracted, a brand new battle axe appeared before the two of them. Chapter 10:14. The Bottom of the Abyss, 2-in-1 chapter. When all the light retracted, the battle axe hovering in front of them had changed drastically. The original silver axe body had turned into a dull black gray, as if it could absorb all light. A heart-palpitating blood-red light flowed along the axe blade. Looking closely, it was actually composed of countless tiny destruction runes. The spacer on the battle axe constantly collapsed and repaired itself in a cycle. The pressure it naturally emitted was enough to make ordinary realm lords tremble with fear. It had succeeded. Dolomite's voice trembled, and he could hardly believe his eyes. He could clearly feel that the tight connection between himself and the battle axe still remained, but the power contained within the axe had undergone a heaven-shaking change. It was a sublimation of its very essence. Feel it for yourself. Sumubai smiled slightly, signaling him to step forward. Dolomite took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and reached out to grasp the axe handle. The moment he gripped the battle axe, a massive stream of information flooded into his mind. It was everything about this brand new battle axe. A familiar yet incomparably powerful rhythm of destruction coursed through his entire body, as if he were not wielding a weapon, but a part of the rules of destruction itself. The name of the battle axe had changed from the original world-ending battle axe to Grasp of Destruction. Compared to other rule-level supreme treasures with numerous abilities, the effect of Grasp of Destruction was similar to Sumubai's Sword of Creation. It was a purely offensive supreme treasure. In fact, Because the rules of destruction were better at attacking, the offensive power of Grasp of Destruction was slightly superior to that of the Sword of Creation. Not only that, but it also allowed Dolomite to master the level 3 Authority of Destruction, a rule-level supreme treasure. It really is a rule-level supreme treasure. Dolomite was trembling with excitement. He could feel that the moment he held this battle axe, his understanding of the rules of destruction had become much clearer. Top-tier realm lords all possessed the same 9-pattern ultimate fusion degree on the Great Tao of Rules. The real difference lay in their understanding and application of the Great Tao of Rules. This was also the gap that had existed between Dolomite and the former Death God and Killing God. Spending a long time contemplating the Great Tao of Destruction laws embedded within the Grasp of Destruction also meant that his path to impacting the Rule Sovereign realm would be significantly smoother. Thank you, Lord Sovereign, thank you, Lord Sovereign. Dolomite fell to his knees with a thud. His voice choked with emotion. He lowered his massive head deeply, expressing the highest level of respect and gratitude. This favor was truly too heavy. Get up. It is merely a rule great treasure. There is no need for this. Sumyubai waved his hand, his tone indifferent, as if he had only performed a trivial, insignificant task. Dolomite stood up, still unable to hide his excitement, stroking the cold surface of the battle axe as if he couldn't bear to let it go. Lord Sovereign, with this Grasp of Destruction, I am certain I can pass the trial of the Origin of Destruction laws, gain its recognition, and become the successor to the Destruction Sovereign. Flames of unprecedented confidence burned in his eyes. Having confidence is a good thing, but remember not to be careless. Sumyubai nodded slightly, then added a word of caution. Using the Destruction Domain Master token to enter the Origin Land was for the purpose of completing the trial, naturally. He would not be entering as a stowaway. Therefore, Sumyubai was not worried that Dolomite would be unable to summon the Grasp of Destruction within the Origin Land. With the enhancement of this rule great treasure, Dolomite's true combat power was already on par with, or even exceeded, that of the former Death God Bach and the Slaughter God Ash. This was the true value of a rule great treasure, and his probability of passing the trial of the Origin of Destruction laws would inevitably increase significantly, not only because of his strength, but also because the Grasp of Destruction contained a complete Great Tao of Destruction laws. This was equivalent to taking an exam with the answer key in hand. As long as Dolomite wasn't hopelessly stupid, how could he possibly fail? After all, even among the main gods at the Rule Sovereign realm, not everyone possessed a rule great treasure. And since Dolomite could rely on his own talent and comprehension to become the first domain master of the Destruction Domain, how could he possibly be a fool? Sumyubai was not in the slightest bit worried that he would fail the trial of the Origin of Destruction laws. Therefore, he was in no rush to imbue the Grasp of Destruction and the other to high-level law-grade treasures with catastrophe traits. The quantity of divine soul spirits was not as abundant as divine crystals or godhoods. Although Sumyubai was powerful now, his strength lay in his divine soul and divine body, which had been enhanced by the heart of reincarnation, the sea of death, and the world tree. In these two aspects, the gap between him and a true main god level existence was no longer significant. The greatest gap remained between the divine power of a law sovereign and the main god power. In the short term, if Sumyubai wanted to contend with main god level entities, a large amount of supreme divine power remained indispensable. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he did not want to waste his soul power. With the Grasp of Destruction, Dolomite was sufficiently equipped for the time being. Rest assured, Lord Sovereign, I will definitely give it my all. Dolomite nodded heavily, his right hand gripping the Grasp of Destruction tightly, his expression extremely solemn. Go, I await your good news. Sumyubai waved his hand, and with a thought, both of them left the internal world and returned to the private room of the Death Domain Bank. Dolomite's injuries had fully recovered, and he had everything he needed on his person, so no further preparation was required. He took a deep breath, took out the Destruction Domain Master token, and injected both his divine soul power and divine power into it, activating the teleportation effect of the token. With a flash of light, Dolomite's figure vanished instantly from the room. The Myriad Demon Domain, the Destruction Domain, the Chaos Domain, plus the Death Domain, that should be enough. Sumyubai looked at the spot where Dolomite had disappeared and murmured softly. The Myriad Demon Domain was the territory of the demon race. The vast majority of the Destruction Domain was controlled by the mechanical race. As for the Chaos Domain, it had always been relatively chaotic, with multiple races vying for power, and no single race held a dominant position. If one had to name which races occupied the larger territories, it would be the Holy Light Angel race and the Fallen Angel race. Setting aside the Fallen Angel race, the Demon race, the Mechanical race, and the Holy Light Angel race were all currently enemies of the human race. Therefore, it was highly necessary for Sumyubai to have his own people become the acting domain masters of these regions. If the human race wanted to truly rise again, occupying resource-rich territories was essential. If they relied solely on Sumyubai alone, even if the human race ascended to the rank of a top-tier race, they would lack the substance of one. Across the myriad realms, different territories possessed different special resources. These special resources could not be fully collected by relying solely on the Death Domain Bank. Because some secret realms had extremely unique effects and opportunities, these could not be bought with money. One had to control those secret realms. No matter how much the Death Domain Bank provided, it could only cultivate those geniuses who stood out. If the human race wanted a continuous stream of geniuses to emerge, they had to control vast territories. The Forbidden Land of the Gods was for cultivating weak races that had not made it onto the myriad race rankings. The human race had already lost its eligibility and would soon fully enter the myriad realms. Before that happened, Sumyubai wanted to carve out a vast, resource-rich territory for the human race. The myriad demon, destruction, and chaos domains were perfect in terms of timing, location, and personnel, whether for resources or for revenge. They were the best choices for the human race. Only the controller of the death domain was currently an ally of the human race. The demon race, due to the relationship with an Enpati, was almost impossible to become an enemy of the human race. And the undead race went without saying. Although Sumyubai had not yet revealed his identity as the successor to the Death Sovereign, based on what the projection of the Death Sovereign had said back then, and from the moment Robin guessed that the calamity of the myriad races was by Yi, the undead race could never be an enemy of the human race. Although Sumyubai was a man who would seek revenge for the slightest grievance, he would never betray his allies. In the Death Realm, aside from the races on his blood-washed death list, Sumyubai had no intention of seizing the territories of the undead or demon races. Even setting aside his personal temperament, Sumyubai would not choose to antagonize these two races. This was because the human race currently remained in a weak position across the myriad worlds and still required these allies to secure a firm foothold. Once they truly ascended to the peak, the human race would not treat their true allies unfairly. This point could be clearly seen from the choice made by the dragon race. Despite suffering heavy losses in the past due to the human race, the dragon race still chose to stand with them today. If not for this, when the human race re-entered the myriad race rankings, they would never have been able to withstand the onslaught from the demon and mechanical races. Next, it is time to visit the abyss of the underworld once more. A sharp glint flashed in Sumyubai's eyes as he stood up from the sofa. However, he did not directly utilize his domain master authority. Instead, with a shift of his divine sense, he summoned the Death Cannon. The abyss of the underworld was an extremely unique place. It was not naturally formed, but rather personally carved out by the previous Death Sovereign Mingtu, with the partial domain master authority Sumyubai currently possessed. Although he could teleport away from the abyss, he did not yet have the ability to teleport directly into it. Opening the gate of death through the Death Cannon, however, was a different matter. Back in the divine palace of the Frost Prison God Kingdom, the mystery of the opportunity that Brian had failed to unravel for many years had been freeloaded and upgraded by Sumyubai using his catastrophe talent, which added a specific coordinate to the Gate of Death. And this coordinate was located at the very bottom of the abyss of the underworld. Furthermore, the coordinates Sumyubai obtained when he broke through to the 8th tier legendary level upon opening the Death Cannon, as well as the secrets left behind by the Death God Bok within the Scythe of the Death God, were all at the bottom of the abyss. Now, with the other 7 God-level nether beings aside from Yu and the 2 others nearing their birth, Sumyubai urgently needed to unlock the secrets of the abyss. It was evident from those special undead semi-creatures that the bottom of the abyss must contain the research results left behind by the previous Death Sovereign. With this thought in mind, Sumyubai moved his divine sense and immediately injected divine power into the Death Cannon. Death Authority Gate of Death. The next moment, dense power of death converged, condensing into a grayish-white portal filled with thick death ore within the private room. Senior Ming-Tu. Bok, I can finally uncover your secrets. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. He took a single step forward, and his figure vanished from the room. Notification. You have entered the bottom of the abyss of the underworld. This place is extremely dangerous. I wish you safety. There was no need for the system notification to remind him. Sumyubai already knew just how dangerous the bottom of the abyss was. He was currently surrounded by countless special undead. Special undead vitality, 99 worlds. Realm, peak upper god. Combat power, peak upper god. Special undead that exist only in the abyss of the underworld, hidden within the aura of death. They will attack all creatures that approach. A semi-creature eroded by abnormal death or studied by the Death Sovereign. Their situation is awkward. They are neither living beings nor dead objects, and they cannot leave the abyss. Special undead vitality, 99 worlds. Realm, peak upper god. Combat power, world master. The special undead at the bottom of the abyss were not comparable to those above. The weakest among them possessed combat power at the peak upper god realm, and there were even quite a few with combat power at the world master level. The only commonality was that they possessed no aura whatsoever. Even Sumyubai's current divine soul could not detect their presence. One could only see them with the naked eye. The moment Sumyubai appeared, countless special undead launched their attacks. The terrifying momentum caused the abnormal death aura filling the entire bottom of the abyss to churn violently. He didn't even have time to observe his surroundings before he was forced to mobilize his divine power to deal with the sudden, massive barrage of attacks. If any other lawmaster had suddenly encountered such a situation, they would have had no chance of survival. While quantity cannot compare to quality, when the quantity is overwhelming and the quality is not low, it is enough to be fatal. Even the death god Bok would have found it difficult to escape such an all-encompassing attack from peak upper gods. But Sumyubai was different. His strength had already far surpassed the realm of a lawmaster. No amount of peak upper gods could threaten him. Double quote is interesting. Sumyubai grinned. He didn't even need to use the remaining supreme divine power within his body. Simply mobilizing his divine power was enough. Facing the overwhelming incoming attacks, Sumyubai's eyes narrowed. He didn't even use any rule treasures. With just a thought, the massive divine power within his body surged outward. Boom. With him as the center, the grayish-white divine power of death expanded like a shockwave. At the same time, the rules of death and the authority of death were imbued within it, requiring no other rules or authorities. Those special undead charging at the forefront immediately felt as if they had slammed into an invisible wall. Bang, bang, bang! Their attacks landed on the barrier of divine power, merely stirring up ripples. They could not shake it in the slightest. The numbers are indeed substantial. Sumyubai scanned his surroundings. Everywhere his gaze fell, there were dense masses of special undead. They surged out from the thick, abnormal death or like a tide, as if there were no end to them. Chapter 10:15. Special undead of the pseudo-main god realm. These are all prototypes for the Nether army. I can't break them. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and slowly lifted his right hand. In an instant, golden light flared brilliantly in his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened, its yin-yang fish-shaped iris spinning wildly. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil activate. The purpose of activating the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil was not to see the information of these special undead, but to use the Mystic Heaven sealing technique. Sumyubai saw the vertical pupil at his forehead suddenly shoot out dozens of brilliant golden rays, each one shining upon a different special undead. A profound and mysterious ripple instantly surged outward, causing the surrounding abnormal aura of death to fall into silence. It ceased its activity, as if it had been sealed away. Having learned from the previous experience of sealing special undead, this time, the golden light did not shoot into the globella of these special undead, but instead submerged directly into their divine bodies. The dozens of special undead illuminated by the light instantly ceased all movement. Extremely profound inscriptions rapidly crawled across their entire bodies, resembling countless chains that bound them firmly in place. The aura they radiated weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye, until it could no longer be felt at all, as if they had become inanimate objects. Among the three major skills comprehended from the Zhuanshan Precious Mirror, the one Sumyu-bai used most frequently was the Zhuanshan Divine Pupil, followed by the Zhuanshan Grand Array. Not long ago, after receiving guidance from Si Qingyu and Luo Wuan, his mastery of these two great divine skills had reached a new level. However, the Zhuanshan sealing method was still far behind. The reason he was able to seal dozens of special undead at once right now was entirely due to his divine soul, which was at the peak of the main god realm. I might as well take this opportunity to practice more. A divine light flickered in Sumyu-bai's eyes. With a thought, he instantly drew the dozens of sealed special undead into his inner world. Bang! Bang! At the same time, the joint attacks of the remaining special undead landed once again upon his divine power barrier. Aside from creating ripples, they still failed to shake it in the slightest. Sumyu-bai completely ignored the attacks of the numerous special undead, and the vertical pupil at his globule erupted once more with dozens of golden rays. In an instant, dozens more special undead stood frozen in place. Although he had not received the inheritance of the Zhuanshan sealing method, Sumyu-bai's comprehension was naturally very high. While the divine skills of the Zhuanshan lineage each had their own differences, he had gained a certain understanding through drawing inferences from other examples. This time, the number of special undead sealed was clearly a few more than before. Although the progress was not large, at least he was not standing still. Just like that, Sumyu-bai strolled through the frenzy of special undead as if he were walking in his own courtyard. The vertical pupil at his globule continued to emit a dazzling golden light. Every time it flashed, dozens of special undead were enveloped by the golden light, entangled by rune chains, instantly stiffened, and then casually collected into his inner world. His movements were smooth and flowing, as if he were picking ripe fruits in his own backyard. At first, he only sealed the ordinary undead on the periphery, whose combat power was equivalent to peak high gods. As his technique became more proficient, his targets began to shift toward those powerful individuals radiating World Lord level fluctuations. These World Lord level undead were clearly more threatening and reacted faster. The moment the golden light touched them, they would erupt with powerful force to struggle, the aura of death on their surfaces churning violently in an attempt to shatter the rune chains. This is interesting. Sumyu-bai was not alarmed but delighted. This was exactly the tempering he wanted. He concentrated his mind, driving his peak main god realm divine soul power to exert more precise control over the Zhuanshan sealing method. The intensity of the golden light, the composition of the inscriptions, the nodes of the seal, all were fine-tuned under his will. At the beginning, it took him nearly a second to seal one World Lord level undead, and the golden light needed to shine continuously to complete the imprisonment. Later on, in just 1/10 of a second, the golden light would flash and vanish, and the rune chains would form instantly, sealing them completely. His efficiency became higher and higher every time he activated the Zhuanshan sealing method. The number of special undead sealed increased at an astonishing rate. 100, 200, 500. Practice is always the only criterion for testing truth. Sumyu-bai's comprehension and application of the Zhuanshan sealing method became increasingly proficient. Those sealed undead were neatly arranged at the bottom of the sea of death, motionless, like soldiers waiting for inspection. They would all be the core backbone of the future Nether Legion. Just as Sumyu-bai was sealing them with great enthusiasm, a sudden change occurred. An aura far more powerful than that of the World Lord level special undead erupted violently from the depths of the undead tide. The surrounding special undead parted to both sides like a tide, clearing a path. A tall figure, extremely solid, clad in tattered black armor and holding a phantom hook scythe, slowly walked out from the group of special undead. Pitch black flames burned around its body, and although there was no soul fire in its eye sockets, they were filled with a dense power of death. Every step it took, the ground trembled slightly. This isn't. Sumyu-bai's pupils shrank, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Under the Zhuanshan divine pupil, the information of this special undead was laid bare. Special undead Bach vitality, 99 worlds. Realm, pseudo-main god combat power, pseudo-main god. One of the guardians of the nether abyss. Once followed the death sovereign to conquer in all directions. Now, only combat instinct remains, guarding the bottom of the nether abyss. Warning, extremely dangerous. So, the strength of special undead can indeed be improved. Sumyubai's eyes lit up, revealing a look of interest. This was the first time he had seen a special undead with a name, and the name was Bak. Besides the original god of death, who else could it be? He was certain that before Bak fell, he had definitely not reached the pseudo-main god realm. Otherwise, he would not have fled in panic when facing the projection avatar of the Fire Sovereign back then. From the moment he entered the bottom of the nether abyss, Sumyubai had discovered something wrong. There were simply too many special undead here with World Lord level combat power. A glance over the area showed the number had definitely reached 3 digits. And this was just in the area where Sumyubai appeared. If it were the entire bottom of the nether abyss, this number might reach 4 digits. This quantity was truly exaggerated, let alone the undead race. Even if all the top 2 races of the myriad worlds were added together, they would not have so many powerhouses at the World Lord level. If the strength of special undead could not continue to improve, how could the bottom of the nether abyss possess so many World Lord level special undead? Sumyubai looked at the figure clad in tattered black armor, holding the phantom hook scythe, his expression complex. Once the number 1 high god of the myriad worlds, he had now been reduced to such a state. I never imagined that I would cross blades with you under these circumstances, he murmured softly, his voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Once upon a time, the name Death God Bak was a mountain that weighed heavily upon the hearts of all powerhouses of the same rank. Even Sumyubai, when he had first broken through to the realm of a law lord, had regarded him as one of the targets he wished to surpass. It was a pity, however, that Bak had long since fallen. The entity before him was nothing more than a special undead, reshaped by the anomalous death aura of the nether abyss combined with his corpse. Even his high-level low-grade weapon, the scythe of the death god, was gone. He could only rely on his residual instincts to manifest a phantom blade. Now, he possessed the power and combat instincts of a pseudo-main god, yet he lacked the will and soul he once held. No, there was still a chance for restoration. At this thought, a flash of brilliance crossed Sumyubai's eyes. Last time he was in the nether abyss, he had captured a special undead to conduct an experiment, perfecting the research of the previous Death Sovereign Mingtu. He still remembered that after that special undead had completely transformed into another being, it had not only gained the name Charles but had also recovered a portion of its memories. The extent of memory recovery was inextricably linked to one's strength, given Bak's power. If he were successfully converted into another being, he might very well be able to fully recover the memories of his life. As Sumyubai pondered, Bak grew impatient. Roar! Bak let out a mindless roar. The phantom hook scythe in his hand, condensed from pure death energy, swept towards Sumyubai with a shriek that threatened to tear the soul apart. The attack was simple and direct, yet it contained an ultimate intent of death, far surpassing any World Lord level undead he had encountered before. Fighting spirit surged in Sumyubai's eyes, yet he did not employ any rule treasures. He even deliberately suppressed his peak main god level soul power, merely driving his own divine power and invoking the great Tao of death rules. He condensed a gray-white scythe of death of his own and met the strike. He wanted to test himself, without relying on absolute superiority. How would he fare against this former death god? Relying solely on his own comprehension of the death rules. Clang! The 2 scythes of death collided fiercely. A piercing sound of metal clashing erupted, accompanied by a shockwave on the soul level. 2 streams of gray-white death energy, like to surging tides, eroded and annihilated one another. The surrounding anomalous death aura was violently churned, forming a chaotic, turbulent flow. Those special undead at the peak of the high god realm that drew near were instantly pulverized into dust by the aftermath of the clash. Sumyubai's figure swayed slightly, then stabilized. Bak, however, was sent sliding back dozens of meters. The black flames are on his body flickering unsteadily. The difference was clear at a glance. The power is immense, but the application of the rules still lacks finesse. Sumyubai understood clearly. The undead Bak before him possessed the foundation of pseudo-main god level power, but his combat style was driven more by instinct, lacking variation and true tactical wisdom. After all, he was not the real Bak. However, as a whetstone, he is perfect. Sumyubai's eyes brightened, and he took the initiative to attack. Holding the scythe of the death god formed from divine power, he infused his various insights into the death rules into every swing, every parry, and every dodge. Death was not merely about extinction and endings. It also encompassed the process of withering, the tranquility of rest, the guidance of reincarnation. All these profound meanings were at his fingertips. Bach, meanwhile, fought entirely on instinct. His offensive was wild and fierce as he swung his hook scythe. Death followed like a shadow, attempting to drag everything into eternal silence. The two figures flashed and collided at high speed at the bottom of the nether abyss. Every clash erupted with destructive fluctuations. Sumyubai intentionally controlled his power, not unleashing his full strength, but instead treating this battle as a rare practical lesson. Throughout the fight, he continuously verified and adjusted his understanding of the death rules. Many points that had previously been vague gradually became clear under the intensity of this confrontation. Across from him, Bach seemed to know no fatigue, his attacks coming in wave after wave, never ceasing. During this time, the surrounding world lord level and peak high god level undead also attempted to swarm them, but they were fundamentally unable to intervene in a battle of this caliber. Often, as soon as they approached, they were either shattered by the shockwaves of the two combatants or eroded into nothingness by the stray death rules. Gradually, Sumyubai began to feel a sense of boredom. He had completely grasped the undead box attack patterns, over and over. It was just those few instinctive applications, lacking true flexibility and spirit. This is dull. It is time to end this. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning sharp. It was time to put his true objective into practice using Bach, an existence whose strength far exceeded other special undead, to further his comprehension of the Zhuanshan sealing method. Sumyubai's divine sense stirred. The phantom scythe of the death god in his hand instantly dissipated, and the wheel of time and space emerged above his head, casting down a clear radiance. Time ruled time deceleration. It was not a direct freeze, but rather an interference with the undead Bach's speed to a certain degree, creating better conditions for the seal. Dealing with Bach did not require excessive power, or else the training effect would be lost. At the same time, he continued to suppress his soul power, using only the equivalent of a peak lord level soul. He wanted to challenge himself. Could he successfully seal the pseudo-main god level Bach while at a disadvantage in power? Zhuanshan seal activate. The vertical eye on Sumyubai's forehead opened once more, shining with golden light. A condensed beam of golden light shot out. It did not envelop Bach's entire body at once. Instead, like a spirit snake, it called toward the right arm that was wielding the hook scythe. This time, Sumyubai changed his strategy. He no longer sought to seal the whole at once, but instead attempted regional sealing to defeat him piece by piece. After all, he was only using the soul power of a peak lord, while Bach was in existence at the pseudo-main god realm. Golden inscriptions spread rapidly across Bach's right arm, attempting to lock his movements in place. Roar! Bach let out a furious bellow, and the grayish-white power of death erupted wildly from his arm. Clashing violently against the golden inscriptions, the inscriptions flickered, appearing as though they might shatter at any moment. Sumyubai was fully focused, his soul power meticulously controlling the composition and energy output of every single inscription. The intensity isn't enough. The structure needs more stability. The node connections could be optimized here, he thought, and adjusted rapidly while putting his theories into practice. The first attempt failed. The golden inscriptions were crushed by the violent power of death almost instantly. But Sumyubai was not discouraged. Instead, his eyes shone even brighter. Again, golden light flashed once more, this time coiling around Bach's left leg. My patrons, I have made up for what was missing yesterday. I will do my best with the rest. Chapter 10:16. The altar at the bottom of the underworld abyss, a double-length chapter. The confrontation was just as intense, and the inscriptions collapsed once again, but this time, the inscriptions held on for 0.1 seconds longer than the last. The progress was minute, but it was real. As the saying goes, one cannot reach 1,000 miles without taking the first step. Sumyubai was now completely immersed in this process of constant trial, failure, reflection, and renewed effort. He had completely turned Bach into the perfect practice dummy. Since there was no legacy to learn from regarding the mystic heaven sealing method, He had no choice but to comprehend it himself. Arms, legs, torso, head. Sumyubai attempted to seal different parts, constantly adjusting his sealing techniques to account for the varying feedback of power from each area. Neither box resistance nor the joint attacks from the numerous special undead surrounding him could affect him in the slightest. While Sumyubai did not use his full strength for attacks and sealing, he did not hold back at all when it came to defense. Under this high-intensity practice, the many profound mysteries of the mystic heaven sealing method were being understood, digested, and mastered at an unprecedented speed. From being instantly crushed at the beginning, to holding on for a few seconds, and later being able to temporarily seal a specific part for a moment, his progress was visible to the naked eye. Bach seemed to be enraged by this harassment, its attacks becoming even more ferocious. Yet it could never truly threaten Sumyubai. He did not know how many failures he had endured. When the golden light between Sumyubai's brows focused once again on Bach's right hand, which held the hooked scythe, countless golden inscriptions formed in an instant, their structure incredibly stable, the energy flowing smoothly and perfectly to form a flawless closed loop. Bach's right hand, along with that illusory hooked scythe, was instantly covered by a golden shell, and its movements froze completely. No matter how it channeled its power of death to strike, the golden seal remained unmoved. Partial sealing success. Finally, it's done. A sense of enlightenment and joy surged in Sumyubai's heart. He had found the feeling. Without the slightest pause, he struck while the iron was hot, the golden light flashing repeatedly, using the soul power of a peak law sovereign realm cultivator to seal a pseudo-main god realm existence was no different from an egg hitting a rock. But at this moment, he had done it. Left arm, right leg, torso. Sumyubai was like a skilled craftsman, rapidly sealing up one part after another. Bach's struggles grew weaker, and its resistance became increasingly feeble. Finally, as the last streak of golden light sank into its head, its massive body was completely enveloped by countless golden inscriptions, forming a giant golden cocoon that hovered in mid-air, motionless. Only the faint fluctuations of death emanating from within proved that it was still alive. Relying on his peak law sovereign realm soul, he had successfully used the mystic heaven sealing method to seal the pseudo-main god level special undead Bach. Sumyubai let out a long breath, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Feeling the deeper understanding of the sealing method within his mind, he knew that coming to the bottom of the underworld abyss was well worth it. Not to mention the secrets left behind by Mingtu and Bach. Besides harvesting the backbone of a future Nether Legion, he had also managed to refine a powerful divine skill. Waving his hand to store the sealed Bach into his inner world, Sumyubai's gaze finally swept over the remaining special undead. Having lost Bach as their leader, the remaining special undead were even more chaotic. Sumyubai did not delay any longer. The vertical eye between his brows flashed with golden light, sweeping through them like autumn leaves in the wind. Under the increasingly proficient mystic heaven sealing method, the remaining special undead were sealed and collected in droves. When the last special undead in his field of vision disappeared, this core area at the bottom of the underworld abyss finally fell completely silent. The thick, inseparable aura of abnormal death seemed to have become much thinner and more docile. Of course, this was merely an illusion. The special undead had no influence over the abnormal death, or researched by Mingtu. That stuff was only a step away from the power of the netherworld. Sumyubai sat cross-legged to adjust his breathing, recovering from the mental exhaustion caused by continuously casting his divine skill. Mental energy and soul power were different. Although his soul was very strong, his mental energy could not withstand constant depletion. At the same time, he finally had the opportunity to examine this area. It was even more vast than he had imagined. Beneath his feet was a floor made of some kind of pitch-black crystal, engraved with countless complex and ancient runes that formed a supermassive magic array. At the core of the array stood a dilapidated black altar. The altar was empty, but Sumyubai could feel that the most concentrated aura of the origin of death laws remained there. The research of Senior Mingtu, and the secrets left by Bach should all point here. Sumyubai stood up and walked toward the altar. The moment he stepped onto the altar, the authority of death he wielded through the death cannon vibrated slightly, resonating with the altar. A sudden realization dawned on Sumyubai. He slowly closed his eyes, released his divine sense, and began to perceive it carefully. Gradually, fragments of incomplete information began to emerge from the altar's runes, the surrounding void, and the sealed undead themselves. Countless pieces of information converged, flowing into his mind. They were shattered images, lingering thoughts, and the truth about the Abyssal underworld and these peculiar undead. Through the power of the altar, Sumyubai caught a blurred glimpse of scenes from the past. He saw the overlord of death Mingtuhu, in order to explore the boundaries between life and death and create true undead entities, had opened the Abyssal underworld here to conduct various forbidden experiments. He saw countless powerful beings entering the Abyssal underworld, though they had not been forcibly dragged there by Mingtu. Some came in search of opportunities. After all, this was a place created by the overlord of death, and it held an immense allure for any master of laws. Others had fled into the Abyssal underworld out of desperation, having nowhere else to turn, much like Bloomer had done in the past. However, any master of laws who dared to venture deep into the Abyssal underworld would eventually be eroded and transformed by the abnormal aura of death, becoming special undead with no reason or memory, possessing only the instinct to fight. Even the god of death Bach, upon arriving here, could not escape the fate of becoming one of these special undead. He too had once stepped onto this altar and left behind bold, resounding words. I have already reached the end of the path for the Master of Laws realm. Stepping into the depths of this Abyssal underworld today is my own choice. I understand that this time, the odds are heavily stacked against me. The Rule Overlord realm is not something that can be broken through easily, let alone when my goal is the position of the Overlord of Death, one of the 9 supreme gods. But if I cannot break through to become the new Overlord of Death and inherit the will of Lord Mingtu, what face do I have left to continue living in this world? And then there is Wantian. If I am lucky enough to succeed, I will surely avenge the pursuit I suffered back then. As the scenes flashed by, Bach's voice echoed in Sumyubai's ears. When the final sentence rang out, there was a clear sense of gnashing teeth in his tone. Wantian was the name of the Overlord of Fire. Bach wanted to break through, and revenge was a major driving force. Although Sumyubai did not know why he had been hunted by the Overlord of Fire back then, it was clear that there was deep-seated hatred between the two. It was evident that this former #1 high god of the myriad worlds had chosen to follow in Mingtu's footsteps to the depths of the Abyssal underworld in order to break through his final bottleneck. Regrettably, he had clearly failed, ultimately being completely eroded by the abnormal aura of death and reduced to a special undead with nothing left but combat instincts. While Sumyubai felt a sense of pity for Bach, the power of the altar continued to condense into one scene after another. This time, the images seemed to focus on the memories of that once illustrious god of death. Sumyubai saw that in a star field burning with endless divine fire, Bach was covered in blood, holding the scythe of the god of death, narrowly avoiding an attack from a massive, illusory human face. That was the projection avatar of the Overlord of Fire Huangtian. Bach's law of death transformed into a monstrous black tide, constantly resisting and eroding the law of fire. But the power of the main god was vast and boundless. The flames were reborn time and again, scorching his divine body and soul. Even though he was the #1 high god of the myriad worlds, he still felt powerless when facing the projection of a Rule Overlord. Had he not used the supreme divine power of death to bolster himself, he would have long since been captured by Wantian's projection. Wantian, I, Bach, will remember today's grudge. When I ascend to the throne of the Overlord, I will surely burn your divine kingdom and sever your faith. Bach let out a roar filled with hatred and violently tore open a spatial rift, fleeing in a sorry state. On his divine body, there remained a permanent scar burned by the flames. The subsequent scenes were those Sumyubai had previously seen from the scythe of the god of death using his Yuanshan divine eyes. It was also at that time that he learned that besides the great Tao of the law of death, Bach was also proficient in the great Tao of the law of time. Moreover, his authority level must have been quite high, otherwise he would not have been able to affect Huangtian's projection avatar and escape from his hands. The scene shifted, and Bach appeared on a desolate star graveyard, his aura fading. He looked at his severely damaged divine body, his eyes filled with unwillingness and determination. The conventional path is no longer a hope for becoming an overlord. Only the abyssal underworld left behind by Lord Mingta might offer a glimmer of survival. As he murmured, Bok's gaze turned toward the depths of the distant starry sky, where an endless aura of death seemed to be beckoning him to find life in the midst of death. If even the abyssal underworld cannot help me break through, then let this broken body of mine pave the way for those who come after. Finally, Sumyubai saw the back of Bok as he resolutely stepped into the entrance of the abyssal underworld, determined and carrying a trace of tragic heroism. The subsequent images became intermittent, filled with pain and struggle. Bok moved forward with difficulty in the depths of the abyssal underworld, fighting against the army of special undead while also struggling to resist the erosion of the abnormal aura of death. He had once sat cross-legged in a certain place, attempting to comprehend the true essence of death left by Mingtu. The law of death are on him, fluctuating violently as he seemed to touch that barrier. He had even once stepped onto this core altar and felt the existence of that dark golden rune. This is it, the true inheritance of Lord Mingtu. At this moment, Sumyubai felt as if he had become Bok. He could feel his soul cheering, attempting to communicate with the altar and accept the inheritance. However, the moment he was about to touch the core mystery, the abnormal aura of death that had accumulated for too long erupted completely, like the most vicious curse, drowning Bok's soul. Boom! In an instant, Sumyubai felt a suffocating sense of despair. It was also at this moment that his perspective returned to the third-person view. Sumyubai clearly saw the light of wisdom in Bok's eyes dim rapidly, replaced by chaos and brutality. In the scene, the dying Bok sat alone on a stone platform, his eyes filled with loneliness. At this moment, his entire body was shrouded in the abnormal aura of death, and his body and soul had been eroded beyond recognition. Hey, it seems I overestimated myself after all. He let out one final sigh of unwillingness. No longer able to resist the erosion, he completely succumbed, transforming into the same powerful, specialized undead with only combat instincts that he had encountered before. Bok had failed after all. Not only did he fail to inherit the legacy, but he also became a guardian of the legacy and a part of the trial itself. These images of Bok slowly dissipated, and Sumyubai felt a sense of melancholy in his heart. A peerless genius had ultimately fallen on the road to the pinnacle. Is the rule sovereign stage really that difficult to break through? Even Bok, the #1 high god of the myriad worlds, was blocked outside the door. Are those who have broken through to the rule sovereign stage truly more talented and insightful than Bok? Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. He didn't think that was necessarily the case. For a lord of laws to escape from the projection of a sovereign god, the difficulty is absolutely harder than ascending to heaven. Bok's combat power was only slightly lower than Lanyu's current level, and the reason Lanyu could reach the combat power of a pseudo-sovereign god was entirely because she was the only chaos angel in all the myriad worlds and had obtained a heaven-defying opportunity within the origin of chaos rules. Apart from her, the only ones among the lords of laws who could steadily defeat Bok were Yuan, Haijian, and Sumyubai himself. After seeing Bok's memory fragments, Sumyubai was certain that Delonmide, who had just obtained the rule-level supreme treasure grasp of destruction, was still lacking compared to Bok. Yuan is strong because of the inheritance of the Zhuanshan Great Array and a vast amount of prior preparation. And the Zhuanshan Great Array is an inheritance from outside the myriad worlds. The entire field of formations in the myriad worlds originates from it. The even stronger Haijian has fully mastered a rule great Tao that does not belong to the myriad worlds. As for Sumyubai, a cheater needs no explanation. Any single item he possesses would be enough to create a #1 high god of the myriad worlds. The four of them can no longer be considered normal lords of laws. Compared to them, what did Bok have? Aside from a small amount of supreme death god power, he had nothing. His strongest treasure was merely the high-level rule-level treasure, Scythe of the Death God. As for other things, they might be useful for a lord of laws, but they are meaningless when facing a rule sovereign. What Bok relied on was entirely his comprehension and application of the rule great Tao and the power of authority. My dear patrons, the debt from yesterday has been paid. Your hardworking author is typing away without pause. There will be 2 more chapters later. Chapter 10:17, Accepting the Inheritance. Friendly reminder. What was owed from yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Patrons can read the previous chapter first. It is a 4,000-word combined chapter. Main text below. To be able to force the projection of Huangshan to retreat in defeat, relying solely on his own comprehension and application of the rule Great Tao and authority, made Sumubai have to admire him, theoretically speaking. The achievements Bach reached were already the limit for a Lord of Laws in the Myriad Worlds. Before he emerged, the Myriad Worlds never had the title of #1 High God. Back then, only he could suppress all heroes and crush the strongest world lords of every realm without any suspense. Even the later God of Slaughter, Ashes, refused to accept this title because he had never been able to fight Bach, such a stunning and brilliant figure. Yet he still failed to break through to the Rule Sovereign stage. Although there are not many existences at the Rule Sovereign stage, there are still several dozen, while it is unknown how many of them are acquired sovereign gods. Before they broke through, they never claimed the title of the #1 High God of the Myriad Worlds. A look of contemplation flashed in Sumubai's eyes. Perhaps there were other reasons why Bach could not break through. Just as he was pondering, the power of the altar gathered once more, beginning to manifest even more ancient and vast images. These were scenes from the later years of the creator of the Nether Abyss, the Death Sovereign Mingtu. As the power of the altar continued to surge, more images unfolded in Sumubai's consciousness. He saw the state of Sovereign Mingtu in his later years. This supreme existence, who once stirred up the winds and clouds, seemed to have merged with the entire Nether Abyss, becoming semi-transparent. With an abnormal aura of death swirling around him, he sat on the altar, not conducting destructive experiments, but rather creating. Countless inscriptions condensed from the purest death rules flowed and combined at his fingertips like living tadpoles. He was attempting to inject something unknown into these runes, a mark that truly belonged to dead objects. This was undoubtedly going against the heavens. It was a challenge to the iron laws of life and death. Sumubai could clearly see that every attempt Mingtu made would cause the entire Nether Abyss to tremble, along with a backlash at the level of the rules. That backlash was formless and intangible, yet it acted directly upon his soul origin. His aura declined irreversibly through failure after failure and backlash after backlash. But his eyes always burned with a near-paranoid flame. Finally, a frozen image was deeply branded into Sumubai's heart. Sovereign Mingtu's figure was as faint as green smoke, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Using his final strength, he stripped away and compressed all his research, insights, and control permissions regarding the creation of the Nether into a gray-white rune of extreme complexity, striking it into the very core of the altar. After doing all this, his figure completely dissipated, leaving only a faint, lingering sigh echoing in the empty depths of the Nether Abyss. That sigh contained unwillingness, regret, and a trace of expectation for those who would come after. These images caused a massive shock in Sumubai's heart. So, Mingtu did not fall directly in that battle, even after the Great War with the Void. When his soul and divine body were at their final moments, he still relied on his remaining will to return to the depths of the Nether Abyss, wanting to perfect his experiment. The Nether Abyss is not just an arsenal and a testing ground. It was, furthermore, the place of inheritance that Mingtu had poured everything into creating in order to achieve the ultimate goal of creating the underworld. The altar beneath Sumubai's feet was the very core of this inheritance. As for Bach and the countless powerhouses who had broken into this place, the special undead they transformed into after their fall were not only a manifestation of the power of the abyss of the underworld, but in a sense, they were also the guardians and the trials of this inheritance. Only someone like Sumubai, capable of suppressing and sealing these undead, stepping onto the altar, and resonating with the authority of death, was qualified to come into contact with the true legacy left behind by the master of the underworld. However, it was merely the qualification to make contact. Although Bach was strong, creating the underworld was simply not something he could accomplish. Thus, even though he had stepped onto the altar, he ultimately failed and evolved into a special undead. It could be said that this altar was prepared specifically for Sumubai, because Mingtu had known long ago that only he could create a true underworld and potentially go a step further to establish the cycle of reincarnation, making the myriad worlds complete. Creating the underworld was merely one step toward establishing the cycle of reincarnation. Everything Mingtu had done was simply to save Sumubai some trouble. It was just that he could never have imagined that Sumubai was a genuine cheater even without these special undead left behind. He could have directly created a true underworld. Of course. Everything Mingtu left behind could indeed save Sumubai a great deal of effort. With this thought, he no longer hesitated. He sat cross-legged in the center of the altar, pressing his hands once again onto the cold, crystalline floor. But this time, it was no longer a simple perception. Sumubai channeled the authority of death within his body to its limit and summoned the Death Codex, projecting his divine sense without reservation toward the core of the altar. That gray-white rune condensed and left behind by Mingtu. The Death Codex shimmered with divine light, having returned to a familiar place. It seemed to be cheering and leaping for joy, yet also sighing in mourning for its former master. At this moment, the altar also lit up with a gray-white glow, guiding a massive amount of anomalous death aura to converge. Boom! The entire altar erupted with a black light, more dazzling and profound than when he had been refining it before. The light no longer merely shot into the sky, instead, like a living creature, it surged backward, completely enveloping Sumubai. It forcibly pulled him into a cold, vast, and boundless consciousness space filled with the profound mysteries of death. This was no longer a collection of fragmented images and thoughts, but a complete, systematic, and vast torrent of knowledge like an ocean. The ultimate interpretation of the laws of death, a profound dissection of how to create the underworld, and the forbidden knowledge of how to use the laws of death as a foundation to imbue inanimate objects with spirituality. A massive amount of information, like a burst dam, flooded into Sumubai's consciousness. The volume of information was too immense. It far exceeded the sum of all the inheritances he had obtained previously. Even with his divine soul at the peak of the main god realm, he felt as if his head were about to explode, his consciousness teetering on the brink of collapse under the impact of this information. What was even more terrifying was that this torrent of knowledge was interspersed with fragments of the incomparably powerful will left behind by the master of the underworld. That will was filled with a persistent exploration of the mysteries of life and death, carrying a cold indifference that looked down upon all living beings, as well as an unquestionable dominance. It seemed to want to assimilate Sumubai's consciousness, turning him into another Mingtu. There will be another chapter later. Don't forget, my dear patrons, Chapter 1018 Authority. This was not Mingtu wanting to perform a possession, but rather the natural influence of his will. If it were not for someone with a firm heart and mind, it would be impossible to resist the erosion of a supreme god's lingering will. As expected of a supreme god, truly terrifying. Sumubai let out a muffled groan. This lingering will was simply not something that could be withstood at the Lawmaster realm. Back then, the god of death, Bach, must have been completely eroded by the anomalous death aura under the impact of this lingering will, which ultimately led to his failure. However, for me, it's still a bit lacking. Sumubai's lips curled slightly, his eyes instantly becoming as sharp as blades. He guarded his heart and mind, operating his divine soul power and divine power to the extreme, while his inner world roared, providing firm support. Within his chest, the incomplete heart of reincarnation beat powerfully, pumping out streams of mysterious energy that surpassed the power of a supreme god to protect the origin of his soul. His will was like a reef in a raging sea. No matter how the torrent of knowledge crashed against it or how the will of Mingtu pressed down, he remained unmoved. This was not a contest of power, but a battle of will and conviction. Mingtu's research was incomplete, which was why the anomalous death aura he created could only erode things into special undead rather than a true underworld. This information was not of much significance to Sumubai. What was truly useful were the insights and applications regarding the great Tao of the laws of death and the authority of death that Mingtu had left behind. This also accounted for the bulk of the information flow. It was a deeper realization than the complete great Tao of the laws of death entrusted within the Death Codex. Time seemed to lose its meaning within this consciousness space. Sumubai did not know how much time had passed. His consciousness floated, struggled, absorbed, and transformed within the endless ocean of knowledge. His understanding of the laws of death was rising and deepening at an unprecedented speed. Many areas that had previously been obscure and difficult to understand suddenly became clear. He even touched that barrier that had troubled countless peak realm lords: how to completely master the laws of death, condense a Tao seed, and take that crucial step toward becoming a ruler of laws. Although there was still some distance to a true breakthrough, the path ahead was already clear. Sumyubai even had a feeling that the Death Tao seed within his divine soul seemed to show faint signs of being about to bloom and bear fruit. However, he was very clear that his current accumulation was not enough. If he chose to break through now, it would very likely fail. In that case, he would waste a breakthrough opportunity and would have to condense another Rule Tao seed in the future. Therefore, Sumyubai was in no hurry to break through. He was waiting for an opportunity that would be the best moment to break through. I do not know how much time passed, but that massive torrent of knowledge finally began to subside. The powerful residual will of Ming Tu, under Sumyubai's firm and unyielding resistance, seemed to exhaust its strength. It slowly receded, eventually transforming into a segment of pure memory information that merged into the inheritance. The pitch-black radiance gradually faded, and his consciousness returned. Sumyubai opened his eyes abruptly, deep within his pupils. It seemed as if endless laws of death were evolving, being born and perishing. He had successfully withstood the impact of the residual will and had initially digested the core inheritance left behind by Ming Tu. Although his degree of law fusion remained at the 99% limit of the 9-pattern extreme, Sumyubai's comprehension and application of the Great Tao of Death laws and the authority of death had ascended several levels. This could be seen from the series of system notifications that rang out one after another. Notification: congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully accepting the core inheritance of the Death Sovereign Ming Tu. Notification: congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully grasping a portion of the authority of death. Notification: congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to grasp the power of authority. Rewarding 1 infusion of origin power. Notification: a Blue Star region announcement is about to be made. Notification: congratulations. The authority of death you grasp has reached level 1. Notification: congratulations. The authority of death you grasp has reached level 2. Notification: congratulations. The authority of death you grasp has reached level 3. Level 3 authority. Merely by initially digesting the inheritance left by Ming Tu, the authority of death that Sumyubai grasped had reached as high as level 3 in one go. This was a level almost impossible to reach at the Law Lord stage. Previously, even with the help of the power of the Death Scripture, Sumyubai could only mobilize level 3 authority of death. Moreover, this was not inheriting Ming Tu's authority, it was something he had personally comprehended and mastered from the inheritance. The power of authority comprehended by oneself is indeed much more profound. Feeling the might of the power of authority, a sharp glint flashed deep in Sumyubai's eyes. The power of authority is a force at a deeper level than laws. Walking this path until now, the speed of Sumyubai's strength growth had been truly too fast, so fast that it felt inconceivable. But precisely because it was so fast, he had never had the time to comprehend and master the power of authority. There was another reason, which had to do with his talent. Normally, Law Lords wanting to comprehend and master the power of authority would use their own SSS grade talents as a springboard. But Sumyubai's talent was catastrophe, an existence that transcended the great Tao of laws. Could he comprehend and master the power of authority through the catastrophe talent? Sumyubai had absolutely no clue. Although he could use the authority of death before, that was all done by mobilizing it through the Death Scripture. In other words, it was equivalent to merely borrowing the power of authority left behind by Ming Tu. But from this moment on, if Sumyubai used the authority of death, he would no longer need to borrow Ming Tu's power through the Death Scripture. Although both were level 3 authority, is there any difference between borrowing someone else's power and using power that one has comprehended and mastered oneself? The latter would obviously be much more intuitive and effortless to use. The authority of death is just the beginning. There are other powers of authority to come. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. His ambition was not something that a mere level 3 authority of death could satisfy. However, the power of authority for every supreme law required a certain opportunity to be comprehended and mastered. It could not be rushed. Therefore, Sumyubai was not panicked. He believed that with his heaven-defying comprehension, as long as he found the right opportunity, he would soon be able to master even more powers of authority. Next is the most important harvest of this trip to the underworld abyss. Sumyubai slowly stood up, a smile curling the corners of his lips. Rumble. The next moment, The entire altar began to shake violently. Rich divine light soared into the sky. And the inheritance altar left by Ming to actually floated into the air and rapidly shrank. Not only that, but this altar also became increasingly illusory, as if it had been composed of energy from the very beginning. Before long, the illusory altar now shrunk to the size of a ping-pong ball, turned into a stream of light, and merged into the center of Sumyubai's brow. The Zhuanshan divine pupils opened automatically, and a hint of gray-white appeared within the yin-yang fish-shaped pupils. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears once again. Finally finished the missing word count. My hands are numb. Chapter 1019. Abnormal movement in the underworld abyss. God forbidden land. No. The departure of Sanchi Qingfeng and the others had not caused any impact here. Because of Sumyubai's influence, unification had long been completed here, and there were no disputes. The locals were developing steadily under the leadership of the Shenlong Empire, which was controlled by the Shenlong Palace. As for the Blue Star players, they had all joined the two major factions. Combat-type players were all members of the Hegemony Guild. Only the elite among the elites were qualified to become members of the Dark Knight Mercenary Group. Joining the Dark Knight Mercenary Group was the only goal that all combat-type players on Blue Star strived for. Although they knew the chances were slim, only by joining the Dark Knight Mercenary Group would they have a glimmer of a chance to see the real boss Bai Yi in person. As for the life-type players, they had all been taken under the wing of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce. At first, the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce had strict requirements for recruitment. One had to possess a life-type profession talent or have reached a certain level in a sub-profession. But later on, after the Shenlong Empire unified the entire God-forbidden land No. 7, the recruitment standards of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce gradually lowered. Up to now, all life-type players on Blue Star had joined the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce. Those with slightly inferior talents engaged in logistics work, at least ensuring they had no worries about food, clothing, housing, or transportation. As Sumyubai's strength grew stronger, the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce, managed by Fuji Xiangxia, also had higher and more distant ambitions. In any case, as long as they were not Blue Star players who were just idling their lives away, they could obtain a job at the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce and earn enough income to survive. In the future, this benefit would eventually extend to all human beings across the Myriad Worlds. Because Fuji Qiangxia now represents Sumyubai in taking control of the Death Domain Bank, he is not only developing the bank but also paving the way for the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce, clearing away obstacles to its growth. Once God-forbidden land No. 7 is completely integrated into the Myriad Worlds, the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce will be able to expand rapidly, becoming a behemoth within the Death Domain and even the entire Myriad Worlds. Of course, all of this requires not only massive resources and wealth, but also a multitude of powerful experts. Regarding this, Fuji Qiangxia is not worried in the slightest, because as long as they have an omnipotent boss like Bai Yi, any problem can be solved with ease. At the very least, he has yet to encounter a problem that could stump his boss. When Sumyubai entered the depths of the Nether Abyss, God-forbidden land No. 7 continued to develop rapidly. The topics discussed by players and locals were no longer solely focused on the monstrous Bai Yi. That was until a Blue Star District announcement once again resounded throughout the entirety of God-forbidden land No. Blue Star District announcement. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for becoming the first player in the Blue Star District to master the power of authority. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast majority of players will learn from him to receive generous rewards. In an instant, every region of God-forbidden land No. 7 was in an uproar once again. Is this the gold standard of Boss Bai Yi? Yet another term I've never even heard of. Although Boss Bai Yi has left this place, the legends about him have never ceased. Power of authority, the name alone sounds high level. I wonder if we'll ever have a chance to master it. Buddy, stop daydreaming. The later an announcement is triggered, the higher the difficulty obviously is. Let alone small fries like us. I reckon even geniuses like Sanchi Qingfeng and Han Tebei would find it hard to master a power like the power of authority. Boss Bai Yi has fully illustrated what it means when even among geniuses there is a gap. Sanchi Qingfeng and the others are indeed geniuses, But compared to Boss Bai, they are nothing, geniuses. They are merely the threshold to meeting Boss Bai. Sigh. I really want to see Boss Bai's demeanor once more. Yeah, ever since the last Heaven's Pride tournament, we haven't seen Boss Bai's true face. After Feng Yuan left, there was no one left in all of God-forbidden land seven who understood what the power of authority was. However, this did not stop them from worshipping and singing the praises of Sumyu. Whatever the power of authority is, it all boils down to one sentence. Boss Bai is awesome. However, there were two people who did not think so. At the ruins of the Sakura royal capital, after sending away geniuses like Sanchi King Feng earlier, the Divine Dragon Emperor and another Vice Hall Master had come here, attempting to study the secrets at the bottom of the deep pit. But after the two of them went in, there was no news of them whatsoever. No different from the ordinary players who had been swallowed by the pit before. 10th tier Saint extermination rank. Logically speaking, this was already the strongest power allowed to exist in the God-forbidden land. Yet within this deep pit, they hadn't even been able to stir up a ripple. Just a moment before Sumyu triggered the announcement, the Divine Dragon Emperor and the Vice Hall Master, who had disappeared for a period of time, actually flew out of the deep pit safe and sound. However, the faint purple light flashing deep within their eyes was clearly somewhat abnormal. Logically, they had only just broken through to the 10th tier Saint extermination rank and should not have been able to touch a power like authority, which belongs to top-tier experts. But at this moment, their behavior suggested otherwise. As the announcement rang out, the Divine Dragon Emperor immediately raised his eyebrows. Power of authority Bai. Interesting, interesting. In such a tiny God-forbidden land, I didn't expect there to be such a genius. The Vice Hall Master also stroked his chin. This guy should have the potential of a sovereign, but it's a pity. Indeed, it's a pity he is destined to never grow up. The Divine Dragon Emperor grinned, revealing a truly chilling smile. Following that, he rubbed his neck and looked up at the firmament. A pale purple light flashed deep within his eyes, and he seemed to see the rule restrictions that had not yet been revealed. The rules of the God-forbidden land are too restrictive to our power. Hearing this, the Vice Hall Master nodded slightly, his gaze profound. That is why we must first find a way to make this place integrate into the myriad worlds ahead of schedule. I don't want to wait for more than 9 years. Let's go. The faster, the better. I can't wait for my true self to descend. As they spoke, the two turned into streams of light and disappeared above the ruins of the Sakura royal capital. The direction they left in was precisely where the Divine Dragon Hall headquarters was located. And of all this, no one was aware. Death Continent. Depths of the Nether Abyss. The altar left behind by Ming shrank to the size of a ping-pong ball, turned completely ethereal, and transformed into a stream of light that merged into the center of Sumyubai's brow. The Zhuanshan divine pupils opened automatically, and a hint of grayish-white appeared within the yin-yang fish-shaped pupils. At the same time, a series of system notifications resounded in Sumyubai's ears once again. Notification. Your Zhuanshan divine pupils have absorbed the death divine pupils, and their power has increased. Notification. You have gained control over the Nether Abyss. Notification. The special undead within the Nether Abyss have completely acknowledged you as their master. Feeling the vast knowledge added to his mind and the sense of control over the Nether Abyss, Sumyubai slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The harvest brought by the altar left behind by Ming far exceeded his expectations. Although the Zhuanshan divine pupils still failed to evolve into a rule-level ocular technique, their overall power had taken a step forward. This was a completely unexpected gain. In addition to fate, time, and space, Sumyubai's Zhuanshan divine pupils were now able to analyze the great Tao of death rules. The moment he absorbed the ethereal altar, Wu Wuan, who was in his internal world, was slightly stunned. And then he began to laugh. You could have great fortune. Your Zhuanshan divine pupils have improved again so quickly. As he spoke, the vertical pupil between his brows opened instantly, and with one glance, he saw through Sumyubai's soul projection avatar. Absorbed the power of death. Not bad at all. The changes in the soul projection avatar were synchronized with Sumyubai's true body. Therefore, Wu Wuan, who was currently instructing him, instantly noticed the difference. Sumyubai nodded modestly. It was just good luck. I obtained the inheritance left behind by a senior. Hearing this, Wu wouldn't change the subject. It's good that you know. Don't you go getting arrogant. Your Mystic Heaven divine pupils are still far from reaching their full potential. Grandmaster, I understand. Sumubai nodded heavily. For some time now, this divine soul projection avatar had been staying with Wo Wuhen. As time passed, he realized more and more just how unfathomable his Grandmaster truly was. His mastery over the Mystic Heaven divine pupils was simply divine and beyond reach. Compared to him, what Sumubai had grasped so far was, at best, merely scratching the surface. The improvement of the Mystic Heaven divine pupils was naturally a good thing, but the greatest gain from this trip was the control over the abyss of death. After completely absorbing the inheritance left by Mingtu, Sumubai had become the master of the abyss of death, gaining authority over everything within it. Now, he didn't even need to spread out his divine soul to easily perceive everything inside the abyss. The outer perimeter, the depths, the core, and even the very bottom of the abyss. Sumubai could see it all at a glance. The abnormal death aura that permeated the abyss was also completely under Sumubai's control. With just a single thought, he could instantly manifest a vortex of death anywhere within the abyss. Oh, quite a few people here. Sensing everything within the abyss, Sumubai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seems the secret left behind by the Sovereign of Rules is indeed attractive enough. The abyss of death had always been synonymous with death, although no one had ever gained anything from it, and many powerful experts had fallen here. It still couldn't stop people from coming to explore. After all, this was a place created by the previous Sovereign of Death. There would always be those who wanted to try their luck. Moreover, every expert who dared to enter the abyss was at the peak of the High God realm. Among them, there were even some at the level of world lords. Forget it. Let me send you all on your way. Sumubai smiled and moved his divine sense. The next moment, a vortex of death instantly condensed beneath every expert currently exploring the abyss. The speed was so fast that they had no time to react at all. Oh no. How could it be so sudden? Damn it. I can't break free at all. It's over. With my strength, if I'm sucked to the bottom of the abyss, I'm dead for sure. I really should have listened to Will. Why did I have to be so stubborn and come here to venture? In an instant, the experts within the abyss were dumbfounded. The sudden appearance of the death vortexes left them no time to react before they were already deeply trapped within them. As a terrifying pulling force surged, these experts quickly vanished into the death vortex. At this moment, their hearts were filled with the fear of death, but immediately after, these experts were stunned. This feeling isn't right. The sensation of being eroded by the abnormal death aura is gone. Ha. I'm actually not dead. Is this the outside of the abyss? How could the death vortex teleport us out? When these experts regained their vision, they realized they had already arrived at the cliffside of the abyss of death. All around them, the presence of many other experts could be felt. After the relief of surviving a disaster, everyone quickly noticed that something was wrong. Strange. How were we all teleported out at the same time? Something is wrong. This is extremely suspicious. There's a problem. There must be a problem. The abyss of death has existed for countless epochs, and such a situation has never happened before. Could it be that the inheritance left by the Sovereign of Death is about to emerge? Once these words were spoken, the pupils of the experts suddenly constricted. It wasn't impossible, otherwise. How could one explain the anomaly in the abyss of death? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes suddenly became burning with desire. That was the inheritance left by the Sovereign of Death. If one could obtain it, it would be an instant leap to the heavens. Without any hesitation, everyone immediately rushed back into the abyss of death, wanting to get to the bottom of it. But the next moment, the abnormal death aura at the outermost edge of the abyss suddenly erupted. A massive, supersized death vortex spanning the entire abyss condensed, completely sealing it off. The peak high gods and world lords who had just rushed in were directly teleported back to the cliffside. How could this be? Why can't we get in? Is such a massive death vortex? And it formed in an instant. The inheritance. It must be the inheritance appearing, otherwise, the abyss could never have such a situation. Damn it. Why stop us from entering, after trying several times? The experts looked at each other in dismay. Although they were anxious, they had no way to enter and were completely helpless. test it, to get in. There must be some conditions. We need more people to try. One of the world lords narrowed his eyes, glanced at the others, and immediately began contacting the experts of his clan. Seeing this, the other experts made the same choice. Even if they couldn't obtain the inheritance left by the Sovereign of Death, they had to find a way for their own race to obtain it. The news of the anomaly in the Abyss of Death quickly spread throughout all the worlds. In an instant, a large number of peak high gods received the news, crossed boundaries from various realms, and gathered at the Death Continent. The number of experts rushing to the Death Continent this time was far greater than before. The inheritance left by the Sovereign of Death was not something that could be compared to a mere rule treasure. Even if it was just a guess and not confirmed, it was enough to drive anyone crazy. Even some sovereigns of rules began to take action. The Sovereign of Death was a supreme god. The inheritance he left behind would attract even main gods. After all, who wouldn't want to take another step forward, my dear patrons? The debt from yesterday has been settled. Your workhorse author is typing away without pause. And there will be more updates later. Chapter 1020, Despair. Friendly reminder. The debt from yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Patrons can read the previous chapter first. It is a combined 4-0 long chapter. Main text below. Those powerhouses who were teleported directly outside the abyss of the underworld were the lucky ones, for their races were not on the death list originally drawn up by Brian. The powerhouses belonging to the races on that list, however, did not receive such favorable treatment. When it came to dealing with enemies, Sumyubai had never been soft-hearted. After being sucked into the vortex of death, they were pulled directly into the depths of the abyss of the underworld. So many special undead. Run. No, I haven't reached the pinnacle yet. I absolutely cannot fall here. It's over. It's all over. Give up. We can't stop this. The moment they regained consciousness, these people realized with despair that they had been completely surrounded by an army of special undead. Boom! The army of special undead, the weakest of whom were at the peak of the upper god realm, launched a joint attack, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept through the surroundings. These people did not possess the monstrous strength of Sumyubai. No matter how unwilling they were, they could not block such an attack. Even powerhouses at the World Lord level fell here in an instant. Only 2 individuals did not perish, because they were teleported directly in front of Sumyubai. Here, there were no special undead. One of them was tall and robust, essentially a humanoid giant wolf walking upright, his body covered in golden fur, his eyes flashing with a ghostly green light, and a cold glint flickering within his wolf maw. The other looked extremely ugly, with a green face and fangs, a bulging neck that seemed to hide a massive mouthpart, and a pair of blood-colored bat wings on his back, exuding a sinister aura. The 2 were none other than the wolf ancestor of the wolf race and the blood ancestor of the blood race. You two, we finally meet. I heard you've been looking for me. Behind Sumyubai, a throne of death had condensed at some point. He was currently sitting on the floating throne, looking at the 2 with a playful gaze. The faint words caused the pupils of the wolf ancestor and the blood ancestor, who had just escaped the vortex of death, to shrink sharply, and they looked up abruptly in the direction the voice came from. The next moment, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. They were terrified. You are. Bai? How could you be here? Sumyubai had not hidden his information, so the 2 recognized his identity instantly. At the same time, this plunged them into deep despair. How could they encounter this monster here? It's over. After recognizing Bai, the wolf ancestor and the blood ancestor couldn't help but look at each other. Though they were mortal enemies, they felt a sense of shared fate in this moment. I never thought that after fighting for a lifetime, we would end up dying together. The wolf ancestor gave a bitter laugh. He did not beg Sumyubai for mercy, but instead said this to the blood ancestor. The latter closed his eyes in despair, nodded silently, and said nothing. They both knew that any plea for mercy would be useless. For over 9 epochs, the various things the wolf race and the blood race had done to the human race were carried out under their authorization. Now that they had fallen into the hands of Bai, there was simply no possibility of survival. As for resisting, with what could they resist? Bai was the calamity of the myriad races, an existence who had successively hunted down multiple top-tier world lords. and later even joined forces with Huijian to kill a symbiotic sovereign across realms. And them. They were merely second-rate world lords who hadn't even managed to master a portion of the law's authority. Such a massive gap in strength made it impossible for them to even conceive of the thought of resisting. When Sumyubai first triggered the Myriad World announcement, the Wolf Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor had sent people to frantically search for his whereabouts, intending to devour him. However, due to the special effect of the Calamity of Eternal Silence, they had never been able to gain anything. Later, as time passed, Sumyubai triggered more and more Myriad World announcements, and his strength grew increasingly formidable. The speed of that improvement made the Wolf Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor feel fear. They both knew very well that once Baiyu was allowed to grow, the Blood race and the Wolf race would never have a good ending. At that time, both sides sent out large numbers of their clansmen, wanting to find Baiyi as quickly as possible. It wasn't until the announcement of Baiyi comprehending the rules of the Great Tao in advance sounded that the Wolf Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor could no longer hold back. The possibility of a soul-type rule treasure existing made them step out of the great world they controlled and come to the Death Continent, wanting to try and see if they could seize the opportunity. But soon, their roles changed from hunters to prey, because they had ended up on the kill list of this suddenly emerged top-tier world lord. The calamity of the myriad races and the human race's return to the myriad races ranking also made the Wolf Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor understand just how stupid they had been in the past, and how lucky they had been to survive. How could such a powerful race have declined to this point overnight? The reason those human powerhouses had hidden themselves was entirely due to the threat of the top-tier races, the monster race and the mechanical race. As for the Blood race and the Wolf race, don't look at the fact that at the time, these two races were ranked higher than the human race that had just returned to the myriad races ranking. That was only because the human race's powerhouses had suffered a generational gap, lacking a large number of law sovereigns. As long as the human high-level powerhouses could free up their hands, dealing with the powerhouses of the Wolf race and the Blood race would be an effortless task. From that time on, the Wolf Ancestor and the Blood Ancestor dared not look for Baiyi's whereabouts anymore. Instead, they hid, fearing retaliation. It wasn't until the news that the calamity of the myriad races was Baiyi spread that the two decided to take a gamble, choosing in unison to enter the abyss of the underworld, hoping to obtain the inheritance left by the Sovereign of Death to seek a glimmer of survival. Although they knew the hope was slim, it was still better than waiting for death, right? But they never expected that the sudden vortex of death would teleport them directly in front of this monster. Baiyi. Oh, giving up resistance already. Sumyubai looked down at the two who had resigned themselves to their fate, his eyebrows arching slightly. Is there any point in resisting? The Wolf Ancestor shook his head. Do it. The strong prey upon the weak. That is simply how it has always been. I am no match for you now, so my life and death are naturally yours to command. His level of enlightenment seemed remarkably high. He showed none of the hysteria one might expect when facing death. However, the Blood Ancestor seemed to see a glimmer of hope, his eyes snapping open as he looked at Sumyubai. Lord Baiyi, as long as you are willing to spare me, I am willing to let the entire Blood race become livestock for humanity. Spare my life, and I am willing to charge into battle for humanity for the rest of my days to atone for the sins I have committed. As he spoke, the Blood Ancestor clung to this as if it were his last straw, crawling and stumbling until he reached the base of the throne of death, where he knelt and prostrated himself. Seeing this, a flash of disdain crossed the Wolf Ancestor's eyes, and he let out a cold snort. Fool, do you really think Baiyi would spare you? Or spare the Blood race? It is nothing but a delusional fantasy, to cast aside even your final shred of dignity, Vipress. Having been your rival for so many years, I feel nothing but shame. My phone is typing so fast it's sparking. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 1021. I gave you a chance, but you couldn't use it. Sumyubai ignored the pleading Blood Ancestor and instead looked at the disdainful Wolf Ancestor. So much backbone. Kill me or carve me up, do as you please. From the day humanity returned to the rankings, I knew this day would come sooner or later. I just didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. The Wolf Ancestor seemed to have completely let go of his attachment to life and death. Showing no intention of begging for mercy, What if I said, as long as you kill him, I won't kill you? Do you think I would believe your words? Although a flicker of light passed through the depths of the wolf ancestor's eyes, his reason told him that you would never let him go. I just happen to like this unyielding side of you. Samurai grinned, looking down at the blood ancestor kneeling beneath the throne. Since he doesn't want this opportunity, I'll give it to you. Kill him, and I will spare you. As soon as these words were spoken, the blood ancestor erupted into action, immediately expanding his divine domain to envelop the wolf ancestor. It was clear just how desperate he was to survive. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he was not willing to let it go. Samurai also entered the blood ancestor's divine domain, leaning forward slightly with his chin resting on his hands, watching this dog-eat-dog battle. The reason he went through all this trouble was naturally not just to toy with them, but because he wanted to convert them into special undead. Because the golden calamity skeletons formed after a creature dies do not retain their memories from when they were alive once they are converted into nether beings. But what Samurai wanted was for them to retain a portion of their memories, so that they could personally lead armies to annihilate the wolf race and the blood race. Only then would it be the moment for them to truly and completely vanish from this world. Before that, everything about them would be under Samurai's control. As for sparing the blood ancestor, converting him into a nether being, how could that not be considered sparing him? To convert them into special undead, a massive amount of abnormal death energy was required to erode their divine bodies and divine souls. If both were at their peak, the rate of erosion would be far too slow. Therefore, Samurai wanted them to exhaust more of their divine soul power and divine energy. If he had struck himself, they would have had no chance to exhaust their power and would have died instantly. Compared to the trouble of controlling his power to wear them down, Samurai simply chose to let them fight like dogs, facing the blood ancestor's sudden attack. The wolf ancestor naturally would not sit still and wait for death. Dying at the hands of Bai Yi and dying at the hands of Vipress were not the same thing. The former he accepted as fate, the latter would be far too humiliating. Boom! He also instantly expanded his own divine domain, which collided violently with the blood ancestor's bloody domain. The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle, locked in a struggle that was hard to call. Their strength was already evenly matched, otherwise, they would not have fought for countless years without a clear victor. Vipress, I never thought you would actually be stupid enough to believe by his words. The wolf ancestor cursed him for a fool, but he had no choice but to mobilize his divine power and clash fiercely with the blood ancestor. I don't want to die. Even if there is only a sliver of hope, I won't let it go. A look of ruthlessness flashed in the blood ancestor's eyes. His mouth suddenly split open like flower petals, and a long proboscis shot out, carrying divine power and the power of laws, stabbing viciously toward the wolf ancestor. Still deceiving yourself even now? That really is your character. The wolf ancestor suddenly laughed. His sharp claws glinted with a cold light as he grabbed the blood ancestor's proboscis, and their divine power and laws immediately engaged in a fierce confrontation. Although their battle was intense, in the eyes of the current Samurai, it was becoming somewhat dull. From the very moment the battle began, a massive amount of abnormal death energy had been pouring into their divine domains, beginning to rapidly erode their divine bodies and souls. Although the two in the heat of battle noticed this, they did not stop because of it, because this was a perfectly normal occurrence. As long as one was in the nether abyss, one would be constantly subjected to erosion. Not to mention, they were currently at the very bottom of the nether abyss. However, as the battle intensified, both gradually discovered something was wrong. The concentration of the abnormal death energy was constantly increasing, and the speed of the erosion was becoming faster and faster. If this continued, even with their world lord level strength, they would find it difficult to hold on for much longer. But by the time they realized it, it was already too late. That's enough. Samurai's gaze sharpened, as if he had delivered a death sentence. The next moment, the abnormal death energy flooding into their divine domains increased by several orders of magnitude. Death vortex. How is this possible? The wolf ancestor's pupils dilated instantly, staring in disbelief at the vortex-like air currents enveloping him. Only then did he suddenly realize, you obtained the inheritance of the Death Sovereign, and sighed another vortex. The blood ancestor struggled desperately against the erosion of the abnormal death energy, looking toward Sumubai's direction with unwillingness as he roared, "Lord Bai, didn't you promise to spare me? What I said was that I would spare you if you killed him, but you failed to seize the opportunity I gave you." Sumubai smiled slightly. To the blood ancestor, this smile looked like a death sentence. "No, give me more time. I can definitely kill William," the blood ancestor shrieked, desperately trying to fight for one more chance to survive. But Sumubai simply shook his head and said nothing more. Boom! The next moment, the vortex of death erupted completely, engulfing them both. This time, it was not a teleportation, but a frenzied erosion of their divine bodies and divine souls. A moment later, the divine light in their eyes vanished entirely, their gazes became dull, and their auras plummeted to the absolute minimum. The two divine domains collapsed with a roar, and the figures of the three returned to the depths of the abyss of the underworld. As a massive amount of abnormal death energy surged into their bodies, their auras began to grow powerful once again, having been transformed into special undead. They were not considered completely dead by the myriad worlds, so no system notification for a kill sounded. Can the netherworld also become a world lord of the myriad worlds? Sumubai raised an eyebrow. He had assumed that once they were transformed into special undead, the world lord token would simply detach itself. It seemed that was not the case. Roar! Howls erupted. Having been reduced to special undead, both the wolf ancestor and the blood ancestor had lost their consciousness, and naturally, their ability to speak. At this moment, they were nothing more than walking corpses with only the instinct to fight. Other than Sumubai, the master of the abyss of the underworld, they would attack any living creature within their perception range, calculating the time. The remaining god-level netherworld beings should be finishing their transformation soon. Next, it is time to establish the Netherworld Legion. Watching the two figures transformed into special undead, Sumubai moved his divine sense, and a large number of death vortexes appeared around him. The next moment, special undead that had accumulated in the abyss of the underworld for countless epochs were continuously teleported over, only to be gathered into his internal world. Chapter 1022, The Winds Rise. The age of the abyss of the underworld was beyond calculation. Ever since the previous Death Sovereign, Into, created the abyss of the underworld, fearless high gods had been coming here, attempting to obtain opportunities to further their strength. The outer regions were not particularly dangerous, and the deep areas could not be considered a forbidden zone for peak high gods at the 8 or 9 stripe realm. However, the vast majority of those who dared to venture into the core area of the abyss of the underworld could not escape the fate of being eroded by the abnormal death energy, eventually being completely transformed into semi-biological entities. Special undead, only a small few, those with enough luck, were able to leave the abyss of the underworld safely. As for the bottom of the abyss of the underworld, it was a complete death trap. Even existences like the god of death, Bok, had fallen here. One can only imagine how many powerhouses at the high god realm had fallen here over countless epochs, and how many special undead had been created. Fortunately, Sumubai had already gained full authority over the abyss of the underworld. With a mere thought, he could control the death vortexes and teleport special undead from all corners of the abyss to his location. At the same time, he opened his internal world, taking in all the special undead, including the wolf ancestor and the blood ancestor. With so many special undead at the high god realm, if they were all converted into complete netherworld beings, would that be enough to make the core strength of the netherworld surpass that of the top-tier races? A fiery glint flashed in Sumubai's eyes. His divine sense had just swept through, and he instantly knew the number of special undead. Over 100 million. Well over 100 million. What kind of concept was that? One must know that even to enter the outer regions of the abyss of the underworld, one needed to be at least at the high god realm. Moreover, ordinary high gods dared not venture deep into the abyss, so few fell there. Therefore, the vast majority of those eroded by the abnormal death energy were peak high gods who relied on their immense strength to venture deep into the abyss. Among these 100 million plus special undead, nearly 80% were peak high gods. Of course, those with strength at the 8 or 9 stripe realm accounted for less than 0.5%. As for those with world lord level combat power, while fewer in number, there were still several hundred of them. Among them were even existences like the god of death. Sumyubai even doubted whether the current number one race in the myriad worlds, the god race, possessed that many peak high gods. What the human race lacks most right now are powerhouses at this level. Once the Netherworld Legion is formed, we will no longer be lacking. Watching the last squad of special undead enter his internal world, Sumyubai's lips curled upward, and his figure vanished from the spot. The entire Death Continent was like an open book of death, with the abyss of the underworld piercing through it vertically, dividing it into eastern and western continents. The abyss of the underworld was so vast that even if an entire galaxy were thrown into it, it would not cause a single ripple. One can imagine how shocking it was that Sumyubai was now manipulating the abnormal death energy to condense death vortexes in the outer regions of the abyss. With such a phenomenon, who would believe that nothing special was happening in the abyss of the underworld? Ever since news of the disturbance in the abyss of the underworld spread, a large number of powerhouses had been arriving at this location every moment, including the 10 top-tier races. No race would pass up a potential opportunity. Since the last great upheaval, the 8 supreme gods of the myriad worlds had either fallen or gone missing, leaving only one lucky sovereign who rarely concerned himself with worldly affairs, and whose exact whereabouts were unknown to anyone. It had been a long time since a new supreme god had been born in the myriad worlds. If there truly was a legacy left behind by the previous death sovereign within the abyss of the underworld, the race that obtained it would surely rise to power. If someone could use this to break through to the rule sovereign realm, they would become the new supreme god, leading their race to the pinnacle of the myriad worlds and becoming the new number one on the myriad races ranking. Therefore, even the god race had dispatched a large number of peak high gods to come. Among them were quite a few powerhouses at the world lord level. The fire god and water god, a husband and wife duo who had once fought fiercely against Sekong Yu in the undead realm, were also among them. And they were not even the leaders. At this moment, the god of fire, Kai Xiao, was frowning, his gaze carefully scrutinizing the vortex of death that blanketed the entire abyss of the underworld. Just a moment ago, he had personally attempted to enter, but like any ordinary peak-level high god, he had been instantly teleported back. No matter what methods anyone employed, it was impossible to take even a single step into the abyss of the underworld. Brother Suzu, have you discerned anything? The god of water, Ruoshi, with ripples of water flowing around her and her delicate brows slightly furrowed, turned her head to look at the young man beside her. Hearing this, Kai Xiao also withdrew his gaze and looked over. The young man was dressed in a white robe, his long cyan hair tied behind his head. He had a slender and well-proportioned figure, standing with his hands behind his back on the cliff of the abyss of the underworld. Yet, his entire presence seemed somewhat ethereal and flickering. It was as if, even though he was standing there, he existed in an entirely different space. This young man, whom Ruoshi addressed as Brother Suzu, was the leader of the god race's operation this time. Although he appeared young, he had already existed for endless epochs. In terms of both strength and status, Suzu was second only to those at the rule sovereign realm within the god race. Because his title was the god of space, as the name implied, Suzu was the strongest existence among all the lords of law within the myriad worlds who had comprehended the great Tao of space rules. Ever since Xingchen, the sovereign of time and space, went missing, he had also become the lord of law with the greatest hope of becoming the next sovereign of space. With the same degree of rule fusion, the effects achieved by different powerhouses varied as widely as heaven and earth. And Suzu, this god of space, had naturally pushed his application of the great Tao of space rules to a level of perfection. Regrettably, the god of space ultimately shook his head. The means left behind by the sovereign of death are, as expected, beyond my ability to fathom. As soon as these words were spoken, a look of disappointment flashed across the faces of Kai Xiao and Ruoshi. If even you, Brother Suzu, can't find a way in, then what the hell is the point of this? Kai Xiao rubbed his flame-like, fiery red short hair in frustration and couldn't help but grumble. Could it be that we can only ask the sovereigns to take action? Ruoshi looked her on and whispered. The entire abyss of the underworld was now gathered with a massive number of powerhouses, each occupying a section based on their respective races. However, The individuals currently dispatched by each race were only at the level of world lords and peak-level high gods. As for the main gods at the rule sovereign realm, they had all tacitly agreed not to appear. Of course, it was also possible that they had arrived but simply chosen not to reveal themselves. The sovereigns take action. Suzu narrowed his eyes slightly, then shook his head gently. It is not yet time for that. But if the sovereigns don't act, how are we supposed to get in? Kai Shou was slightly stunned. He truly could not think of anyone else at the Lord of Lore Realm who would be better suited than Brother Suzu to break the current vortex of death. Wait. Suzu slowly closed his eyes and uttered a single word. Wait for whom? Kai Shou was somewhat dumbfounded, but Ru Shi suddenly realized what he meant and immediately spoke up. Brother Suzu must mean we should wait for Mao Zhuan. Hearing this name, Kai Shou was suddenly enlightened. That's right. Others might not have a way, but that might not be the case for Mao Zhuan, because she was the goddess of luck. The existence in the entire myriad worlds whose luck was second only to the sovereign of luck. Chapter 1023. Let the bullets fly for a while. While the god race was attempting to find a way, other top-tier races were not sitting idle either. The demon race, the mechanical race, the titan race. Powerhouses from the 10 top-tier races were all gathered here. Some top-tier world lords who had not appeared for many years had now all surfaced. The god race's god of space Suzu, the titan race's god of power Leopold, the demon race's god of chaos Feng Ren. The number of powerhouses holding the title of ordinary rule gods reached as many as several dozen. The myriad worlds had not seen such a grand scene in a long time. The number of powerhouses who had come previously out of greed for the soul-type rule treasure that Baiyi might possess was less than 1/10 of those present now. However, their appearance still failed to change the fact that the abyss of the underworld remained sealed. In addition to the powerhouses from the 10 top-tier races, other races had also dispatched a large number of experts. They were all currently employing their own methods, hoping to be the first to enter the abyss of the underworld and seize the opportunities left behind by the Sovereign of Death. Even though it was extremely dangerous below, it could not stop the many powerhouses from craving the chance to break through, to reach the Rule Sovereign Realm and ascend to the position of a supreme god in one step. Who could possibly resist such a temptation? As time passed, the number of powerhouses from various races gathering on both sides of the abyss of the underworld would only continue to grow. The news had not spread for long, and the forces currently sent by each race were merely the vanguard. The distances between the various major realms and the Death Realm were not the same, and a vast number of powerhouses were still on their way. And this was precisely the purpose behind Sumu by causing such a massive commotion. What he wanted was to attract as many powerhouses from various races as possible. The more, the better, because only in this way would it be convenient to wipe out the powerhouses of those races on the death list in one fell swoop. If he were to fight his way through one great world after another, the efficiency would simply be too slow. Moreover, the presence of these powerhouses would inevitably cause casualties to the Nether Legion. This was something Sumobai did not want to see. He wanted to minimize losses to the greatest extent possible. Clearly, it was not yet time for the finale, and Sumobai did not care about their thoughts for the time being. For the Nether Legion's debut in the myriad worlds, how could this little scene be enough? The bait had already been cast. It was better to let the bullets fly for a while. Inside the internal main world, hundreds of millions of special undead merged into the Sea of Death without causing a single ripple. Compared to the Golden Scourge Legion, this number did not even amount to a drop in the ocean. The transformation of the corpses of Otis and the others was nearing its end. The modified top-tier godhoods had now been completely absorbed. Now, their bodies, like those of the three from the Moonlit Night, gradually faded until they disappeared completely. However, after their bodies vanished, they did not leave behind those extremely thin lifelines that seemed as if they could snap at any moment. Because they had already fallen, their corpses possessed no vitality whatsoever. Although Yi and the other two were also created from corpses, they had already become undead creatures before transforming into complete god-tier nether beings. Therefore, the transformation process for the corpses of Otis and the others was slightly different from that of Yi and her companions, and it took a longer amount of time. Once the preparatory work is finished, it should be about ready. Sumobai nodded slightly, turned around, and vanished from where he stood. The next moment, he appeared atop the canopy of the World Tree. Transforming the Nether Army was impossible without the power of the World Tree. However, Sumyubai's current application of the World Tree was far too crude. Even though he had previously spent over a year in seclusion under 1,000-fold time dilation to gain insights, his utilization of the World Tree's power remained superficial. The number of special undead that needed to be transformed into nether beings this time was not just a mere few. Before proceeding, Sumyubai naturally needed to further master the power of the World Tree, otherwise, the efficiency of the transformation would be far too low. Sumyubai strolled across the canopy of the World Tree, golden light flowing within his eyes. The World Tree had now grown into a towering giant. Inside every one of its fruits was a complete small world. Every leaf was a vast, emerald green continent that stretched as far as they could see. The veins on the leaves rose and fell like mountain ranges and ravines. The law of life, it is time to master it as well. Sumyubai sat cross-legged on a leaf and casually set up an area around himself with a time dilation of 10,000 times. Following that, he slowly closed his eyes, his soul merging into the World Tree as he attempted to comprehend the laws of the life system. To better utilize the power of the World Tree, one must integrate the law of life. Sumyubai had never had the time before, and he had already comprehended far too many great Tao of laws. Now that the 5 great Tao of laws, time, space, death, fate, and creation had all been comprehended to the ultimate 9-pattern realm, it was finally time to comprehend the 6th. If it were anyone else, it would naturally be impossible to comprehend it just by saying so. After all, to begin integrating a great Tao of law, one must first comprehend every single law under that specific great Tao. But Sumyubai did not need to. He only needed to comprehend a single law belonging to the life system, even if the level of comprehension was only 0.1%. It did not matter at all. The unreasonable catastrophe would solve every problem. Sumyubai was quite confident in his own comprehension. To him, comprehending a single law of the life system was not particularly difficult, not to mention, he had the assistance of the World Tree. The reason he changed the time dilation in the surrounding area was also to further his understanding of the World Tree's power. After his soul merged with the World Tree, Sumyubai's affinity for life system laws rose to a terrifying level. Before long, he successfully grasped a trace of the true meaning of life through observing the World Tree. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully comprehending a path of law. As the familiar system notification sounded, Sumyubai slowly opened his eyes. Law of Metamorphosis. This path of law is one of the main branches of the law of life. As the level of comprehension increases, you will gain greater control over the power of life's metamorphosis. The law of metamorphosis belongs to the supreme law of life. It is extremely difficult to mobilize and extremely difficult to comprehend. Current comprehension level, 6.8%, 0 pattern. Looking at the information on the law interface, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As expected of me, I reached 6.8% the moment I comprehended it. However, to him, this was merely better than nothing. In front of his cheat, there was no difference between 6.8% and 0. Sumyubai smiled and moved his divine sense. Catastrophe, Chapter 1024. The Great Tao of the Law of Life. In front of the cheat, all beings are equal. With a unique forbidden tier talent like Catastrophe, there was no difference between a 0.01% and a 6.8% comprehension level for Sumyubai. After comprehending the law of metamorphosis, he decisively moved his divine sense. Catastrophe. Target Law of Metamorphosis. Notification. Please select the promotion rank, 1st tier or 2nd tier, or attach a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Promote to 1st tier. The catastrophe traits attached to the paths of law no longer held much significance for him at his current level. It wouldn't be too late to attach catastrophe traits to the laws he had already mastered once he had freeloaded the promotion of the Great Tao of the Law of Life. Now that Fujiya Tianjia had successfully received the resources from the Death Bank, Sumyubai did not need to worry about the consumption of soul power for the time being, provided he couldn't sublime it or catastrophize a treasure of the destruction law level. As the catastrophe talent activated once more, an aura diametrically opposed to the Great Tao of the Law of Death suddenly descended into Sumyubai's internal main world. If the law of death was an abyss of coldness, silence, and finality, then the aura descending at this moment was a sea of light, warm, vigorous, and containing endless vitality and the source of creation. This was the great Tao of the law of life. This aura was majestic yet gentle. Sumyubai could clearly feel the power that nourished all things, spurred the growth of vitality, made withered wood bloom again, and caused the soul to palpitate. It was everywhere, filling every inch of space, as if it were the manifestation of the vitality of the entire myriad worlds. But unlike the ethereal nature of the law of fate, the power of the law of life was more tangible and within reach. Wrestle, wrestle, wrestle. The world tree suddenly swayed, its massive branches slowly stretching out as if welcoming the arrival of the great Tao of the law of life. However, the suddenly descending great Tao of the law of life completely ignored the existence of the world tree at this moment. Its target was solely Sumyubai, who sat cross-legged atop the canopy. In an instant, an unimaginably vast amount of information regarding all the laws of the life system surged into Sumyubai's soul, much like the great explosion of life at the dawn of the myriad worlds. That torrent of information contained an intensely vibrant vitality, forming a sharp contrast to the deathly, icy silence of the death laws. Yet it was equally massive and complex. Sumyubai's eyes suddenly brightened. His consciousness was instantly swept into a world filled with infinite vitality and light. There was no concrete form here, yet he felt as if he could hear the sound of all things growing, see the trajectory of cell division, and feel the pulsing heartbeat of life. The incredibly dense aura of life flowed joyfully, nourishing everything like a mother river, but unlike the intricate, tangled web of the fate laws. What appeared before Sumyubai was a grand, magnificent pedigree chart woven from countless threads of life. All the laws of the life system were clearly displayed before him. Like the trunk and branches of the world tree, the trunk, incomparably thick and radiating the most primordial life force, was none other than the law of metamorphosis. Beyond that, there were numerous branch laws: law of growth, law of healing, law of procreation, law of evolution, law of flora, law of flesh and blood. The variety was vast, covering everything. There were even laws leaning toward the spiritual realm, such as the law of vitality and the law of soul nourishment. Each thread of law connected to the others, supporting one another, together forming this life pedigree that sustained the existence of countless living beings. Is this what life is? Sumyubai felt an experience entirely different from when he had contemplated death and fate. The laws of the life system were full of activity and dynamism. They were not cold symbols, but leaping melodies, the very process of growth itself. Life. I am finally about to comprehend this great Tao of rules that stands in complete opposition to death. Sumyubai took a deep breath. According to the information he possessed, since the birth of the myriad worlds, there had never been an existence that simultaneously mastered both the rules of life and the rules of death. This did not just refer to rule sovereigns, it included even the lords of law, because as soon as one comprehended one of the two, they would be repelled by the other great Tao of rules, making it impossible to comprehend, to fully understand all the laws of the life system while already comprehending the great Tao of death, to gain insight into its complete cycle from germination to prosperity, and then to decay and rebirth. The probability was zero. However, the cataclysm talent had always been overbearing and unreasonable. It didn't care that life and death were opposing existences, as long as it was energy that could be absorbed and elevated. There was no problem at all. A torrent of will, containing the most primordial understanding of life and carrying the deepest, most direct mysteries of all the laws, surged forth. Like the headwaters of a fountain of life, it poured into the depths of Sumyubai's soul, surging and irresistible. Sumyubai felt as if his godhood itself was being nourished, trembling slightly. Countless mysteries regarding the structure of life, the laws of growth and evolution, the principles of healing and strengthening, and even a sliver of forbidden knowledge regarding the creation of life, all rushed in like a galloping river. Unable to fully comprehend it for the moment, it didn't matter. Forcefully imprint it into the depths of the soul first, carve it into instinct. The strength of Sumyubai's soul now was incomparable to the past. After refining the sea of death into an avatar, his soul realm had already soared to the peak of the main god stage. Soon, the vigorous, restless sensation brought by the life system laws was gradually tamed and absorbed. He began to develop a sense of familiarity with these laws, as if they were things he had comprehended only after enduring great hardships. The cataclysm talent was, as always, heaven-defying. First was the law of metamorphosis he had just comprehended. Its level of comprehension went straight from 8% to 100% perfection. Sumyubai subconsciously reached out, his fingertips wreathed in emerald green light of life. In a trance, he seemed to see the world tree beneath his feet swaying in joy, and he felt the throb of the faint life force remaining within the sealed undead on the edge of the sea of death. He tried to understand the deeper levels of life creation, but it was as if he were separated by a warm barrier. He could feel the vast power behind it, but he could not truly touch it yet. Immersed in this wondrous map of life, Sumyubai's comprehension of the life system laws was increasing at a terrifying speed. Each thread of law, from the initial faint sensation, quickly became clear and full, until it reached 100% complete comprehension. Law of growth, law of healing, law of procreation, law of evolution. As time passed, his understanding of the life system laws grew deeper and deeper. When all the branch laws of the life system were thoroughly mastered, the effect of cataclysm gradually faded. As Sumyubai slowly opened his eyes, a flash of vibrant vitality flickered within them. A series of system notifications rang in his ears. Chapter 1025. Feedback from the World Tree. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending all laws under the rule of life. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending the 6 Great Tao of Rules. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 6 Great Taos of Rules. Reward. 1 opportunity to enter the Origin Land. Notification. A myriad worlds announcement is about to be made. Another opportunity to enter the Origin Land. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Although he had already gained the recognition of the Origin Sea and no longer needed to summon various supreme treasures to resist the terrifying pressure there, being able to enter as an Origin traveler was naturally better than being a stowaway. The Origin Land was vast and boundless, where the Origin Sea, Origin Beasts, and the Origin of Rules really all there was to it. The status of an Origin traveler would help Sumyubai explore that place further. Is it 15 days this time? It seems the reward for simultaneously fusing 6 Great Taos of Rules is much higher than fusing 5. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes after digesting the information provided by the Myriad Worlds game. The previous time limit had been 10 days. But that wasn't just a reward for fusing the 5th Rule Tao, it had also included compensation for filling in the missing data for the Myriad Worlds game. From this, it was clear that the difference in difficulty between the two was absolutely greater than he had imagined. However, because Sumyubai had used a cheat to comprehend it directly, he hadn't felt how difficult it truly was. If it had been any other master of laws, let alone fusing 6 supreme rule Taos simultaneously, even fusing 6 ordinary rules would have been absolutely impossible. What's more, among the supreme rules Sumyubai had comprehended, there were rules as completely contradictory as life and death. No matter how strong one's comprehension was, there was always a limit. But Sumyubai still didn't know where the limits of his unique forbidden grade talent, catastrophe. The reason he was sometimes unable to continue improving wasn't because of the limits of the catastrophe talent, but because of the limits of what those objects or the myriad worlds could withstand. An infusion of origin power is better than nothing, though it's still somewhat useful. Sumyubai withdrew his thoughts, and with a flick of his divine sense, a golden dragon of origin manifested out of thin air above him. Boom! The next moment, the golden dragon of origin dove down, instantly enveloping Sumyubai. Bathed in the infusion of origin power, he began to further fuse the life rule Tao he had just comprehended. This opportunity for infusion was a reward given by the Myriad Worlds game when he had first grasped the authority of the rule. In the past, the reward would have been bestowed immediately, but things were different now. Because Sumyubai already possessed the sovereign-level authority of a supreme god, sovereign authority could be used for more than just the void rifts. In fact, domain master authority was also a part of sovereign authority. For the current Sumyubai, making the Myriad Worlds game delay the distribution of rewards was an extremely simple matter. Not just anyone could hold the status of an administrator. It was just that his current application of supreme god-level sovereign authority was still quite shallow. Once he mastered it further, he would be able to interfere with even more settings of the Myriad Worlds game. However, this was not something that could be achieved overnight. It had to be done step by step. Right now, the most important thing was to take advantage of the infusion of origin power to fuse a little more of the life rule Dao. Even if it was only 0.1%, it would help him better utilize the power of the world tree. Because the moment he fused the life rule Dao, Sumyubai clearly felt that the world tree had become much closer to him. As the origin power was continuously consumed, his comprehension of the life rule Dao also steadily increased. During this process, Sumyubai fully experienced the repulsive effect between the divine power of life and the divine power of death. The powers of these two great rules were completely opposite. They could not coexist at all and would only cancel each other out. However, this was not a major problem for him. In addition to the catastrophe talent, he possessed another massive cheat, the incomplete heart of reincarnation. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump. As Sumyubai comprehended and fused the life rule Dao, tempering his divine power of life, the beating of the heart of reincarnation within his chest became noticeably more vigorous and powerful. The divine power of death and the divine power of life, which should have repelled and cancelled each other out, suddenly began to coexist peacefully after circulating through the heart of reincarnation. Setting aside their past grievances, back when Xingchen, Yumu, and several supreme gods were refining the drunken dream of life and death, the powers of the Life Sovereign and the Death Sovereign had only begun to fuse slowly with the help of the Fate Sovereign and the Chaos Sovereign. Although the heart of reincarnation was still incomplete, it was not something that simple fate and chaos could compare to. Furthermore, the power Sumyubai was tempering now was not yet supreme divine power. Therefore, its effect was naturally even better. A moment later, Sumyubai opened his eyes, and a system notification sounded in his ears. Notification: congratulations. Your fusion level of the life rule Dao has progressed further. Current fusion level, 6.47%. 6.47%. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. That's quite a bit higher than I expected. The infusion of origin power rewarded by the Myriad Worlds game contained only 1/10 of a single wisp of origin power. Although fusing rule Daos becomes increasingly difficult the further one goes, with the initial stages being relatively easier, this level of improvement was still somewhat unexpected. Sumyubai had originally thought that reaching around 4% would be decent. He couldn't help but touch the emerald green continent beneath his feet, which was, in reality, a leaf of the world's tree. Clearly, the reason for this unexpected improvement was entirely due to the existence of the world tree. Old friend, I need to use more of your power from here on out. Are you willing? Sumyubai channeled the power of the life rule he had just mastered, and an emerald green divine light bloomed in his palm, the light belonging to the divine power of life. Although he hadn't possessed the world tree for long, after his seclusion in the time acceleration zone, it could indeed be considered an old friend, and like in the past, after he comprehended the life rule Dao, the feedback from the world tree was significantly stronger. The emerald green divine light shone, and the entire world tree was enveloped within it. This, of course, was not Sumyubai's power, but the power of the world tree itself. Following that, a massive amount of life force gathered, forming a small emerald green vortex beneath Sumyubai's feet. The function of this life vortex was similar in effect to the death vortex within the nether abyss. Sumyubai's figure gradually sank into it and completely disappeared. For the first time, he had entered the world tree in his entirety. Chapter 1026, Is he wholesaling them? The disturbance in the nether abyss and the news that the legacy left by the previous Death Sovereign was about to emerge swept through all the realms like a gale. However, to explore the abyss of the underworld, one requires at least the combat strength of a peak-upper god, and the degree of fusion with the laws of the Great Tao cannot be too low. Otherwise, even if one managed to enter the abyss, it would be impossible to venture deep within. Even so, these peak-upper gods were merely here to try their luck. Those truly qualified to contend for the inheritance were the powerhouses at the Realm Lord level. Currently, apart from those rushing toward the abyss, players from all races were also closely monitoring this grand event. Many peak upper gods had started live streams, allowing players who lacked the strength to travel to the abyss to watch the progress. For countless epochs, only an inheritance left behind by such a supreme god could bring about such a magnificent spectacle. This is the first time in my life I've seen so many powerhouses at the peak upper god realm. What does a peak upper god count for here? They're nothing more than cannon fodder, indeed. Did you see that figure that flashed by just now? That was the renowned Emperor Dianfeng. An existence at the Realm Lord level, forget it. Emperor Dianfeng is just a second-rate Realm Lord. He wouldn't even make the rankings there. To be able to see so many top-tier Realm Lords appear, even if I were to die right now, well, maybe not that far. What exactly is happening inside the abyss? Why can't we get in yet? Don't worry. With so many powerhouses gathered, it surely won't be long before we can enter. I wonder which lucky person will be able to obtain the inheritance left by the previous Death Sovereign. This period has really allowed that Bai Yi to hog all the limelight. If someone can obtain the inheritance, they will definitely be able to suppress Bai Yi. That's not necessarily true. Just as players from various worlds were engaged in heated discussions, a world announcement suddenly resounded throughout the entire myriad worlds. World announcement. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 6 laws of the Great Tao. This is hereby announced. Players of all races are encouraged to learn from him to receive generous rewards. In an instant, all chat channels and live streams fell silent. After a full 3 seconds of stunned silence, players of all races erupted into a frenzy. Again, is Bai Yi even human? Are the laws of the Great Tao really that easy to comprehend? Easy to comprehend, my foot. I've been stuck at the late upper god stage for hundreds of epochs. I've long since comprehended all the earth element laws, but I can never find the point of fusion. Compared to Bai Yi, I'm practically trash. Compared to Bai Yi, who isn't trash? What kind of normal person can fuse 6 laws of the Great Tao at the same time? Is Bai Yi wholesaling them? I'm already numb. I reckon it won't be long before we hear an announcement about Bai Yi fusing all 6 laws of the Great Tao to the 9-pattern ultimate state. Sigh, if only I had 1/10 now. 1/100th of Bai Yi's comprehension, that would be enough. Stop dreaming. Someone get some water and wake him up. Do you think the 6 laws of the Great Tao Bai Yi comprehended are all supreme laws? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I admit Bai Yi is heaven-defying. But how could he be heaven-defying to such an extent? HMPH, what's the use of comprehending so many laws of the Great Tao? He still hasn't broken through to the Law Sovereign realm. As long as someone obtains the Death Sovereign's inheritance, they will still be able to suppress Bai Yi. Hey, buddy above. Did you forget that Bai Yi has already killed a sovereign while crossing realms? That was done in collaboration with Haijin. Maybe Bai Yi was just providing support. Support? You find me another Lord of Laws who can provide support to kill a Law Sovereign, and let me see. Exactly. Is it that hard to admit someone else is excellent? So what? The person who obtains the inheritance has a high probability of breaking through to become a supreme god. Can Bai Yi be a match for a supreme god? Yeah. Your mouth is the only thing about you that's tough. Isn't the probability of Bai Yi breaking through to become a supreme god also high? For countless epochs. Can you find anyone with more monstrous talent than him? The world announcement triggered by Sumubai caused the subject of discussion among players of all races to shift instantly. After all, no one knew how to enter the abyss for the time being, and whether the Death Sovereign's inheritance would truly emerge remained uncertain. Of course, there were some players who had always disliked Bai Yi, firmly believing that as long as someone could obtain the Death Sovereign's inheritance, they would definitely be able to suppress him. After all, that was an inheritance left by a supreme god, which was by no means comparable to a main god. There were also some players who, like the Blue Star players back then, had become numb to the successive announcements triggered by Bai Yi. Before Bai Yi appeared, a world announcement would only sound once every who knows how many years. Sometimes, it wouldn't even sound for several consecutive epochs. But ever since Bai Yi appeared, world announcements sounded as if they were free, appearing every so often, to the point where they even felt cheap. But in reality, during this period, apart from Sumubai and those 3 nether players who suddenly popped up not long ago, no other player had triggered a world announcement. And those 3 Nether players only triggered the announcement because they were the first to comprehend the reversal law of the Great Tao. Before the birth of the Nether, a brand new species, the reversal law of the Great Tao had never appeared in the myriad worlds. It was destined that they would trigger a world announcement. But Bai Yu was different. Every time he triggered a world announcement, he was breaking the records of the myriad worlds and transcending limits. This also meant that for the same feat, the difficulty of triggering a world announcement in the future would become increasingly heaven-defying, because the records Bai Yi had created had already exceeded everyone's imagination. One day in the future, when Bai Yi breaks all records, it is possible that no one in the entire myriad worlds will be able to trigger a world announcement for countless epochs. Therefore, the world announcements had not become cheap. On the contrary, their value had only become higher and higher. The reason it gave people a sense of being cheap was entirely because Bai Yu was too monstrous. Ever since that announcement, the law sovereigns of the top-tier races had all been trying to find the whereabouts of the Nether. They were desperate to know how a species that even the previous Death Sovereign could not create had come into existence. However, no matter what methods these rule sovereigns employed, they could not locate the Netherworld. Even entering the Void Rifts and utilizing sovereign authority proved completely useless. This was because Yu Yi and the other 2 had remained within Sumyu Bai's internal world. The sovereign authority of a main god level was not qualified to inspect their location. This time, the sudden disturbance in the Nether Abyss naturally caught the attention of the rule sovereigns. On the surface, only lords of law were around the Nether Abyss, but in reality, rule sovereigns had already arrived in secret. Although they had not revealed themselves, they had been observing the anomalies of the Nether Abyss from the shadows. Chapter 1027. The most terrifying thing is sudden silence. Death Continent, above the Nether Abyss. A figure stood there quietly. Yet the powerhouses of various races below could not perceive his existence in the slightest. For this was a main god at the Rule Sovereign realm, the Darkness Sovereign Kingston. Because he had helped the human race fend off the ancestral demon and other main gods last time, Kingston's true body had not yet had the chance to leave the Death Realm. Therefore, upon receiving the news, he had rushed here at the first opportunity. The only thing that made Kingston frown was that even he was currently unable to enter the Nether Abyss. After the Death Sovereign went missing, he had once explored the Nether Abyss with several other main gods. Only a certain area at the bottom of the Nether Abyss was protected by the Death Sovereign's power, forbidding rule sovereigns like them from approaching. While beings at the Lord of Law realm could enter, they were, without exception, completely eroded by the abnormal death aura, reduced to special undead with nothing left but combat instincts. In the past, Kingston had also believed that this was the legacy left behind by Lord Mingtu. He had even studied it for several epochs, only choosing to give up when he truly found no way to enter. But now, his thoughts had changed. The legacy left by the Death Sovereign is about to emerge. Absolutely impossible, because Lord Mingtu had not fallen at all, just a short while ago. Kingston had even seen a projected avatar of his descend. However, the disturbance in the Nether Abyss was real, and the demon race also had a portion of their kin in the Death Realm. As a main god of the demon race, he naturally had to come and investigate. It must be Lord Mingtu's doing. Kingston narrowed his eyes slightly. I just don't know what Lord Mingtu intends to do this time. Thinking of the conversation he and Robin had with Lord Mingtu back at the Death Domain Bank headquarters, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Could it be that Lord Mingtu is finally about to return? A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Kingston's eyes. Will the other lords return as well? Will they bring back a way to save the myriad worlds? At this thought, Kingston could not help but look down at the Nether Abyss below. His eyes filled with anticipation. Kingston was naturally not the only rule sovereign to arrive outside the Nether Abyss. However, none of them exposed themselves, simply waiting quietly for the Nether Abyss to open once more. The only ones misled by Sumyu Bai into believing that the Death Sovereign had not fallen were the Darkness Sovereign Kingston and the Ice Sovereign Robin. Following the instructions of Lord Mingtu, the 2 had not even informed the members of their own races. Therefore, the thoughts of the other rule sovereigns were not the same as Kingston's. It was just that they were currently unable to enter the Nether Abyss and could not investigate in advance whether it was truly the emergence of a legacy. However, These sovereigns were all certain that the sudden disturbance in the nether abyss was definitely related to that area at the bottom of the abyss which rule sovereigns could not enter. In their view, the probability of the Death Sovereign's legacy emerging this time was extremely high. God Forbidden Land No. 07, Divine Dragon Empire, Imperial Capital. Inside the high tower of the Divine Dragon Palace headquarters, in a mysterious valley, this was the place where Feng Yuan had spent his years. And it was the most core area of the Divine Dragon Palace, especially after the Divine Dragon Empire unified the entire God Forbidden Land No. 7. Its importance far exceeded that of the treasury, because here, one could briefly control a portion of the authority of God Forbidden Land No. Partial authority over a small world meant nothing to beings above the 10th order saint extermination level. But this was a God Forbidden Land, which made things a bit different. Once authority is seized, one can allow the God Forbidden Land to merge into the myriad worlds ahead of schedule. This was the purpose for which the Divine Dragon Emperor and the other Vice Palace Master had come here. Clearly, after the two had entered that deep pit at the ruins of the Sakura royal capital, their souls had been controlled by other creatures. At this moment, the two were standing in front of the stone platform where Feng Yuan often sat. A faint, flickering barrier forced them to stop in their tracks. HMTH, a mere barrier. The Divine Dragon Emperor let out a disdainful cold snort, purple light flaring in his eyes as he raised his hand and struck the barrier. Break for me, bang! However, the scene of the barrier shattering with a single palm strike, as he had imagined, did not occur. The barrier, which looked faint and as if it would shatter at a touch, showed absolutely no reaction. It couldn't be said that his attack had no effect. It was more accurate to say it was completely useless. Ha 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 ha, little brother, are you not capable enough? You can't even break this. The Vice Palace Master grinned and laughed, pushing the Divine Dragon Emperor aside. Watch closely and see your brother's methods. As he spoke, purple light flared in his eyes as well, though the radiance was clearly a few shades deeper than that of the Divine Dragon Emperor. He also struck out with a palm, but the power behind the Vice Palace Master's strike was even more formidable. Bang! But the next moment, his expression froze abruptly, because the barrier remained completely unmoved. For a moment, even the air fell into silence. The Vice Palace Master lost some face and gave an awkward laugh. I didn't expect this old fellow to have some tricks up his sleeve. The Divine Dragon Emperor's expression was solemn. He did not mock him, but instead stared fixedly at the flickering barrier. What is it? The Vice Palace Master frowned and asked. This formation. Such a familiar feeling. The Divine Dragon Emperor murmured to himself, speaking with some uncertainty. Big brother, take a closer look. Doesn't this look like the handiwork of the profound heaven great formation? How is that possible? In a backwater place like this, how could there be a successor of the profound heaven? The Vice Hall Master waved his hand, yet he still began to carefully examine the formation maintaining the barrier. He was fine before he looked, but upon closer inspection, he was instantly frozen in place. Although it is incomplete, it is indeed the profound heaven great formation. The two exchanged a sharp glance, a flash of excitement in their eyes, and they looked up and laughed aloud. Ha 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 ha. I never expected such an unexpected windfall. If we obtain the profound heaven inheritance, we will be rich. Once we get out, the first thing we do is capture that old fellow named Feng Yuan. Hearing this, the Divine Dragon Emperor nodded. However, before that, they had to find a way to break the formation and seize a portion of the authority over the No. 7 Forbidden Land of the Gods. Only then could they allow this place to merge with the myriad worlds ahead of schedule, enough to bear the descent of their true bodies into this world. But before the two could even begin to study the formation, a suddenly sounding myriad worlds announcement stunned them once again. Myriad worlds announcement. Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 6 rule great Daos. This is hereby announced. We hope all players of the myriad races will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Oh, this Bai again. The Divine Dragon Emperor raised an eyebrow. To be able to fuse 6 rule great Daos simultaneously, his talent and comprehension are indeed excellent. This little fellow is indeed a rare genius. The Vice Hall Master nodded slightly. If he is willing to submit voluntarily, it is not impossible to give him a chance. Chapter 1028, The Tree Heart World. Sumyubai had already anticipated the turmoil in the outside world when he sealed the underworld abyss. However, since a large number of powerhouses had not yet arrived, it was far from time to close the net. Moreover, he did not have the time right now to pay attention to those peak upper gods and world lords who had already arrived outside the underworld abyss. Once all the preparatory work was finished, that would be when the real show began. Inside his internal main world, Sumyubai's figure was completely swallowed by the emerald green vortex of life. He felt as if he had passed through a warm and elastic membrane. Before his eyes, there was no wooden structure or annual ring veins as he had imagined, but rather an ocean that could not be described in words. An ocean filled with life energy. There was no concept of up, down, left, or right here, only an endless, flowing emerald green radiance. These radiances were not inanimate objects. They were like living spirits, joyfully leaping and flowing, forming rushing rivers, rippling lakes, and even energy vortexes rotating like nebulae. A life aura dense to the extreme rushed toward him, more than 100 times stronger than in the outside world. Sumyubai felt every cell in his body cheering and leaping, greedily absorbing this pure life energy. The life rule great Tao he had just comprehended seemed to have found a home here. It became autonomously active and began to circulate, resonating strongly with the surrounding environment. Is this the internal core of the world tree? The tree heart world? Sumyubai hovered in the center of this energy, his heart shaken. He could feel that this place contained the life origin that the world tree had accumulated over countless epochs. It was the true source of its power. Although this world tree had been born for a very short time, Sumyubai's rapid increase in strength had also accelerated its growth. Most importantly, as soon as Sumyubai entered this place, he had an epiphany. Every seedling of a world tree was born from the remains of the previous withered world tree. And the life energy filling the tree heart world was not accumulated by Sumyubai's own world tree. Most of the life energy here still belonged to the world tree accumulated by the life sovereign. As expected, only by comprehending the life rule great Tao can one truly begin to touch your core. Sumyubai spoke to himself. He could clearly perceive the intimacy, reliance, and a sense of unreserved openness transmitted by the world tree. It seemed to be saying, "My power is your power." Sumyubai did not hesitate any longer. He sat cross-legged in the center of this tree heart world, fully mobilizing the life rule great Tao he had just comprehended, which had a fusion degree of only 6. It was as if a drop of water had fallen into a pot of boiling oil. The entire tree heart world instantly boiled. Countless emerald green life energies, as if summoned by a monarch, surged madly from all directions, forming a huge vortex that wrapped Sumyubai in the center. These pure life energies did not need much refining. They directly merged into his divine body, nourishing his flesh, meridians, bones, and even penetrating deep into his divine soul. More importantly, they produced a wonderful chemical reaction with the life rule great Tao that Sumyubai had initially mastered. Massive insights regarding the life rule great Tao were like imprints within these energies. As the energy surged in, they were naturally understood and absorbed by Sumyubai. Those profound mysteries of the laws that had previously been forcibly instilled by the catastrophe talent, and which were somewhat obscure and difficult to use flexibly, now melted like ice and snow, becoming clear and thorough. He saw how life energy catalyzed cell division, how it repaired tissue damage, and how it stimulated potential. He felt the joy of plants growing, the throbbing of flower buds blooming, and the precipitation of ripening fruits. Sumyubai even touched the edge of creation, not creating something from nothing, but guiding energy, bestowing structure, and igniting that initial fire of vitality. This was an epiphany that came naturally, more harmonious and profound than the forced enlightenment of catastrophe. Although there was no blessing of origin power here, Sumyubai's life rule fusion degree still began to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. 6.5%, 7.1%, 8.0%, 9.3%. This improvement was not a simple numerical increase, but was accompanied by a rapid deepening of his understanding of the essence of life. He felt as if he had transformed into a seed, absorbing nutrients in this ocean of life, breaking through the soil, stretching out his branches and leaves, and reaching toward the sunlight. System prompt. Congratulations on further integrating with the Great Tao of Life rules. Current integration level 10.01%. After a long while, the moment the integration of the life rules broke through 10%, a new transformation occurred. Thump thump, thump thump, thump thump, inside Sumyubai's chest. The incomplete heart of reincarnation gave a violent jolt. A brand new emerald green rule Tao pattern condensed and formed, connecting the two ends of a certain gap. The power nurtured by the heart of reincarnation after absorbing divine powers of various elements suddenly became even more refined. This energy seemed to contain the mysteries of the cycle of life and death. It flowed through Sumyubai's limbs and bones, constantly nourishing and enhancing his divine body and even his divine soul. The addition of the Great Tao of Life rules and the divine power of life brought an enhancement effect to Sumyubai's divine soul and divine body that far exceeded the previous 5 Great Taos of rules. Now that he had only reached the level of 1 pattern, Sumyubai's vitality had already approached 600 worlds. Such an exaggerated range of improvement left even Sumyubai, a player who relied on cheats, feeling shocked. Although both are rule-level creations, the effects of the World Tree and the Sea of Death are completely different. Within the Sea of Death, there is no space similar to the Tree Heart world at all, and the existence of the Tree Heart world allows Sumyubai to feel as if he is always in the origin land when it comes to comprehending and integrating the Great Tao of Life rules. This is nothing short of a cheat-like effect, of course. This is not to say that the Sea of Death is inferior to the World Tree, but rather that their effects are different. What's more, the Sea of Death is a brand new rule-level creation and does not have the accumulation of the World Tree. The Tree Heart world shouldn't just have this one function, right? Sumyubai opened his eyes and whispered softly. With the origin land and the Tree Heart world, he could further integrate the Great Tao of Life rules at any time. But the most important thing right now was not this. Getting a free promotion to the Great Tao of Life rules was merely a stepping stone to further mobilize the power of the World Tree. What he wanted to do most now was to master more of the World Tree's power and methods of application. Old friend, let me see what other secrets are hidden here. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, golden light flickering in his eyes. The vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened, and the yin-yang fish-shaped pupil began to rotate rapidly, deep within his eyes. There was also a hint of gray-white. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil Activate, Chapter 1029, Mysterious Crystal. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil Activate. The vertical pupil at the center of Sumyubai's forehead suddenly erupted with brilliant golden light. Within that golden light, it not only contained the power to see through falsehoods and trace back to the origin, but also faintly flowed with a trace of the death energy he had just absorbed. When his gaze swept across this emerald green ocean of life, a transformation occurred once again. The entire Tree Heart world seemed to have been injected with brand new vitality. The already massive life energy, as if possessing a clear will, flowed and gathered even more joyfully. And the golden light of the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil, upon coming into contact with this incredibly pure life energy, was not repelled. Instead, like parched land meeting sweet rain, it began to absorb it greedily. Wisps of emerald green life essence were drawn in by the golden light and merged into the rotating yin-yang fish-shaped pupil. Sumyubai immediately felt a warm and cool sensation of comfort coming from the center of his forehead, as if his eyes were soaking in the most nourishing fountain of life. Everything he saw gradually became clearer and more essential. What were originally just trajectories of energy flow now transformed in his eyes into countless tiny life runes, combining, arranging, and evolving. He saw the most microscopic way the life rules operated, saw how energy constructed the form of matter, and also saw the initial spark of that sliver of life authority. At the same time, the system prompt sounded in his ears. System prompt: your Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil has absorbed a large amount of life origin energy, and its power has increased, clearly. After devouring a large amount of life essence, the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil had completed another small transformation. Deep within his eyes, besides that hint of gray-white, a trace of emerald green was now dyed in. Sumyubai's pupil power had further increased. Now, he could even faintly perceive the simple emotions and vague memory fragments contained within the vast and ancient will of the World Tree. They were about growth, sunlight, dew, and the tragic yet hopeful feelings when the previous World Tree withered and passed on its legacy and hope to it. So that's how it is. The Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil can be improved like this too. Sumyubai smiled knowingly. Previously, when the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil improved, it was always by absorbing the power of other divine pupils, such as the Space-Time Divine Pupil and the Death Divine Pupil. But this time it was clearly different. This time, it absorbed a large amount of life origin energy. In other words, the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil seems to be able to continuously gain improvements by absorbing origin energy of different attributes. Sumyubai's gaze swept across the tree heart world, immersed in this wonderful perception and improvement. At the same time, his compatibility with the world tree was also constantly increasing under this deep resonance. At this moment, he was no longer just a user, but more like a resonator, a partner who was gradually understanding and merging with it. As the compatibility increased, more ways to utilize the world tree also appeared in Sumyubai's mind naturally. Like an unlocked password inside the internal small world. Remember, if you want to use the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil better, relying solely on forced activation is useless. Everything I just said must be kept firmly in mind. Now, continue practicing. Your current level is still far from my requirements. Luowuan had just finished pointing out a few errors to Sumyubai and was preparing to take a breather. Ever since he acquired the Sea of Death as a clone, Sumyubai had possessed an endless supply of soul power. Consequently, his soul projection clone was able to practice the Profound Heaven Divine Pupil without any restraint. This kid actually has quite a bit of aptitude. Watching Sumyubai as he continuously experimented, a look of appreciation flashed through Luowuan's eyes, but the next moment, he froze in place, because the emerald green color that had suddenly appeared in the eyes of Sumyubai's soul projection clone was simply too conspicuous. This is... Luowuan's pupils constricted sharply. Could this color be? In an instant, he activated his own Profound Heaven Divine Pupil, his gaze locking onto Sumyubai's soul projection clone. Time, space, death. And as for the fourth power, oh, it really is life. After clearly identifying the power that had just emerged, Luowuan suddenly began to laugh. Interesting. Your world tree is not simple either, in his view. While someone who could absorb 4 types of power into the Profound Heaven Divine Pupil could be called a genius, it was not enough to truly move him. But if those 4 powers were specifically time, space, death, and life, then the significance was entirely different. Especially the latter 2, those were forces that were completely diametrically opposed, let alone in this small place. Even if one were to look across the entire universe continent, there was not a single person who could simultaneously master both of these powers. Who was an unknown figure? Grandmaster. Sumyubai had just opened his mouth when Luowuan waved his hand to interrupt him. Enough, I know everything. No need to say more. Continue practicing. I told you. Your current level is still far from enough. I will strictly follow your teachings, Grandmaster. Sumyubai bowed in respect. Luowuan's mastery of the Profound Heaven Divine Pupil was simply not something he could comprehend at his current stage. Everything about him held no secrets in the eyes of the other. One day, my Profound Heaven Divine Pupil will reach this level as well. Sumyubai took a deep breath, the golden light in his eyes shining once more as he immersed himself in his practice. Meanwhile, inside the tree heart world, Sumyubai's true body was also continuously improving his compatibility with the world tree. In the process, his control and application of the world tree were becoming increasingly proficient. However, just as he was overjoyed by these gains and preparing to further increase his compatibility, rumble, the entire tree heart world suddenly began to shake violently without any warning. The ocean of emerald green energy that had been flowing peacefully was now like boiling water, churning and roaring crazily. All the energy rivers, lakes, and whirlpools seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, rushing frantically toward the very center of this space. There, space began to twist, and light was compressed to the extreme. A massive and mysterious emerald green crystal slowly emerged from the deepest part of the energy ocean, like a giant beast awakening from a deep slumber. The life fluctuations it emitted were pure, ancient, and vast, far exceeding the sum of all the energy surrounding it. Sumyubai's pupils shrank, his gaze instantly and firmly drawn to this massive crystal. From this crystal, he felt fluctuations that were of the same origin as the world tree, Yet more fundamental and core-like. Chapter 1030, Leon's Loss of Composure. This is. Sumyubai's soul power instantly enveloped the massive emerald green crystal. The next moment, a stream of information appeared in his mind. This was the true power core of this tree heart world, and indeed, the entire world tree. As long as Sumyubai's compatibility with the world tree reached a certain level, and he successfully refined this core crystal, then, just as he controlled his Sea of Death clone, he could make this world tree that supported the heavens and earth become his other clone. At that time, he would simultaneously wield to rule level creation clones, life and death. The Sea of Death clone allows my soul to be immortal and grants me endless soul power. Then, the world tree clone. Could it be an immortal divine body? This thought made Sumyubai's heart beat violently, and a brilliance he had never felt before erupted in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he moved his body and flew toward the suspended giant emerald crystal. The closer he got, the more he could feel the immense power contained within, as well as that ancient charm that seemed to come from the very origin of life. Sumyubai slowly reached out his hand, touching the cold surface of the crystal with a mix of anticipation and solemnity. The moment his fingertips were about to make contact, the emerald green crystal suddenly erupted with an even more dazzling light, and deep within that brilliant radiance, through the translucent crystal barrier, the profound heaven divine pupil at the center of Sumyubai's brow slightly contracted, because he suddenly saw that at the very center of the crystal, there was a blurry, curled up, human figure quietly suspended. The figure's state was like that of an infant in swaddling clothes, completely naked and curled into a ball, making it impossible to see its appearance clearly. In an instant, Sumyubai felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His outstretched hand froze in midair, and his pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. How could there be someone inside the true core of this world tree in the tree heart world? Could it be the sovereign of life, Ling Shi? A look of shock appeared on Sumyubai's face. He had first heard the name Ling Shi from Lian when he entered the tributary of the River of Time. However, he clearly remembered that Lian had confirmed back then that the sovereign of life could not return. As a supreme god, she could sense whether the supreme rule authority of the myriad worlds had returned. In other words, the sovereign of life had indeed fallen. But apart from the sovereign of life, who else could appear within this tree heart world? Although this world tree of Sumyubai's had been obtained through a free ride upgrade, however, the tree heart world is the inheritance of the world tree. Everything here comes from the accumulation of the previous world tree. Therefore, Sumyubai believed that the figure inside the emerald crystal was the sovereign of life, Ling Shi. It's a pity that I can't see through this crystal. Sumyubai frowned. Although his mystic heaven divine pupils had improved significantly, they were still a hair's breadth away from becoming a rule-level ocular technique. With his current ocular power, he could not peer through this massive emerald crystal to discern the information regarding the figure inside. Thus, he dared not confirm whether the person was truly the sovereign of life, Ling Shi. Fortunately, he could still glean some information about the crystal itself. This crystal is called the heart of the world. It is one with the world tree and cannot be upgraded individually using the cataclysm talent. Only by completely refining it can one gain absolute control over the world tree. However, starting the refinement process was not something Sumyubai could achieve at his current level. The minimum requirement for refinement, besides merging the great Tao of life rules to the peak of the 9 pattern level, is to master a life authority of level 2 or higher. The former was not a problem for Sumyubai, but the latter depended on opportunity. Anything above level 2 would be a level 3 life authority. Sumyubai did not know when he would be able to master it. The reason he could currently wield a level 3 death authority was solely because he had absorbed the legacy left behind by the sovereign of death Ming-Tu. It seems I have to put this aside for now. Sumyubai sighed, sat cross-legged on the spot, and slowly reached out to touch the heart of the world. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he channeled his mystic heaven divine pupils to their limit, beginning to further merge with the great Tao of life rules and enhance his compatibility with the world tree, a tributary of the river of time and space. Above the slowly flowing water, 3 ships of time and space formed a triangular formation. The former sovereign of time Zhou, the sovereign of space Yu, and the sovereign of luck Lian stood upon the ships of time and space. That place is called the universe continent. Lian, while eating a lollipop, shared the information she had obtained from her dreams with the other two, as expected. Just as Guizu speculated back then, the myriad worlds is merely an embryonic universe. Divine light flickered in the pupils hidden beneath Joe's cloak, the rolling river of time and space reflected in his eyes. It seems the void is not our only enemy. Yu pondered for a moment, his brows furrowed. If the creatures of the universe continent find the myriad worlds, I fear it will be another catastrophe. I actually have an idea. Lian licked her lollipop, a sharp glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. If any creatures really do find the myriad worlds, could we perhaps divert the disaster elsewhere? Hearing this, Yu frowned. Let them fight each other. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Joe also nodded in agreement. If the creatures of the universe continent enter the myriad worlds, the threat will be far greater than the void. It's a pity I couldn't dream of more specific information. A look of disappointment flashed in Lian's eyes. I only know they are very interested in embryonic universes like the myriad worlds. But I don't know why they are so interested. That is not important. Joe shook his head. Regardless of the reason, the creatures of the universe continent are our enemies. The thief. Can Baiyu really achieve the return to ruins? Lian stopped mid-sentence, her beautiful eyes suddenly widening into perfect circles. Lian, what's wrong? Joe and Yu immediately noticed her anomaly and hurriedly asked. However, Lian seemed as if she hadn't heard them at all. She stood frozen on the ship of time and space, and the lollipop in her hand fell into the river of time and space. A splash rose, and the lollipop instantly vanished into nothingness. A moment later, she regained her senses and muttered to herself, "How is this possible? What exactly happened?" Joe spoke again. What could have happened in the myriad worlds to cause such a reaction from Lian, a supreme god? What puzzled him even more was why Lian could sense it, while he and Yu felt absolutely nothing. Residing in the river of time and space, they possessed the strength of supreme gods in their prime, coupled with the unique nature of the river of time and space. Logically speaking, whatever Lian could sense, they should have been able to sense as well. Thinking of this, Joe and Yu exchanged a glance, and a realization dawned upon them. The heart-to-heart contract. What happened to Baiyi? The only thing Lian had that they didn't was the heart-to-heart contract with Baiyi. Furthermore, Baiyi's significance within the river of time and space far exceeded any other creature in the myriad worlds, even for the ferryman of the river of time and space. Everything concerning him was impossible to observe in detail. The thief. The aura of Sister Ling Shi has appeared in Baiyi's internal world. Lian suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. But Sister Ling Shi has already fallen. Ling Shi's aura, Yu's pupils shrank. How is that possible? Although his state was special, he had indeed felt the return of the life authority back then. The return of an authority only happens when a sovereign of rules falls. Just like the two of them, who currently possess no authority, the reason they could exert combat power at their peak was entirely due to borrowing the power of the river of time and space. The fall of the sovereign of life was an established fact. Why, then, would her aura suddenly appear in Baiyi's internal world? The world tree. Divine light flashed in Joe's eyes. Baiyi's world tree must have some contingency left behind by Ling Shi. We will discuss the matter of the universe continent later. I will go over first to see what is happening. As soon as Lian finished speaking, her figure vanished from the spot, close as the horizon. Sumubai did not know how to use this ability obtained after signing the heart-to-heart contract. But Lian knew it very well. The world tree, this rule-level creation, might have something extraordinary regarding life. A flash of joy crossed Yu's face. If Lingxi can be reborn through this, that would be truly wonderful. Joe looked up toward the firmament. I hope the situation is exactly as we imagined. Indeed. Yu nodded slightly, his eyes filled with memories. At the dawn of the myriad worlds, the 10 supreme gods were born one after another. The 10 of them were like close brothers and sisters. Even the two sworn rivals, the sovereign of death, Mingtu, and the sovereign of life, Lingxi, shared a close relationship. Lian was the youngest of the 10 supreme gods and had always been doted on by all the other brothers and sisters. It was precisely because of this that Sumubai felt she was like a naive, sheltered girl. After all, She was born at the level of a supreme god and had always been well protected by her 9 siblings. After the great upheaval more than 9 epochs ago, all the other supreme gods perished, leaving her as the only supreme god in the myriad worlds. It was this situation that shaped Lion's current personality. It is better now, before the other supreme gods perished. Lion was simply a lawless young lady. This was also the reason why Joe and you were afraid of her before. She was their own younger sister. They couldn't bear to hit her, yet they would be unlucky if they provoked her. What else could they do? They could only indulge her. Inside the main world within his body. Sumubai, with the help of the heart of the world, further comprehended and fused the great Tao of the rules of life, while attempting to continue increasing his compatibility with the tree of the world. Notification: congratulations. Your fusion level with the great Tao of the rules of life has advanced further. Current fusion level 15.38%. The moment the system notification sounded, Sumubai stood up abruptly and turned his head sharply to the side, his divine power surging within him. It was not because he did not want to continue his comprehension, but because a figure had suddenly appeared within the tree heart world. Who is it? Sumubai's heart was greatly shaken. It would be one thing if there were a figure inside the emerald crystal, but this was the core of the tree of the world, a place he could only enter after comprehending the great Tao of the rules of life. Moreover, the tree of the world was inside his own internal world. How could anyone possibly force their way in? Sumubai, who had been on high alert, felt his surging divine power calm down the moment he sensed the aura of the intruder. Specks of dreamlike, lucky starlight emerged from thin air, dispelling a portion of the emerald life radiance. A warm, peaceful, yet supremely majestic aura permeated the space. Following that, a figure of peerless elegance, whose presence caused the surrounding massive life energy to hold its breath, slowly stepped out from the ripples in space, wearing a pale purple star-gauze dress that trailed on the ground, with a face so perfect it seemed not of this mortal world. It was none other than the sovereign of luck, Lion. Naive Lion, why are you here? The words naive, sheltered girl almost slipped out, but fortunately, Sumubai changed his tone at the last second. Naive Lion. Lion's delicate brows furrowed tightly as she glared at Sumubai. Thief by. What did you call me? Sumubai smiled awkwardly. Slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. HMPH. I'll let you off for now. Lion glared at Sumubai fiercely once more before turning her head to look at the emerald heart of the world in front of her. If it weren't for the sake of Sister Linksy, she certainly wouldn't have let this guy thief by off so easily. Sumubai also followed Lion's gaze. If he had only been guessing before, he could now confirm that the figure inside the emerald crystal was definitely the sovereign of life. If not for that, why would Lion have arrived so suddenly? Her eyes, which seemed to contain all the luck and beauty of the myriad worlds, instantly ignored everything around her, as if drawn by a magnet. They remained fixed with uncontrollable trembling on that massive heart of the world crystal. More accurately, they were fixed on the blurry, curled-up figure at the center of the crystal. Sister Linksy. Lion's voice was filled with unmistakable choked sobs and excitement. Her figure even swayed due to the violent surge of emotions, and the surrounding light of luck flickered unsteadily. She felt it, that aura, born from the same source, which had warmed her for endless ages and once symbolized the pinnacle of life in the myriad worlds. Although it was as faint as a candle in the wind, as if it might be extinguished at any moment, it was truly the unique life origin soul fluctuation of Sister Linksy. This was by no means a simple residual mark or projection. It was a wisp of a tenacious, preserved immortal true spirit. Sumubai's pupils constricted, from Lion's uncomposed expression and the words that had slipped out. He had already confirmed that the sovereign of life, Linksy, had not completely perished, but had used some unknown method to preserve a wisp of her true spirit within the tree heart world. If he could completely refine the heart of the world, there might just be a possibility of resurrecting the sovereign of life. Godfathers, I am making up for yesterday's missed chapters first. I definitely won't be able to finish today's quota, but I will try my best. I will continue to make up for the rest tomorrow. Chapter 1031. As long as you wish, I can feel it. Warm reminder. What was owed yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Godfathers can read the previous chapter first. It is a 4,000-word combined chapter. Main text below. Is it really the sovereign of life? Seeing Lion's uncomposed reaction, Sumyubai had already confirmed his conjecture, but he still asked to be sure. Lion seemed not to have heard his question. Her projection, as if pulled by invisible threads, drifted slowly forward. She reached out a hand condensed from pure lucky starlight and, with visible trembling, pressed it against the cold crystal barrier of the heart of the world. Her movements were so gentle, as if she were afraid of disturbing a fragile dream. Her gaze fixed longingly on the blurry figure inside. After a long while, as if she had exhausted all her strength, she slowly turned her head to look at Sumyubai. Within those beautiful eyes, the emotions were complex to the extreme. There was the immense, overwhelming surprise of recovering something lost, the bottomless shock and confusion, the endless reminiscence of days long past, and, even more, a heavy sense of relief and lingering fear that threatened to crush her. It is her. Lian's voice was hoarse and trembling, as if she had just survived a catastrophe. Although I do not understand how Sister Lingxi managed to achieve this, as it defies the fundamental laws of the return of authority. But what is contained within this crystal core is indeed a wisp of her undying true spirit. It has fallen into a deep, eternal slumber beyond our imagination, maintained in a peculiar state, but she has not completely dissipated between heaven and earth. Upon hearing this, Sumyubai's heart was also stirred by turbulent waves, a wisp of an undying true spirit. This meant that, theoretically, there was a faint hope that the Supreme Sovereign, who once held the source of life for all worlds, could be awakened or even reappear in the world. What price did she pay to do this? And how can she be awakened? Sumyubai asked the two most critical questions in succession. Lian shook her head slowly, her stunning face filled with confusion and heartache as her gaze returned to the figure within the crystal. I do not know. I have no idea what a tragic price she paid to forcibly preserve a spark of life during that doomed situation back then. This cannot be explained by ordinary means. However, the World Tree, this rule-level creation, must have played a significant role in it. Her brows furrowed tightly, and her tone became incomparably solemn. As for the awakening, Sister Lingxi's current state is truly too unique. This heart of the world is both a solid barrier protecting her wisp of true spirit from dissipating, and at the same time, it is like the most secure prison, or perhaps, it is a hall of inheritance waiting for a specific key to open it. I can feel that the seals and protective mechanisms upon it are integrated into one, powerful enough to be suffocating. If one were to force it open, the result would only be the collapse of her true spirit. She looked at Sumyubai, her gaze unprecedentedly grave, even carrying a hint of pleading by the fact that Sister Lingxi's wisp of true spirit exists within the core of your world tree is both an unimaginable, heaven-sent opportunity and a sign that you must shoulder the responsibility of awakening her. Sumyubai's expression was stern. He naturally understood how heavy the responsibility of awakening the sovereign of life was. One must realize that with Lian being the only supreme god left in the myriad worlds, if the sovereign of life were to reappear, it would shake the very foundation of the entire universe. I understand, Sumyubai replied in a deep voice, his gaze falling once again upon the massive crystal. It seems that my desire to refine the heart of the world and control the world tree avatar, and the task of awakening the sovereign of life, have been closely linked from the very beginning. They might even be the same thing. Refining it required level 3 life authority and an ultimate comprehension of the laws of life. These were the necessary conditions for refining the heart of the world, and they were also Sumyubai's current goals. Your intuition is very sharp. Lian's projection nodded slightly, her tone carrying affirmation. Sister Lingxi hiding her true spirit in the heart of the tree was by no means accidental. As you walk firmly along the path of the laws of life, continuously improving yourself and increasing your compatibility with the world tree, you are, in essence, polishing the key to open this hall. Little thief Bai, as she spoke, her gaze turned toward Sumyubai, filled with immense trust and entrustment. Sister Lingxi, I leave her to you. I will keep watch at all times. If there is any unusual activity, or when you feel you need help, be sure to contact me. Sumyubai met her gaze and nodded solemnly. I will do my best. Immediately after, he thought for a moment and asked, but how should I contact you? Ever since they parted ways at the tributary of the river of time and space, This was the first time Sumubai had seen Lian. When he broke through to the realm of Lawmaster, he had sensed her aura, but they had not met in person. All this time, Sumubai had not known how to initiate contact with Lian, so he took this opportunity to voice the question in his heart. I really don't know whether to call you truly foolish or just pretending. Lian rolled her eyes and raised a slender, jade-like finger, pointing precisely at Sumubai's chest. With the heart link contract, as long as you wish, I will be able to sense it. Although it was merely a touch of her fingertip, Sumubai clearly felt her warmth. A strange sensation rose in his heart. What? Sumubai was startled. Doesn't that mean every time before when I dot at this point? His voice came to an abrupt halt. He did not continue to ask. From the suddenly flushed face of Lian, he had already received the answer to his question. In other words, every time the image of Lian had appeared in his mind, she had known. Thinking of this, Sumubai was slightly stunned. Since that is the case, why can I not sense anything of what you are thinking with your current level? You are still far from it. Lian smiled gently. If you want to sense your sister's thoughts, then continue to improve your strength. As her voice faded, her figure instantly vanished from the heart of the tree world. She had come this time only to confirm where the aura of the Sovereign of Life Linksy had originated. Now that she understood everything, her first priority was to share this good news with the two-time space ferryman. Whether it was Lian's arrival or departure, Sumubai had not sensed the slightest fluctuation in the laws of space. In the sea of the heart of the tree, silence returned. There remained only the faint sound of energy flowing, the massive heart of the world crystal, and the stunning figure curled up in sleep within it. Who held the heart and mind of a supreme god? The heart link contract actually has such an effect. Sumubai stood alone, involuntarily touching his chest, and murmured softly, heart link contract. Worlds apart yet close at hand. This contract was even more miraculous than he had imagined. Although it was unknown where Lian had been before arriving, she had been able to ignore distance, directly traverse endless space, and enter the tree heart world without causing the slightest fluctuation in the laws of space. This was clearly not a capability possessed by the myriad worlds. In other words, the heart link contract was also something that originated from beyond the myriad worlds. Lian, have you ever had contact with anything beyond the myriad worlds? A look of contemplation flashed through Sumubai's eyes. However, since she hadn't mentioned this matter, there was no way for him to know for the time being. If she wanted to tell him, Lian would naturally say so. What Sumubai cared about more was another effect of the heart link contract. If what Lian said was true, didn't that mean she had been paying attention to his situation all along? This feeling of being constantly watched by someone was something he hadn't experienced for a long time, not since his parents died in an accident. As for what Li Ryan had given him in the past, it was merely a facade constructed to plot and seize his billions in assets. No matter how much she had appeared to care about Sumubai back then, it was all fake. There hadn't been a single shred of genuine emotion. But Lian was different. Sumubai could feel that she truly cared about him, even though it was because they had first signed the heart link contract. What was real was real. Having experienced betrayal, Sumubai was exceptionally sensitive to matters of this nature. Lian, whispering her name softly, Sumubai took a deep breath and sat cross-legged once more. Golden light flickered in his eyes. The vertical pupil at the center of his brow rotated rapidly, and he continued to comprehend the great Tao of the laws of life with all his might. The third-level life authority required a stroke of fate, but with the blessing of the tree heart world, he was confident that he would soon reach the level of 9 pattern ultimate law fusion. The Death Continent, outside the underworld abyss. As time passed, more and more powerhouses from various races arrived, and the number of creatures gathered here grew ever larger. The God race, undead titans, demon race, insect race, elves, dwarves, giants, goblins, even the goblin race, which ranked at the very bottom of the myriad races ranking, had over a dozen people present. They were the only peak upper gods in the entire goblin race, although they were well aware that even if they came, there was almost no possibility of obtaining the inheritance. They wanted to come and try their luck even if there was only a glimmer of hope. They never wanted to experience the feeling of falling off the myriad races ranking again. What if they could gain something? Even if it was just a little bit, it could allow the goblin race to reach a higher level. By then, they wouldn't just be ranked 10,000s. Even the top 5,000 would be no problem. It was easy to imagine just how much attraction the inheritance left behind by the Death Sovereign held. The lower a race was ranked, the more they wanted to profit from it. They might not be able to snatch the Death Sovereign's inheritance, but who could say for sure that this anomaly in the underworld abyss was truly just an inheritance? Or that it only contained an inheritance that was something left behind by a supreme god. Obtaining even a tiny bit of it could greatly improve the overall strength of these low-ranked races. Moreover, their goal wasn't the inheritance to begin with, so they didn't have any conflict with those powerful races. And they weren't afraid of provoking truly powerful existences. The powerhouses of the myriad races waited outside the underworld abyss with different goals, quietly awaiting the moment they could enter. In the god race camp, standing with his hands behind his back at the very edge of the cliff, Suzu suddenly opened his eyes, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. They're here. As soon as these words were spoken, the god race realm lords, such as Kaishou and Ruoshi, were all shaken. The next moment, a figure streaked across the sky. She had exquisite features and was dressed in a long white gown, appearing like a fairy untainted by the mortal world. Her aura was not strong. In fact, it was somewhat weak. Even compared to those peak upper gods of the goblin race, her aura was inferior, and she looked completely harmless. However, her strength and status within the god race were not much less than those of Suzu, the god of space, because she was the person the god race powerhouses had been waiting for. The goddess of luck. Maojuan, why are you late? Without seeing Suzu make any move, the space in front of Maojuan rippled slightly, and she arrived at the very front of the cliff. It's nothing. There wasn't much expression on Maojuan's face, and she appeared somewhat cold and aloof. But the words she said so nonchalantly caused Kaishou, who was standing to the side, to feel a sense of defeat. I just happened to obtain a wisp of origin power from an unknown source on the way here, and it took some time to absorb it. Listen to that. What kind of talk is that? Happened to obtain from an unknown source. A wisp of origin power. That was a wisp of origin power. In terms of quantity, it was equivalent to 10 full infusions of origin power. Sister, do you even hear what you're saying? Is it really okay to be this Versailles in front of us? However, Maojuan seemed long accustomed to this. Her beautiful eyes slowly swept over the death vortex below, and she spoke slowly. Still haven't found a way to get in. That's right. Suzu spread his hands and said helplessly, otherwise, there would be no need to specifically wait for you, the goddess of luck, to arrive. I can only try. Maojuan's willow leaf brows furrowed slightly, and she slowly closed her eyes, as if sensing something. Seeing this, Suzu and the others immediately held their breath, fearing they might disturb her. Even for Maojuan, the goddess of luck, it wasn't as if she could mobilize the authority of luck whenever she wanted. For Sumiubai and the Signal Light brothers, the authority of luck was entirely passive. Maojuan's control over the authority of luck was slightly stronger than theirs, falling somewhere between passive and active. It was just that she needed some time to prepare before each active mobilization. As Maojuan began to attempt to mobilize the power of the authority of luck, the divine power of luck within her body surged, and she no longer hid her aura. Mysterious fluctuations of the law of luck swirled around her, and her pale golden hair fluttered in the wind. At this moment, this goddess of luck of the god race finally revealed her true power. That terrifying aura was enough to move even the powerful experts of various races, who were stationed far away on the other side of the abyss of the underworld. This aura, it's that ice goddess, ManhwaCapped. She actually came too. With this goddess of luck here, we will surely be able to find a way to enter the abyss of the underworld. Is the legacy left behind by the Sovereign of Death finally about to appear in the world? If even she can't get in, then we can only wait for the Sovereign of Rules to make a move. Keep your eyes peeled. The moment the god race makes a move, follow them immediately. For a moment, all the experts outside the abyss of the underworld stared fixedly in the direction from which ManhwaCapped's aura emanated. The debt from yesterday has been settled. No leave of absence today. There will be 2 more chapters later. Don't miss them. Chapter 1032. The Abyss of the Underworld opens. Currently, outside the Abyss of the Underworld, Experts from 10,000 races who had rushed over from every realm were gathered. Even the god race, the #1 race among the 10,000 worlds, could not dominate the scene alone. Whether it was the weaker races or top-tier races like the demon race and the undead race, everyone was staring intently at every move the god race made because of ManhwaCapped's appearance. The experts of the god race were naturally well aware of this. However, they seemed not to care at all. Brother Suxiu, it seems these guys all want to follow behind our tails to get in. Chixio rested his hands behind his head, his short red hair looking flamboyant and overbearing, a trace of disdain on his face. It doesn't matter. If they like to follow, let them follow. Suxiu shook his head indifferently. Is the legacy of the Sovereign of Death something these pieces of trash could ever obtain? A moment later, ManhwaCapped finally opened her eyes. At this moment, her entire being seemed to have become even more ethereal. ManhwaCapped, have you found it? Suxiu was the first to ask. His body, which had been somewhat illusory, instantly became solid, as if he had returned to the death realm from another space. Not yet. ManhwaCapped only shook her head lightly, then took a step forward, standing above the giant death vortex that sealed the entire abyss of the underworld. The terrifying suction force caused her snow-white long dress to cling tightly to her body, fully revealing her curvaceous figure. However, at this moment, the experts of the various races present had no leisure to appreciate this alluring scene. Their focus was entirely on ManhwaCapped's next move. The person with the best hope of entering the abyss of the underworld right now was this goddess of luck. Countless gazes were fixed tightly upon her, their divine power surging within them, ready to follow in her footsteps at any moment. With ManhwaCapped's strength, she was not immediately dragged into the death vortex. Instead, she stood steadily suspended above it. Her eyes slowly swept across the giant death vortex, calmly sensing the guidance provided by the power of the authority of luck. At this moment, no one dared to disturb her, fearing they might ruin the chance to open the abyss of the underworld. After a long while, ManhwaCapped finally moved again. Her figure vanished and reappeared in a different position, no longer resisting the suction of the death vortex. She slowly submerged into it. The experts outside the abyss of the underworld held their breath, desperately memorizing the timing and precise coordinates of ManhwaCapped's entry into the death vortex. Divine light flickered in Suxiu's eyes. The power of the authority of space flashed and vanished, and in an instant, he took the group of god race experts and disappeared from the edge of the abyss of the underworld cliff. She went in. She really went in. Ha 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 ha. Finally, we can get in. Quick, follow them. We absolutely cannot let the god race swallow the Sovereign of Death's legacy all by themselves. Hurry, hurry, hurry. One step slow means every step is slow. Everyone follow me. Suxiu, that's Suxiu. Quickly, follow them. After ManhwaCapped was sucked into the death vortex, her aura completely vanished from outside the abyss of the underworld, and she was not transported back out. In an instant, the cliffs on both sides of the abyss of the underworld erupted into chaos. Countless experts scrambled to soar into the sky, turning into streaks of light that shot toward the coordinates where ManhwaCapped had disappeared. But Suxiu's movements were far faster than theirs. By the time the experts of the top-tier races, such as the demon race and the undead race, arrived, he had already used the authority of space to bring the god race experts to the entrance. Boom, boom, boom. Countless powerful auras surged. The god race experts unleashed their full strength. The fire god Chixio and the water god Roxy even unfolded their divine domains and merged them together. You want to follow us? No problem. Flames rose in Chixio's eyes, his demeanor appearing peerlessly overbearing. He changed his tone and said, "But all of you, wait until we have gone in, then you can enter." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of those who arrived later changed. Currently, the only confirmed place to enter the abyss of the underworld was the exact coordinate where ManhwaCapped had just been sucked in. If they tried any other position, even if they were off by just 0.1 centimeters, they would be teleported back outside the abyss of the underworld by the death vortex. If they had to wait for the god race experts to enter one by one, they would be waiting for a long time. So what if they were the god race? There were so many top-tier races here. If they joined forces, they wouldn't necessarily be afraid of the god race. Thinking of this, The experts of the various races immediately looked toward the experts of the demon race and other top-tier races. As long as they were willing to take the lead, the crowd would swarm forward and tear apart the barrier formed by Chixio and Roxy's divine domains. But just at this moment, the surrounding space began to tremble violently, and then it twisted and tore apart, as if isolating the entrance from the outside world. "You won't have to wait long, don't be nervous." Suxiu's calm voice rang out. The demon race's god of chaos, Fengren, and the titan race's god of strength, Leopold, who had been itching to act, suddenly froze in their tracks. The next moment, Suxiu pointed a finger, and the space at the entrance instantly rippled. "Chixio, Roxy, let's go." Suxiu's voice echoed within their souls. The next instant, all the god race experts crossed space in a flash and submerged into the death vortex. Suxiu's mastery of space is truly terrifying. The moment the god race powerhouses entered, Leopold, Fengren, and other top-tier world lords, those who held the title of supreme rule, arrived at the entrance coordinates simultaneously. Indeed, they are strong. Fengren, a man of few words, nodded. He exchanged a glance with Leopold, and almost at the same time, they plunged into the vortex of death. In the myriad worlds, the strong are respected. Strength represents almost everything. Since the god race had taken the lead and already entered, the other races, such as the demon race, naturally scrambled to follow suit. As for the weaker races, they had no choice but to wait until the others had gone in before they could find an opportunity to enter. However, for them, as long as they could get inside, that was enough. In any case, the goal of the weaker races had never been the inheritance of the Death Sovereign. If they could obtain it, that would naturally be for the best, but if they couldn't, it was no great loss, as there had been no real hope to begin with. But as more and more powerhouses entered the nether abyss, the massive vortex of death that sealed the entrance began to gradually grow translucent. "Look, the vortex of death is fading. Is the nether abyss opening completely? It's not going to be our turn for a while anyway. I'm going to go try it out first." This sudden change immediately caught the attention of the powerhouses from all races. As the vortex of death grew thinner, a large number of powerhouses began to experiment, attempting to enter the nether abyss from other locations. At first, the powerhouses who were sucked into the vortex were simply spat back out. But as time passed, a small group of lucky individuals actually managed to enter the nether abyss. The remaining powerhouses of the various races became completely agitated. They no longer had to wait for the top-tier races to enter before they could go in themselves. Although they didn't hold much hope, who would refuse a chance to increase their odds in an instant? Large numbers of powerhouses from the myriad races across the nether abyss began to swarm like locusts, constantly charging into the vortex of death, all attempting to be the first to get inside. Chapter 1033. Don't be afraid to come, Tree Heart World. Notification: congratulations. Your fusion level with the Great Tao of Life rules has progressed further. Current fusion level, 99.99%. Notification: congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully fusing the Great Tao of Life rules to the Peak 9 pattern realm. Notification: congratulations to player Baiyi for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to simultaneously fuse 6 Great Taos of rules to the Peak 9 pattern realm. Reward: 1 additional opportunity to attempt a breakthrough to the Rule Sovereign realm. Notification: a myriad worlds announcement is about to be broadcast. As Sumubai opened his eyes, a series of familiar system notifications rang in his ears. The 5th one. Feeling the 5th Rule Tao seed rapidly condensing within his soul, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Although the effects here were not as potent as the origin land, in just a few short days, Sumubai had successfully fused the Great Tao of Life rules to the Peak 9 pattern realm, condensing yet another Rule Tao seed. Have the prey finally started to enter? Feeling the changes in the nether abyss, a curve appeared at the corner of Sumubai's mouth. The current nether abyss was already completely under his control, and everything happening was naturally within his grasp. The reason Mao Zhuan was able to enter the nether abyss ahead of time from that specific coordinate was also a flaw Sumubai had intentionally left behind. Otherwise, relying solely on the power of the luck authority she possessed, she would not have been able to enter the completely sealed nether abyss. As for the vortex of death growing weaker and less effective later on, That too was done by Sumyubai's design. In terms of timing, everything is just right. Sumyubai smiled and stood up. His gaze swept over the massive, emerald green crystal, lingering for a moment on the curled-up figure within, before his divine sense stirred and he vanished from the tree heart world. Next time I come, I will try to figure out how to wake you up, while fusing the great Tao of life rules. Sumyubai's compatibility with the world tree had also improved significantly compared to before. His understanding of the world tree's functions and the power he could mobilize had also reached several new levels. The next phase of his plan could now begin in earnest. The news that the Nether Abyss could finally be entered spread throughout the myriad worlds in no time, just as all eyes were focused on this location. A sudden announcement immediately captured the attention of the vast majority of players. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds to simultaneously fuse 6 great Daos of rules to the P13 pattern realm. This is your Bai announced. Nay, players of all races learned from him to obtain generous rewards. For a moment, players of all races were stunned. It wasn't until a while later that the chat channels of various worlds erupted with heated discussions among the players. Am I hallucinating? Wasn't this announcement released before? Wake up. The last time it was Bai fusing 6 great Daos of rules simultaneously. This time, it's fusing all 6 to the P13 pattern realm. Is Bai even human? How much time has passed? He already fused the newly comprehended great Tao of rules to the P13 pattern realm. Myriad Worlds game. Are you listening to yourself? You want us to learn from him? Who could possibly learn from that monster? Bai, where are the bookies from last time? Come out and pay up. I'm about to get rich. HMPH. So what if he has 6 P13 pattern great Daos of rules? Now that the Nether Abyss has opened, can Bai really compare to whoever obtains the Death Sovereign's inheritance? That's hard to say. And besides, who can guarantee that Bai won't go to the Nether Abyss? Holy crap. You're right. Bai is already in the Death Realm. If he goes there too, unless a rule sovereign appears, who could possibly snatch anything away from him? He's still if Bai obtains the Death Sovereign's inheritance. Just how strong will he become? Who can say for sure? Perhaps by then, even a main god at the Rule Sovereign realm would be someone Bai could go toe-to-toe with. Bullshit. He was definitely just a support last time. How could he possibly catch up to a main god level existence so quickly? The time elapsed between Sumyubai comprehending the 6 great Tao of rules and the 2 announcements regarding him fusing all 6 to the P13 pattern realm was simply too short. It was so short that the entire Myriad Worlds was caught off guard. For a time, players of all races had different speculations regarding Bai's strength. Moreover, the vast majority believed that Bai had no reason not to go to the Abyssal Underworld. After all, in terms of strength, he was the one most likely to obtain the inheritance of the Overlord of Death. However, the powerful figures already inside the Abyssal Underworld had very grim expressions at this moment, especially those top-tier world lords. If Bai were to arrive, their chances of obtaining the inheritance would become slim to none. Even the god of space of the god race Suzu had to admit that his own strength was indeed inferior to that freak, i.e., at the very least, he did not feel he had the qualifications to participate in a battle between rule overlords. Even as support, he wasn't qualified enough, brother Suzu. If Bai really comes, what should we do? Kai Shao flashed to Sushu's side, the divine power of fire surging around his body to resist the erosion of the abnormal depth or within the Abyssal Underworld. If he comes, he comes. Suzu curled his lips. The inheritance of the Overlord of Death is obtained by those with destiny. Strength is not necessarily the standard for measurement, but it is said that what that Bai is best at is the great Tao of the Death Rule. Ruoshi frowned. Her delicate brows furrowed. She really disliked the environment here. Hearing this, Suzu was silent for a moment, then shook his head indifferently and waved his hand nonchalantly. Even if there is no harvest, it doesn't matter. I am actually looking forward to seeing Bai's true strength with my own eyes. As his voice fell, he flashed and disappeared from where he stood. Everyone, be careful. I feel that something is very wrong here. We are almost entering the core area, yet we haven't even encountered a single special undead. And like the worries of the powerful figures of other races and the nonchalance of Suzu, the top-tier world lords of the demon race, machine race, insect race, and the holy light angel race had smiles appearing on their faces at this moment. They were not worried at all that Bai Yi would be able to snatch the inheritance left behind by the overlord of death. Because before coming here, the rule overlords, such as the demon ancestor, had already notified them. As long as they discovered traces of Bai Yi, they were to report it immediately. When that time came, what Bai Yi would face would be a desperate, certain death situation even more dire than the last. Therefore, compared to the powerful figures of other races, they hoped even more that Bai Yi would enter the Abyssal underworld. If that were the case, this place would be destined to become his burial ground. With so many powerful main gods joining forces, they couldn't imagine how Bai Yi could possibly escape alive. Bai Yi, I hope you aren't too afraid to come. The chaos god of the demon race Feng Ren had a flash of sharpness in his eyes as he flew toward the deeper parts of the Abyssal underworld. Now, he only worried that Bai Yi would not dare to show himself because of the threat from the rule overlords. If that were the case, it wouldn't be any fun. Phew, finally no more debts. Chapter 1034. The advantage of God-level netherworld. Inside the internal main world, the leaf of the world tree where Sumubai had previously stayed rippled like water waves. His figure slowly emerged from the leaf, as if surfacing from the bottom of the sea. Is it reaching the final moment over there as well? His gaze swept across the distance. The corpses of Otis and the others had reappeared, though they were somewhat flickering, constantly shifting rapidly between reality and illusion. The reshaped divine souls and divine bodies were completely fused. It had already reached the final, critical juncture. The 10 god-level netherworld beings are about to gather. A sharp glint flashed in the depths of Sumubai's eyes. He was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of changes would be brought to the myriad worlds once all 10 god-level netherworld beings appeared in the world. Besides the god-level netherworld beings, a large number of ordinary netherworld beings are also needed. After withdrawing his gaze, Sumubai moved his divine sense, and his figure disappeared from the top of the world tree canopy. The next moment, he appeared beneath the canopy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, countless figures with powerful auras broke through the water from the sea of death and hovered steadily in midair. They were all special undead that Sumubai had collected from the Abyssal underworld, numbering over 100 million. At the same time, 3 figures also appeared by Sumubai's side. Overlord. The eyes of Yui and the other 2 shimmered with netherworld divine light as they looked at Sumubai with burning gazes. Is it about to begin? As god-level netherworld beings, they were naturally happy to see the netherworld develop and grow rapidly. Now that the long-awaited event was about to begin, the 3 of them were naturally incomparably excited. Yes, it has begun. Sumubai nodded slightly. Last time, for the sake of experimentation, he had only cautiously extracted the residual vitality from within one special undead. Now that the great Tao of the life rule had fused to the 99% 9 pattern ultimate realm, his compatibility with the world tree had also improved by several levels. Both the power he could mobilize and his utilization of the world tree were incomparable to what they were back then. Therefore, this time, he would naturally begin the transformation in batches. It is time for the myriad worlds to welcome the emergence of the netherworld. Sumubai raised the corner of his mouth, divine power surging within his body as he fully mobilized the great Tao of the life rule to communicate with the world tree. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, countless tiny vines shot out from the world tree, precisely piercing into the center of every special undead's brow. These vines were not the same as the normal emerald green vines. They faintly revealed a dark green hue. What they were extracting was not just the life force of the special undead, but also their life force limit and the vitality within their bodies. Under Sumubai's full mobilization, the power of the world tree erupted completely, connecting to all the special undead at once. Not only that, but it also changed the thickness of the dark green vines according to the different strengths of the special undead, allowing the speed of their transformation to be consistent. And the thickest vine was right before the eyes of Sumubai and the 3 of Yui. It was connected to none other than the special undead transformed from the former god of death Bok. With Bok's talent and comprehension, it seems a bit of a waste to just become an ordinary netherworld being. Sumubai stroked his chin. then shook his head lightly. But this is also fine. It avoids wasting his talent. The birth of a god-level nether has nothing to do with the comprehension the corpse possessed while alive. Just like Yui and the other two, although they were created from the corpses of Tsukuyomi and the others, they actually have no connection to the original Tsukuyomi anymore. If Bach were to be completely executed and his corpse used to create a god-level nether, it would be impossible to inherit his comprehension. Only his innate talent could be preserved. Moreover, are ordinary nethers necessarily inferior to god-level nethers? A look of contemplation flickered in Sumyubai's eyes. Looking at it now, god-level nethers are like the 10 supreme gods that were first conceived at the beginning of the birth of the myriad worlds. But among the creatures born later, couldn't they also break through to the realm of the supreme god? Zhu Xingchen, the master of time and space, is the best example, and Sumyubai will surely become the next existence to break through to the supreme god realm as a latecomer. Therefore, the biggest gap between a god-level nether and an ordinary nether is the starting point. Transforming Bach into an ordinary nether would actually narrow this gap, because in his special undead state, Bach already possesses combat power at the pseudo-main god realm. As long as the transformation is successful, his strength will far exceed that of Yui and the other current god-level nethers. Yui and the others were not born naturally, they were created by Sumyubai. Therefore, they cannot directly become supreme gods and still require a certain amount of time to grow. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but withdraw his gaze from Bach and let it fall upon Yui. God-level Netherus, Nether and Adriel, Master of Lasul Body, Peak Upper God. Combat Power, Peak Upper God Rule Dao, Death Rule Inverse. Fusion Degree of Rule Dao, 60 to 0.38% 6 Mark Special. Nethers are dead objects. They have no life force. The Divine Soul and Divine Body are fused into one. Those with great strength can switch between virtual and real forms at any time. A creation of Bai, the first god-level nether of the myriad worlds. Possessing extremely strong talent and comprehension, 60 to 0.38%. Sumyubai was slightly startled. A look of surprise flashing in his eyes. How could the fusion be so fast? Back when Yui transformed into a complete god-level nether, although he received a reward from the Myriad Worlds game for being the first to comprehend the inverted death rule, his fusion degree had jumped to the 5-mark realm in one go. But that was only 50. How much time has passed since then? It has actually increased by more than 12%. Even Sumyubai, a player with hacks, found such a fusion speed absolutely shocking. He couldn't help but shift his gaze, sweeping over Jinmi and Mingri. Fusion Degree of Rule Dao, 60 to 0.31% 6 Mark. Fusion Degree of Rule Dao, 60 to 0.32% 6 Mark. The progress of the three was almost identical. One must know that they had never entered the origin land. At most, they had only stayed within Sumyubai's internal main world, receiving some blessings from the origin ore. To have such a speed of progress is simply unheard of. Is this the speed of progress for a god-level nether? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow and asked directly, "How can your fusion speed for the inverted rule Dao be so fast?" The three looked at each other, and Yui, acting as their representative, provided an explanation. After listening to Yui, Sumyubai felt a slight tremor in his heart. So that's how it is. The reason Yui and the others could fuse so quickly was actually because of the origin of the inverted rules. As god-level nethers, they are naturally able to communicate with the origin of the inverted rule system they have comprehended, allowing them to observe and comprehend it at any time. This is equivalent to using a cheat code. Naturally, the fusion speed of the inverted rule Dao cannot be compared to that of normal creatures. Once they reach the 9-mark ultimate realm, communicating with the origin of the inverted rules will also allow them to complete their breakthrough faster and reach the 12th tier Rule Master realm. By then, 10 new supreme gods will also be born in the myriad worlds. Chapter 1035. The 10 god-level nethers gather. Once the Rule Dao fuses to the 9-mark ultimate realm, we will also be able to mobilize the power of the origin and exert combat power that surpasses the Master of Lo's realm. Yui spoke slowly, revealing another special aspect of the god-level nethers. And we are all about to grasp the power of authority, Jinmi added. Sumyubai couldn't help but curl his lips. The advantages of the god-level nethers are truly beyond reach. It hasn't been long since they transformed into complete god-level nethers, and they are already about to grasp the power of authority. Ordinary creatures simply cannot be mentioned in the same breath as them, however. Compared to innate supreme gods like Leon, they are still somewhat inferior. There is no helping it, after all. The god-level nethers were created by Sumyubai, who hasn't even reached the Rule Master realm himself. Inherently, they cannot compare to supreme gods like Leon, who were born directly from the Rule origin at the beginning of the myriad worlds. Of course, with a certain amount of time to grow, their future achievements will not be any worse than the innate supreme gods. As Sumyubai was feeling emotional, the usually taciturn Mingri suddenly looked into the distance and said abruptly, "Master, it is done over there." As soon as these words were spoken, Sumyubai's eyes lit up, and his figure instantly vanished from where he stood. Yui and the other two followed closely behind. They also wanted to witness the birth of their 7 brothers and sisters with their own eyes. In the time acceleration zone, the 7 figures were no longer illusory. They slowly opened their eyes, divine light flickering within them. However, the divine light in their eyes was slightly different from normal divine light. It appeared somewhat dim. Boom! Waves of powerful momentum suddenly surged into the sky from within Yui, stirring the winds and clouds above the internal main world. This was the terrifying aura of reaching the peak upper god realm, absorbing the power of the modified godhead, while reshaping their souls. Also reshaped their divine bodies. At this moment, their appearances had completely changed, bearing no resemblance to Otis and the others from before. Wemble. At the same time, 7 Rule Grand Douse descended almost simultaneously into Sumyubai's internal main world. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The sea of death instantly boiled and roared, shielding the internal main world from the oppressive pressure of the 7 Rule Grand Douse. Rustle, rustle, rustle! Simultaneously, the world tree shook violently, radiating the dense light of life. Even so, the dark green vines connected to the hundreds of millions of special undead did not snap. They remained firmly rooted in the centers of their brows, rapidly absorbing the residual vitality within the special undead. The speed of this absorption was 1,000 times faster than during the initial experiments. The toughness of Sumyubai's internal main world was already far beyond that of an ordinary Lord of Laws. Now, with 2 great rule-level creations exerting their power, the turbulent world immediately stabilized. The simultaneous arrival of the 7 Rule Grand Douse could not shake it in the slightest. Reverse Fortune Dao, Reverse Chaos Dao, Reverse Power Dao, and the Reverse Life Dao. Sumyubai looked up at the 7 Reversed Rule Grand Douse that had suddenly descended, a golden light erupting in his eyes. It was exactly as he had anticipated. The 10 god-level netherworld beings each corresponded to 1 Reverse Supreme Rule Grand Dao. Just like when Yui and the other 2 had broken through, a trace of an extremely strange and distinct fluctuation began to seep out from the originally pure aura surrounding the 7 figures. After the terrifying Daorime pressure from the 7 Reverse Supreme Rule Grand Douse in the sky paused for a moment, it completely enveloped each of the 7. The divine power within their bodies was also rapidly transforming into netherworld divine power. After a long while, the transformation of all the god-level netherworld beings finally concluded. They immediately knelt on one knee before Sumyubai, speaking with pious expressions. Subordinates pay respects to the sovereign. We request the sovereign to bestow names upon us. At the same time, 7 system notifications rang out in succession in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully creating a complete god-level netherworld being. Notification: congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully creating a complete god-level netherworld being. Rise, all of you. Your elevation is not yet finished. As for names, we shall discuss that later. Sumyubai lifted his hand slightly, and the 7 figures stood up in unison. Just like Yui and the other 2 before them, the reversed rules they comprehended would also trigger a world announcement and earn system rewards. Soon, the 7 Reversed Rule Grand Douse descended once more, surging madly into their bodies. The 7 of them closed their eyes again, entering a state of sudden enlightenment. The degree of fusion between their auras and the rules was rising rapidly. Sumyubai, however, furrowed his brows, a look of confusion flashing in his eyes. All 10 god-level netherworld beings have been born, yet it didn't trigger a world announcement. Just as he was puzzled, The long-awaited system notification finally arrived, albeit late. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for successfully creating the 10 god-level netherworld beings. Reward. Player Baiyi is now able to comprehend reversed rule Grand Daos without needing to transform into a netherworld being. Notification. A world announcement is about to be made. Notification. The birth of the 10 god-level netherworld beings has brought brand new power to the Myriad Worlds and helped fill the missing data in the Myriad Worlds game. Reward. 1 opportunity to enter the Origin Land. Notification. A world announcement is about to be made. Notification. The appearance of the 10 reverse Supreme Rule Grand Daos has stirred the origins of all ordinary Rule Grand Daos. All other reversed Rule Grand Daos can now be comprehended. Notification. A world announcement is about to be made. The series of system notifications caused Sumyubai's pupils to shrink. The world announcement brought about by the gathering of the 10 god-level netherworld beings would definitely stir up a massive storm across the Myriad Worlds. However, he still had one lingering doubt. Why didn't it trigger an announcement when they first comprehended the reversed rule Grand Daos? Sovereign, it is the names. They do not have names yet. Yuyi spoke up immediately, resolving the confusion in Sumyubai's heart. Are names that important? Sumyubai was slightly stunned. He never expected that simply because they lacked names, it would be impossible to trigger a world announcement. Sovereign, is there a possibility? Jinmi glanced at Sumyubai cautiously and continued, without names. Perhaps the Myriad Worlds game doesn't know how to make the announcement. Hearing this, the corner of Sumyubai's mouth twitched. That was indeed a problem. If the world announcement referred to them all as nameless, the scene would indeed be a bit awkward. But when it came to naming things, he was truly not very good at it. My dear readers, you know how it is. Give me some names. Chapter 1036. The Myriad Worlds in an uproar. The Netherworld ranking. 2 in 1 long chapter. It's gone. The Death Vortex has completely vanished. Charge. The inheritance of the Death Sovereign is about to manifest. Forget the inheritance. Even if we just get some scraps, we will benefit immensely. Everyone, charge together. Even if there isn't much hope, we cannot let the god race have it all to themselves. As time passed, more and more people entered the Nether Abyss, and the giant death vortex that had sealed it had completely dissipated. Powerhouses from various races scrambled to enter the Nether Abyss, attempting to discover the secrets of the Abyss before anyone else. However, after entering the Nether Abyss, they felt nothing other than the erosion of the abnormal death aura. Powerhouses from various races ventured deep into the Nether Abyss and even reached its core. Yet they didn't encounter a single special undead. Everyone noticed that something was wrong. Something is wrong. Very, very wrong. Since when has the Nether Abyss become this safe? With so many of us here, we haven't even encountered one special undead. If this were in the past, how could that be possible? It's not just the special undead. Even the death vortex hasn't appeared. I thought the manifestation of the inheritance would make the Nether Abyss more dangerous. But I didn't expect there to be no danger at all. Do not be careless. Special undead do not disappear for no reason. I suspect they have all gathered at the bottom of the Nether Abyss. If the inheritance of the Death Sovereign truly exists, it can only be there. That makes sense. Let's go. We cannot let the god race get there first. Just as the many powerhouses in the Nether Abyss were discussing this, a sudden system announcement left everyone stunned. World announcement. Congratulations to the player Baiyi for successfully creating the 10 god-level nether spirits. This is hereby announced. The moment the announcement rang out, the entire Nether Abyss erupted into a frenzy. I thank you, World Game, for not making me study this time. God-level nether spirits. What the hell is that? Didn't 3 nether spirit players comprehend the great Tao of reversal rules last time and trigger a world announcement? I suppose they must be the god-level nether spirits. How could Baiyi possibly create such existences? Hey, even the life forms created by Baiyi can trigger a world announcement. What difference is there between us and trash, creating life? That is an ability only the supreme gods can master. By what right can Baiyi do it? Could it be that Baiyi has already become a supreme god? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If he had truly broken through to the rule sovereign realm, how could the world have remained so quiet? Then how did he create nether spirits? And god-level ones at that? Isn't the highest rank for life forms born in the world only semi-god level? You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? 10 god level nether spirits. This race will probably make it onto the 10,000 races ranking immediately. Terrifying. I thought Bai Yi was already monstrous enough, but I didn't expect him to be even more monstrous than I imagined. He can actually create a race capable of reaching the 10,000 races ranking all by himself. That's not necessarily true. Even if the 10 god level nether spirits are truly strong, if the population of the race is too small, they won't be able to make it onto the 10,000 races ranking. Exactly. Bai Yi isn't a real supreme god, even if he can create life. How many can he create? Who knows how many years it will take for the nether spirits to reach the 10,000 races ranking. It wasn't just the nether abyss. Players of all races across the world were stunned by this announcement. Even the main gods at the Rule Sovereign Realm found it inconceivable that Bai Yi could create life, because this was something even they could not do. Creating life is an ability that only supreme gods can master. It is just like how the Death Sovereign created the undead race, or the Power Sovereign created the Titan race in the past. In a certain dark space, Kang Li and a group of other main god-level existences wore expressions of shock. Kang Li, in particular, saw his expression turn extremely ugly in an instant. Nether spirits. They were actually created by Bai Yi. He had some understanding of nether spirits. This was something the Death Sovereign had wanted to create before falling. Moreover, he also knew that nether spirits were not biological beings, but a species unprecedented in the world, dead things. But how could a mere Bai Yi accomplish research that even the Death Sovereign could not complete? As his thoughts reached this point, Kang Li suddenly realized something and immediately spoke. Dad, the abnormal movements in the nether abyss are very likely a conspiracy targeting our major races. Go to the nether abyss. Bai Yi must be there right now. As his voice fell, he instantly turned and headed toward the death domain. Although Ling Shang and the other main gods did not understand why Kang Li was so certain, they did not refute him and followed suit. It was not until Kang Li informed the other main gods of everything he knew that they suddenly realized the truth. Nether spirits were the dead things the Death Sovereign had been researching all along. Now that Bai Yi had successfully created the 10 god level nether spirits, it was highly likely that he had already obtained the Death Sovereign's inheritance. No, he must have already obtained the inheritance. If that were the case, then the peak upper gods and realm lords from their races who had gone to the nether abyss were in danger. Inside the nether abyss, while Kang Li and the other main gods were rushing over, they immediately notified the realm lords of their respective races that the nether abyss was very likely a trap. But their notification was clearly too late. Just as the realm lords and peak upper gods of the demon race and other factions were feeling suspicious and preparing to leave the nether abyss, the giant death vortex that had previously disappeared appeared once again. What did you say? We can't get out. Feng Ren frowned deeply. Just a moment ago, a realm lord from the demon race who had attempted to leave the nether abyss sent a message. The reappearing giant death vortex had once again completely sealed off the nether abyss. However, this time, after being sucked into the death vortex, they were not teleported away, but instead sent right back into the nether abyss. This change quickly spread throughout the nether abyss, and the expressions of the powerhouses from all races turned ugly. They had arrived just fine, but now they couldn't get out. At the same time, players of all races across the world were heatedly discussing the matter of the god-level nether spirits. But they soon discovered that this announcement was merely an appetizer. This time, the world announcement was not just a single one. The subsequent series of announcements directly shook the entire world. World announcement. The birth of the 10 god-level nether spirits has brought brand new power to the world and helped the world game fill in missing data. This is hereby announced. World announcement. The appearance of the 10 great reversal supreme rule Daos has stirred the origins of all ordinary rule Daos. The reversal rule Dao has manifested in the world. This is hereby announced. World announcement. From this moment on, players of all races may attempt to comprehend the reversal rule Dao. However, as the depth of comprehension increases, the vitality within the body will continuously drain away. Once a reversal law is fully comprehended, one will completely become a member of the Nether Spirits. World announcement. Players of all races, please note, Nether Spirits are not biological beings. but a brand new species dead things. They will now be rejected by the world. Please consider carefully whether to comprehend reversal laws and rules to become a member of the Nether Spirits. This is hereby announced, world announcement. With the birth of the 10 God level Nether Spirits, the world game has added the Nether Spirit ranking, which corresponds to the 10,000 races ranking. Any race of dead things that meets the minimum requirements will have the opportunity to make it onto the Nether Spirit ranking. This is hereby announced, silence, deathly silence. The successive Myriad Worlds announcements directly stunned all the players across the Myriad Worlds. Reversal rules, Tao, dead things, the Nether ranking. Every single item refreshed their understanding of the Myriad Worlds game. After a long while, the various worlds suddenly erupted into a frenzy. What? The Nether is not a race, but a brand new species, dead things. What the hell is that? What exactly did Baiyi do? He actually filled in the missing data of the Myriad Worlds game again. So, the Myriad Worlds game has never been complete. Comprehending a reversal law makes one a member of the Nether, and one will be ostracized by the Myriad Worlds. Who would dare to comprehend that now? Is the Myriad Worlds game fighting itself? How can it reject the Nether on one hand while adding another ranking on the other? Just a moment ago, they said it would take a long time for the Nether to climb the Myriad races ranking. I didn't expect them not to be a race at all. But a brand new species that has its own Nether ranking, that's too insane. Isn't Baiyi, who created the Nether, even more insane? If we don't count strength, Baiyi is definitely the #1 person in the Myriad Worlds. Creating a brand new species is something even the Supreme Gods couldn't do. I just want to know what the Nether actually is. Are dead things literally dead? The name itself isn't normal. They must be a species that stands in opposition to us. The Nether ranking is still empty, which means the number of Nether beings is still very small. The Myriad Worlds is so vast. If there are only 10 God level Nether beings, I guess we won't see them for a very long time. For a monster like Baiyi, nothing is surprising when it happens to him. I bet the Nether will soon become famous throughout the Myriad Worlds. Famous throughout the Myriad Worlds soon? You're dreaming. Unless there's someone as perverted as Baiyi among the Nether. Exactly. Baiyi is Baiyi, and the Nether is the Nether. There isn't even a single race on the Nether ranking yet. So what would they use to become famous throughout the Myriad Worlds? Discussions about the Nether and the brand new Nether ranking echoed throughout the various worlds of the Myriad Worlds. As for the brand new species known as dead things, players of all races were incredibly curious. However, no one had ever seen a Nether being, so they had no idea what kind of existence they were. As for the reversal laws and rules, all living beings were completely confused and had no clue at all. And even if there were an opportunity to comprehend them, no one would try it unless they were truly at their wits' end. After all, being ostracized by the Myriad Worlds was no small matter. No one knew what the consequences would be after being rejected. Meanwhile, inside the Nether Abyss, in the core area, what kind of monster is Baiyi? He hasn't even reached the Rule Sovereign stage. Yet he has created a brand new species. Kai Xiao's pupils dilated, and he couldn't help but let out a cry of disbelief. Beside him, Ruo Shi also said in surprise, "This person is truly terrifying. With him around, the human race will surely be able to rival or even surpass our god race very soon. His existence can be considered a good thing for the Myriad Worlds." Mao Zhuan's face remained expressionless, as if nothing could move her. Indeed, the threat of the void has always loomed over the entire Myriad Worlds. Suzu closed the empty Nether ranking, raised his hand to grasp a wisp of abnormal death aura, narrowed his eyes slightly, and whispered, "Dead things. If I remember correctly, those special undead that urgently existed in the Nether Abyss were semi-biological, right?" This sentence immediately made Canli think of something, and he turned his head sharply to look at Suzu. Semi-biological. Dead things, oh brother Suzu, what do you mean? Yes, everything that has happened in the Nether Abyss must be related to Baiyi. Suzu nodded. The mutation in the Nether Abyss and Baiyi creating the 10 God level Nether beings just happened to coincide. It was too much of a coincidence. Most importantly, a long time ago, he had heard fragments of information from a sovereign. The Death Sovereign was conducting some kind of experiment, trying to create a brand new species. and the special undead in the nether abyss were the failed products. Connecting these pieces of information, he speculated that it was very likely that Bai Yi had obtained the inheritance of the Death Sovereign and had successfully perfected the experiment, creating the brand new species known as the Nether. Thinking of this, Suzu couldn't help but look toward the bottom of the nether abyss. Although his divine soul was heavily suppressed here, making it impossible to see that far, he had a faint feeling that there was a pair of eyes staring at him from there. Then what is his purpose in doing this? Ruo Shi frowned. The mutation in the nether abyss and the news of the inheritance power left behind by the Death Sovereign had attracted most of the experts from the myriad races. And now that the nether abyss had been sealed again, countless experts were trapped here, unable to leave. If it were truly as Suzu speculated, then this was clearly a meticulously designed conspiracy. What exactly did Bai Yi, who was orchestrating all of this from behind the scenes, want to do? Could it be that he actually dared to bury the experts of all races here? Just as Ruo Shi was pondering, Mao Zhuan suddenly spoke. Races like the demon race, who have a blood feud with the human race, should suffer heavy losses this time. Indeed, if it really is Bai Yi, then there will be a good show to watch next. A divine light flickered in Suzu's eyes, with layers of space hidden deep within his gaze. A good show. I love watching shows the most. Kai Shou's eyes lit up, but he was still a bit worried. He won't attack us too, will he? There is absolutely no such possibility. Suzu shook his head, certain that Bai Yi would not do such a thing. Although Bai Yi's identity as the calamity of the myriad races had hunted down several world lords, he was not so insane as to reach such a point. Besides, most of the races here had no grievances with Bai Yi or the human race. How could Bai Yi inexplicably make an enemy of the entire myriad worlds? Not to mention that Sovereign Xingheng had helped him not long ago. As long as Bai Yi wasn't a lunatic, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack them. Unless they were out of their minds, they wouldn't actively make an enemy of someone they knew they couldn't afford to provoke. Were they fools? Clearly not. Although Suzu wanted to witness Bai Yi's strength with his own eyes, there was no need to go out of his way to provoke him. Couldn't he just watch Bai Yi deal with the world lords of the demon race to gauge his power? My dear readers, I apologize. Something came up yesterday, and I truly couldn't update. I have made up for it now. Chapter 1037, Saint. A 2-in-1 mega chapter. Friendly reminder. The chapter missed yesterday has been added to the previous one. You can read the previous chapter first. It is a 4-0-word 2-in-1 mega chapter. Main text below. The abyss of the underworld was sealed once again, and coupled with the sudden appearance of the 10 great netherworld spirits, many powerhouses began to piece things together. Smart people were not limited to just Suzu and his group. The powerhouses of the demon race, machine race, Zerg race, and the holy light angel race had received warnings from sovereigns like Kenli even earlier. But what good did knowing do? The abyss of the underworld was already sealed. Even if they wanted to flee, there was no way out. This was power left behind by the previous sovereign of death, something even Kingston, the sovereign of darkness, could not break through. Sumyubai had merely obtained the authorization and the ability to mobilize this portion of power. Ultimately, to break the seal and enter or leave the abyss of the underworld, one had to possess the power to contend with the path of the underworld. And in the entire myriad worlds, only Liu Yin possessed such strength today. Given her relationship with Sumyubai, how could she possibly intervene to ruin his plans? Sumyubai intended to use the inheritance of the Sovereign of Death as an irresistible bait to sweep away the core strength of the demon race and other factions. The reason the news of the Sovereign of Death's inheritance spread so quickly was also due to his behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Patey, Bloomer, Lanyu, Duo Longmide. The strength or status of these individuals was second only to the sovereigns of rules. Combined with the behemoth that was the Death Domain Bank, it was natural that the news could spread rapidly. And this was no lie, for the abyss of the underworld had indeed undergone a mutation. Sumyubai accurately grasped the psychology of the powerhouses from various races. The more inaccessible a place was, the more they would rack their brains to find a way in. Thus, the giant death vortex that sealed the entire abyss of the underworld was born. When they learned that all of this was highly likely a trap meticulously designed by Bai Yi, The hearts of the peak upper gods and world lords of the demon race and other factions turned cold. Yet, the giant death vortex blocking the perimeter of the abyss left them with nowhere to run, forcing them to silently pray that this was not Baiyi's doing. Somewhere in the core of the abyss, a group of demon powerhouses gathered. The leader was the god of chaos Fengren. Baiyi, even if you are strong, do you really think you can keep so many powerhouses here relying solely on the 10 god-level netherworld spirits? Fengren's expression was uncertain, his gaze fixed firmly in the direction of the depths of the abyss. Although he said this, he was actually panicking inside. As a high-ranking member of the demon race, he had heard from the demon ancestor about what happened back then, in the battle where the symbiotic sovereign was slain. Baiyi was no mere support. Although Fengren considered himself among the top-tier world lords, he felt completely unsure of himself when facing Baiyi. Now, he could only hope that the demon ancestors would arrive as soon as possible, otherwise, there would be no way out, given the hatred between the demon race and the human race. Plus the incident the demon race had spearheaded earlier. Fengren suspected he would be Baiyi's primary target. Thinking of this, his conviction grew increasingly unsightly. After a moment of thought, Fengren waved his hand. Contact Gabriel and the others. We're leaving. As his voice fell, the group of demon powerhouses flew toward the outer region of the abyss. They dared not venture any deeper now. Gabriel was the leader of the Holy Light Angel race this time, although his strength was inferior to Fengren's. He was still a current god of light. Fengren's plan was simple: gather everyone together so that Baiyi could not pick them off one by one. Besides Gabriel, he also had people notify the powerhouses of the machine and Zerg races. He refused to believe that Baiyi and 10 god-level netherworld spirits could wipe them all out. Furthermore, judging by the announcements triggered by the netherworld spirits earlier, they had only just comprehended the rules of the Great Tao, meaning their strength was merely at the peak upper god level. As long as the many powerhouses gathered together, Baiyi would surely be wary of collateral damage and wouldn't dare to strike easily. Once the demon ancestors arrived, there would be no need to fear Baiyi anymore. Fengren's logic was sound, but he could never have imagined that Sumu Bai possessed far more than just the 10 god-level netherworld spirits. Beyond them, he also commanded a massive golden calamity legion, as well as an army of over 100 million mutated undead on the verge of transforming into netherworld spirits. When the abyss of the underworld was sealed once more, Sumu Bai had also finished naming the 7 newly born god-level netherworld spirits. Consequently, the myriad worlds announcements, which had just quieted down, rang out across the entire myriad worlds once again, and this time, there were more than ever. Myriad worlds announcement. Congratulations to the netherworld player Eternal for becoming the first entity in the myriad worlds game to comprehend the rule of the Great Tao of Time Reversal. This is hereby announced. We hope players of all races will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Netherworld player Eternal Seal for becoming the first entity in the Myriad Worlds game to comprehend the rule of the Great Tao of Space Reversal. This is hereby announced. We hope players of all races will learn from them to obtain generous rewards. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Netherworld player Decay for becoming the first entity in the Myriad Worlds game to comprehend the rule of the Great Tao of Power Reversal. Times 20 Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Netherworld player Ordering for becoming the first entity in the Myriad Worlds game to comprehend the rule of the Great Tao of Chaos Reversal. Times 20 Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Netherworld player Wither for becoming the first entity in the Myriad Worlds game to comprehend the rule of the Great Tao of Life Reversal. Times 20 Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Netherworld player Calamity for becoming the first entity in the Myriad Worlds game to comprehend the rule of the Great Tao of Luck Reversal. Times 20 World announcement. Congratulations to the Nether player N for becoming the first existence in the Myriad Worlds game to comprehend the Great Tao of Inverted Creation Rules. Times 20. 7 world announcements were triggered all at once. This was an unprecedented situation, including the 3 who had previously triggered announcements: Moonlight, Ember, and Nether Sun, the names of the 10 god-level Nether beings, along with the 10 supreme inverted rule Great Taos, had finally been fully revealed to the world. However, players of all races had long been mentally prepared for these announcements, so they were not overly shocked. What they were more curious about now was something else. I just realized something. If we count these 10 Supreme Inverted Rule Great Daos, doesn't that mean the number of Supreme Rule Great Daos in the myriad worlds has become 20? Doesn't that also mean there are 10 more positions for Supreme Gods? No, it's 11 more. There was no rule sovereign for the creation rule Great Dao before. Don't forget, besides the Supreme Rules, there are also Inverted Rule Great Daos for ordinary rules. The number of main gods will also have to double. Although I don't like Bai Yi, he is truly too damn impressive. Didn't he just forcibly raise the ceiling of the myriad worlds? Indeed. If the myriad worlds really gives birth to 20 supreme gods, how terrifying would the overall strength be? I don't know how terrifying the myriad worlds will be, but Bai Yi is definitely terrifying. Now, in terms of comprehending and fusing Inverted Rule Great Daos, you can compare to the god-level nether beings he created. Holy crap! Are you saying that in the future, Bai Yi is very likely to have 10 subordinates at the Supreme God Realm? No, what? Are you saying it's impossible for Bai Yi to have them? No, it's not that simple. He might even have double-digit subordinates at the main God Realm. Damn it, if that day really comes, the myriad worlds might just become the backyard of the human race. Inside the internal main world, the 7 inverted Supreme Rule Great Dao slowly dissipated. The improvements for Eternal and the others had completely ended, and they suddenly opened their eyes. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of powerful ore surged into the sky. Under the blessing of the myriad worlds game's rewards, the Inverted Rule Great Daos they had just comprehended all suddenly rose to the 5-pattern realm. The 7 of them immediately knelt before Sumyu Bai, expressing their loyalty. Thank you, Sovereign, for your grace. Your subordinates are willing to go through fire and water for you. Their voices carried a faint trace of excitement and curiosity about all things in the world. Unlike Moonlight and the other 2, they were god-level nether beings transformed directly from corpses. In their minds, apart from loyalty to Sumyu Bai, their creator, and the comprehension of their respective inverted Supreme Rule Great Daos, there was nothing else. Moonlight and the other 2 had a period of growth and leveling, and they had lived in the myriad worlds at the No.07 God Forbidden Land. Eternal and the others, however, possessed the realm and strength of peak upper gods the moment they were born. Rise. Sumyu Bai nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the 7 of them. Next, it is time to let the myriad worlds witness the power of the nether. Although Moonlight and the others were currently only at the 6-pattern realm, and Eternal and the others were only at the 5-pattern realm, but relying on the immortal characteristics of the nether, as well as the suppression of all living beings by the abnormal death or within the nether abyss, they would definitely have the strength to fight even against peak upper gods at the 8 or 9-pattern realm. And that was not all. The Inverted Rule Great Daos were extremely unfamiliar to all the powerhouses in the myriad worlds. When they suddenly faced the 10 god-level nether beings like Moonlight, they would inevitably be caught off guard. Most importantly, after the 10 god-level nether beings were fully born, a unique notification sound rang in Sumyu Bai's ears. Notification. You have added 10 saints and gained a massive amount of faith power. Saints were clearly believers, even more devout than fanatics. In the eyes of Moonlight and the others, the creator was everything. More important than anything else, Sumyu Bai could not only descend with his divine soul at any time to take over their bodies, but he could also grant them greater power by consuming soul power and faith power. As saints, when Moonlight and the others activated divine descent, the boost was even higher than that of fanatics. With Sumyu Bai's current strength, after divine descent, he could fully enable them to possess the combat power to contend with top-tier world lords. In this way, Moonlight and the others, leading the soon-to-be-born Nether Army, would have the power to hunt down those strong beings within the Nether Abyss. Of course, such a significant boost could not be achieved by consuming soul power alone. It also required the consumption of some faith power. However, for Sumyu Bai now, faith power was no longer a scarce resource. The humans in his internal small world had long since all become his believers, or even fanatics. In every small world, statues of Sumyu Bai could be seen everywhere. At every moment, people were kneeling before the statues, praying silently and offering their faith, providing him with a constant stream of faith power. In their worldview, Bai Yi was the only true god, the deity who granted them rebirth. After continuously absorbing faith power during this period, Sumyubai's divine soul had become increasingly resilient, even faintly revealing a trace of golden divine light. And after Moonlight and the others became saints, given their level of devotion, they could provide Sumyubai with the purest faith power every second. The purity of that faith power was such that it didn't even need to be refined by the fire of faith before it could be directly utilized. Your subordinates will certainly not fail the sovereign's command, including Moonlight and the other two. The 10 god-level nether beings raised their heads simultaneously, a look of excitement flashing in their eyes. They couldn't wait to make the name of the nether resound throughout the entire myriad worlds. Follow me. Sumyubai nodded, turned, and disappeared from where he stood. The next moment, his figure returned to the front of the world tree. After fusing the life rule Great Tao to the peak of the 9-pattern realm, Sumyubai's mastery of the world tree was countless times stronger than it had been during his initial experiment. The speed of transforming nether beings was also far beyond that of his previous attempt. Beneath the hundreds of millions of dark green vines, the bodies of those special undead had already begun to flicker between illusory and solid. Their maximum vitality had long since dropped from the world level to the star level, as the remaining life force within their bodies was continuously drained by the world tree. The rate at which their maximum vitality decreased accelerated, until it finally hit 0. The timing is perfect. Golden light flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. After checking box status, a curve immediately tugged at the corners of his mouth. Whoosh! The dark green vines above his head retracted rapidly at that very moment. In the next instant, Box suddenly opened his eyes. A ghostly light flickered within his pupils, and the terrifying aura of the pseudo-main god realm erupted instantly. What a powerful guy! Yuyi and the others, who had just arrived, felt their pupils constrict as they stared in shock at Bach, whose transformation was now complete. Such immense power had already surpassed the limits of the Lawmaster realm. Yet, the opponent was merely an ordinary netherworld entity. For them, as god-level netherworld entities, to be so much weaker than him was simply unjustifiable. In that moment, the desire for strength within the 10 of them climbed to a new level. After this abyss hunting battle concluded, they had to improve their strength as quickly as possible. Only in this way could they better lead the netherworld army and make greater contributions to their creator. Bach also sensed the aura emanating from Yuyi and the others, but he said nothing. Instead, he immediately knelt before Sumyubai. Netherworld undead race. Bach pays respects to the creator. At the same time, the system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears once again. Notification. You have gained 1 fanatic follower and received 100 points of death energy. Bach's words were like a signal, completely igniting this grand feast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of millions of dark green vines quickly retracted into the world tree. Pairs of eyes flickering with ghostly light opened in unison, and countless powerful auras soared into the sky. At this moment, the transformation of all special undead was complete. The Netherworld Army was officially born. Chapter 1038, The Netherworld Army. Let the show begin. Friendly reminder. The chapter ode from yesterday has been added to the previous chapter. Dear patrons, you can read the previous chapter first. It is a combined 4-0 long chapter. Main text below. Before the establishment of the reincarnation cycle, if the Netherworld entities transformed from the Golden Scourge Legion were the foundation, then these netherworld entities transformed from special undead were the elite of the elite, the high-level combat power of the netherworld species. It was just that the number of these elite of the elite was truly excessive. Hundreds of millions of netherworld entities at the high god realm, with peak high gods accounting for 80%. Do you have any idea what that means? Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, and furthermore, they were all powerhouses within the Lawmaster realm. Netherworld Dragon Race, Aoguang, pays respects to the creator. Netherworld Demon Race, Tonya, pays respects to the creator. Netherworld Insect Race, Kisimi, pays respects to the creator. In an instant, all the netherworld entities knelt before Sumyubai in unison, offering their most devout faith. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. You have gained 887,643 fanatic followers and received 88, 764,300 points of death energy. Notification: you have gained 391,875 fanatic followers and received 187,500 points of death energy. Beneath the canopy of the world tree that blotted out the sky, hundreds of millions of newly transformed netherworld entities formed a massive circle, kneeling in an orderly fashion toward Sumyubai. At the very front were the 10 god-level netherworld entities, including Yuyi. The power of faith brought by hundreds of millions of fanatic followers far exceeded Sumyubai's imagination. Boom! He felt as if an ocean condensed from the power of faith had instantly surged into his godhead. The raging fire of faith burned with all its might, yet it still could not keep up with the speed at which the power of faith was increasing. Under the nourishment of this immense power of faith, his divine soul gradually became imbued with a golden divine light. Not only that, but the overflowing power of faith spontaneously condensed into a massive phantom of faith outside Sumyubai's body. In this moment, he felt like an omnipotent god, capable of governing everything in the world. Of course, this was merely an illusion. What this power of faith brought to Sumyubai was a transformation in the essence of his divine soul, rather than a short-term increase in strength. However, the appearance of the massive golden phantom gave the hundreds of millions of netherworld entities around him a clear object of worship. Before this, they had only sensed Sumyubai's aura and knelt in that direction. After all, with so many people, including some massive entities, it was a sea of people, and they couldn't see where Sumyubai was at all. Even Sumyubai was somewhat shocked by such a spectacular scene. Once upon a time, he was just a player who couldn't even defeat a mythical great entity. How much time had passed since then, and he already possessed such a powerful army. This is the greatest treasure left behind by the predecessor Ming-Tu. A flash of excitement crossed the depths of Sumyubai's eyes. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, he gently raised his hand. "All of you, rise." As his voice fell, all the figures rose in response. "Bach, how is it? How many memories have you lost?" Sumyubai's gaze fell upon Bach. Aside from Yuyi and the other god-level netherworld entities, the one he valued most was Bach, the former #1 high god of the myriad worlds, the god of death. Ghostly light flickered in Bach's eyes as he spoke respectfully. "My lord, your subordinate possesses complete memories." As soon as these words were spoken, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. Can a netherworld entity at the pseudo-main god realm retain all memories from their lifetime? That was indeed good news. In that case, Bach would be able to exert his most perfect combat power. Bach, ordinary netherworld entity. Race: netherworld undead realm. Pseudo-main god soul body. Pseudo-main god combat power. Pseudo-main god special. The netherborn are inanimate objects. They possess no life force. Their souls and divine bodies are fused into one, and those with formidable strength can shift between tangible and intangible forms at will. The sovereign of death, a creation of Ming-Tu and Bai, and currently the most powerful netherborn in all the myriad worlds. Due to his immense strength, his memories from before his death have been fully restored. So, it is still just a standard netherborn. Looking at Bach's status window, Sumyubai nodded, then gestured toward Yuyi and the others. "You do not need to intervene this time, unless they encounter trouble or danger they cannot resolve. I shall strictly obey your command, my lord," Bach quickly replied. He understood Sumyubai's intention in an instant. This battle was not only meant to strike fear into the myriad worlds through the netherborn, but it was also the very first real combat test for the netherborn. Restricting him from acting was meant to train the netherborn army. If he, a combatant at the pseudo-main god realm, were to intervene too much, there would be no training effect. Seeing that Bach understood his meaning, Sumyubai withdrew his gaze. His divine sense swept across all the netherborn, and he spoke in a resonant voice. "A large number of experts from various races have gathered outside. What you need to do next is to hunt down every single race on this list." As he spoke, divine power surged from within his body, condensing into a massive, grayish-white list high in the sky. On that list were exactly the races that Brian had previously enumerated. At the forefront was the demon race, the second-ranked top-tier race in the myriad worlds. Following closely behind were the Zerg and the machine race, ranked 6th and 7th respectively. Among the 10 top-tier races, The only ones that were originally locked in a life or death struggle with the human race were the demon race and the machine race. However, after the previous siege, Sumyubai had added the Zerg to this death list as well. Whether it was the Zerg main god attacking him, or the fact that he and Huijian had joined forces to slay the symbiotic sovereign, Heidi, these were already irreconcilable conflicts. Sumyubai was never soft-hearted toward his enemies. Since they were already enemies, he would make sure to finish them off completely. As for the races on this death list, once they entered the Nether Abyss, none of them would be leaving. Rest assured, Sovereign. We will not let a single race on this list escape. Yuyi held a moonlight sword, killing intent swirling in his eyes. He had mastered the great Tao of reversing death and was destined to ascend to the throne of a supreme god in the future. The great Tao of reversing death was, in essence, still death. Now, he was going to bring that death to all the races on this list. This battle will be the one that makes the Netherborn famous. Go forth and make the myriad worlds tremble at your birth. A flash of killing intent crossed Sumyubai's eyes. With a thought, he opened his internal main world. The fish had taken the bait. It was time for the show to begin. In an instant, portals emerged, and behind them were death vortices formed from the condensation of abnormal death energy. By combining the two, Sumyubai could instantly transport the Netherborn army to any location within the Nether Abyss. At the same time, the system announcement once again resounded throughout the entire myriad worlds. Chapter 1039. Does he intend to make an enemy of the entire myriad worlds? Tell me, what exactly is so special about this species called the Netherborn? You're asking me. Who am I supposed to ask? Inanimate objects. I still can't grasp what kind of existence an inanimate object truly is. When do you think names will start appearing on the Netherborn ranking? How would I know? But I imagine it will take a long time after all. The Netherborn species was only just created by Yi. To make the list, they need not only strength but also numbers. Just as players from various races across the myriad worlds were still discussing this brand new species and the newly released Netherborn ranking, a sudden, unexpected announcement left everyone stunned once again. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Netherborn undead race for making the Netherborn ranking. This is hereby announced. We hope that races not yet on the list will continue to strive and aim to make the Netherborn ranking soon to receive generous rewards. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Netherborn demon race for making the Netherborn ranking. This is hereby announced. We hope that races not yet on the list will continue to strive and aim to make the Netherborn ranking soon to receive generous rewards. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the Netherborn Zerg race for making the Netherborn ranking. This is hereby announced. We hope that races not yet on the list will continue to strive and aim to make the Netherborn ranking soon to receive generous rewards. Bombardment. An announcement bombardment. And they were all Myriad Worlds announcements. Previously, having 7 Myriad Worlds announcements sound at once was already an unprecedented situation. But compared to this, that was completely overshadowed. When had players from the various races of the myriad worlds ever witnessed such a scene? The continuous stream of announcements kept ringing out, one after another, with no sign of stopping. The previously empty Netherborn ranking began to fill with the names of various races. It was unclear if they would change their race names in the future. But for now, those making the list were the original powerful races of the myriad worlds, just with the prefix Netherborn added to the front. The Netherborn that Sumyubai created this time were all special undead from within the Nether Abyss. To put it bluntly, they were the experts of various races who had fallen within the Nether Abyss. And since the Nether Abyss was located on the Death Continent, the experts who ventured inside were naturally mostly from the undead race. Following closely behind were the demon race. Therefore, the rankings on the Netherborn ranking were not the same as the myriad races ranking. Ranked first and second were the Netherborn undead race and the Netherborn demon race. The Netherborn god race, however, only ranked 7th. The myriad worlds announcements had not ceased for a long time, and the Netherborn ranking kept updating, but by now, no one was carefully listening to the announcements anymore. After a brief moment of dead silence, the chat channels of every world were instantly flooded with a massive amount of information. It's madness. This is absolute madness. Is this Netherborn ranking being updated in bulk? The undead race, the demon race, And even the god race have become netherborn. How on earth did Baiyi manage to do this? I just counted the 27th announcement, and it still hasn't stopped. Just how many races have been converted into netherborn? How reckless. This move by Baiyi is simply courting death. To transform so many races, isn't this a blatant provocation? Wait, I see our stone skin race on the list. But there haven't been any large-scale disappearances in our clan recently. This is strange. Our crystal race is on the list to dot this. What exactly is going on? What exactly is Baiyi trying to do? Is he not afraid of inciting public outrage? You're all missing the point. Even if Baiyi can create the netherworld, how could he suddenly transform so many races? The number and strength of the powerhouses required to make the list is no small amount. Could it be that he has mastered a method to transform players of various races into netherworld beings in batches? This is even more terrifying than creating a god-tier netherworld being. Is Baiyi trying to make an enemy of the entire myriad worlds? The thought is terrifying. If Baiyi can create an infinite number of netherworld beings, wouldn't he be able to conjure an army of the dead out of thin air that could sweep across the myriad worlds? The myriad worlds can no longer contain Baiyi. If this continues, the entire myriad worlds will become his possession. Which race would just sit by and watch him grow so powerful? For a time, various emotions of speculation, shock, and panic spread across the chat channels of every world. The sudden emergence of the netherworld ranking did not just bring a new racial sequence, it was like a massive boulder crashing into a calm lake, completely disrupting the perception of the power structure among all races in the myriad worlds. Every race realized that they are aware the myriad races govern the myriad worlds might soon become history. Because the brand new species created by Baiyi, the netherworld beings, had already stepped onto the grand stage of the myriad worlds. Players in other worlds were still only speculating, but within the nether abyss, some powerhouses of various races had already encountered the netherworld beings. 100 million netherworld beings sounded like a lot, but when cast into the vast, boundless nether abyss, they were like a drop of water in the ocean, completely inconspicuous. However, Sumyubai could freely manipulate their abnormal death aura to condense into death vortexes, easily allowing them to find their hunting targets. Not only that, the giant death vortexes sealing the outermost perimeter of the nether abyss began to descend rapidly, forcing the powerhouses on the periphery deeper into the abyss, even toward its core. The deeper they went, the more divine power they needed to mobilize to resist the erosion of the abnormal death aura, further impacting their combat effectiveness. The netherworld beings, however, had no such concerns taught to them. The abnormal death aura was like air. They were completely unaffected by it. What is this thing? How does it have no life force at all? Somewhere in the core of the nether abyss, a world lord of the demon race felt his pupils constrict as he looked at the figure that had suddenly appeared before him. The opponent was also of the demon race, but it was a netherworld demon. He had been on his way to rendezvous with Fengren, but this suddenly appearing netherworld demon had blocked his path. Looking at the opponent's status, which lacked even a shred of life force, the demon world lord could not help but be struck with terror. So, this is a dead thing. A stormy sea surged in the demon world lord's heart. He had never imagined that this was what dead thing meant. From the opponent, he sensed a power completely different from his own. It was not divine power at all. Furthermore, the opponent's aura was extremely strange, appearing completely incompatible with the myriad worlds. The netherworld demon would not wait for him to finish his shock before acting. With just a glance, it launched an attack. Demon race power at the world lord level erupted instantly. The netherworld demon's figure vanished from where it stood, and it threw a punch toward the demon world lord. HMPH, I want to see if a dead thing can die. The demon world lord snorted coldly and threw a punch of his own to meet it. Although his combat power had been somewhat affected within the nether abyss, as a top-tier world lord who had mastered a portion of authority, he was confident he could handle this so-called netherworld being. But the next moment, his expression changed drastically. His pupils dilated, and his eyes were filled with shock and burden and light. Chapter 1040, The Netherworld's Debut. HMPH, I want to see if a dead thing can die. The demon world lord snorted coldly. His demonic power surged, and dark green divine power condensed at his fist, carrying a terrifying might capable of shattering mountains and shaking peaks as he brazenly met the netherworld demon's seemingly plain and unremarkable punch. He was confident that even with his strength suppressed in the nether abyss, his foundation as a top-tier world lord and the formidable physical body of the demon race were enough to crush this strange or-wielding peer. However, the moment their fists collided, the demon world lord was stunned. There was no expected earth-shattering explosion, no raging tide of energy impact. There was only an extremely unsettling emptiness. Hiss! It was as if a red-hot branding iron had been plunged into ice water. The condensed dark green divine power on the demon world lord's fist. The moment it touched the gray-black netherworld divine power on the netherworld demon's fist, which carried a strange vitality within its deathly stillness, began to dissolve silently. Like snow under the sun. It wasn't defeated, nor was it annihilated. It was as if it had encountered a natural nemesis, being fundamentally negated and erased. That gray-black netherworld divine power, like the greediest glutton, not only easily dismantled his demonic power defense but drove straight in, following the meridians of his arm and crazily eroding him. What is this power? The demon world lord's face turned deathly pale, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks due to extreme horror. He felt the flesh, meridians, and even the life essence contained within his arm dying at a terrifying speed. It wasn't an injury, it was a complete loss of vitality. What made the demon world lord even more terrified was that the massive divine power he mobilized was significantly less effective when facing this netherworld divine power. It was like trying to extinguish a fire that didn't rely on the concept of combustion by pouring water on it, half the work for twice the effort. Impossible. How could my divine power? He frantically urged his divine power, attempting to force back the encroaching energy. But the netherworld divine power clung to him like a maggot on a bone, stubborn and unyielding, and its essence seemed completely different from any energy he had ever known. Dead thing. Is this the power of a dead thing? He finally understood the terrifying meaning behind the word nether. Their very existence was a subversion and a threat to all living beings. Divine power was not incapable of resisting nether divine power, but it consumed a vast amount of energy and required time. Currently, in the midst of a fierce battle, he naturally had no time to spare. In reality, the nether demon race entity he was facing had a combat rating on its status window that was only on par with his own. However, the unique nature of the nether and its divine power caught this demon race world lord off guard. Coupled with the suppression from the abnormal depth or within the nether abyss, he had fallen into a disadvantage the moment the fight began. Get lost. The demon race world lord, both shocked and furious, let out a roar. He did not hesitate to burn a portion of his divine body, erupting with a more powerful torrent of divine power to barely force out the sliver of nether divine power that had invaded his body. But his entire right arm had turned gray and numb, as if it were no longer part of his own body. It would require a massive expenditure of divine power to slowly dispel the effects of the nether divine power's erosion and restore its vitality. In contrast, the nether demon race entity merely swayed slightly before steadying itself once more. Its eyes, devoid of any life fluctuations, stared coldly at the demon race world lord, as if it were appraising an object that was about to lose its value. Trash. Leave your life behind. As it spoke, the nether demon race entity stepped forward again. This time, it held its hands in a hollow grip, and dense nether divine power condensed in its palms, transforming into two gray-black short spears that twisted constantly, as if they could swallow light itself. Whoosh, whoosh. The short spears turned into two streaks of light, piercing through the air and arriving in an instant, causing the demon race world lord to feel a sense of mortal crisis. He dared not block them head-on and dodged rapidly while unleashing various powerful demon race combat skills. For a time, the area was filled with claw shadows and earth-shaking roars, as the greenish divine light attempted to illuminate this land of deathly silence. However, all the attacks, whether energy blasts or physical claw strikes, landed on the nether demon race entity without causing much effect. The nether demon race entity had completely abandoned defense, or rather, its nature as a dead object was in itself an extremely powerful defense, as long as the intensity of the attack did not exceed its limit of endurance. The nether were essentially immortal, because they were dead things to begin with, possessing no life. How could one speak of death? Only by using absolute power to completely annihilate the Nether could they be ended. Clearly, this demon race world lord did not possess such capability. To be precise, he was simply no match for the Nether demon race entity. Similar scenes were playing out continuously all over the Nether abyss. Powerhouses from various races discovered with horror that these suddenly appearing Nether beings were not only formidable in strength, but also possessed characteristics they found difficult to comprehend. They had previously known absolutely nothing about this brand new species. Nether divine power had a powerful neutralizing effect on divine power, rendering conventional divine power attacks and defenses significantly less effective. The abnormal death aura of the Nether abyss had no effect on the Nether. Instead, it served as an aid, enhancing their recovery speed and stealth capabilities. The physical structure of these dead entities was extremely unique, allowing them to shift between reality and illusion at any time. When in a state of illusion, only soul-based attacks could cause them any degree of impact. What gave them the most headache was that the Nether's attacks seemed to target the origin of life directly. Once invaded, one's vitality would wither rapidly and be extremely difficult to purge. This damage did not just lower current vitality, it lowered the maximum vitality cap. Such an injury, even for top-tier powerhouses at the World Lord level, required a certain amount of time to recover from. Yet, it seemed the Nether required no consumption at all to inflict such injuries upon them. Within moments of the Nether army's mobilization, panic spread like a plague among the powerhouses of all races. We can't stop them. We simply can't stop them. Our divine power is too ineffective against the Nether. This seems to be their home turf. We are being countered. Flee. Quickly escape the Nether abyss. This is all a conspiracy by Baiyi. What exactly is he trying to do? The Nether should not appear in the myriad worlds. Baiyi is making an enemy of the entire myriad worlds. Curses and desperate roars rose one after another. The powerhouses of various races, who had originally arrived aggressively to seize the inheritance, now only regretted that their parents hadn't given them to more legs as they fled desperately toward the outskirts of the Nether abyss. However, the giant death vortex that was constantly descending acted like a slowly closing back, continuously compressing their escape routes. The Nether abyss had already become a massive hunting ground, and the hunters were the over 100 million Nether beings of various races, led by the 10 god-level Nether commanders. The prey, meanwhile, were all the powerhouses of various races who had intruded into this place. Of course, Samubai was not a maniac, nor did he wish to make an enemy of the entire myriad worlds. Soon, some discovered that the vast majority of the Nether did not kill their opponents after defeating them, but some did indeed strike with lethal intent. Just as the powerhouses of various races were filled with confusion, the abnormal death aura within the Nether abyss suddenly began to churn violently. Chapter 1041. Death Declaration. Can Baiyi still create a miracle? This guy actually just left. Somewhere in the Nether abyss, a peak upper god of the elf race suddenly froze. He had also encountered a Nether being and had been defeated by it, just as he thought he was destined to perish in the Nether abyss today. The Nether being, after forcing him back, simply turned and left. Not only did it not kill me, but even that strange, lingering power was withdrawn. Feeling the eroding power within his body fade rapidly, a look of confusion flashed in the elf powerhouse's eyes. Is Baiyi just trying to train his troops? There were not a few powerhouses who had encountered the same situation, but powerhouses of other races were not so lucky. Puchi. A sharp long spear instantly pierced through the divine body of a certain peak upper god of the machine race. The cold, chilling Nether divine power instantly extinguished his remaining vitality. The Nether ghost hand that had struck collected the opponent's corpse and spoils of war, then turned and stepped into the suddenly appearing death vortex, vanishing from the spot. Boom! A certain Zergrelm master also fell at this moment, filled with unwillingness. In his view, if they were in the outside world, that Nether entity would absolutely not have been able to defeat him so easily. But there is no such thing as a regret pill in this world. From the moment he stepped into the Nether abyss out of greed for the Death Sovereign's inheritance, his fate of falling had already been sealed. As the giant death vortex continued to descend, the survivors of various races began to gather together. Just as they were filled with confusion, The abnormal death aura within the nether abyss suddenly began to churn violently. What happened again? Baiyi. It must be Baiyi again. He clearly already obtained the Death Sovereign's inheritance. Yet he deliberately lured us here. He must have some other conspiracy. The nether entities are simply too terrifying. They are impossible to kill. They are already dead things to begin with. So how could they die? Could it be that the nether entities are invincible? How is that possible? It's just that the nether entities we've encountered are all too strong. By what right is Baiyi able to control such a terrifying army of nether entities? Watching the churning, abnormal death aura, the crowd remained on guard while discussing topics related to the nether entities and Baiyi. But soon, their discussions came to an abrupt halt, because that violently churning, abnormal death aura had actually condensed a list in front of every single powerhouse. Death List 1, Demon Race Dead 2, Zerg Race Dead 3, Machine Race Dead 32, Blood Race Dead 33, Werewolf Race Dead 174, Goblin Race Dead in the list. There were exactly 174 race names, and after every name, there was a character for death as black as ink. It was just like a declaration of death. Every death list radiated a dense aura of death, making one's blood run cold, looking at the list floating before their eyes. The powerhouses of various races could not help but have their pupils shrink. A death list. Does this mean the races on this list are the targets for the nether entities to hunt? Yes, there are 3 top-tier races here. Baiyi really didn't leave them any face at all. What kind of thing is the goblin race? How could such a weak race be targeted by a monster like Baiyi? These races, they all seem to be the ones that have treated the human race as blood food for the past 10 epochs. I understand now. Baiyi is not only seeking revenge, but he is also using this to establish the prestige of the nether entities as a brand new species across the myriad worlds, targeting so many races at once. Isn't he afraid that these races will join forces to retaliate? Retaliate? With what? For the sake of the Death Sovereign's inheritance. Most of the top powerhouses within these races have likely been lured into the nether abyss. Right. Didn't you see that even the goblin race had over a dozen peak upper gods come here? I am referring to the rule sovereigns of those top-tier races. With Baiyi acting like this, is he really not afraid of them joining forces to retaliate? Once these words were spoken, the powerhouses of various races who had been in heated discussion fell silent. Indeed, not to mention anything else, just the demon, Zerg, and machine races. 3 top-tier races had over 10 existences at the rule sovereign realm. What could Baiyi and the human race possibly use to withstand that? Although these 3 races already had a grudge against the human race, at the very least, existences at the rule sovereign realm would not easily strike against a lord of laws. But if Baiyi truly intended to hunt down the powerhouses of all the races on the death list, the rule sovereigns would absolutely not remain indifferent. Isn't this just giving them an excuse to strike openly? By what right does Baiyi dare to do this? After a moment of silence, someone in the crowd muttered softly, "Perhaps Baiyi has other preparations, PFFT." As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately drew a chorus of sneers. Preparations? Those are over a dozen rule sovereigns. No amount of preparation will be of any use. That's right. With so many rule sovereigns, I'm afraid the human race's past allies wouldn't even step in to help, would they? Buddy, what benefit is there in helping the human race? When you're out in the world, you have to talk about interests. Which race would be willing to make an enemy of over a dozen rule sovereigns for the sake of the current human race? I'll put it this way today. If Baiyi really dares to make this death list a reality, he will absolutely die without a burial ground. Listening to the ridicule of the crowd, the powerhouse who had spoken earlier also shook his head. He understood in his heart that over a dozen rule sovereigns striking at once was definitely something Baiyi could not withstand. But for some reason, when it came to Baiyi, he always had the feeling that there would be a turning point in everything. After all, ever since Baiyi entered the myriad worlds, how many miracles had he already created? Creating an internal world ahead of time, comprehending the great Tao of rules ahead of time, igniting the fire of faith ahead of time, and even later, killing rule sovereigns while crossing realms, and fusing 6 great Taos of rules to the 9 pattern limit. And now, the creation of a brand new species. These incidents, one after another, Which one of them wasn't a miracle that the myriad worlds had never seen before? Although the dozen-plus rule sovereigns were indeed despair-inducing, since Bai Yi dared to set up this trap and specifically show the death list to everyone, he must have considered the consequences. Perhaps he really might have a way to deal with it. A glimmer of hope flashed in the eyes of the powerhouse who had spoken first. Bai Yi, can you create another miracle? Deep within the nether abyss, near the core area, the giant death vortex had now descended to this location. The powerhouses of the demon, Zerg machine, and holy light angel races were now gathered here as well. Bai Yi and the human race had one more top-tier enemy than the powerhouses of the various races knew about. Feng Ren looked at the death list before him with a livid expression, his divine power surging violently within him as he raised his hand and crushed it directly. HMPH, Bai Yi, you really are arrogant to the point of lawlessness. This venerable one does not believe you would actually dare to make a move. Chapter 1042, it seems he really isn't afraid. Beneath the giant vortex, the powerhouses of the 4 top-tier races gathered. There were over 10 top-tier world lords present here alone. Among them was Feng Ren, a being who truly stood at the pinnacle of the Lawmaster realm. The title God of Chaos was enough to intimidate any Lawmaster. A powerhouse possessing the title of a supreme rule god belonged to the strongest tier among all top-tier world lords. In addition to the top-tier world lords, there were hundreds of other world lords and a vast number of peak high gods present. Even the weakest among them had reached the 8-stripe level of rule fusion. Any one of them, if dispatched, could easily crush the dozen or so peak high gods of the goblin race. The reason the goblin race's peak high gods were ranked at the very bottom was precisely because their level of rule fusion was far too low. Furthermore, the appearance of the death list had prompted more and more races to contact the powerhouses of these top-tier races, and they were currently converging on this location. Looking at the death list floating before him, Feng Ren's face turned livid. The chaotic divine power within his body surged violently, and he raised his hand to crush it, gritting his teeth as he spat. HMPH, Bai Yi, you really are arrogant to the point of lawlessness. I refuse to believe you would actually dare to make a move. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cold voice rang out. Arrogant, a mere ant like you dares to discuss Lord Sovereign. At the same time, 10 small death vortexes emerged, and 10 figures stepped out from them simultaneously. They were none other than the 10 god-level netherworld beings led by Yu Yi. Yu Yi was the first life form created by Sumyu Bai, and the first to transform into a complete god-level netherworld being. He was like an elder brother among the 10 god-level netherworld beings. Therefore, under normal circumstances, he acted as the spokesperson for the god-level netherworld beings. Upon hearing Yu's voice, Feng Ren and the other powerhouses felt a tremor in their hearts. After all, they were currently deep within the nether abyss, a place with no path to the heavens and no door to the earth. No one knew how Bai Yi would deal with them. But upon seeing the 10 figures emerging from the death vortexes, Feng Ren and the others immediately sneered. God-level netherworld beings, just this. I thought the god-level netherworld beings would be how strong. I didn't expect them to only be at the 5 or 6 stripe level. It seems Bai Yi really doesn't dare to make a move against us. Otherwise, why would he only send these 10 pieces of trash to their deaths? Wasn't it said that even ordinary netherworld beings have world lord level existences? Why are the god level ones so weak instead? Ha 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 ha, what did I hear? He actually called Bai Yi Lord Sovereign. Bai Yi really doesn't know how to die. A mere lawmaster dares to call himself a sovereign. Who gave him the courage? Those who are arrogant will eventually be reaped by the heavens. Just watch. Bai Yi won't be able to jump around for much longer. The powerhouses of the 4 top-tier races looked at Yu Yi and the others with amusement. Their words filled with mockery. A mere 5 or 6 stripe level, weren't they just here to throw their lives away? As for Bai Yi, once the rule sovereigns arrived, that would be the moment of his fall. No one believed that Bai Yi could escape unscathed when faced with the combined efforts of over a dozen rule sovereigns. If he managed to leave behind a complete corpse, he would be considered lucky. HMPH. Feng Ren also let out a cold snort. His livid complexion returned to normal, and the aura of the demon race's #1 world lord returned. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinized Yu Yi, and said in a deep voice, "Speak. Since Bai Yi sent you here, what exactly does he want to discuss?" In his view, Bai Yi sending the 10 god-level netherworld beings could only mean they were here to negotiate. With that level of strength, could they possibly be here to kill them? But Yu's next words made his expression turn ugly once again. A group of ants. And you think you're worthy of talking to Lord Sovereign? Yu Yi glanced at Feng Ren with disdain and suddenly raised the light sword in his hand. The Sovereign has decreed, of the races on the death list, not one shall remain kill. As the words fell, the energy within the 10 god-level netherworld beings erupted instantly, and they launched an attack directly at the powerhouses of the 4 top-tier races without any further nonsense. But faced with their proactive assault, Feng Ren and the other powerhouses did not get angry. Instead, they laughed. Ha 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 ha. It's one thing for Bai Yi to be arrogant, but what gives you pieces of trash the right? You are simply overestimating yourselves. HMPH, you really are just like Bai Yi, seeking your own deaths. A ferocious grin appeared on Feng Ren's face. A chaotic-colored battle armor instantly manifested on his body, and as he gripped the air with both hands, a domineering long halberd solidified in an instant. These were his to high-level low-grade treasures, the Chaos Divine Armor and the Peerless Battle Halberd. The 2 treasures had accompanied him for endless years, witnessing his rise and his peak. Summoning them proved that Feng Ren was prepared to go all out. Although he mocked and belittled Yu Yi and the other god-level netherworld beings with his words, he had never let his guard down in his heart, erupting with his strongest combat power right from the start. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Divine Descent. Boom! In an instant, 10 golden rays of light descended from the sky, enveloping Yu Yi and the others who were charging forward. The reason it was golden was because Sumu Bai had utilized the power of faith, feeding it back to these saints like Yu Yi, significantly enhancing the effect of the divine descent. One could see the aura and internal energy intensity of Yu Yi and the others surging instantly, jumping directly from the 5 or 6 stripe level of combat power to the level of top-tier world lords. That was not even the most distressing thing for Feng Ren and the powerhouses of the other races, because as the golden pillars of light descended, countless death vortexes instantly appeared in the area, surrounding them completely. Immediately afterward, a massive number of netherworld powerhouses shot out from the death vortexes, charging toward them to surround and kill them with terrifying momentum and cold, ghostly divine power. The number was, quite literally, endless. How can there be so many? Netherworld undead, netherworld insectoid race, netherworld dragon race, netherworld demon race, and the netherworld monster race, netherworld angels heavens. In order to wipe us all out, has Bai Yi emptied his entire nest of netherworld beings. Peak High God 8 stripe level 9 stripe level world lords. Top tier world lords. No, this is impossible. The netherworld beings were only just created by Bai Yi. How could they all be this strong? It's over. Does Bai Yi actually dare to make a move against us? Is he truly not afraid of the sovereigns intervening? Looking at this, he really doesn't seem to be afraid. The sudden appearance of a massive number of netherworld powerhouses filled the eyes of the experts from the 4 top races gathered here with shock and terror. The overall strength of the netherworld was far beyond their imagination. Feng Ren, wielding the unparalleled war halberd and clad in the Chaos Divine Armor, was staring at a figure not far away in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. Death God Bok, how is this possible? This man, once the strongest high god of the myriad worlds, had vanished without a trace for countless years, with rumors claiming he had perished in the nether abyss. Yet now, he had suddenly appeared before his eyes as a member of the netherworld. What terrified him even more was that although Bok had not made a move and was merely standing there quietly, the aura he exuded far exceeded the limits of the Lawmaster realm. It was a power even more terrifying than what he had possessed while alive. Chapter 1043. 3 Heroes Battle Lu Bu. Although Yu Yi had already arrived before him with his moonlight light blade, Feng Ren acted as if he hadn't seen him at all, merely staring blankly at Bok in the distance, his body shaking violently. He seemed to have fallen into painful memories. Death God Bok was a shadow and a fear that Feng Ren could never erase in his entire life, and a mountain he could never cross. No matter how strong a rule sovereign was, it was only due to the gap in cultivation rounds. But Death God Bok was different. This #1 high god of the myriad worlds, just like them, was only a lawmaster. Back then, Feng Ren had already earned the title of God of Chaos, but compared to Bach, the Death God, he was simply incomparable. He could never forget the scene where he and 8 other top realm lords joined forces to besiege Bach, only to be suppressed by the man single-handedly, including himself. There were 9 top realm lords in total, all of whom stood at the pinnacle of the realm lord level. Furthermore, they had all attempted to break through to the rule sovereign realm, although they had failed. The strength of the 9 of them was far from what ordinary top realm lords could compare to. Even so, they were still easily defeated by Bach, if not for the fact that he had requested the fire sovereign of the demon race to descend a projection. He likely would have been killed on the spot back then. It was precisely because of this that Feng Ren's reaction was so intense upon seeing Bach again. Moreover, apart from him, the other experts present seemed unable to see Bach's existence, and Bach glanced at Feng Ren with disdain. "You are not worthy of me making a move personally. Cherish your final moments." Following Sumyu Bai's instructions, he would not take the initiative to attack unless Yu Yi and the others encountered a fatal crisis. Therefore, Bach had actually hidden his aura and figure. The only reason he let Feng Ren see and feel him was to make him feel fear. If it weren't for this shameless fellow back then, he wouldn't have been targeted by the Fire Sovereign and eventually hunted down. Clang! While Feng Ren was stunned, Yu's Moonlight Light Blade had already struck his body. However, this sword was not a high-level low-grade treasure, so it failed to break the defense of the Chaos Divine Armor. Even so, the powerful impact still sent Feng Ren flying for thousands of kilometers. After activating the Divine Descent state, Yu's combat power had reached the level of a top realm lord. Although Sumyu Bai had not equipped them with suitable treasures due to the rush, Feng Ren could not ignore his attacks. The cold, chilling netherworld divine power instantly began to erode Feng Ren's divine body and soul, which caused him to snap out of his state of fear abruptly. "No, I absolutely cannot die here." Feng Ren's eyes were filled with a desperate desire to live, his internal chaos divine power surging as he struggled to resist and expel the erosion of the netherworld divine power. Looking at Bach, who was standing quietly in the distance, and confirming that the other party did not intend to make a move, hope returned to Feng Ren's heart. "Hold on. I just need to hold on for a little while. Lord Kangli and the others will arrive soon. When that happens, whether it's the netherworld or Bach, they will all be reduced to nothingness. Bai Yi, who is manipulating all of this from behind the scenes, won't be able to escape either." Thinking of this, a fierce glint flashed deep in Feng Ren's eyes. He pointed his long halberd at Yu Yi, who was attacking again, and shouted sharply, "So what if you have divine descent? Just based on you, you are not qualified to be my opponent. Take this halberd strike from me first." As his voice fell, the unparalleled war halberd collided instantly with the Moonlight Light Blade. The moment the divine power and the chaos divine power made contact, they immediately began to dissolve each other. But Feng Ren's power was clearly stronger than Yu's. Boom! A terrifying roar erupted, and divine power exploded instantly. Crack! At the same time, Yu's Moonlight Light Blade shattered inch by inch. This weapon, which had accompanied him since the beginning of his birth, was finally destroyed by Feng Ren's unparalleled war halberd. Yu's body was sent flying straight back, like a meteor streaking across the sky, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The conversion between reality and illusion had no practical effect in front of a top expert like Feng Ren. Every one of his strikes was not aimed solely at the divine body. The soul was also a target. HMPH, nothing more than this. Feng Ren did not rush to pursue, but instead glanced at Bach. Seeing that the other party still made no move, he then chased in the direction of Yu Yi. But before he could move, a death vortex opened instantly, and Yu Yi returned to the battlefield. Not only that, but two more death vortexes opened in succession, and the figures of Jinmi and Mingri joined the fray one after another. Ever since the battle at the No.07 Divine Forbidden Land, the 3 brothers were joining forces to fight an enemy once again. It was just that this time, their enemy was much stronger than Bane's had been back then. Of course, the strength of the 3 brothers was also far from what it had been at that time. "Are the 3 of you coming at me together?" Facing the pincer attack from Yu Yi and his 2 companions, Feng Ren remained completely unfazed. He swung the unparalleled halberd in his hand and declared, "Come." Let this deity see exactly what is so special about these god-level netherworld beings. Boom! As his voice fell, a surge of power far greater than before erupted from within Fengren's body. However, this power was not the energy of chaos, but the scorching power of fire. The terrifying waves of flame caused the surrounding space to distort. This was the power of a main god of the fire element. At this moment, Fengren was in his absolute peak state. Nether Sun. Yi once again condensed a sword of moonlight and whispered softly, "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh." The next moment, 3 arrows shot toward Fengren's face in an instant. At the same time, Yui's sword of light and Jinmi's battle blade attacked simultaneously. The fierce battle between the 3 god-level netherworld beings and the god of chaos, Fengren, had officially begun. In the distance, He stood quietly with his arms crossed, showing no intention of joining the fray. If it weren't for the master's orders, I would really like to slap this guy Fengren to death. He curled his lip in disdain. If he were the one facing him, would this guy still dare to act so arrogant? At the bottom of the nether abyss, Sumyubai sat upright on the throne of death, divine light flickering in his eyes. Everything happening within the nether abyss could not escape his divine soul's perception. Otherwise, he would not be able to mobilize the vortex of death at any time to assist Yi and the others, as well as the other netherworld beings. This battle was meant to be a display of the netherworld's might. He had no intention of intervening personally. Although these masters of laws within the nether abyss were strong, they were merely masters of laws. They did not yet possess the qualifications to make him take action himself. His target was someone else entirely. Looking at Fengren's state, that old dog Kang Li and the others should be arriving soon. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, a faint arc appearing at the corner of his mouth. I haven't asked for leave in several days. Are you surprised? Are you shocked? Chapter 1044. The 3 Talents Netherworld Formation. Beneath the giant vortex, in the core area of the nether abyss, a fierce battle was in full swing. The 3 god-level netherworld beings Yi, Jinmi, and Mingri formed a triangular formation, surrounding Fengren in the center and locking onto his oar tightly. Despite activating Divine Descent and temporarily boosting their strength to the level of top-tier world lords, the 3 still felt unprecedented pressure when facing Fengren, who had unleashed the power of a main god of the fire element and whose aura was like a volcanic eruption. The unparalleled halberd in Fengren's hand was wreathed in flames. Even his own divine power of chaos was suppressed by the main god's fire power, making him appear like a god of war wreathed in fire. He looked down at them with disdain, a playful expression on his face, like a cat toying with a mouse. 3 pieces of trash who rely on external forces to forcibly boost their strength. And you dare to block my path today. I will let you know what true peak power is. As long as He did not intervene, he considered himself the strongest person here and did not take the 3 brothers of Yi seriously at all. Enough talk. Jinmi had the most volatile temper. With a low roar, he took the initiative with his battle blade. The gray-black flames of destruction transformed into a blade ore that tore through space, carrying the essence of incinerating all things and ending everything, slashing directly at Fengren's face. Wherever the blade aura passed, even the dense aura of death in the nether abyss was forcibly pushed aside. A grain of rice trying to compete with the brilliance of the moon. Fengren sneered in contempt. He flicked his unparalleled halberd casually, and a condensed, extreme flame halberd light struck first, precisely hitting the weakest point of the blade aura. Boom! The destructive blade aura shattered upon impact. Jinmi let out a muffled groan, his arm holding the blade trembling violently. The webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open, and gray-black energy dissipated into the air. If not for the unique nature of his netherworld body, this single blow would have been enough to knock his weapon from his hand. Jinmi, Yi shouted in a low voice. The moonlight sword, condensed from netherworld divine power, unleashed layers of bleak, cold sword shadows, like thousands of moonbeams suddenly blooming in the night sky, attacking Fengren from the side. The sword shadows were a mix of reality and illusion, containing the power of the inverted death rules of silence and withering, attempting to erode Fengren's divine power and life force. At the same time, Mingri drew his bow to its full extent. He did not fire physical arrows, but instead condensed his own power of the inverted fate rule onto the bowstring. With a soft hum, An invisible ripple instantly spread, enveloping the battlefield. Feng Ren immediately felt as if his own trajectory of fate had been nudged by an invisible hand. A subtle, yet battle-altering stagnation appeared in the circulation of his divine power, and a strand of netherworld divine power aimed at his soul quietly seeped in. Small tricks. How dare you show off in front of an expert? Feng Ren felt the strange interference and was slightly annoyed. But his combat experience was vast. He forcibly surged his divine power of chaos, instantly shattering the invisible fate interference. At the same time, the power of the main god of the fire element erupted from his body. The scorching high temperature and chaotic currents of chaos swallowed and disintegrated Yu's bleak sword shadows entirely. Game over. Feng Ren's eyes sharpened. He raised the unparalleled halberd high. On the halberd, the rules of chaos and the power of the main god of the fire element converged madly, transforming into a massive halberd shadow that spanned the void. Within that shadow, it seemed as if countless worlds were being born and extinguished in flames. Authority of Chaos World Breaker. This strike locked onto the very core of the three men's combined aura. It contained Feng Ren's ultimate understanding of the rules of chaos, as well as the absolute destructive power granted by the main god's energy. Before the halberd shadow had even fully descended, the terrifying pressure had already caused the netherworld divine power shields around Yu and the others to fluctuate violently, as if they were about to shatter at any moment. Form the three talents netherworld formation. Yu's pupils contracted as he shouted sharply. The three figures flashed rapidly, instantly taking their positions according to the three talents of heaven, earth, and man. Yu stood in the center, his moonlight sword pointing to the sky, drawing upon the dead silence of the nether abyss. Jinmi stood to the left, his battle blade striking the ground, his flames of destruction connecting with the destructive will of the nether abyss. Mingri stood to the right, his longbow held level, the string of fate connecting to the thousands of lingering obsessions of the dead in this place. A gray-black triangular light formation, constructed from pure netherworld divine power, formed instantly, enveloping the three of them. Upon the light formation, the runes of the three inverted rules death, destruction, and fate flowed ceaselessly, emitting a strange aura that isolated life and resisted all laws. The three talents nether formation had actually managed to fuse the power of the Ui brothers with the great Tao of inversion rules almost perfectly. A futile effort. Feng Ren's tone remained as arrogant as ever, but his heart tightened abruptly. He could sense that the three Ui brothers had become extremely dangerous at this moment. Fortunately, he did not sense the power of authority within them, which allowed him to settle his nerves. The three talents nether formation was a battle formation specifically designed by Sum Yubai for the 10 god level nethers after he had gained further insight into the Zhuanshan Grand Formation. The Zhuanshan Grand Formation was the source of all formations across the myriad worlds. Naturally, Sum Yubai could derive from it certain formations capable of being taught to others. Battle formations were, after all, a type of formation. However, there was simply too much for him to comprehend. While his mastery and understanding of the Zhuanshan Grand Formation had made tremendous progress, it was still far from meeting the requirements set by Si Qingyu. Although this ancestor would not verbally belittle Sum Yubai like Wu Wuan, his standards were by no means low. The battle formation used by the three Ui brothers was, in reality, a test given to Sum Yubai by his grandmaster after he had sought guidance. Sum Yubai needed to create the 10 directions absolute domain formation capable of coalescing the power of all 10 god-level nethers to pass this assessment. For the time being, this goal remained somewhat distant, as Sum Yubai had only managed to create the 2 rituals reversal formation, which condensed the power of 2, and the 3 talents nether formation, which condensed the power of 3. This was the reason why only the 3 Ui brothers had come to surround and attack Feng Ren this time. Using the 3 talents nether formation in actual combat to help their lord experiment with and further refine the formation was their true objective. Even so, it would be no easy task for Sum Yubai to create the final 10 directions absolute domain formation. This was because these battle formations did not simply aggregate the strength of several individuals. They were specifically designed based on the unique characteristics of each god-level nether and the great Tao of inversion rules they mastered. While ordinary nethers could also use these formations to boost their combat power, the results were worlds apart compared to the effects achieved by god-level nethers. Rumble. The massive shadow of the flame halberd struck the triangular light formation with ferocious force. This time, there was no silent annihilation, but an earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying shockwave of energy swept outward like a tsunami, tearing apart the divine bodies of the nearby nethers and experts from the four great races who had failed to dodge in time. Even the rock walls of the nether abyss were shaved away as if they were made of tofu. Crack! A teeth-grinding sound of shattering rang out. Cracks spread across the triangular light formation like a spider web. The three UI brothers simultaneously spat out large mouthfuls of gray-black mist, their figures swaying unsteadily. It was clear they had suffered significant injuries. Although the light formation had not shattered immediately, it had reached its limit. Chapter 1045. The first battle of the 10 god-level nethers. At the bottom of the nether abyss, Sumyubai leaned back on the throne of death, resting his chin on one hand, watching the battle between the UI brothers and Feng Ren with a thoughtful expression. It seems this three talents nether formation is indeed not yet perfect. Sumyubai rubbed his chin, golden light flickering in his eyes. Within the vertical pupil at the center of his brow, a yin-yang fish-shaped iris spun frantically, vaguely. The depths of his pupils were filled with the powers of life and death. While observing the practical application of the three talents nether formation, he was simultaneously contemplating the Zhuanshan Grand formation, further refining the battle formations he had tailored for the god-level nethers. In Sumyubai's vision, if the complete three talents nether formation were deployed, it should at least allow the UI brothers to stand on equal footing with Feng Ren, or even gain the upper hand, let alone easily suppress him. But as it stood, the three brothers, having formed the battle formation, were still at a disadvantage when facing Feng Ren, who was utilizing the power of a main god and invoking the power of authority. Otherwise, the three talents nether formation would not have been on the verge of shattering after a single blow. Sumyubai continued to delve deeper into the Zhuanshan Grand formation while communicating with the UI brothers through his divine soul, constantly adjusting the formation they were maintaining. The shifting of divine power, the nodes of fusion, the alteration of inscriptions. Any minute change could increase the strength of the three talents nether formation by a fraction. Without actual combat, Sumyubai would never be able to make such delicate adjustments. This was the significance of real-world combat. At the core of the nether abyss, refining a battle formation was no simple matter, but the situation on the battlefield shifted in the blink of an eye. Let's see how many more hits you can take. Feng Ren, pressing his advantage, grinned ferociously and raised his halberd once more. However, just as he prepared to completely crush the three UI brothers, the situation across the entire battlefield had already undergone a decisive tilt. He, the god of chaos, was indeed very strong, but the other experts of the four races were not nearly as formidable. Conversely, on the side of the nethers, in addition to the 10 god-level nethers, the nether army transformed from special undead included over a dozen entities at the peak world lord level. The number of ordinary world lords reached into the hundreds. Coupled with the absolute numerical superiority of the nether army, this was the accumulation of the nether abyss over countless epochs. The number of experts from various races who had been trapped in the nether abyss and ultimately transformed into special undead was countless. Now, it had all benefited Sumyubai, allowing the nethers to shock the entire myriad worlds upon their first appearance. Led by the other 7 god-level nethers, the nether army acted like an efficient killing machine, reaping the lives of the experts from the 4 top-tier races at an astonishing speed. Wherever Yongu passed, space turned into an unbreakable prison, trapping a group of holy angels who were attempting to form a defensive array, only for them to be swamped by the swarming nether undead. The power of Dingzu flowed like an invisible tide, washing over a sea of insects. Whether they were powerful ultralisks or tiny banlings, they lost all vitality in an instant, dissipating into the most basic particles. The divine domain of withered rebirth enveloped a group of demon race experts. These usually arrogant and powerful demons now appeared drowsy, as if intoxicated. Their eyes grew unfocused. Their scales lost their luster, and in the end, they were easily torn apart by the nether army in their sleep. Their lives taken away. The influence of the end was even more eerie. He did not participate directly in the attacks, but within the range covered by his power, the secret techniques unleashed by the machine race would inexplicably fail at critical moments. and various exquisite combat skills would falter halfway through their execution. It was as if every process was being forcibly guided toward its conclusion. Calamity, meanwhile, spread misfortune to the extreme. A destruction magic cannon, condensed by a world master of the machine race, suddenly suffered an energy malfunction before firing, blowing its wielder into a state of severe injury. One of the monster race world masters under Fengren's command experienced an inexplicable glitch in the circulation of his divine power. Although he wasn't seriously injured, it instantly disrupted his rhythm as he moved to reinforce another location. Eternity and Ruin did not participate in the encirclement, but instead faced off against a powerhouse at the level of a top-tier world master each. These two top-tier world masters were clearly much weaker than Fengren, facing Eternity and Ruin, who had activated their divine descent states. The two were completely on the back foot, aside from the environmental influence of the Nether Abyss and their lack of adaptation to facing Nether divine power for the first time. The most important factor was that Eternity's time reversal rule and Ruin's power reversal rule caught them completely off guard. For a time, the Nether divine power of Eternity and Ruin rapidly eroded these two top-tier world masters. Their defeat was merely a matter of time. On the periphery of the battlefield, Bok stood with his arms crossed, watching the performance of Yu Yi and the other 9 god-level Nether beings, nodding involuntarily as a strange glint flashed in his eyes. God-level Nether beings, truly extraordinary. As a powerhouse at the pseudo-main god realm, he could clearly feel just how vast the innate gap was between ordinary Nether beings like himself and the god-level ones. In just this brief moment of combat, -1 god-level Nether being had achieved a certain degree of improvement in their fusion of rules. Such a monstrous rate of progress was simply shocking. But I won't admit defeat. A look of determination flashed deep within Bok's eyes, and a fighting spirit that had long been dormant surged forth. Even though he knew the possibility was slim, he still wanted to contend for this position of the anti-death sovereign. After all, the sovereign had never said that Yu Yi was definitely the future anti-death sovereign. He was not without a chance, unless erased by absolute power. Nether beings cannot be annihilated, for they are dead things by nature and possess no concept of death. Furthermore, looking at the overall battle situation, the Nether army was in a position of absolute advantage. The 4 top-tier races simply could not combine their efforts to erase the Nether beings with absolute power. However, the powerhouses of the 4 races began to suffer mounting casualties under the fearless, suicidal encirclement of the Nether army, as one side waned and the other waxed. The coalition of the 4 top-tier races finally collapsed completely. Their defensive lines were torn to shreds, and the result of fighting individually was being divided, surrounded, and annihilated by the numerically superior, trait-countering, and well-coordinated Nether army. Screams, roars, and desperate wails echoed throughout the Nether Abyss. World masters who once dominated the scene and arrogant peak high gods were now falling like wheat. Their soul fragments were ruthlessly extracted by the Nether beings, becoming nourishment to strengthen the Nether Legion. After all, the massive Golden Calamity Legion required vast amounts of soul fragments to be converted into Nether beings. Beyond that, pieces of loot were also being delivered to Sumyubai's hands by small death whirlpools that appeared from time to time. Those who dared to come and contend for the Death Sovereign's inheritance were all powerhouses, so there was naturally no shortage of treasures. There were even some high-level low-grade treasures among them. When these treasures fell into Sumyubai's hands, they became something else entirely. Chapter 1046. The Rise of the Human Race officially begins today. While the powerhouses of the 4 top-tier races were being besieged, the Nether army was also conducting hunting operations in other regions. 100 million Nether beings, bolstered by the death whirlpools, moved like ghosts, hunting the races on the death list with high efficiency: the prison race, the heart-devouring race, the iron blood race. When the human race was rising to power, they had, to varying degrees, suppressed or offended these races. Therefore, in the nearly 10 epochs since the decline of the human race, these races had captured large numbers of humans to keep in captivity, treating them as blood food to avenge the grudges of the past. They were all among the top 100 on the myriad races ranking. Although their overall strength was much weaker than the top-tier races, they could still be considered powerful. However, when facing the hunt of the Nether army, Their performance was not much better than those ranked lower. At every moment, ecchi gods were falling within the nether abyss, becoming nourishment to strengthen the nether legion. Even powerhouses at the world master level were unable to turn the tide in the face of the nether armies torn. The divine bodies of the powerhouses from various races were shattered repeatedly until they could no longer reform, leaving them to fall in unwillingness. The same scenes were playing out all over the nether abyss. It might seem as though these races were weak, but that was only because they were facing the nether army that had been accumulating for endless ages in the nether abyss. In reality, these races were very strong, so much so that after the great upheaval, the remaining top powerhouses of the human race had to seal themselves away and hide. Q and Yi Yuan, along with other high-level human leaders, were not unwilling to deal with the fact that large numbers of humans were being kept as blood food. They simply lacked the ability to do so. Even with Yumu, a rule sovereign, and Huijian, who possessed near main god combat power, the human race was helpless, because the myriad worlds were simply too vast. The original territory of the human race had been incomparably vast, spreading across almost every realm. Although Sumubai had sent Brian to rescue a large number of humans, compared to the total population of the human race, this was not even a drop in the bucket. The number of human powerhouses who survived that great upheaval was too small. How could they manage to save everyone? Moreover, if it were known that they were still alive, the top powerhouses of the monster race and the machine race would inevitably launch an attack, just as when the human race climbed the rankings again to protect Baiyi. Those two top-tier races had immediately launched an offensive against the human race. For a declining human race without top-tier powerhouses, they might have been dismissed with disdain. But if Yuan and the others were still alive, it would be a different story. This is also the reason why the upper echelons of the human race have always kept themselves hidden. Because even if they were exposed, they would have no way to protect every member of the human race. The human race has far too many mortal enemies. Do not be misled by the fact that there are only 174 races on the death list compiled by Brian. That list only includes races that treat humans entirely as livestock for food. If one were to count those who are hostile toward humans or simply look upon them with contempt, the number would conservatively exceed half of the 10,000 races ranking. After all, the human race's advantage of having diverse, blossoming talents is simply too great. To not be envied is to be mediocre. The more races that cannot stand the humans, the more it proves the excellence of the human race. Q and other high-ranking humans have always been secretly cultivating geniuses, preparing to use the Tower of Time and Space at the appropriate moment to compensate for the severe lack of core strength within the human race. But this is far from enough. If the human race wants to escape its predicament, it needs a powerhouse who can truly stand at the pinnacle of the myriad worlds. Although Yumu and Huijian are also very strong, and with the addition of Yi Yuan who can briefly contend with the main god after preparation, the human race's top combat power is actually second only to the 10 top-tier races. However, this is far from enough. The two mortal enemies, the demon race and the machine race, are enough to plunge the human race into an irredeemable abyss. Although Long Zi was exceptionally brilliant back then, in the eyes of Yumu and the others, he could only be considered a reserve for a top-tier world lord. It was almost impossible for Long Zi to break through to the rule sovereign stage. This is because what he comprehended were the rule of ice and the rule of destruction, respectively. The former already has a rule sovereign, Robin of the undead race. Long Zi had no chance at all. As for the latter, once one breaks through, they become a supreme god. But wanting to break through to become a supreme god is harder than ascending to heaven. Even Q, the oldest of the humans who has existed for countless epochs, has only ever seen Zuxingchen as the sole existence to achieve the position of supreme god through acquired effort. Although Long Zi was also a genius, he was still far from that level. It was not until the appearance of Baiyi that the upper echelons of the human race finally saw hope. Originally, they intended to protect Baiyi in secret, allowing him to grow up safely. But plans could not keep up with changes. Baiyi's premature comprehension of the rule Dao was bound to attract the covetous eyes of countless powerhouses. Left with no choice, the human upper echelons had to choose to break their own seals early, completely exposing their strength. But in doing so, the human race would also return to the 10,000 races ranking. inviting retaliation from the powerhouses of the demon and machine races. Since exposing their strength, the remaining top powerhouses of the human race have been in a state of high pressure, not daring to slack off in the slightest. If not for calling in favors from the past to invite a large number of powerhouses and the intervention of the dragon race, the human race would have collapsed long ago. Of course, this is also due to the unwritten rules of the myriad worlds. Existences at the rule sovereign stage are not allowed to attack lords of law at will. Otherwise, the human upper echelons would have been wiped out on the very first day they were exposed. This rule was jointly established by the 10 supreme gods of the past. Although the supreme gods have since fallen or gone missing, the sovereign of luck still remains. It is precisely because of the existence of Liu Yin that the rule sovereigns of the demon and machine races dare not attack the human race openly. Later, the demon ancestor Kang Li even joined forces with multiple main gods to attack Bai Yi, wanting to nip him in the bud, simply because he could no longer restrain himself. Attacking might incur punishment from the sovereign of luck, but that was only a might. However, if they did not attack, given Bai Yi's terrifying growth rate, the demon and machine races would be completely finished before long. Fortunately, under Yu Yuan's planning, that crisis was not only successfully overcome, but thanks to Sumyu Bai's breakthrough, they even managed to slay an existence at the rule sovereign stage. Although this added the insect race as yet another mortal enemy, there was no other way. Heidi was already trying to kill Sumyu Bai. Were they supposed to spare her life and wait for her to seek revenge later? Yumu and the others could only prepare to deal with the coming retaliation while hoping that Bai Yi would continue to improve rapidly. As Bai Yi's strength grows, the status of the human race will also become higher and higher. The second powerful rise of the human race begins today. Sumyu Bai leaned back on the throne of death, his divine sense enveloping the entire nether abyss. Watching the Nether Army blood wash all the races on the death list, a surge of heroic spirit welled up in his chest, soaring to the heavens. After creating the Nether Army, he believed that the speed of the human race's rise this time would far exceed the original. Before he truly breaks through to the rule sovereign stage, the human race's ranking on the 10,000 races ranking might not be able to advance further for the time being, but with the addition of the Nether Army, the strength and status of the human race have already entered the level of a top-tier race. If one excludes the existences at the rule sovereign stage, the top combat power of the Nether Army even surpasses that of the current god race. The appearance of Sumyu Bai has made the speed of the human race's rise reach what can be called light speed, far exceeding the imagination of Yu Yuan and the others. Chapter 1047. A suddenly appearing figure. Even the powerhouses of races ranked in the top 100, such as the prison race and the heart-devouring race, could not cope with the hunting of the Nether Army. Races ranked beyond the 100th or even 1000th place clearly had even less ability to respond, especially the blood race and the werewolf race. The rankings of these two races were only in the middle of the 10,000 races ranking, and their former strongest members, the blood ancestor and the wolf ancestor, were only second-rate world lords. Beyond that, these two races had no other powerhouses at the world lord level. The rest were all peak upper gods. And the two strongest peak upper gods, Calvin and Ferdinand, had long since fallen at the hands of Sumyu Bai. The fall of the two did not affect the rankings of the blood race and the werewolf race on the 10,000 races ranking at the time. This was because the two races still possessed hundreds of powerhouses at the peak upper god realm. Although their strength was not equal to that of Calvin and Ferdinand, there were still some at the 8 or 9 stripe realm. However, it was different for powerhouses at the world lord level. The conversion of the blood ancestor and the wolf ancestor into nether beings caused these two races to drop nearly 1,000 places on the 10,000 races ranking. Furthermore, having lost the protection of their world master level powerhouses, the hostile races of these two clans have recently become restless. It is possible that a racial war could break out at any moment. It is precisely for this reason that the powerhouses of the Blood Clan and the Werewolf Clan sought to gain something within the abyss of the underworld. Upon learning that everything was a trap set by Bai Yi, the powerhouses of both clans immediately fell into despair. But this was not the most desperate part, because they discovered with horror that the netherworld beings hunting down the powerhouses of their own clans were none other than the former Blood Ancestor and Wolf Ancestor. Blood ancestor. How is this possible? The blood ancestor has turned into a netherworld being. Lord Blood Ancestor. No, my blood is about to be drained dry. Grandfather, what has happened to you? Please wake up. It's me, Hills, your own grandson. Before the words could fade, a peak-upper god of the Blood clan completely lost his breath. Although he had already fused his dark rule Dao to 90%, he still had no power to resist when facing a World Master level netherworld being like the Blood Ancestor. Until the moment he fell, his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He never imagined that he would ultimately perish at the hands of his own grandfather. Nils. The sins of the Blood clan cannot be redeemed even by death. A flash of remorse crossed the Blood Ancestor's eyes as he raised his hand to collect Nils's corpse and spoils of war. As a World Master level powerhouse, he had retained almost all of his memories after being converted into a netherworld being. Even so, he still struck without mercy, because this was the order of the Creator. What did the survival of a race matter compared to the command of the Creator? Wolf Ancestor, Lord, how could this be? No, how could the Wolf Ancestor have become a netherworld being? Run quickly. We are absolutely no match for the Wolf Ancestor. Wolf Ancestor, please wake up. It's me, your favorite little Jinjin. I beg you, don't kill me. I don't want to die yet. The same scene was playing out among the powerhouses of the werewolf clan. Under the disparity of absolute strength, the wolf ancestor brandished his two pairs of wolf claws, killing one with a single swipe and a pair with two, sweeping from the east of the abyss to the west without even blinking once.